That sounds right.
I cannot imagine playing Bloody Bone Shatter in the DD meta for so long, but there you go.
See, I just gotta sort something out if you want to yap.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. He's not willing to play the OP shit to win. Well, I can tell you exactly what happened there. Khan was not used to playing a caster. And so, obviously, casters don't have the same defenses. So they play differently. Like the advantage of the Slayer, right, is you have a ton of recovery and you have decent fizz mitigation. You don't really have much else outside of those two things. And you have decent max hit. But yeah, you don't have much else because you don't typically run much avoidance. You get a little bit, like he's running a Jade Flask and whatnot, but you don't get much avoidance, and suppression's also quite a bit harder to get. So defensively, you have a different toolkit on the casters. So when he played that DD build, he died on it, right? Obviously because he's not familiar with how those builds play defensively. And obviously didn't like it. And it goes back to what I was saying before about comfort picks chat. I'm sure everyone in chat has a build at one point, maybe not right now, but a build at one point that they played multiple times because it felt strong, comfortable, familiar. Could be Righteous Fire for some people, could be a minion build, you know, for Gazi obviously, for example. Ben does not really have this restriction. Ben will literally play any build that's strong and he'll just learn it, which I think is what makes it separates him from some of the other contestants. Zhang Ron has a different. I don't know if you would call what Zhang Ron does a problem. Zhang Ron likes to do things that are different because he personally believes that the best possible Gauntlet strategy hasn't been discovered yet. Because logically speaking, it probably hasn't, right? I mean, Zhang Ron's proven this in the past where he discovered that DD was much stronger than any other build in the game, and even Ben and Exile, who played Seismic in the Gauntlet that, I can't remember the exact Gauntlet, but they played Seismic Trap, and after they won that Gauntlet, they basically admitted, they straight up said, yeah, the DD build will be the new meta, and that was better than DD, we just obviously weren't aware of it. Yep. So Zhang Ron has proven that there are, the builds that the top players play aren't necessarily the best, and that gives Zhang Ron the option to play a better build and have that advantage. It doesn't always work, by the way. Sometimes Zhang Ron builds don't work out that way, but sometimes they do, and that's why we love to see Zhang Ron participate in the Gauntlet.
He's like definitely the most creative player in the Gauntlet when it comes to builds. Yeah. I did really enjoy the Karn build too, even if it like obviously didn't pan out super hard. Like it was a cool idea.
Yeah, the Nebula lock setup.
It was tweeting.
How did I choose my Gauntlet winning build? Yeah, so the Gauntlet I did win like literally 5 years ago. That was a comfort pick. So you know, I did mention that Khan is getting baited by comfort picks too much, and there is just some truth to that. But there's also some truth to say that the camera's died, by the way. But there's some truth to say that comfort picks also give you, the player, an edge because you will play better on a build you're comfortable with and familiar with than a build that you're trying for the very first time. So there is like a balance in between playing the strongest build and the build you will play the best with. You have to balance those two things. Again, though, I think this is why Ben does so well, because he will just learn the best build, or what he knows or thinks is the best build. He'll just learn it. So he's more versatile. It's the muscle memory on a build you already know. Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine Khan playing a Slammer. He's going to play much better than even, you know, like than DD, for example, back in its prime. And we saw that. But I think the thing is, it's worth pushing through that in a competitive event.
Oh, we're trying to recognize if there's going to be a flash bounty today, but the flash bounty is so fucking toxic. It'd be, I'd type to you what it's going to be.
Okay, alright, live reaction to this bounty. You ready, chat? I won't read it out, I'll just like react to it.
Yeah, it's still fucked.
Actually don't know how fucked it is. That's a weird one. I have no idea how hard that is. How do you provide proof of that, though?
You have to show in a Discord call.
Oh, right, because you could, right. I see. Yeah, that's a funny one. Okay, I mean... As opposed to all the other wholesome ones, yeah.
Okay, there's gonna be a flash bounty in 1 hour at 4 p.m.
Yeah, so feel free to let Khan know that he has to stay up for another hour. And you said you don't incentivize him to stay up.
I don't know if he'll want to do this one. It's fucking toxic.
Yeah, maybe you tell him he doesn't have to stay up for another hour.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of sick, twisted individuals are gonna go for this. Who comes up with the flash bounty? People individually can just donate for flash bounties. You can just reach out to Viro if you have a cool idea, like impromptu idea. Some people are like, hey, I want to throw $500 at the first person. Like somebody could right now like reach out and be like, yo, I want to throw $1,000 for the first person to do non-quest dread right now, kind of thing.
Manaki beat me. Yeah, you can see the list of bounties on Pee-wee Ninja. Obviously, Pee-wee Racing is no longer how we're tracking the Gauntlet progression. We've switched to Pee-wee Ninja. Pee-wee Ninja's taken over the mantle. So you can get a link to the exclamation mark ladder or exclamation mark bounties if you want to check either one of those out. And we have lots of bounties left to claim. And not all of them are even like bossing bounties. Some of them are like campaign-specific bounties. Just nobody's strategized how to beat them yet, or actually been able to beat it yet. So
yeah. Also, I'm gonna play ads right now, chat, and do a quick commercial for what do you call it?
For what do you call it? Sponsoring the Gauntlet.
For what do you call it? I just added this one. All right, here we go. Starforge is a huge. I forgot something. I just added it. Is it? Production and production. Starforge is a huge supporter of the Gauntlet, and the Rapture Gauntlet is no different. This time, there is a bounty to kill the Dread by the end of day 5, but with a twist. Whoever uses the least amount of equipment to kill it will win. So, by the end of day 5, will somebody have used 2 pieces of gear, 4 pieces of gear, 6 pieces of gear? I don't know what it will be, but I know that the winner is going to pick up a Horizon 3 Pro from Starforge. However, if you don't win the PC, you can head on over to Starforge and pick yourself up of the Voyager 4 Elite, powered by Intel's Core Ultra 7 270K plus. And unlike the Gauntlet, this PC is not going to be ruined. Huge thank you to Starforge for putting up these sick prices and supporting the Gauntlet. Is that the thing? Slash warning?
Yeah, give it a go, dude. So it's slash warning, and you type a message like, please stop telling Khan to go to sleep in this chat. And they have to click I confirm that I will stop this behavior.
Unrecognized command warn.
Oh, slash one. Slash I thought it was warning. No, slash warn, username, and then the reason. That's cool. Because I personally don't like banning people. I'm not saying I don't do it, of course, but I don't like banning people. But you can warn them instead. Slash warn. Yeah, who
Real Mage has been warned.
Did you just warn me?
I just warned you.
Hey, I'll show you what it looks like, by the way. And then the button, you have to click acknowledge. So I acknowledge that this is Reggie.
Reason provided. Grrr. Grrr.
Can I please be one? Okay, I'm gonna. Alright, totally derailing the cast just to one chat as one. Oh, the best part is it comes up in Twitch. It says the turtle has been warned. You've been warned.
Okay. Can you warn all of chat? I don't think so.
No. Only one user at a time. But yeah. Anyway, obviously, try not to derail the cast too much. We do like to have a bit of fun. We like to be a bit, laissez-faire. We're chill on the cast, but try not to derail us too much. We are semi-professional, kind of, right? Right? Semi-professional.
Professional doing a lot of hard lifting there. Don't play League. I've been warned. Watching you. Watching you. Yeah, Mythic Killer is Sabrina and Chat's boyfriend, and I always like steal him away from her when we're playing Albion. So I will like message her, and I'll be like, "We need your boyfriend," and she'll be like, "Really?" And he always leaves her to play with us. It's great. So every time it starts up again, it's great. He's streaming. No time for me now. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Okay.
To be fair, she says that, but she's a degenerate League player herself, so she's a gamer. I actually do say our boyfriend. I've used that emote. I love that our emote. It's so good. Oh shoot. Man, everyone was farming Breach. Do you think they're gonna nerf Breach nicely? The fuck is that filter? Yeah. What is that filter?
No idea. It looks like Neversink, like strictest level 2 or something. Except he's in tier 16 maps.
What is happening?
If you think about it, chat, the true story, everyone has a filter. It's your eyeballs.
That sounds like
maybe
a
he's got
thing.
the eyeball filter, chat. Yeah. We can talk more about the those builds that I was mentioning earlier. So
look.
the
Elder.
Oh shit!
And that affects Ruin.
Yeah.
I think the water.
So the Elder summons his guardians. He summons a massive wave from Brine King, and inflicts ruin on his abilities. That's so cool. Normally this is like the easiest boss ever. It's probably still pretty manageable compared to other bosses, but it's cool that they beefed him up like extra because he is like normally so easy. So this is new, right? The wave? I don't remember that. I don't remember any of this.
Yes, Steel Mage, this is new. Don't worry.
Shit.
To be fair, it almost looks intended, because even though it's the same, I think it's the exact same as the Brine King. I don't know why, but it looks more shadowy. It looks more like shadow rather than wave.
Interesting, I guess.
Actually looks very cool.
Junk? Oh, apparently Junk just got his Wrathpith too.
Oh.
The funny thing is, I don't think you use Wrathpith on that Flamewood Totem build, do you?
I don't know. So
maybe that's like a alternative build? I don't even know. Do you? I'm so confused, actually.
That's very interesting. He said he will if he needs additional damage. Okay. That's a good thing for him to have then. Man, he got no rot. Mr. Plane.
Yeah, that's Stormburst Totem build. I've never played it, but it looks potent.
That's very good. It's what I did on my when I was doing Gold Fun. Well, that is points for Arrow, making him rank 2 in the Gauntlet. Airplane.
Oh wow.
Yes, sir. Very few people have killed any point-killing bosses. Most people, by the way, do wait, because there's not like much of a reason to do it now, and obviously you do get more powerful when you wait. However, we have had people like very early lock in max points for a class. If you think that a class can't kill any Ubers, being the first person to kill every non-Uber is actually a huge strategy. And we have had people win on that.
Yeah. It's much easier to do what Ziz just said, like much easier. Very intentional, by the way. The Gauntlet, the hardest bosses by like 10x are the Ubers. But if you full clear out those normal bosses, like Ziz said, very achievable. And if you do it first before anyone else, that can give you a class rank 1, assuming no one kills one of those much more difficult fights.
Thanks to Gauntlet, I decided that next league, for the first time, I'm going Hardcore SSF. Welcome.
We should.
Would you
I would
ever
say one of us, but I played softcore this league, so.
would you ever bring back alt art MTX for achieving certain points if you could? We did have alt arts in the Gauntlet once, or like demigods. And it would be cool to have something like that, like alt arts for a Gauntlet. Dude, that would be so cool. Imagine if GGG designed like a alt art race season before Gauntlet. So if you got like level 50, 60, 70, you got different alt arts. That would be insanely cool. That is a lot of work though. I don't see them ever doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw the clip of someone fighting a Mage Blood, so I'm assuming it won't be the first cool belt we'll see. Obviously, the Mage Blood is not the only cool belt this Gauntlet. We also have the Jin Baya boss, the Screams of Desiccated Screams, whatever it's called. The Shrine belt. So very curious if anyone will get a good one. We have seen a lot of contestants holding on to their Jin Bayas because they're not honestly, if your Gauntlet strategy it revolves around getting like an acceleration shrine, you're probably cooked, right? So a lot of them are not even bothering to go for it.
Yeah.
But we could see a good belt from somebody, and then depending on if it's like I mean, Ziz got a Diamond Master Shrine, so it's possible to get an insane belt.
And I got that in just 7.
Yeah. And obviously there's like hundreds of people in maps. It only takes one person to get one good belt, pivot to that build, and it can be really, really, really broken depending on what you get. Like what would be the best belt, you think?
Resistance.
You think so?
I don't know. That's but with a goal, how much do you get?
Well, you'd get 15 max res. Yeah, maybe like a diamond resistance or something. That'd be nuts.
Yeah.
Although I think getting
Resonating
the double
too.
red shrines is...
Very strong. Oh! Oh no!
You cursed him. We got a live rip. Mythic Killer dead.
Oh no!
Oh, 07 boys.
How did he die to Twilight Temple?
Well, maybe he just ignored the fact that it has like every curse in the game on it. Because you do get like frostbite and flammability, so maybe he wasn't like res capped or something.
Ah, well, you know what they say, chat.
I cannot believe he had that. Oh, yeah, good, actual good one.
Thank you. It's just like Bast sent it to me on Discord, so it's very easy for me to find quickly.
Please play that every rip we see live.
I will. Okay.
Because it's easy ran.
Yeah, I can
Well, there you
play
go,
this one.
Pat.
Oh. It's your
The global
fault.
for the Gauntlet is 202. Global 202. Rip. Oh, Arrow's doing Shaper now. He's going for more points.
Okay.
I would love to see Shaper.
Well, Shaper's, I think it's like more clones. So obviously, Shaper was previously bugged in the Gauntlet, like fully bugged, where he would just teleport you out. It was really bad. But now he works. He's not like that crazy. He's not that different. He does inflict ruin. But he does have the Trial Master. And I don't know if you watched Ben do it, but like all the bosses, especially Maven and stuff, he did look, I would say, more pressed. I think a lot of people agreed as well. He did look more pressed than normal.
Well, all I know is I saw Ben fail the memory game on normal Maven, which I don't think I've ever seen that before, so that's hilarious.
But like, these are the normal ones.
As I fail, by the way, I mean like literally like he went the wrong way. And I've seen him do the memory game like 30, 40 times in a row. Like for a bounty, so.
There's the Trial Master. Have you seen all the different moves he does? He does not seem to do Cyclone.
Yeah, I saw him, he does an orb, he does that circle slam. I don't know what else he does. Yeah, you can obviously see that 150% more boss life coming into play. His damage is really good considering the 150% more life.
So he does actually also do we'll talk about that ball, by the way. He does also do like a wave, like a shooting wave. And also, if you saw the way he placed that ball there on that gap, that makes the ball disappear. That works on Uber too, just so you don't have placements. Now, it's really cool for me to see that he is using Stormblast Mine. Very few people use this, and I'm always surprised because this is something I do personally in a lot of my builds. And new players might be thinking, why does he use Stormblast Mine? And Stormblast Mine actually has a damage aura around it. With 20 quality, it's 4% increased damage taken, up to 60. Well, it's up to 100 or something, but you can only really get it's 50 or 60% more damage, basically, if that's your only source of increased damage taken. So it's huge. Like, it's absolutely massive. It is more damage. As long as you don't have like shock or, you know, something else. Unless you're sad.
Yeah, I use this in the banner build to double my damage because banners obviously stack a bunch of aura effect,
Oh
and the
yeah.
aura effect does scale that damage taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. Even if you just get down 3 or 4, more increased. So that's really interesting. It is increased damage taken, but increased damage taken is a separate bucket. So you know, it is additive with shock or something. But if this is your only source, like for example, it would stack with like the spider webs or shock or things like that. But it's a separate bucket than like your increased damage. So effectively, it's more damage. So it's very big. Any flash bounties today? Flash bounty in 40 minutes. I would say it's an A-Flox bounty. Master and Zana Bubble sounds potentially fucked. Yeah.
Oh, he fired like a little fire projectile.
Yeah.
Huh,
It's like 3
okay.
different moves. What is a flash bounty?
I'm glad he doesn't just do one.
A flash bounty are things that we announce during the cast that people don't have any prior knowledge of. They're very often things where you have to create a new character. Sometimes where like the character needs to like, Jesus, show proof that it's made within a certain time frame and stuff, so people can tease it. And then there'll be something new, like previous ones we've had, like, you know, do a Val Oversoul run with a specific skill, or, you know, inventory found, no use of gold. It's just like a little bit of extra excitement, and then we'll put anywhere like $100 to $500, maybe $1,000 on the line. Create like a little mini race. Yeah, like exactly. It could be anything, and it could be like made by people in the Gauntlet with disposable income. Like you could message right now and be like, Viro, I want to put $1,000 if anyone can do normal dread within 12 hours from now, for example. Something like that.
Yeah, we've also had some funny ones like the first level 99 to rip. You know,
Yeah,
so
funny.
You could literally try to bait a contestant into death, and we've seen that. So, you know, because nobody has to actually technically go for it. So yeah, they could just ignore it. Those bounties that don't get claimed will still go to the main prize pool. That will be distributed evenly.
Yeah. And the money, any money donated, so whenever somebody does $250 for a bounty, Shopify matches that and puts another $250 in the prize pool as well. And that Trial Master creates so much space. I think the big scare of the Trial Master is that he'll push you into other boss abilities.
Hey, now that we have a few Mage Bloods in the Gauntlet, first player to delete a Mage Blood, that'd be a funny one.
Well, you could make a bounty, first player to successfully rare brick a Mage Blood.
Oh, if you didn't want people who already have Mage Bloods to... Well, that's the beauty of Flash Bounties, I would say, is you can kind of do whatever you want. It doesn't have to necessarily be fair. You could even make a bounty, first Ben to die. Yeah, bribe Ben to death.
So the Trial Master seems to do like one big slam on the ground that just does like a big like ground slam kind of thing with a big wave. That I believe in affects Ruin. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, that was scary.
That is not what you're supposed to do. Holy shit.
What a gamer. Capital G
Okay.
gamer.
I mean,
That was such a delayed slam, he almost went back into it.
yeah. I'm thinking he doesn't have control over that Shaper right now.
That, oh.
Jesus.
My god. This is not a smooth kill. This is normal Shaper.
I mean,
He's ruined. Okay, easy. Oh.
You okay?
I knocked over my display.
Devastating. He wants to put this as a bounty. Yeah.
Chris FCZ rad.
Amori only did Ziz fall over. I think Ziz was panicking so much he just randomly flailed his arms everywhere and destroyed his display.
Well, it's very sturdy.
Not a scratch on it?
Oh.
That's good. Yeah, obviously they're not paper posters, they're metal posters, so they're a bit sturdier. We need some caster bounties. What first casted a knock over a display?
Okay, Steel, I challenge you. $200, you and me, least played, to kill actually Katava in the Gauntlet.
You know, I could just like farm and then like, you know, I could cheat, you know? I'm doing that thing where someone's, you have to write a 10-page rule book for this bounty.
No, you can see, I don't mind. I just want to see you do the campaigns.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have Val Absolution in my stash waiting for me, chat. Do a 3-hour Gauntlet campaign.
I'm gonna go grab a Red Bull. Like, I don't know why, but like sleeping during Gauntlet is hard for some reason. I would love to see you do the campaign though. I think you'd really enjoy it. Perfect.
Who do I go for putting in a flash bounty? So, Virio. So, best way to get in contact with him, go to the Pee-wee Racing Discord, and I believe he'll be like an admin or something. If you look at the member list, you'll see him as like an admin, and then you can message him there on Discord. Day 3, I thought it was day 1 yesterday. It's actually day 1 today for some of our contestants like Khan. Khan's obviously not slept, so technically speaking, it's still day 1 for him. So any notable rips today? We just had Mythic Killer, a top contestant. There was one rip. Sarge. No, not Sarge. I guess Sushi? Yeah, I guess we haven't had any like crazy upset rips since day 1. Did Waza go again? That's an excellent question. I know he went again for bounties. I don't know how he's doing on his reroll. Is Khan washed or can he win? Khan can absolutely win, but he gets stunlocked playing like the wrong build. So there's no necessarily wrong build, but I mean I think we can all agree there are certain builds that do better in certain Gauntlet metas. And Khan usually sticks towards the one, so. Waza died? Yeah, Waza died. I don't know if he died again, but yeah. Khan is gonna get a Mage Blood? Yeah, although Khan also said that he doesn't think Mage Blood is good for Slammer. And I'm kind of in line, I kind of agree. Send him a Mage Blood PUB. Well, that's the thing. I feel a little bit unequipped to cast this time because I don't actually know. I don't have PUBs for the top Gauntlet builds this time. You know, because you've got the more Conquest build, you've got the AG of Smiting. But as a reminder, transfusion is banned though, so it needs to be a non-transfusion PUB. You've also got the Foulborn Ghost Ride, life stacking Raspis setups. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what setup will be played to actually boss on. Like, I don't even know what Ben's build is supposed to be. I just know Raspis is involved.
They're playing.
Oh shit, a Maven.
Maven was pretty dangerous. I'm surprised he's bossing so early. He's incredibly good, dude. That's so good damage. For those that are unaware, this is only a normal Maven, which seeing this damage on a normal Maven, maybe not that crazy. A lot of people in chat have this damage. This Maven has 150% unique monster life.
Yeah, that was just nuts considering.
150%.
I did not know Sunburst could be this strong.
Uh-oh. You almost got hit by Red.
Yeah, so what actually applies Ruin on the Maven? I know it's the Brain Blast, both the big one and the beam. The Scissor, right? So Standstill. The laser beam too, right? Like
yes.
the big spinning laser beam.
Yes, so that's the worst thing. It's so easy to get clipped by the laser. I wonder as well if she spawns a campaign boss, if that can inflict ruin. DPS? Well, so here DPS will be worse because the totems are attacking multiple targets. Yo, Steel and Sizz, I want to say we love you. I made it through the axe with Toxic Brain, and I didn't have any problems at all. Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm glad you had a nice smooth time in the Gauntlet campaign.
Ruin.
Good.
He has a ruin. 6
Yeah, you
more
got
and he dies.
rotating laser.
I hope we get kills
You
with
didn't like
5.
with the debuff? Well, technically, the transition phase is not super rippy. And so the main reason Ben struggled so much is when he did get clipped by the debuff, you degen on a Berserker. So it's actually quite... Oh, that's not ideal ball placement. Ooh.
Oh, and I wonder if mine also does ruin. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either. I know when they're not procced, they don't trigger it, those little balls in the arena.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the mine ones would. Yeah, funnily enough, I actually don't think Maven Ruin on Ubers will be that relevant because you don't want to get hit by any of those abilities anyway. The Scissor are applying the debuff, the lasers are applying the debuff, and obviously the Brain Blast and the Brain Beam will basically one-shot you anyway. So, all those abilities... This is actually good practice for Ubers because you don't want to get hit by these anyway.
Yeah, the only... sorry. The only thing... It's so easy to get clipped by Standstill though. Like that one genuinely... Like that doesn't normally kill you either.
It does, because in Uber it gives you the debuff, and the debuff means you'll just get absolutely fucking one-tapped with no recovery.
I have been touched by it.
In Uber?
Yeah.
In the Gauntlet?
No. I have never done a difficult Maven in the Gauntlet. Like, well, I mean, like, she had, like, 4 multi-proj and that kind of stuff, but she didn't have, like, these, like, double beams and stuff. That's before my time. Aren't you casting together with Sizz? We are sitting right next to each other right now. But
Yeah, see, look.
touching hands. So, Steel was stolen away by a Polish woman and lives in Poland now.
A small correction there, PUE land.
PoE land? Nah.
That's what Mini said it was called.
Poland.
Yeah. PUE land.
I'm gonna go visit him soon as they let me. Oh, he almost got a second run. That wave is, in my opinion, the most dangerous.
Because of the ruin it applies, or does it also do a lot of damage?
No, just the ruin. I just think it's the one that'll actually hit you. No, this
Right.
is aeroplane.
Hello.
Nice. Are we live? This is a recording. Like, we are not here right now.
Yeah.
We're in the past.
No, I'm also AI for transparency.
How
Does he manually
many people
casting
live where you
snipers?
live?
You
Is
mean
it
in
like-
this house?
No. Like, otherwise, is it a big city or a small city?
Oh, bro, I don't go outside. They don't. Outside's scary.
Is it Belfast? Oh, I love seeing this. Oh,
I think Minnie's brother told me 40 million people live in Poland. I don't know about the city. But, yeah.
here we go. So scary with those double beams. Oh, 2 ruin. And he has the debuff.
Ooh. I guess he wants to. I don't know if.
He's fine.
Oh, he. I wouldn't say he's fine. He just blocked 2 of the Cascade of Pains. He's blocked it. I mean, to be fair though, block is really, really good. I mean, it's definitely very big in this Gauntlet with the ruin, because you can block
Gauntlet.
ruin. So, yeah.
He's having a hard time having damage uptime here.
Which is insane because he's a totem build.
She is pleased.
Apparently, Rise is very far away from you.
Yeah. No rise meetup. Cascade of Pain does not inflict ruin.
I wish.
It'd be kind of fucking toxic having to dodge Cascade of Pain though.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
I suppose.
Because remember it has multi-proj and haste
Yeah.
in Ubis.
Much clutter.
He's doing really well. He's definitely got this.
Your bond deep.
This is, by the way, this is going to be points. We did remove a bunch of points, especially on invites this league. A few reasons. We don't have the tech to make every invite auto open.
Fight for Ravenloft.
Yeah, wow.
I almost cursed him.
Yeah, I think he definitely has this, by the way. I think he's totally got this.
He definitely will not die here.
Yeah, he's got this.
I'll see
Like,
you
she's
again.
almost dead. He's a totem build. You know, he's fine. He's got this. 100%. Alright, let's see. Does he handle the memory game? So this is normally tricky, but with the double beams,
Right.
obviously extra tricky.
She has 150% life.
Yeah.
And the Trial Master's there.
It's funny, he has Cull, but she's in such an awkward position, I don't think he's gonna greet it. Because it's on his flame dashes.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
he's smiling. He's a happy boy. Very nice.
Yeah. 4 stacks of ruin, by the way. So actually, you can kind of see it's relevant. That 150% monster life really making ruin much more relevant.
Do you think we're going to see people use Animate Guardian?
So I was told the AG dies because it doesn't have Soul Eater from Transfusion. But
Yeah.
I also never played that build.
I
So I don't
meant
know
more
how
like
true
for
that
these
is.
like normal bosses. I think just to give you a little bit of an edge early in the fight, like if you put on like the Maven boots for Scorch, if you put on, obviously if somebody gets a Kingmaker, early Fortify, and then you can also like use Companionship, and that'll like help.
True. You do have to factor in though that AG is a targetable minion.
That's
And
true.
I know players like Ben really hate targetable minions.
Yeah. So later gloves drops from
Isn't that-
Uber Elder, which might be the hardest thing in the gauntlet. We don't know. We do have a rip clip we can look at.
Hello.
Huh. That doesn't shotgun, does it?
I must do.
If that shotguns,
I
I actually never knew that.
It's a clean one tap because he does go from full HP to 0. Like, he still has health while dead, which means that it's not like a multi-hit. It's not like a rapid, like, 3k, 3k, 3k. This is a clean one shot. It must shotgun. So he's just slightly mispositioned. He should have stood slightly up here. He must have found, like, the perfect, like, literally threading a needle.
I literally never knew that could shotgun. I still don't even know if I don't know if it does shotgun still, but I mean it must, because that normally doesn't do that much damage.
He also does have
It does?
6k life, 5 endurance charges, and 20 fortify.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's a crit, by the way. The flammability curse gives you a chance to be ignited, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a crit.
So he's not rest capped apparently.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought it was initially. Yeah. Obviously, this map, a lot of people kind of ignore it, but it has flammability and frostbite, so you need to be like 30 or 40 over res cap for this map.
And his Ruby Fast was down. Damn.
Yep, there you go.
I need more mana.
It looks like Aeroplane's kind of chilling, thinking what to do next. I'm glad to see he's already gone for some points, though. So, we mentioned this earlier, but you don't necessarily have to kill an Uber to win the class gauntlet. You could just do all the non-Ubers. And if no one manages to kill an Uber, maybe there's an Octavian overshooting the fuck out of it, and no one kills a single Uber, maybe at least on Templar, for example, you could theoretically win by killing no Ubers. So Aeroplane going for some early bossing could actually be, like, really good tech here. You know, be even crazier is if literally no one kills an Uber.
I
Like, imagine Aeroplane just racks up all the easy bosses, no one kills any hard boss, and then Aeroplane just randomly wins because no one's able to kill a single Uber.
I think that's quite unlikely for global. That has happened for classes.
Well, I mean, think about it though, right? This gauntlet is not that much easier mod-wise than the previous gauntlet, and we've had some pretty big nerfs, right, to some of these top builds. So, you know, I mean,
I do think it's unlikely that business doesn't kill one Uber.
Oh, with this Divine Shrine tech?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Make your wish.
Especially
He has to make it to that point. So.
the like memory boss, the one that does like the beams. Surely that's easy.
Oh, Neglect.
Yeah. Neglect's not really an Uber,
Yeah, true.
but it is an Uber. If I was gonna pick up the Starforge PC for console, I would kill Neglect.
I mean, don't forget about the Ruin, though. So I mentioned the Ruin might not be super relevant on something like Maven, because you have to dodge all those abilities anyway. But for Neglect, here's a bunch of Ruin abilities that you normally don't care about.
Wait, there was the Dread death today? Can we get a clip of that? I would love to see that.
Ben's gonna try Neglect soon. Oh, shit.
Somebody asked, why is Soul not wearing his Mage Blood? Deal. Why is Soul not wearing his Mage Blood?
So, losing a Mage Blood by putting it on too early is a very real possibility, and it's just not worth the risk. You really want to make sure you have a build that you know is not going to die mapping, at least, before you put on a Mage Blood, because it would be such a waste for a top competitor to put it on, die to, like, I don't know, like, DD during maps or some shit, and then -1 Mage Blood attempt in the Gauntlet. Because it is such a, it's literally like a once in a, I'm not gonna say lifetime necessarily, because Soul's done it fucking twice now, but it's a very rare opportunity to have a Mage Blood and to be going for a rank 1.
He is the chosen one. But it's day 3 of a 7-day event. Does he even have time to go again if he dies without it? So, Steel Mage, when you die at like 95 plus in the Gauntlet, and you already have everything else set up, how fast do you think you can get back to 95 and get a character properly geared?
So, you've already done all the progression, you have a bunch of gear, and gear is progression. This is the same reason why you have to basically reset your account if you wanted to get a second win in the Gauntlet. Because it's the progression that you gain is the hard part, like getting your Atlas tree, getting your Breach tree set up, getting your Pantheons and gear, 6 links, all that kind of shit. That really is what takes the time. So 95 is probably like 8 hours, right? Well, 8 to 12? 8 to 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
It's much faster, by the way. Much faster than the first time you do it. Like way faster, like 2 to 3 times faster.
Yeah. Steel is like super smart. I know. It's actually disgusting.
No, I just, you know how some people like know how to like which clothes you don't mix in the washing machine, you know, basic life skills like that. I ignored all of that and I just focused on Path of Exile. So instead of knowing like where the dishwashing soap is, I
Where's
know
that?
about, I know where the roll, the tier for flaring is, eye level for flaring is 77. You know, I know random shit like this instead.
By the way, I'm gonna run commercials on Twitch right now so that we don't. I try to be very careful how I run ads because in 15 minutes we're gonna be announcing flash bounties. I'll run ads real quick. Explain how bleed works. Dude, can you explain how leech works? That's like still hard even after simplification.
No, I know how leech works. So basically, you can get 20% baseline of your life per second from leech, and you can only get 10% of that value per attack, which means you have to effectively attack 10 times, or not attack, but like have separate damaging instances 10 times. So like if, let's say Earth Shatter, you slam once and it has 5 overlaps, that's going to provide you with 5 separate leech instances. So you would have to attack twice with something like Earth Shatter in order to get maximum leech per second. And leech ends when you reach full life, which means that effectively if you attack, let's say you attack with something like Ground Slam that only hits once, you're only going to be getting 2% of your life per second per attack. And every time you reach full life, it's going to delete all those leech instances. So you really need Overleech for something like Ground Slam to feel good with leech. It's very simple, right? It's very simple. Did everyone get that?
Who is he talking to? I'm just kidding. I love that meme. These are different people.
You guys will steal the baby. Depends what Pee-wee 2 patch we're looking at.
I was one
So
time chat.
why is ESH better than Life Leech? Because 20% of your life is the cap. I believe it's 10% of your ES is the cap. And ES goes very big. Big number.
Would you rather have 10% of 36,000 or would you rather have 20% of 6,000?
Yeah, exactly.
It's cursed to add Trial Master at nighttime. Yeah, I love it. Oh, Lance just picking up a point of power. Oh, he's going for the unique map instead. He's like, I don't need any point of power.
Well, he already hit his main skill, so.
Why does ES go so high? Well, very interesting. DDD doesn't feel like CI is an alternative to life. They feel like it's an alternative to armor and evasion.
And obviously you can get millions of armor and evasion, so it's not too surprising, based off that logic, that you can get, you know, up to like 50 to 100,000 energy shield. At the extreme top end, but yeah.
Why are people singing Don't Stop Me Now in fights that armor avail? I couldn't find a bounty for it. Literally just to sing. Like, we've seen it on a lot of things now that people are just singing Don't Stop Me Now just for fun. What does CI stand for? Chaos Inoculation. I wonder what map Lance was hoping to get. Yeah, we want to do PvE2 gauntlets.
If I had to take a guess, so a lot of people would have realized this, especially SSF players, but Putrid Cloister and Coward's Trial have it's like multi-mod and prefix or suffix cannot be changed, one of the two. And these are very, very important crafts for getting gear, meta crafts. And it's very hard to get now. So they reworked Kirek entirely. He no longer has maps. He no longer gives you master missions that include unique maps. Now he just sells maps. And it's quite a lot harder now to get those unique maps.
Yeah. I really like Lala Gate's keyboard and mouse overlay. That's
I was a
kind
bit
of cool.
of Khan when he did the hand cam for a bit.
That looks so cool for me because I always manually floss. Like I don't really like using the instilling orbs. What's Lala's weapons? Look. Lala Gate.
I don't think you can master ancient orb maps. I don't think so.
No.
Oh, that'd be nice actually.
This is his weapon.
Is he playing sweep or some shit?
Playing multi-strike, holy strike.
Holy, actual Quinn build.
Enter. This should aid drive them back.
Why is the PoE2 schedule now factored into Gauntlet? Kind of feels bad having a Gauntlet month in League when a lot of people are still playing regularly. Month 3 Gauntlet would be usual. No. We'll be doing Clutch Core then. Like, the event that I create has to work for my schedule.
How selfish. Next, you're gonna tell people if they want to make their own events with a different schedule that they should make them themselves.
Exactly.
Disgusting.
This is what made the most sense. It was actually very likely that we weren't going to do one this league, even though we wanted to. We had a very hard time fitting it. Yeah.
We should make a command for the like 7 days versus 10.
Yes.
TLDR though,
Just
experimenting
like that.
and seeing if it's better for some contestants.
Yeah. I mean, we'll take a lot of feedback on it afterwards. It also makes some things on the back end a lot easier.
Yeah,
Man-
if everyone is like universally, like from casuals to contestants is like this was dog shit, then we'll go back to 10 days. Maybe even we'll go back to 14 days. I mean, who knows? I think 14 days, I think contestants
Triple
agree
lucky
longer
blah,
gauntlets, there's a limit to how long you want these to go for because it's pretty exhausting to grind for 14 days straight, so.
I'm going to write in Lance's
Triple
chat.
lucky
You
block
forgot
is
the
you
writing
just don't get hit,
invitation.
essentially. He would like some weird dot or something.
Hello.
Let's see if he reacts to it.
You forgot the writhing invitation? I didn't forget anything, Ziz. I left it on the ground where it belongs. That's what I think about the writhing invitation. And it's gonna stay there for the rest of its known existence.
Yeah, for those of you wondering why he's not picking it up, he must be forgetting to pick it up.
Yeah.
So feel free to remind him to pick it
Feel
up.
free to remind him.
No, but in all honesty, the witness does not actually go away if you don't run the invitation. So it'll drop the invitation every time, but as long as you don't run it, you can keep witnessing lower tier maps, which is quite nice in the Gauntlet.
Someone said
Although, is he
strange.
running high tier maps now? Oh god, sorry.
Someone said strange behavior when flash used by Lalagate. Is he using a macro? That is exactly the way it would look like if I was using it. I don't know why this would look like a macro to you. That looks super normal. This is why I got banned for like 20 minutes.
We have actually disqualified someone from the Gauntlet before for last macro.
That is true. That is true. Somebody unironically flash macroed. And by the way, it was specifically their life flask. And the way we caught him is he accidentally went AFK in his hideout with his life flask being macroed. And we were like, what the fuck? And it was like a 1.8 second life flask. So it's like really hard to do it good uptime manually. And in the start, I was on his side. I was like, well, the thing is, like, I could do that for a boss fight. And he went AFK in his hideout with it on, and we were like, you motherfucker!
Yeah, you honestly, if he just didn't like go AFK with it on, he probably wouldn't have gotten in trouble. But literally AFKing with his flask active is a bit sussy.
Yeah, it was also on
Hey.
while he was crafting.
Yeah.
Why would anyone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flash macro though? So there's not many reasons to do utility flash macro and stuff. The only thing that would make sense, which is still against the terms of service, would be macroing your life flask because you don't have a way to automate that. You don't have a way to automate that. Honestly, I'm surprised they don't just bucket that in with Pathfinder. It would make sense for the Ascendancy. That it's like reused at the end of effect.
Yeah,
Easier on your
there are
hands.
very
You can do it in-game.
Wow.
You literally have the ability to do it in-game. There's no reason to risk using a macro.
yeah, they have instilling orbs nowadays, flask and chance.
Yeah, now? Yeah, sure. And by the way, like, even now that we can use it, I don't use it, Kaiser doesn't use it, because there's, like, a lot of benefits to manually using them, as long as you, like,
Yeah.
have the effort.
I do use the instilling orbs, but I have died to those instilling orbs because they've used the flask at the wrong time and then it's
Yeah.
been down when it otherwise would have been up. So I've died to
I
the
died to
instilling
it,
orb thing, which
and then
is-
stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the worst thing about PoE too, no utility flasks. I hate charms. Who's
Who was using
I
macro?
don't
It was a
remember.
Pathfinder in one of the previous Gauntlets. I don't know who it was either. I can't remember the name. But yeah, they did actually. They were either one of the top contestants or they did a bounty. I believe it was one of the two, and they got disqualified. Very, very sad for them. I don't know if they just thought it was fine. Like,
Maybe.
yeah, obviously, can't use any sort of like tools that play the game for you to play. Like, you can't basically automate flasks with the program. It's not that.
Yeah. Should get Angormis in for an interview at some point. Are you still playing the Gauntlet, Angormis? We have a flash bounty in 4 minutes. Is Sarge using his ephemeral or does it just have one? We saw that he got one. But is he using it already? I got that 7, but
definitely-
then when it worked.
Based on his reaction and the fact that he engine orbed it, he was actually unironically trying to play Ephemeral Edge.
Mhm.
I guess he'll farm gear first and then swap to it,
Hello.
but yeah.
Hi Gucci.
Hello.
Remember when we went to Universal with Gucci?
That was so fun.
That was actually so fun.
I remember as well, you got like... Ziz doesn't go outside much, so the sun like almost took him out, chat. Like, for real. I was actually so worried.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. I got like really unwell. I don't know if it was something I ate or something, but I just felt really faint. Like a little bit like a sun stitch. I don't know.
See, I choose to... I don't know either. I'm not necessarily saying what it was. All I'm gonna say, chat, is we went outside, we went to the beach, and then Ziz looked like he was dying. So, he's a vampire, chat.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't hydrate enough. It could have been dehydration. I just felt really unwell. You guys went and got the car while Gucci stayed with me or something?
Welcome back. You're due. I'll see you again.
Yeah. We basically had to save you.
Yeah. It was ruin? Yeah.
Yeah, he had 5 stacks of ruin.
I had 5 stacks of ruin. I was really unwell. You know, I
we,
have
we,
like...
we had to reset the instance.
I'm very fragile. I almost died in New Zealand as well. Like, just not good, not good.
Yeah, that's right. Ziz, what was it again? You got a boner. So Ziz got a boner. All the blood flowed straight to his penis, and he passed out in the middle of ExileCon. Like, real. This actually happened.
Ah. It is quite large. It was actually, I had like I don't even know, a sneezer. I had like some sort of weird seizure like thing. I thought I had a stroke. It was weird. So I don't do it next time.
I gave him the boner. Well, it was during the race. Maybe it was Ty taking his shirt off.
I was just very excited to see the race, okay? It can happen with stress. I wasn't stressed though. Yeah. I don't need to have the story now. Okay. Alright, it is about that time. We are roughly 1 minute away for the flash bounty.
Yep. Now Ziz has. Now I have been spoiled, so I know what this is. Ziz has basically made a bit of a cancer bounty this time.
That's not me. This is worse than anything I've done.
Okay.
What is your desire?
Yeah. So I'm not expecting players like Khan to go for this. They should probably stick to farming mage blood cards. But yeah, we'll see who decides to go for it in just a minute. I actually don't understand this bounty fully. I don't know how cancer it is, but well, I guess we'll see.
As soon as Vyro says go ahead, I'll announce it. Okay. Alright. Hear ye, contestants! This is a flash bounty by Wimpy. The first player to provide proof of owning 10 gem cutter incubators will win 150. As far as I'm aware, gem cutter incubator only drops from Legion in Ledge. This means you will have to create a new character and kill Legion in Ledge, hope you get a gem incubator, and keep making new characters for the next maybe 10 hours. I don't know how long it's going to take you. Have fun and enjoy the race. This is by Wimpy. It is the most toxic bounty I've seen, but it is $150. Enjoy the Ledge.
There you go, chat.
I'm not doing that for 150. Yeah, honestly, it's like
It's $15 an hour. There you go. Hey,
to
look,
work.
$15 an hour.
Go to work.
Yeah. Minimum wage golden better.
Minimum wage bounty. 10 gem cutter incubator.
It's in the climb, not ledge. Oh yeah, he's right. It's climb.
When do we get one for Smite Gladiator players? So as far as I'm aware, people that have disposable income wants to contact Vyro, you can be like $500 for the first person to do non-quest dread. And we can make something like that happen. We can have some spicy bounties.
Yeah, Jung Ron just asked when do we get one for Smite Gladiator players. If you wanted to, you could basically donate to Jung and have the first Smite Gladiator to kill like Shaper or something.
Yep.
So you can make whatever flash bounty you want, chat. You could even say first Ben _ to rip. So hey, you know, as long as you're willing to donate to the Gauntlet, we appreciate it. You can make cool flash bounties, whichever flash bounty you want, really, as long as it's like not too insane, I suppose.
Yo, can we get Jung in for an interview, maybe?
Someone oil Ben. Yeah. First Ben to rip.
First Ben to rip. Ryan from the jungle? Jungle Ryan. Can you use leveling uniques? The only stipulation is you need to show proof of owning 10 gem cutter incubators. Use as much Twinker as you so desire. What ripping to Solaris will do to a motherfucker. Call him? You know, I literally wrote jungle instead of Jung.
I'm Jung Ron.
Hey.
Hello.
I gotta be camp. Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm on I mean, I slept halfway through Karn's first day, and I woke up, and it was still Karn's first day, and then took a little nap, and woke up from that, and it was Karn's first day. So it's been good. It's been a good first day.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
It's actually pretty crazy. No, we're doing good. It's been an interesting gauntlet so far. Probably the most impressive thing was like the Trial Master. I thought that was quite fun. Didn't know where
Yes.
Octavian was gonna put it.
Yeah. What did you think of Act 2 as well? I saw you you went and farmed a bit.
I took the coward's way out. I'm gonna be honest, man. I had a 6.5 hour campaign. I think I never went below, I think 60% on any campaign part after Act 1. I was just too scared. Because Elvis
Oh,
gets
telling
that
me.
leveling privilege, right? Sorry?
Yeah, this was telling me that you had some wise advice. If you die in the gauntlet, it's kind of like your choice because it just meant you were rushing a bit. Because you can always over level, over gear to the point where you're like basically one-shotting everything.
Yeah, I think the over gearing part is like hard for me because I'm bad at gearing. But over leveling LA hit just means that you're over gearing, right? That's kind of sick.
Yeah,
That's
you get
fine.
that flat from LA hit. Yeah.
Karn is doing
Ziz
that.
thought you were gonna like. Ziz was saying you might try to get like a level 19 LE hit to beat the Trial Master. I don't think you ended up doing that, but Ziz
It was
kind
18 when I went in, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
I ran lab. I got like a I don't know 30 mil from lab or something, and I got a 10 mil from the faceter. So it was like 17.5 when I actually got to Act 10. I was like, okay. It was cool though. I like the Trial Master fight. I hope that Ubers look like that because that thing was so cool. And it did damage too, right?
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
mean
I
it was
couldn't do
we watched. So I didn't actually know he was gonna be in Act 10. And Octavian messaged me as Ben was like running towards Venarius or whatever, and he was like, "You want to full screen this?" And it was so cool to see like Ben like instantly go to 4 stacks, and he's like, "What the fuck?" and reset the zone.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I need to like learn a lot because I was like lucky block leaving Cruel Lab, so I think I don't have a sense of what things actually do and what things actually apply Ruin. Like the only thing I know that applies Ruin right now from the second half is the waves from like the Brian King fight. But I don't know what like applied in Arakali. I don't know what skills from Shot Master do other than from the data mine and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping Gladiator can carry, but I don't know, man. I've never played God before. This is my first time, so I'm like kind of, what should I look out for?
Yeah. So I remember reading Reddit posts, and people were telling me that this is a boring gauntlet because 99% are going to be going Gladiator. And you're like one of the few main competitors we see playing Gladiator. Are you surprised not more people are playing Glad?
Not really. I mean, do you remember how on like maybe a couple years ago, the Reddit narrative would be like, oh, everyone's gonna play Explosive Arrow, and then this one was like, everyone's gonna play Connect, Fuse, Slip, Ballista this league. Well, I think, what Reddit says is a reflection, not of nothing, but maybe of like a mid-end player.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, I'm not surprised. Gladiator I have no damage on this whole Ascendancy. Right now, my entire Ascendancy gives me, I think 15% increased damage on my build, like increased.
Wow.
So
That's
it's
well
pretty
notable.
hard.
So do you get
Yeah,
to
they
take
can
the 100% more damage over time node, or do you not have room for that?
Oh, I take it later. Like I'm running. Well, you know my build right now. I'm playing Energy Blade Smite, right?
Yeah.
But I'm taking bleed for mapping because, like, what's War Patrician gonna do while I'm out?
Hmm.
But yeah, I have that. And then, have you seen the new setup yet? You guys looked at characters today?
If it's what you're wearing.
Yeah,
You
that's
mean
what
the
I'm wearing right
Entropic
now.
ring setup with the Breach Ascendancy?
Yeah, Synaptics.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah,
I
basically.
planned that
Oh, I haven't
out.
seen that.
it's- Yeah.
I was supposed to be able to get this around, I think 17 hours, but it was just a slower progression this time. I know I was like kind of complaining yesterday, but it took me. My ratio was 1 to 10 from Halcyon to Voice of the Storm, which was devastating. And then today I had 3 more Voice of the Storms the next 50k graph blood. So it's just sometimes like, there's just delays on stuff, but this is not meant to be like reflective of what a build is now. It's supposed to like be competitive with the slammers before you get 1.2k axe.
Yeah.
And then there's like 1 more gear upgrade. And then pretty much gonna go boss after, I think.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So
Are you
What else
going
do
to
you
do Are you doing the normal bosses first on the E-Blade and then swapping to the, the secret build, or?
It's not secret. I'm playing Flame Wood. I'm kind of a coward, I guess. I'll just see what Ben's fights look like on the regular ones, and the ones that look really, really easy, I'll do on E-Blade. But it's kind of the same as campaign for me. Like both Ear and Exarch, I didn't go below like 95% HP, but I'm scared to. I'm like shaking the whole time. I'm literally sweating. So if there's anything that I see that could take me below, let's say 60%, 70% on 2 hits, I'll probably switch over to Flame Wood, and then bank an extra 300 regrets, I think.
Yeah.
And just go back and forth. Yeah.
Is there
It's a little
any
bit cowardly.
Uber you're particularly worried about?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Can't block the balls. Yeah.
So,
Not even just that. The totem playstyle on that was quite difficult when I did my practice.
yeah. What
You
about
place it on
Dread?
disintegration, right?
Oh, I'm not sure what Dread does.
So
When I did Dread practice, it was like fine.
well, the bullet hell inflicts ruin.
Like the intermission ad phase where it spins around like the line. The one thing that one shot Karnlock's Gauntlet.
No, both of them
No.
do. The line and I'm pretty sure the line and the bullet hell. So the actual the thing that
small-
I died to,
Yeah.
yeah, the small ones.
Oh, like the starfish attack, like
Yeah,
like it's like
yeah.
6 beams outwards and then like.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Well, it's blockable.
It's blockable, yeah. So you actually are favored for that with the gladiator ascendancy.
It is blockable and it is soakable by minions.
And totems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm worried about like dying mentally in Dread. When I was doing, it was my safest boss during practice. Actually, weirdly enough, it was the boss that never took me below, other than Fear, like during that phase, never took me below probably like 90% health. But I think let's say Exarch takes me about 3 minutes to do, 2:30 ish. Dread would take me about 12 minutes. Just because the nature of that fight.
Oh wow.
So hopefully, like, I don't know.
It's just so slow, right?
Flame Wood, which is, if it doesn't proc
Yeah.
it doesn't proc it.
So, I believe there's some unknowns at Feared. I believe Feared has a lot of unknowns, and obviously it's all release Feared. Are you worried about that?
Sorry, I didn't even understand the idea of there's gonna be unknowns in Feared. Like, in the same way that there was unknowns in Elder.
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh god. People were asking me like, oh, what order will you fight the bosses in? And I figured on Flamewood, you kind of just let Jesus take the wheel, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go for that whole setup. I'll have like 97, 98 block. And like not Azadi, so it's like starting at 78 block. And then just gonna let my totems do their thing, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Makes sense. So one of my theories was, and I don't know if this is applicable to you or not, but one of my theories was that like Ben was gonna do a full 100% full respec into like literal DD build for Feared because like the corpse is so big.
Oh.
Do you have anything like
I mean,
that that you're
you can still scavenge
considering?
them, right? Nah, I think there were I made a lot of different variations of builds, and like I think before that Poop Butts video came out, I had made this whole setup that was like Inextricable Fate, 11 Specters, Poison Body Swap, and I was like really excited about that. But the more I got deeper into the event, the closer we got to the event. Sorry, I'm super out of sleep right now.
You're good.
The more I wanted to play a normal build that I thought could like do bosses semi-fairly, that could experience the mechanics, but then also have like the space to breathe and learn them. Because it's not that I expected anything that we've seen mechanically. Everything has been like crazy and unexpected, but I expected that degree of uncertainty and unexpectedness. So I think I just want to play a normal build, not use any sort of weird cheesy tech, and now that I have like pretty much all the gear ready, like the hard pieces to get, or the pieces that I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get, everything else is fairly deterministic, or it's like a 5% drop rate on something I can farm a bajillion times. So I think
Journey well.
let's take it as is, right? Like you guys you've seen like, do you remember doing the Garth Olympics thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Flamewood's got really, really nice numbers against good content. In the same way that like it scales up, it punches up, right? Like no one else could clear Flawless Chayula. but like that was the build I could do that because it just does well against stuff that's really difficult. So the mix of Gladiator, having high proc rate for block and that, I'm hoping it does well. You know.
That's cool. So how are you liking this gauntlet so far?
I like it. It's been fun. I think the ultimatum mods must be really frustrating for certain builds. It was really hard to deal with an elemental hit,
Yeah.
for sure. Like even in maps, especially maps, it's quite frustrating. But I think in general, it's one of those events where it's really fun to play because our primary farm strategy is breach. So you get to like constantly gamble. You're constantly running and killing a lot of monsters. I'm running my maps white right now because I don't have the mental capacity to check for like the right mod list and stuff. But that's not unviable. It doesn't actually slow down my progression that much. So I think like the farming has made it really fun. I'm kind of anti-Oasis, but in this setting it's been pretty sweet, and I'm really excited now because yesterday we saw like the big unique get drop for both Soul and Sarge, and I don't know, I'm really excited to see what they cook up. Like their builds are crazy, actually, both of them.
So, what would you rather have? Did you prefer when maps were super fucked then?
Yeah, I think my most fun Gauntlet was Arch Nemesis
Wow.
for myself.
That's the one where it was 4 projectiles in maps?
Yeah, I think it was 4 proj, 100% damage, 100% AQ. I did do a golem, like a white golem. Is that one?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
did Exile. That's why we stopped doing it.
Yeah. But we both well, I mean, I don't remember how Exile finished that event. Event was like crazy though, and I remember at some point Ben was saying, in retrospect, soon after, he said like, "Oh yeah, you basically have to map with your eyes open the whole time," and that changed my perspective on how to enjoy mapping, right? Where like a lot of times, like I'm not really looking at my map right now. I'm sure there's things going on that probably can't kill me because I'm a gladiator. I kind of missed that, and it meant that also it was more variable in a sense. I think build making wise and objective wise. I ended up playing like a Pathfinder that time, and the gear requirement was lower because the content that we could face was so hard relative to what we were. Whereas now it's like our expectations that everyone's kind of walking in with some sort of degree of mega juice character, but then what you end up with, I think, is a floor that's really high, and then a variance of a ceiling that is absurdly high. Like your range isn't like did you get a T1 unique. Your range is did you get Mage Blood, and does that change your entire build? And so that's what I'm kind of less a fan of in terms of like this longer mapping Oasis. You can juice a lot, MF for quite a while format.
I see
But it's
that.
fun. It's
I
definitely
see
really
that.
fun.
I just like from a casting point of view, we were like, it was kind of heartbreaking to see the top competitors that are uber ready die to a fucking stone golem, instead of like getting boss rips.
Yeah, that's fair, but Alec didn't die, you know. And I
No.
thought something to that.
I
the end.
do see that. I do see that. I am a huge fan of the Oasis idea myself, though.
Have there been any things that you guys have seen, like, because you guys are like kind of going around probably seeing everything, right? What are the cool things that have been really unexpected build-wise?
Yeah. So obviously, for some reason, this is the most diversity we've ever seen in a gauntlet, and like all the different brackets, it's like 15% of one ascendancy, right? We're not seeing, I believe, in the craziest was the Frisia Gauntlet, where I believe it was something like 70% playing Ancestral Commander. It was like crazy, right? Whereas now it's like 15% is the highest, and there's a lot on 5%. So that's really cool. And even within Ascendancies, we're seeing a lot of different builds, right? We're seeing 3 different types of totems. Business is going for his very cool, unique idea, which I'm surprised not more people are going for. Are you aware of what Business is trying to do?
I think the execution on it's really precise.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
So just
So I
for-
think it's hard for other people to make a build like that. Like I think it's a great idea, but it's so hard to execute.
Yeah, I agree. For people that don't know what Business is doing, the Guardian Ascendancy gets Divine Shrine on rotation. He is literally making like a 50 to 100 million plus, however much damage he can get, glass cannon build, waiting for Divine Shrine and hoping to nuke the Ubers down while he still has Divine Shrine. That is literally his tactic. So it's very interesting. It's a very unique approach considering last Gauntlet he survived Uber Brelder for like an hour and 20 minutes.
And he learned his lesson. He only survived for that time. He didn't kill the boss, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like this time when we announced Ruin, he was like, "Is this targeted at me?" So, yeah, it's fun. And like a lot of spectators have been complaining about slams. They're like, "Oh, everyone is playing slams, and every boss rush is gonna be slams." Obviously, there's like not everybody understands that is like an early thing that people are pivoting off.
I don't even know if that was right. I think a lot of it, I can't tell when Ben's gaslighting or trying to help people. Because I think about, like, for instance, Sarge right now. He's setting up to play a Shadow. And he's like a level 95 Zerker, and he spent the early part of this progression getting... I think he just finished crafting his axe. Right, and it's now Friday. I just think that there was... As long as you make it through campaign, and campaign is not any easier or harder on Slammer versus a caster, right? Then when we get into this Oasis mapping, I don't think it's like that hard to not be a Berserker. I just feel like maybe a lot of the Slammer presence is just a derivative or consequence of the narrative that one or two players might be saying a little too much. And like, in jest, and just for fun, but I think it actually has pretty... Like, it has cascading effects. I don't think it's like negative or like a bad thing to do. It just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like if Ben does something or says something, it's gonna overstate like the value of it.
Yeah, well, on that note, right, we actually see the most popular Gauntlet campaign build is Absolution on a Guardian, which is basically because Lance made a YouTube video. So that goes to show you the influence of influencers, right? Yeah, he made a YouTube video. Everyone's playing Absolution now, which is hilarious.
It's kind
It
of
looks
cool.
OP.
Yeah.
It looks good. He
It-
got the Ruin bounty, right?
Yeah, he got the
did,
Rune
yeah, he
bounty, and like it's been really fun to track Lance's progress because obviously like a few gauntlets ago his main goal was just getting the campaign done. Now he was in tier 16 maps at 13 hours played, which that's like insane.
Oh yeah, that's fast.
Yeah,
I don't not do that safely. I was
Yeah.
very scared.
yeah, I go way slower than that, so very impressive. I do like your approach though. I do think it's in a lot of ways correct. Like I do think we have seen a lot of top competitors be kind of like rushing for very often no reason. So I like your preparation approach.
I think if I had, like, let's put it this way, if before the Gauntlet I had prepared better and like knew what I was playing and understood progression about bottom side builds, then I would probably have been about 2 hours faster all the way through. And like at this point in the game, I'd probably look to be about like 9.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I think that there were a lot of inefficiencies that just came down to like lack of game knowledge, lack of planning, and yeah, just trying to like figure out how to like set up my farm. Because obviously in this like league start, I played softcore trade in the most softcore trade way possible. I didn't even map. I played Baldos for 7 days, and then yeah, it was really degenerate. So I think I like had a lot of trouble learning the game. So in some sense, I don't think. How to put this? In my perspective, the only person I saw rush was I'm Exile. His first rip to me was like a really clear example of someone rushing. But everyone else's rips that I saw so far were like, oh, that's just a mistake. Like, I've seen that he made a massive mistake in your gameplay. But it doesn't feel like people are rushing too much. I think the general pace could actually be a lot faster. But we're all a little bit scared, and I think we're all really used to, at this point, Ben pace setting. So like, if he's not gonna walk into an encounter, I'm probably not gonna like walk into that unless I'm super ready on play mode. It's to that point now. It's like, what's the point? Like, I'm scared. I'm a legit full coward. I don't even know what else to say.
I think that's pretty smart. I think most people would be in the gauntlet. Like, it is very dangerous. What do you think are the odds that you're gonna full clear?
If I was gonna set Vegas odds, I would put it like, I don't know, 5-10%. I just, because I don't know the content that we're up against, I have no idea. But what I will say is, when I was doing my boss practice, I did all my bosses with about 30 res and half the HP, and then 1/3 of the damage. Just in case there was like extra pen or something that you guys would add on. And it was like pretty easy to 7 out of 7. But base bosses are just so different.
Yeah.
And the pacing is so different for a build like Flamewood, where if I can't manage to learn and adapt within the first 5-10 seconds of the fight, I'll probably die. But if I can and figure out the pacing, then it might be really good. And so it's just I think it depends on like my ability to acquire enough familiarity and knowledge right away. So it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah. Well, I do really love like spectating you every gauntlet because you're always doing something really different. Like that is always super cool from a caster point of view.
Do you think that Flamewood, just on the topic of Flamewood, and on top of that, do you think that that is off meta, or do you think that's something that people are just underrating?
I think it's super off meta, yeah. Like it's very clunky as well. I would say it's super off meta, not just underrated.
Same, because the thing is, it's good for some bosses, and it's really kind of shit for others. So, you know, because like, what's the easiest boss? What, like a boss that has like a puddle or something you can put it on?
Awakener, Maven, Exarch, Eater.
Yeah. So it handles those
Shaper,
bosses really well. And then something
Here,
you mentioned
actually.
Dread, right? You mentioned Dread
Yeah.
might be like a fucking 12-minute fight. So I think that does kind of turn people off it a bit, just the fact that it doesn't work equally well against all content. It's an inconsistent build. So even though it's really good against some builds, this is a bit whack against others. How is it for mapping too, right? I mean, that's also going to be... because it's hella delayed mapping, right?
I won't even know what it's like for mapping. I might.
Yeah, because we're going to go into bosses, right? You're not even going to map on it.
Yeah, it's like not great. You can switch out. Well, I'm going. How to put this? You can get like crit chance, or sorry, night chance. You can run a global ignite for loot cluster, I guess, to like help your mapping up. But I don't think it's really important. Like, I should be level 100. I shouldn't need any loot, and whether or not I kill the monsters should have no bearing on my survivability. Because gladiator, lucky block, and then life on block. So it should be just like walking through. Maps.
What day are you planning to boss, did you say?
I don't know. I mean, I can look at my gear set right now. I'm missing. Like, I'm trying to think time-wise. It'll be about. After I get to 100, about 300 maps that would take about a minute each. I'll probably finish the game by the time I'm at 100. So, probably like 4 or 5. But the thing is, like, there are like things to fish for, right? Like, I don't need to go in right away. I could go for like double corrupts that are reasonable. There are a couple of double Foulborns that I kind of want to fish for. So I think it's gonna depend on the pace, but I'll probably be ready to go. I'm gonna like see who's like pushing ladder at the time, and see who's like ready to go right away, and then I should be able to go earlier though, I will say, because I don't need to do certain things like farm 11 meat sacks, let's say, right?
Yeah. Makes
But
sense.
the earliest I would consider going is, I guess, right now for me it's Friday morning, so Monday night would be the earliest I'd go. So day
Oh.
5, I guess.
Is there anything you're thinking about
Okay.
volatile Valorbing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Many things.
Okay.
That's
Well,
I'm
like
excited.
Cams and Raptors, mostly.
Yeah.
Those two are.
Yeah,
huge.
it's really cool. I've seen people doing not tempering orb, tailoring orb, combs hearts, and then volatile Valorbing it. I don't know. Can you get like 1400?
It's so hard. I mean, you have to chance the.
Yeah.
You have to chance the base, right?
Yeah.
I can't do that. Isn't Perfidy global job now as well, or is that not true?
Yes, it is. So Sai was doing this. He was like chancing. Oh, 1480 is the max.
That's crazy.
This is actually nuts.
Oh, do you know the best way to farm? Like, are people getting cams off tree right now? Because I was gonna do. Okay, I have 2 questions. 1, can I get cams off tree reasonably? And then 2, if you're in hardcore and you don't play life on block, let's say hypothetically, is it safe to run the Divination Scarabs of Plenty?
Enter.
No.
No. Just no?
I was running those on my like Ellie hit massive block build. I didn't have 75 spell block,
She is
but
pleased.
they were scary, dude. And I was very tanky. I had 40k chaos max hit, 110 LEK max hit, and 70k fist max hit, or 65k fist max hit. And I was not
It'll be fun on
enjoying
Glad,
myself.
though.
Huh?
It'd be fun. I'm glad. He's right.
Them back.
It's super fun with block.
Is it like just a bajillion little hits? Like if you're Defiance of Destiny, you take no damage, or is it like sizable hits, but there's quite a few of them as well?
I'm pretty sure it's a bajillion little hits, yeah.
If I die, I steal. It's not you, man.
I was blocked and I didn't
No,
like it.
Yeah, but he's fucking like 95
Yeah.
boxes.
I know. On my spell
He's
block
not,
was only
he's not a
35.
baby amount.
Yeah, it was 35.
Yeah,
spell
but
block,
dude,
so
there's
it's
a
baby
literal
amount.
universe of difference
There
between the two.
there is, but I'm not taking any responsibility for your
I died
death.
with 35 res. It's like saying that.
Curse of Steel Mage if you die.
No, you're fine.
I heard he
You're
put a
fine.
curse on me before you guys ended stream on day 1.
Possible.
Some caster curse nonsense. Like, oh yeah, like, well, my guess would be like, oh, you know, he's like probably fine now, you know, now that he's farmed to this one, and then you guys like dipped out kind of thing. It's like caster curse stuff, man. You can't say that. You can't be saying things like that.
Steel does that a lot, actually. It's crazy.
It's the curse of ZZ Rad, not the curse of Steel. All right, let's not get it twisted.
Okay.
I
Oh, by the way,
have-
congratulations, Steel. That's like amazing. You know, with baby Steel.
Oh.
It's very cool.
Yeah, I had 6. Yay!
Oh my god, okay. I was like, what did you just say? Okay.
Yeah, we have a Steel Dad emote. It's very good.
Let's see, based.
I had one question before we let you go. We've had some competitors say they're really happy about the 7-day frame. And I was curious on your take on it.
Oh, I don't think it affects me. I've been getting asked this a good amount, so I had some time to reflect on it before like giving a really final answer or a finite answer. And I think I realized that it doesn't affect me because my timeline on the slower events is usually back like the far end for a second character would have been usually around day 7. So then I think that it's entirely about like what kind of event do you guys want to have in terms of like spectator, in terms of how it fits for like the people that you want participating, and I'm entirely sympathetic, I guess, to just whatever people want the most, and I kind of would just be on board with that as well in a sense.
Oh.
I think if it pushed towards like 4 or 5 days, then I start thinking about the event differently. I'm like, oh, maybe that does change how I approach it and how I feel personally. But I can see what everyone's complaint is. I mean, I think it's really
agree.
hard. It's very obvious, this behavior.
Yeah, well, we'll take a lot of feedback after this one, and we'll figure out what people like.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate what you guys are doing. 'Cause I was really surprised this one even happened, you know, with the ridiculous PoE schedule with like TLI coming out the day after, and like WoW like a week before. It's just an insane gaming schedule. So for you guys to be able to like fit this in with all that pre-planning, with the amount of content that's going on, it's been amazing. I
It
really
was
appreciate
very
it.
close that we weren't able to do one because the schedules are so tight with so many things happening. So we were like, this is the only time we can do one where also GDD will let us do one because obviously it has to fit into their schedule. So,
Right. Yeah. Also, the races are like on the campaign races for PoE2 are actively going on, or last weekend or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
So huge, like I would really commend you guys, and like really, I think it's just like it's absolutely amazing you guys were able to make this happen, and I really appreciate this.
Dude, thank you. But yeah.
Okay,
awesome.
I'm gonna go map.
Yeah, enjoy. We'll distract you no longer. Thank you so much for taking time out of your to do an interview like this early. We really appreciate it. So enjoy, dude.
Yeah,
and
cheers,
good luck.
man. Love you guys.
Please beat Ben.
Bye.
Yeah,
I believe in
okay,
you.
sure.
All right. So that was Jung Rowan. Make sure you give him some love. That was very cool. I love how many cool different builds he does, dude. Yeah. So Karn died. No, we're just kidding. Karn is alive. He is just. I didn't think he was gonna go for this. We did not, but there is a bounty. I'll read it out again. First player to provide proof of owning 10 gem cutter incubators will win $150. A lot of people are thinking, surely Legion farmers have this already. I didn't know this either. Gem incubators only drop in Ledge. And you can only get this Legion by making a new character. He already has one apparently. So this might take something like 10 hours. I'm surprised that he's doing this instead of farming more Mage Blood cards. I got one in Dry Lake too. Yeah, I mean, making multiple Dry Lake characters is probably not the best. Climb, sorry. Climb. So yeah, he's making new characters just to farm this. Mythic was making a new character to do this too. He did one run, killed the Legion, didn't get one, and he was like, nah, fuck this. Fuck this. So this might take like 10 hours.
So you have to make a new character every single attempt, hey?
Yes. So
Oh,
this Legion specifically is actually what spawned my idea for a harder Gauntlet, right? Because you only get to do this once, and that's, for those that haven't heard, this is what I really want the Gauntlet to go next. If GDD can ever develop it, I want that once you kill each act boss, you cleanse the act and you make it easier. So that it would be a very, very difficult Gauntlet, but you only have that difficulty once per act. So if you get to Act 4 and you die in Act 5, Act 1, 2, 3, 4 is completely normal. Is what I would want the most.
bro, this bounty, dude,
Yeah, so he can actually go
surprised
into
not.
the Mirage here and get a second, but I don't know if he knows about that. But he could actually had a second Legion there.
So he's remaking now, though.
Yeah, but now it's not there anymore. But he could go back and go up in the Mirage. If he
Oh my
goes back
God.
to the other instance, he can actually get a second Mirage.
This bounty's toxic.
But he doesn't know. So, -1 Legion.
I actually cannot believe he's going for this.
I'm surprised.
Alright, well, chat, what would you rather have in the Gauntlet? A $150 bounty where you have to farm Act 1 for 10 hours, or a fucking Rage Blood? Apparently, Pecan, that $150 is more valuable. I mean, he is going for bounties, so, you know, but he could also be going for a goddamn Rage Blood and going for a win.
But if you only
Shit.
open the Mirage Legion, you still need a new character. Unaware. Don't know. Arn is not dead.
Hello.
Just taking a break. This job bounty is worth $1 per hour than getting a minimum wage job.
Farewell.
How long it takes?
Yes, you need 10. You do need 10. By the way, this is not by me. This is by Wimpy. This is by Wimpy.
Do you think Sunk Gust is coming into the play here? Because Khan did get one really early. Now I think he's committed, but he's also going to end up spending potentially hours of his time to get the second incubator.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be a
potentially.
massive fucking bait.
Can we create a flash bounty? Be Karn, don't do the toxic bounty. Do you know, I unironically thought of making a bounty like be Karn and go to sleep for $100.
I think he would go to bed instantly if you did that. So how many does he need? It's 10, right? So he needs 9 more.
You know, unironically though, like some chatter could probably say like, I'll give you 20 gifted if you go to sleep, and maybe he'd take you up on it. And pay him to go to sleep.
Yeah. Probably a good idea, to be honest with you. I think if I had to choose between Khan... Oh, dude, actually, I just realized something insane. If this bounty takes 10 hours and Khan's been up for 3 hours, does that mean he's planning on staying awake for 53 hours farming goddamn Act 1? Okay, guys. This is very questionable. This is very questionable bounty.
You know, the
Oh
thing
my
about this is
God.
like, this is just such an insane grind. And you know what else could be an insane grind? Can be RuneScape. And RuneScape is one of our sponsors. So if you check out League 6 OSRS League, Demonic Pact, you will have skill trees in RuneScape. So if you're a Path of Exile player, you're already super familiar with how skill trees works. Customize your character, and Hans being a mage, a ranged character, or melee. Or do a combination of everything. The world is your oyster. Sign up. This innocent pact with Yama. Don't worry about it. Try out leagues. April 15th, right after the Gauntlet. There you have it, chat. Jagex is one of the Gauntlet sponsors. The League 6 starts right after the Gauntlet. I believe it's the day after the Gauntlet, which is, believe it or not, a coincidence. But I asked him like 2 days before the announcement. I was like, this is kind of good timing for you guys. And he was like, fuck it, we ball. We're in. As long as GDD are okay with it. So they chucked GDD a message and GDD were like, yeah, we don't fucking care. And here we are. So they are a Gauntlet sponsor. You might lose your hair. We've seen that a lot of RuneScape streamers are bald. But you will have a lot of fun. You will have a lot of fun. Either you play leagues or normal old school RuneScape, they are incredibly entertaining. I'm actually not playing RuneScape right now, but I did unlock Amethyst yesterday. So when I was going to day 3 onwards play RuneScape, but I'll show you what my setup looks like right now. I will show you. It's a little hectic.
Are you showing them the space station?
I'm gonna show them my exact point of view.
Yeah, lots of tools for the casting, so.
Yeah, and this time, like, usually we're on like a joint setup, and we're, you know, Steel has in the past done a lot of like the scene control and stuff, but now I'm doing most of it. So.
Yeah, it's so much more chill for me, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I actually kind of prefer this way anyway. This is what my setup looks like right now. So as you can see, as you can see, I can't even see Steel Mage. I have screens on top of Steel Mage. I just have to have it this way so that it still gets pulled into the feed. So ideally I want one more screen. But I certainly don't have anywhere where I can play RuneScape right now. So, it is fully set up.
Yep, the space station.
I have thought about playing on my phone. It's a little annoying though. It is distracting because the thing I want to do right now isn't that AFK.
It looks like a World of Warcraft add-on setup. True.
Yeah, true. What are the monitor arms you're using? I don't know. I have 2. I initially wanted to get one monitor stand with 4 branches, and I was having a really time finding a good one. And my wife was like, "Are you dumb?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She was like, "Why don't you just get 2 2x2s?" And I was like, "Why don't I?" So now I just have 2 2x2s. So like 2 monitors on each arm. Yeah. Did Karn die? No. Still alive. Still has lots of Mage Blood cards.
Isn't Ben gonna hit 100 real soon? Yeah, he's, I can take a look at the XP ladder real quick, but he is...
Oh, wow. Yazilic has gifted 25 subs. Is that to go to sleep? Oh, I think he's ending. Oh, no. Maybe?
Oh. He's
Alright,
about
I'm
to hit it.
gonna
Oh,
listen
shit.
in. Alright, Ben is about to hit level 100. He's not
Wow.
that close.
Wait, what do you mean he's not that close? He's like 1% away.
3%.
He probably gets what? Am I dumb?
Is Tuna doing the gauntlet?
Are you looking at PoE Ninja or in-game? Because it's like, it is 1%.
In game? Is that like 3%?
Bro, it's 5% per bar, and it's like a tiny fraction of that bar remaining.
You are right.
It's probably this map.
You are right.
I can't believe how quick that is. I last I looked, he's got like, what, 1 day and maybe... It's like 1.5 days played? That's insane. Jesus.
Yeah. That'll be next map. Breaking Ben.
Is this a Breach thing? I guess Breach plus Mirage is insane for XP then.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, they're probably gonna nerf Breach, guys. It's the best way to level. It's the best way to get gear. It's the best way to farm uniques and currency. Like, brother.
Oh, Sarkaban is going up against Act 2 boss. So she's actually playing with one hand. She has like nerve damage on her left hand. So she has like 11 button mice. Because before she was just playing with a 5-button mouse, so she's upgraded. So she has like one of those like MMO mice.
I think this Mirage is gonna ding him. This could be it.
I think you're right. First to
Remember
reach
the
level 100.
Hey Sis. You know the that video, the milk animation, the milk?
Yeah.
They beat like Act 1, like, oh, and then it's like Ben has reached level 100.
That's very true. Right now we have somebody doing the Act 2 boss as Ben is killing.
Motherfucking
100.
Herbert. Motherfucking Herbert. That's insane. That's
No,
actually so
Remember,
insane.
there's no prize or achievement for hitting level 100 monetarily. Like, there's no like, it's not a goal in the.
There is
content.
actually, there is. For unascended, by the way.
That's
There's a
true.
bounty for that.
There is a race for first unascended level 100, and you can't unascend once you're ascended. Let's full screen the
Okay.
This is like might be a death here. She's got really good damage for rolling. She must have
Get it
overleveled a
done.
bunch.
Cover me.
Yeah, really good.
Oh, Magma doesn't multi-hit, right, with multi-approach? On the
No.
same cast?
I don't think so.
So that's just to make aiming easier, I think.
Yeah,
I guess you
believe-
could look at it as more AoE. So.
Yeah, I believe so. To be fair though, she has 885 life. I don't think she will die. I think she will be completely fine.
Actually, you probably even tank a Weaver multi-approach hit there, to be honest with you, with 885 life.
Here comes Val. Wow, actually crazy damage. Actually crazy damage. And she can stay so far away. Oh, but she does want to do more damage to them. Oh no. Oh no, there goes the ruin. There's the second ruin. Fourth ruin. 5 ruin. Oh no.
Curse of Zizzy Red. Curse of Zizzy Red. Curse of Zizzy Red. Curse of Zizzy Red. Curse of Zizzy Red.
It is what it is, chat. I think she's gonna reset or go again with 5 ruin.
It's gotta be a reset angle. You die in like 2 seconds with that much ruin. We'll find out in 5 seconds.
Oh. Oh no, she's going again. That's
Oh,
not the
wow.
play. Oh, never mind. She's resetting. She's resetting. Alright. We'll tune back in a bit. Wait. Was Card paid to stop going for the bounty? Or was Card paid to go to sleep? What's happening?
Oh, Ben got a rat's nest.
That's
That's
funny.
actually relevant to like the first time ever in a gauntlet.
There is a
There's
bounty, so he did keep it.
Yeah. There's 25 gifted subs to stop the bounty. Whoever gifted 25 subs to Khan, you quite literally stopped him from inting. I actually genuinely appreciate that. I don't know why he decided to int for like an hour there, but
Fun story. The guy who gifted the subs to Karn is the reason we have events in PoE right now. So we didn't really have any player organized events in Path of Exile. And Yazili Click on Reddit made a post. I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it was maybe like somewhere between $100 and $500 to the first person to kill Shaper in Essence League because there was no official race for it. And he thought that was a shame. And I was like, that is so fucking cool. I want that money. So that was part of the reason for why I pushed so hard for Shaper in Essence League, because I was like, that's like a month's rent for me. So I was paying like $350 a month rent. Yeah, I split the money with Blue after we won, and it's why I got into making races myself later on.
I did not know this law. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, Yazili Click. $350 a month, was this 1992? No, this was 2019.
much clutter.
2019. First apartment I rented was more like a room. It was a house, but I shared it with 2 other people. Was 200 a month. In 2008. Yeah, 2008. I paid 200 a month. Our toilet had a 30-second cooldown, 30-minute cooldown. I'm playing 335 right now. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Medici. I can't tell if your toilet has a 30-minute cooldown because it takes that long to flush, or if because you use it for 30 minutes.
No, it was just like the flush was really bad on it. It really sucked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then yeah, 2019 it was 350. It was nice.
£2,250. Welcome to London.
Fuck
Do you
that.
live in a mansion?
Only has a house, like a room. I wonder if anyone is going for the incubator bounty now.
I mean, I think someone should go for that bounty, just maybe not somebody who could actually clear the gauntlet, who's got 5/8 of a mage blood in their stash.
Yeah. Harden does get a lot of stake, but he has been ranked 2 very many gauntlets and was the first to ever clear the fear. And especially if he was a little bit less stubborn, I think he would genuinely have such a good chance to be the winner. Check out Pee Wee guy, he's doing a boss. Oh, I thank you, Tava. Rips 0. Hell yeah.
Is he playing EA?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
My guy! Hell yeah! Look at his fingers!
That's cool. I think this is the first time I've seen EA in the gauntlet in a long time.
My boy! Can't see, yeah, I'm in the way. He believes! I think there are reasons people are not playing Explosive Arrow.
Yeah, probably.
You know, I'm a big... Is he have Pierce? Do you know, I'm a huge Explosive Arrow fan, and I would not play Explosive Arrow in the Gauntlet.
It does look like he's... That's probably just the multi-proj.
Hello.
He just wants to make a tanky guy to clear the campaign. I mean, the things we go for a free mystery box chat. I've had people saying the mystery box isn't free because you pay for it with blood, sweat, and tears. It's kind of true.
Yeah, that's true. After today's cast, I will be doing a Gauntlet run.
Oh, shit. Wait, isn't like immediately after? Like, you're just gonna keep going?
Yes, sir.
So if I just walk away right now...
You don't get to walk away after 3 hours. We own you.
She is pleased.
That she was so good. Oh.
On that note, though, I actually might take a break, though.
Yeah,
I'll
go
be right
for
back,
it.
okay?
Go for it. Enjoy. I will watch
Soon bear fruit.
jumping. Happening. First time playing hardcore in the Gauntlet, made it I think it of and still ripped. Oh wow. Awesome. He won't be back. Had to fake the baby crying. Water your baby. Here we go. Katava time. The insatiable. Their rips pretty impressive in the Gauntlet. His 4K life? Yeah, he does not have a lot of life.
I'll see you again.
I haven't fully decided what I'm playing later. It makes a lot of funny noises.
Yeah. Jetzt geht's mit Klampen. Yeah. Oh, me just wait it out 1 second. Again, we need to do the portal trick. Yeah, I know I'm cheesing, but I cannot do it without the portal.
My guy, my boy.
We wait for the degen ground to disappear, yeah?
I'm either going absolution or totems.
Let me curse with flammability. Gauntlet is very stressed.
My boy.
What is your
Here, again,
desire?
we're gonna cheese. Okay, we cheese it a little, wait.
Neum.
Me alone.
I'm restoring the absolution. I don't know. I'm trying to decide on that myself.
Ah, boy, I read the chat after. I cannot read the chat. So I cannot read the chat. Really.
He sounds stressed.
I read the chat after. Let me play here. It's very stressful.
Oh, yes, ruin.
After I read the chat, yeah?
Come on. Do it. Do it.
He's very good at spamming portals.
Don't start. It's a very important moment here. I did it. I think I did. My boy, I almost did it. I almost
My boy!
No, I actually finished the campaign. My boy.
My boy!
Click all the buttons. So I'm clicking all the buttons, all the flask, everything. Come on, please dive. Put everything. Put flammability. Put the totem.
My boy!
Finish the campaign, my boys. I did the
High
most
five.
stressful Gauntlet ever. Daytime Cracker, boss, thank you for the sub. Boss, thank you. I hope you have a good Gauntlet too. Thank you.
Beautiful, dude. What a gamer. Capital G. What a gamer. That was very cool. Very cool. Oh wait, Sarkabun is back at let me put that back up.
That would be real goofy.
She has the damage. She definitely has it this time. Weaver's down. That is a place that can one shot.
Here we go. Equal token down. Flame. Go. Ah, they spawned up there.
She just needs to shoot them more.
Than I was expecting. Okay, that is the deadly kind of death. If I stand down here, I think I'm out of the radius. Also, I just
One run.
them onto my head, which is go, dodge, go. I didn't have dodge up, dodge.
Laser going on the totem is huge.
Conk him.
Re-ruin. Oh, going on the thing again.
Ooh,
Oh,
this is gonna be
so
an
close.
interesting-
Oh no, the totem spawning in, and that does inflict
I can
ruin.
hear my-
Or-
I can hear myself
oh no.
talking, right? And it's just
Oh no.
I
Oh
don't
no,
know
one more
what
hit.
is coming
One more
through
hit.
this
5!
right
She did it! 5 ruin!
now.
My girl! I'll start calling everyone my boy or my girl. This is great.
I am like so
My boy!
shaky right now.
Ah,
Oh god.
that was really good.
So my heart is pounding. It's like it is. It's like 100 right now.
That's awesome. Ah. See. Miss Mac going again as well. Aflox doing silo maps. You know, I'm surprised Aflox is not going for the cycle bounty. Easy Run 2 did it. I really like the Tantiel's camera quality. What camera he uses, it's very clean. Very good. Also like a very nicely set up green screen. I don't know about you guys, but I hate it when people have a badly set up green screen. Karn's still going? Yeah. So Karn is the type of gamer who just like forgets to sleep. So like, you know, sometimes when like off stream playing games, he'll just send like a 70-hour Expedition 33 session. Karn just hates sleep.
To match, I got.
Did he rip? Karn? No. Yeah, Lily is on a vacation. It's nice doing easy content rather than Act 1. True. How to get the gauntlets. The cosmetic, you get it by, you get the cosmetic by doing Act 2. Sorry, Hillock. Getting level 2, not Act 2. All you have to do is kill Hillock. If you mean the IRL gauntlet, this one, you can buy this on U2s. This is another way. Buying these that gives us money to support the gauntlet. This is a first time we're ever doing this. Gauntlet at home. Yeah, these cannot be used as oven mitts, but maybe that's something we should do in the future.
I'm not gonna misclick this time. I got it for sure this time, guys. I definitely can do that. And I'm less efficient. I'm
Pretty
playing
cool.
Battlefield.
It's soft. It can't. No, I think it would melt. It is very soft. I think it would just melt.
Yeah.
Is the MTX called Mirage Gauntlet? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A Gauntlet oven mitt would be cool.
Power with him. All the time.
Just some love for you creating such a great event for the community. Thank you so much, dude. Thank
So
you. Appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Scissoring punching bag? That would be so funny. Like a punching bag with my face on it. But if you die in the gauntlet. Could it be used at work? I work in welding. No,
But
it
there's
has
plenty
no
of space
safety
for other players.
features
What do you
and will
mean?
probably melt off your hand.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry.
I don't see a problem at all.
I'll pre-order 10. You guys having fun? You guys enjoying the gauntlet? Everybody write what level you are in the gauntlet. This is 0. I'm sorry, Mythic. You're doing so well, though. Wow, there's a lot of high levels. This event sucks. It killed me.
Dude, a Zizran stress ball. And you squeeze it whenever you're mad. Like, oh, fucking Ziz. What about that?
And like every time you squeeze it, it goes Curse of ZZ Ren.
Oh, it's got like a little thing in it, like sand thing.
Curse of ZZ Ren. Curse of ZZ Ren.
I like it.
Sent in a Brutus clip. Oh, well, we'll get it in the tool. Do we have any more? No, we don't have any. I'm gonna play Twitch ads real quick, chat. So I tried to time it so that it's not during anyone doing bosses. And we actually asked the contestants, whenever I'm playing ads, I ask them not to die, so we don't miss content.
You could farm Axe till level 90. I think someone's even hit level 100 farming X before, so it would just take a very more than 7 days. It would take more than 7 days to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Man. So cool. I wonder what is Benjamin up to? Oh, how's Karatha doing? Karatha is back in maps, dude.
Excellent. Is he playing the same build? No, is that Impending Doom? Oh shit. That's a good pivot. I love that build.
Farewell.
Very cool. Wasn't there something on Elementalist or Witch that like Impending Doom is worse?
No, it's fine on Elementalist. It's fine. It's like a it's Ranger that it's worse on.
Ah.
So it's something to do with
Attack
the way
animation.
the animation is played. It's harder to detonate the curses on Ranger.
Weird.
Very weird.
Does it work with the new
But,
spell
yeah.
cascade?
Not sure. Really? What the fuck? Yeah, it's true. So when they originally changed the curse AoE radius on the curses from Pinning Doom, they initially kind of killed it, but then people basically made it work on different classes, which made no sense. But it turns out it's a real thing. It's to do with animation speed or something.
That is some D2 shit, dude.
It really is, yeah. The thing is, Impending Doom is not really supposed to work. Like, it's not supposed to... That's not how Impending Doom is intended to be played. It's Park who invented this tech, and because it's a bit janky, it also has unintended consequences as a result.
Yeah, this is definitely emergent gameplay, which I think is very cool. Fun fact, Righteous Fire was never intended to be, like, a build. Righteous Fire was supposed to be a support ability with literally the intention of buffing, you know, like spark and abilities like that. That is, like, the main purpose of why they made Righteous Fire. So if you go back and look at the Build of the Week series, Chris is, like, so surprised and thinks it's so cool that they're using Righteous Fire as the main ability.
Yeah, Herald of Agony as well was never really intended to be a solo build that you can actually, like, kill bosses with. It was supposed to just be a buff with the minion as a, like...
Flavor.
Afterthought. Yeah, flavor.
Then they nerf it pretty much everything. But they should always nerf it. I just want to say I love these events. I never beat Act 1 hardcore before, but was in last Gauntlet and got to level 89 as a Trapper, and I'd never played Trapper before. Keep the events going. It's amazing. Dude, that's awesome. That is very cool.
Do ultimate mobs get more quan? Normally ultimate mobs don't drop as much loot, apparently. So, I assume they're just normal loot for the purposes of the Gauntlet, but I'm actually not sure. Hey.
Yeah, we haven't actually done our runs yet. I'm gonna be doing one later today. I like doing the campaign every time. It would be cool to do. I would like to do normal Maven. Be nice.
Just for the cinema at the
Yeah,
at the
I
last
just think
phase.
it's so cool. I love the double beams. But on the build I'm gonna play it on, I don't think it'll be very hard because I'm gonna do totems. Totems.
Yeah. So what build would you guys use?
So I'm trying. I really want to go Templar. I'm struggling to decide whether I want to go Absolution or if I want to go. What do you call it?
Fusillade?
Yeah.
Just go EA. True, you can play EA Hierophant. I've done that before.
Definitely not. To be fair, I also like really think Absolution is underrated in a Hungry loop, and then you could do SRS and Absolution. I've never seen anyone do that. Yeah, like I did that with Spectres. Spectre, like Hungry loop is so good. Did you know you can get it 6 link this week?
Yeah, with the Volatile Valorb. I didn't know that until someone pointed it out, though. Very cool.
Volatile Valorb is like my favorite addition to the game, dude. It's actually so sick.
Could you wear 3 Hungry Loops? Technically?
Yeah.
Does that mean we could play PoE 2 and PoE 1? Holy.
If that would ever be viable for cast and damage taken. Cast and stun. And yeah, there'll be 7 links with the point.
Oh, yeah, wow. You could literally have like 5. You could have 5 7 links.
You can do helmets.
So cool.
Helmet 7 link too.
Helmet.
Glove.
Yeah, and gloves. And boots even. Although I don't know. I mean, Jesus.
I have
Actual
two,
PoE 2 build.
I have 2 7 link Hungry loops in my build. That is really cool. Huh. Not 6 7 links? Get out.
Yeah, good.
Can I migrate my dead character and still participate in the... Yeah, you can do whatever you want to your dead characters. Just don't do anything with your alive character. What is the best way to farm Courage Trial in SSF? So, Betrayal. Doing Rin on Fortification is your best bet, for sure. Re-rolling with Kirak is another one. I think it's like 2 million gold or 4 million gold on average. So you have a few different ways of getting it.
Yeah, Ben doesn't have his anointed belt yet, right?
No, I
I
don't
assume
think
that's
so.
why he's farming Blight in
think so.
Carcass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the third option too. For me, it was one of the first unique maps I found. So I just found one. I just identified one. That is really good too. I would really recommend that because then you don't really have to put any effort into getting it.
Mm-hmm. Just get lucky.
Yeah. Because then you just have it. Now, Steel Mage. Why is Ben doing Carcass for Blight and not a good map like Dunes?
So the way Blight works is it
Welcome back.
generates lanes, like Blight lanes, based off the layout. Now the reason that's relevant is if you limit your Blight lanes to 1 or 2,
Genesis tree.
you are guaranteed to get at least 1 lane with Blight rewards, like oils basically. So if you get 1 Blight lane in, say, a map like Carcass, which is basically like a straight line map, so it's kind of limited to 1 or 2 Blight lanes, you're going to get way more Blight rewards in your Blights. So it's not just Carcass this works on, it's like any map that forces the Blight to spawn in a straight line. So Silo, in theory, Core, I know also works well.
Yeah. And the reason for that is that you have a guarantee of at least 1 Blight reward now. If
Yeah,
it is
you can see
only
right
one, then it
now he's
forces
got.
it.
Yeah, you can see right now he's got 6 lanes. That's some bad RNG. Like, it's not like a guaranteed thing. It's just very high odds of having less lanes.
Yeah. So even maps like Strand and Atoll are quite bad for this. You really want it to be like super tight. So Carcass is the best one for sure. Malformation's also been good. Core. Honestly, Core is sometimes better than Carcass, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I usually farm Core myself.
Yeah. Core and Carcass are both really good. I usually farm Carcass, but Core is sometimes better. I think the most Blight lanes you can get is 13 is the most I've had.
Did you see any crazy drops today? We saw, I mean, no crazy, like, player deaths, I would say. Mythic Killer top 50, but no crazy player rips. But we did see a Mage Blood from Soul and an Ephemeral Edge Ancient Orb from Sarge. So he was actually going for Ephemeral Edge. He did the, like, low-level sword tech with the div card, so...
C-Stir is pretty tight, but we don't have that right now. What's Karn playing without sleep record? I think the longest stream I've seen Karn do is 58 hours.
Yeah, he was trying to push it this league, let me tell you. What's he got now? It's been 43 hours or something?
Okay.
Yeah, almost 44 hours, Jesus.
43 hours and 40 minutes with no break right now.
There is
it's
no
crazy.
bounty to stay awake. Khan just likes to stay awake, apparently.
Yeah, as someone who was the previous world record holder of most hours streamed in 30 days, I never did a longer stream. Like, I only did 40 hours. I'm surprised he didn't pick up the grand there. It's kind of surprising to me. Was that even risky?
Maybe he just, I don't know, skipped it, like missed it. He's tired.
Yeah. Yeah, he's farming Blight for the Cord Belt. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm actually generating... That looked like just free Grand Embers.
Does anyone happen to know what Anoint Ben's going for? Because, so for those of you who don't know what it is, it's a new belt base exclusive to Mirage League that drops a belt that can be anointed. So he's going through a lot of effort. This is not an easy grind, by the way. I don't know if this is just a case of like it's obviously better than a Stygian, therefore I want it, or if there's some sort of mandatory anoint for the build that like changes everything.
It's not very rare, right? I had like 11 plus, but like at least necessary.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, there he's got 3. And he's got like the 3 that can drop it. That's good.
Okay.
Fight them off while I handle this.
Ben loves his Stygians, so it has to be a key annoying. They are pretty common? Yeah, that's what I thought. Can only
The
drop-
comment above you was they are not common. The comment above you.
Can only draw from boss lane and Mirage Blade. Ah, only boss. Does he have the node to spawn bosses? I'm assuming he does.
Burn it all to the ground.
He's bastard.
Almost got it.
Could be interesting. So obviously, right now we're not seeing a ton of bosses being killed so far. The only people I can open up PoE Ninja and show you guys. The only people that have been doing Gauntlet bosses is Plane and Ben are both tied 4 points. So Plane is rank 2 overall, Ben being rank 1 overall, and you can see it's very easy to track here by clicking the plus. Very cool functionality by PoE Ninja. You can click this plus, you can see that Ben has killed normal Maven, normal Shaper, normal Elder. He's also got the bounty for Swig of Hope. And then you see that Plane has the same Shaper, Elder, and Maven. Then none of the memory bosses have been killed, and none of Eater and Exarch have been killed. Only quest versions, which do not give points. Other than that, there's just level 95.
Make your wish.
Pretty cool. And then you can see all the bounties here. When one is finished, it'll be you can click on the link to see. The singing bounty was by Waza. So if we click on prize, you can see that Waza is the top earner in the Gauntlet right now with 1,968. I'm not sure if he's going again or if he's gonna hunt for bounties. Yeah, 1,968. Not even the quest memory boss is killed. Some of them are killed, and there were some bounties for that. I don't believe Dread has been killed. I heard there was a death to Dread, but we've never found the clip.
There was no clip. The reason we know there was an attempt is because someone entered it and then died, apparently.
If you click here on boss kills, you can see that Dread, and again, these are the non-quest versions. So Eater and Exarch does give points, but only the non-quest versions, which haven't been killed yet. Red Death was 20 seconds into the fight, no clip, and somebody killed Fear, but didn't claim it. Incarnation of Dread, 4 points. Uber Incarnation of Dread, 12 points. Neglect, 4 and 12. Fear, 4 and 12. Uber Cortex, 12. Elder, 2. So you can see everything here. It's pretty easy to track. Now, we have lowered what gives points. In the past, we did have invites being points, but there are 2 reasons that these were called. We have the Gauntlet is so much more popular than it was in the past, where we literally had way over 1,000, maybe over 2,000 boss submissions, because we actually get just a crazy amount of people getting 2 bosses now. And we have to manually approve all of these. So we called a lot of the invites, and the secondary reason was that we don't have a way to hard code that it's full release, and they're too easy when they're not full release. I died to Dread right before the 3rd phase. Oh damn. Did you die to Ruin, or what killed you? What killed you there?
As the dominance of Ben hurt viewership of races over time, I would actually say that Ben's high level play actually means that watching Ben actually attempt this near impossible for 99.9999999% of people content, people watch because they get to see that. So you know on the flip side, I understand the whole Ben wins so often that it's you expect Ben to win, but it's not like Ben hasn't been beaten, and there is the question of whether or not he can even full clear, because that is a genuine question, right, Sis?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah,
you can go to PoE Ninja. I express my ladder to see all the rankings. I'd taken no damage off any of the quest bosses up to that point. Wow, the lightning killed him. Did you have any Ruin? Karn walking into bosses on hour 43 or being awake is insane. Karn is genuinely built different. I don't think we have... Oh, we do have scrimps. I like both. You look at both at the same time.
Incarnation of Fear was slain, not feared. Feared is obviously extremely fucking challenging in the Gauntlet because you have to roll the all release mod on it, so it's super difficult actually.
Karn's still on his day 1, yeah. Karn and Garatha always gets us like really entertaining deaths too. They're like the hamsters of PoE. Divine Shrine guy can do fair? Yeah, I think so. Karn is so much mana. Yeah, 778 is actually quite a lot on that build. I mean,
Like,
guinea
probably
pigs.
just like randomly got it from tree would be my guess.
So for some reason, everyone's pet hamster always died some sort of freak accident. There's no regular deaths for hamsters. Is Garatha going for the most deaths challenge? We have had that as bounties in some gauntlets. We had like a total like level death ladder, and I believe somebody died on 1,100 levels of characters. You know, like 20 level 50s, 10 level 100s, that kind of thing. People were in like over 1,000 levels slain.
So why do you think Khan's doing the Breach Lord Ascendancy?
I think
Just straight points or?
maybe the axe. I could see him going for the axe.
Oh, the Grey Wind. Oh, like a Grey Wind pivot, huh?
Yeah, it's not a good mage build though.
It is. Yeah.
I would.
That would be cool.
I would not do slams if I was Karn.
Funnily enough, Grey Wind can slam, and it's actually good. Like that is actually... So the problem with slams normally is you're a two-hander. That limits you severely defensively because you no longer have a shield.
Yeah.
But you can run a shield with Grey
You do it on
Wind,
Glad?
stack and block. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what people do. They do Glad and... is it Chieftain they also do? Glad and Chieftain?
I want to see a Karn win.
Yeah, both are really good picks, actually.
I'm just getting some ruin there. He looks shooketh.
Yeah, true. Khan could even respec his duelist. You know what? It would be actually so cool if Khan tried Glad.
Yeah.
Holy.
I
It
could
would be a better
see-
build.
I could see Karn dies to something where Slayer would have lived, and he will be like, "See, Slayer is so much better. Gladiator is dog shit." I could see that happening. I could totally see that happening. Yeah, I wonder.
No way.
Should do it. Not now, but like maybe like in a day or two for now on Karn's day 2, we should do an interview with Karn.
You don't want to listen to Khan say like, just been away for a while.
I would not want
so
to be interviewed.
I'm farming Breach. Breach is good.
Did a massive video for the Ascendancy.
Nah, looks like he was just getting his Breach tree unlocked for now.
Touching it, is looking at it. Oh! Oh!
No, wait. It's also a bounty. as
That
well.
is a bounty. You gonna get some
Right.
Malachrom?
Oh, right, actually, that's a good point. That's a fucked up one to go for.
Ailment immune and crit immune, really. Karn can do it though, he like has done some Malachrom way faster than most people. He's gonna try my bounty? Yeah. I see that. I'm gonna take a break. If you don't mind.
Go for it. Nah, go for it.
I'll be right back.
Alright, let me see which POVs am I wanna see Jung, I wanna see Lance. Take a look see. Alright, so Jung's still farming. Is that an extra link now I see on Jung Roan? Let me just refresh here. Oh, he does. He has a 6 link. Very nice. Holy shit. So he has a 6 off-color Ghost Ride, and he got the 6 link. That's huge for him. I know he's been complaining about his damage a little bit, like his damage isn't top tier. So getting that extra link, I'm assuming it's inspiration. So what is that, like 25% more damage plus crit? Although he is RT. I mean, 25% more damage isn't anything too crazy, but... Oh, that's very good. Excellent. Very, very good. So how's Ben level 100? So as you can see, if you've been looking at the gameplay from the participants, everyone seems to be farming Breach. Breach is just really, really good XP. So we've seen people hit 100 probably faster than ever before, I want to say. Like, this is like crazy time for 100, honestly. Normally, people farm a lot of Betrayal, and that's how they get a lot of their XP. Like, if they are going for 100 in the Gauntlet. But this time, Breach is, you know, the main star of the show, I would say. I'm stoked for the Unascended 100. Yeah, they're chugging along pretty slow. Like, they're only level 90 something, I want to say, like low 90s, 91, 92 maybe. But they're making steady progression, and they're alive. And I think they're the only one going for it. I couldn't see anybody else going for it, so. He's been out for 44 hours. Can you give him a price for that and let him sleep? Unfortunately, I don't even know if we would, because we try... So, we're not going to necessarily make a bounty to stay awake for that long, because we're not necessarily... Believe it or not, we don't want people to stay awake for 48 hours. Like, and honestly, like, if I'm being real with you, chat, you don't really see that happen that often, because you play worse with 40 hours of gameplay than you do with 20 hours of gameplay plus a sleep and then another 20 hours of gameplay. So, like, you do see contestants like Ben and Zhang, they do sleep because you play, again, you play worse. You could argue it's a point of efficiency. Like, Ben managed to sleep and he still has more XP, but quite a lot, by the way, than Khan. So, yeah. I don't even know if, like, staying awake for 48 hours is optimal. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. But, you know, we're not here to, like, police people and tell people what they can and cannot do. If Khan wants to stay awake for 48 hours in the Gauntlet, he can. He can stay awake for 50 hours. He can stay awake for 3 days, even. But, yeah, the whole point of the Gauntlet is it's super challenging, so staying awake for that long is, like, questionable. Yeah, if you don't believe me, by the way, one of the OG Path of Exile players, Kriparian, I remember he actually made a YouTube video about this back in the day. He was saying that in these, like, longer race events, like ones that last more than a day, he was not staying awake for the entire event because you play worse, and that actually leads to an efficiency loss if you just were to sleep. Because you do play noticeably worse. Because you're not trying to stay awake for, you know, the longest time possible. You're trying to get somewhere as quickly as possible. And if you are, like, borderline brain damage from staying awake for, like, 3 days straight, you will not be playing very well. Believe me. So. Are you allowed to let someone take over while you sleep? I'm 99% sure that there's probably a ruling for this in the big Gauntlet rule spreadsheet. But no, I'm 99% sure you are not allowed to account share. Funnily enough, this is a true story. Account sharing actually does have its history in the Gauntlet. So the very first non-Slytherin Gauntlet, the China Gauntlet, very, very long back in the day, you know, back in my day, actually was run on the Tencent servers, right? The China servers. And over there, account sharing doesn't have the same, like, penalty, right? It's not looked at the same way. So account sharing was actually used to win that Gauntlet. And as a gesture of good faith, Tencent basically said, well, we'll just award the non-account sharing players and the account sharing players separately. Because it's just different servers, different rules, right? But yeah, obviously in the Slytherin, like, you know, in the Slytherin Gauntlet, no account sharing. You're not allowed to account share. Elon. But yeah, no account sharing. It's kind of like a relay Gauntlet? Yeah, no. We're gonna see all the PoE streamers 10 years from now start having memory issues, not even memeing. Where am I? Who am I? What's going on? Yeah, funnily enough, there has been relay style events, I believe. Like, Ziz has done, like, team-based events in the past. Not Gauntlet, mind you. Obviously, the Gauntlet is SSF hardcore, but we have had some some interesting race formats in the past. We've even had a race format that addresses this very topic. So I think Havoc maybe ran it, but we've seen a race format where it's based off time played. So everyone's allowed to play for 8 hours, and then they have to take a break for 2 hours, or maybe even a day. Like they're forced to take a break. And I can tell you now, you might think that's good and healthy, but what that translated to in reality was 8 hours of not eating, not peeing, no breaks of any sort. You can't scratch your nose. You just have to play nonstop for 8 hours straight without even like breathing, basically. Which doesn't sound as bad as what Khan's doing, but literally being forced to not take breaks can be quite brutal. Yeah, efficiency jail, exactly. Now, believe me, as somebody who has done 48-hour sessions before, I found it more grueling to be forced to play without taking any breaks. Because again, like, we're literally saying you can't eat, you can't pee, you can't poop, no breaks of any sort, because you will lose time when you could just wait for the fixed break. That's because it was implemented poorly? Yes, but it goes to show you that you do have to factor these things in. You have to think about it. Like, I'll give you another example, right? Some people have suggested the Gauntlet or other events should be based off time played. But you know what that means? That means that you should basically log out when you're being inefficient. So for example, maybe you're thinking to yourself, okay, I want to respec my character. You know how, like, whenever you're doing a big respec, you kind of like, it's not super efficient. It's not like bing, bang, boom. It's more like, okay, I'm going to this place, buying this gem, putting this gem here, chroming this item. Oh shit, I gotta put this here. Let me put my gems in this order here, and okay, I gotta recraft this. No, instead, you log out and you do it, and you basically plan it out on like a piece of paper or like, a notepad or something, and then you log back in to do it all at once, because you're basically penalized for, stalling in game. So it turns Path of Exile into chess. So you got to think about these things, when you choose to implement them. For the time being, I would argue that this format is fine because you're not really incentivized to stay awake for 48 hours. It's literally Khan choosing to do so because it's how he likes to do it. I mean, we can... Again, you might not believe me, chat, but this is SSF Hardcore in the Gauntlet. How well do you think Khan is realistically playing on 44 hours of being awake? So, it's not... I wouldn't actually call this efficient gameplay.
No, it generally is better to sleep and continue. Pretty damn well. It's called Adderall. It is not. So Karn does not even drink caffeine, unironically.
Yeah. Two of the people I've known to stay up the longest during race events, Havoc and Khan, actually drink either water or orange juice.
Yeah.
They don't drink... They don't even have caffeine, so...
Yeah. So... both Karn and Havoc, like Steel said, like they take nothing and just stay up.
She will soon.
Disc. New flash bounties. Are they being announced now without any warning?
Oh?
If you want.
Okay.
Okay. Well, give us 1 second. And then like me and Steel, we both take caffeine. I was taking a lot of caffeine. I took like 8 Red Bulls one day and started going numb. That was probably too much, to be fair. I don't think even Red Bull would recommend 8. So I decided, I was like, I'm just gonna cut out caffeine for like a year, or I'm gonna have to like need something else, and I didn't want to do that, so I started chilling. 7 is the limit then? 7 is the limit. Alright. We have new flash bounties coming out of nowhere, unannounced. Are you ready? So these are from Antagonist Bob's Flash Bounties. I haven't even read through these before. Wow. Okay. First player to provide proof of killing Incarnation of Dread using a Trathis skill as their main damage will win $135. Note, cannot be quest version. 95% plus of your damage must be dealt with a Trathis skill gem as your main damage. No ifs, no buts. Second flash bounty. first player to provide proof of killing Incarnation of Fear with the Trethus skill as their main damage will win $135. Cannot be quest. 95% of your damage must be dealt with the Trethus skill gem as your main damage. No ifs, no buts. Third flash
Guess
bounty.
what, chat? The third flash bounty. Guess what? First
First-
player to provide proof of killing Incarnation of Neglect with the Trethus skill gem as their main damage will win $135. Cannot be quest. 95% of your damage must be dealt with the Trethus skill gem as your main damage. Note, no ifs, ands, or buts. Whoa, that's a crazy third one.
The anti-Karn bounty.
Yeah.
And Cull.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no cull actually. Your cull's forbidden. So yeah, feel free to let contestants know about these bounties. Obviously, they're flash bounties. They're live right now. Go get them right now. If somebody goes and enters right now, they can get it.
Yeah.
So, but remember, this is not the quest version, so you are going to have to complete the Dread quest line first before you can do the I level 84 versions. Very
Good luck.
important.
What are Trethus skills? They drop in heist. They're the ones
How
from
do you know how much
Mercenary.
damage is done to a boss? Believe it or not, it's manually reviewed. So some poor sick fuck has to do it. Probably Medici or ulti. Please don't cheat, okay? Just make their lives easier, okay? And just don't cheat. So.
It is ulti, yeah. What's a good possible
Ulti.
skill here to complete that? Huh. I didn't ever use the Trethus skills except Bladefall.
Ulti just said what?
Don't worry about it, ulti.
Yeah, no, you're doing great, Ulti.
Wait, wait, connection. You get to torture Mediki and win money. Dark Pie? I wonder, I know Jang was asking for bounties he could do. Maybe he can do this one.
I'm gonna be real. I barely remember the Trathus skill gems. I know there's like Trathus Blast Rain. Trathus.
Those bounties
Isn't there
seem
like
a
a
bit
s-
too far out.
Greetings, friends.
Anyone can do them
Today,
whenever. You don't have to do them now. But remember,
There's
there
only
is...
12 Trathus skill gems. There are some good ones here though.
We do have another bounty that is very interesting that there is a time limit on. We can, I have an ad for it. We can play it. I think it's a really cool, it changes the race a bit. I'll just play the ad for it. Where is it? This one. Starforge is a huge supporter of the Gauntlet, and the Rapture Gauntlet is no different. This time, there is a bounty to kill the Dread by day 5. By the end of day 5, but with a twist. Whoever uses the least amount of equipment to kill it will win. So, by the end of day 5, will somebody have used 2 pieces of gear, 4 pieces of gear, 6 pieces of gear? I don't know what it will be, but I know that the winner is going to pick up a Horizon 3 Pro from Starforge.
greetings.
However, if you don't win the PC, you can head on over to Starforge and pick yourself up of the Voyager 4 Elite powered by Intel's Core Ultra 7 270K Plus. And unlike the Gauntlet, this PC is not going to be ruined. Huge thank you to Starforge for putting up these sick prices and supporting the Gauntlet. There it is. There it is. Intel X Starforge. So that's a PC you can earn for free. And honestly, it might be super
Okay.
easy. It might just be like, if you do it with 9 pieces of gear, maybe nobody else does it without any pieces of gear.
Yeah, clearing a pinnacle boss fight in the Gauntlet seems really easy, really simple, very free.
It's just Dread. You only have to do non-quest Dread.
Yeah, which no one in the Gauntlet, including Ben, has done yet.
Yeah, but maybe they're pussies. Last do not count. It's literally only equipment. So you can stack jewels, you can have everything. Just about equipment. So there are 10 pieces of gear.
Ben is level 100 now. Indeed, he is. I can take a quick look at the XP ladder real quick, actually. What was it?
Approach, challenge.
XP. So yeah, Ben... Wait, so is no one else... That can't be right. Is no one else 99 yet, even? Is Ben literally, like, 2 levels higher? Is that real? Holy.
Approach, challenger.
98. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'll say a Ben level 100, followed by Stillhead at 98. Alex is actually 98 as well. And then Cat. So top 4 are all Berserkers. Actually, honestly, most of top 10, XP-wise, is Berserkers, with only an Elementalist Stage at 98 and a Chieftain SBB. I'll say Bye-Bye is playing. Nice.
I love SBB.
We haven't really seen too much of him. We haven't been looking out for him.
Nope.
Yeah, that's good. He's actually playing... He's just playing Chieftain in the Shadow.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Exile is also a 97, so yeah. Lots of people actually very high level. I was taking a look earlier, by the way. There's over 50 people at level 95 plus, so...
It's
Ooh,
actually insane how many people are getting better and better at the Gauntlet. Every Gauntlet, we're seeing new names that we've never seen before actually starting to compete, go for boss kills and stuff like that. We had like between 1,000 and 2,000 boss kill submissions last Gauntlet, and like thousands of people hit level 90. So it's really cool because that's the kind of shit we need to keep scaling the Gauntlet. Once we have like a lot more, let's say we have 4 times more competitors than what we have now, we could eventually look at getting like 3 to 4 times more sponsors and doing an Ascendancy Gauntlet. So that it's, because right now it would be very little money per rank 1 Ascendancy, but if it's if we scale it up, we could have an Ascendancy Gauntlet in the future.
Yeah. I know you might not like this, by the way, Ziz, but I am taking a look at the top 95 plus level players. 45% of them are playing slams, by the way.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
Look at
you
it.
do see a lot of diversity in the campaign. Like we saw Absolution taking the lead over slams, which is crazy to me. But for actual end-game mapping, Berserker does stand out like far and beyond.
Where are the gladiators that Reddit said would be the only thing played in the Gauntlet?
Jimmy Gladiator is there too. It's the second most played, so. Although, again, overshadowed heavily by Zerka slams. What? Wait, so who was playing Gladiator? Who else is playing Gladiator? I want to see.
So there are 8 gladiators.
I'll take a look at them real quick. So, I see Son of on there. Holy.
There he is. Again, fucking
Someone's-
help.
Bro. Someone's playing Static Strike in the Gauntlet.
Oh, that's unhinged.
Someone's playing Perforate. What the fuck?
Let's look at Son of Seven's gear.
I see Zhang with the E-Blade. We got 2 Sunderglads, 3 Sunderglads, 5 Sunderglads, 6. Okay, so most people are Sunderglad. Makes sense.
Does he play anything else? Son of? No. He actually does not play anything else than Gladiator. Unironically. Unironically.
Hey, Son of... How good is that really, Son of 7 list? Because you get cruelty normally through your belt ascendancy, right? The, what's it called? The new ascendancy? It says Sharesh?
Yeah.
The Sharesh bloodline?
Let's get it done. Cover
Oh, but that's only in weapon, so it's actually perfect for Glad. Yeah, so cruelty is insane. Wow.
You can. You have to have a squire.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, sorry. That's what I'm saying.
I'm so glad Son of 7 got lucky. Yeah.
So glad. Getting lucky.
He will be more devastated when he dies. Oh. If we look at level 90 and above, it is actually quite balanced. I do think a lot of it is just that, like, Guardians are slower. Like, Berserker is just so fast and gets to tier 16 so fast.
Well, it's a damage thing, right? I mean, Guardian, being a minion build, you get like a decent amount of baseline damage, but your scaling falls off a bit. Berserker, obviously, once you get a big weapon, you do crazy damage. We saw Ben with that 1000 DPS axe. So I think, yeah, you're right. Glad's just, Berserkers just scale faster, so they can push endgame faster.
You know, it is really interesting that there's the same amount of people playing Occultist at level 90 as Duelist. There's one guy playing Occultist and one guy unascended on a Duelist.
Not here. Not now.
There are 2 people playing Trickster. Already 250 level 90 characters. That's actually crazy. How many were 95? 58. Wow.
Yeah, as a reminder though, there might be 45% play rate of the of 95 plus berserkers, but only one of those people can get rank 1 on Marauder. So that like, what is the rank 1 like Scion for example, like 95, right? They might only be a few Scions, but they're gonna be getting what do you call it? They're gonna have an easier time scoring points and winning class rank 1 than all these other level 95 Marauders.
Yeah.
Same with the same with the raffles too, right?
And remember that like from like the class part, Sylvanas Feet Sniffer will win the same amount of money as playing, for example, if it's just class rank 1. Obviously you might have an easier time with bounties and you might win like rank 1 or rank 2 overall, which comes with a bonus. But rank 1 does like rank 1 class does get the same amount. So it's
That's cool. You can see how many people are dead, by the way, on the left. I didn't notice that.
Wait, what? Oh, that's so fucking cool. Good job, Pew and
So
Ninja.
half of the gauntlet is dead.
44% dead from level 19. Let's look at level 50. 38% dead. Level 90, only 12% are dead. Once you get to the Oasis, you're kind of sorted.
Yeah. So it goes to show you, chat, this is technically correct. Maps are easier than a campaign. Well, it's not even technically correct, it's just factually correct. Campaigns are brutal compared to maps.
That's very cool. Bruno Mythic is growing again? I don't know. We should watch Jung's Quest X arc. Is there a way to get that video? Maybe Zibby has it?
Yeah, we'll obviously have an easier time seeing those boss fights later. At the moment, the problem is they're not point-based submissions because they're just the quest versions.
Who ruined?
But yeah, right. Oh, I don't know why you would stay in with Dax. What? What?
That's crazy.
Going for the gauntlet fresh from a nap was a bad idea.
I got exiled in
Yeah.
my second map, yeah. I've died to Rasatha twice, and the third time I finished campaign, got my mystery box. Oh, nice. Is Karatha
The
ending?
well-earned mystery box. No, he's just starting.
Are dead characters eligible for the raffles? Yeah. If we can get
Just
away...
don't delete your character.
And I'm still picking up a divine orb there. Yeah, hopefully we can get the Jung Exarch in question. Let's look at that.
Hello, hello. Good to work.
So this is Jung Rogaine. Only the first minute is worth watching.
I get it. Do you get it yet?
More wealth is always a good thing.
Meme?
Oh, he has the slowly building stack
The
thing.
ascendancy. Yeah, so chat, he's ramping. Basically, Gladiator has an ascendancy that doubles your damage, which is insane, except it takes 100 seconds to activate. Well, it's 1 per second.
The
that's why
map
he's
device
basically
is pay to win
slowly-
here.
Oh, because he can track the time on it. Yeah, so obviously he's looking for 100 seconds, so 1 minute 40.
Is he not out of range of the boss quite a lot?
I mean, yes.
Wow. It's also on Exarch that 100% increased damage taken does reset every time he faces.
Huh? Is that real?
I think so.
So, I mean, shouldn't.
I
It doesn't
thought
matter
so
if they
when I
got
was doing
morals,
testing. Don't think so on Exarch? Oh. Okay. It does on Maven? Oh, maybe it was Maven I was testing on. Jesus Christ, that cinema. This is a Quinn POV? So, in the Gauntlet, any of these... Well, this is 83, so this doesn't have 150% life, right? Whereas Maven does.
No.
This is actually, yeah, it is kind of low damage.
This could be before his enthalpic rings, though. I'm not sure when he did this. The enthalpic rings double his damage. So.
Now remember, the balls actually inflict ruin here, and to the best of my knowledge, they cannot be blocked.
Which is bullshit, by the way.
In terms of prizes, are normal players able to win something? I'm newer to hardcore, lower you're doing. Yeah, so we have something called a triple tiered prize pool in the Gauntlet. So we have the normal race for competitive players, which is the, you know, class rank 1. You don't actually need to kill any Ubers, you just need to get more points than your competitors. So that is like the competitive part of the race. And then we have bounties, which we actually see a lot of like, not a lot of the non-main racers pick up bounties. So that might be like silly leveling bounties or RNG related ones. Like for example, one time it was $1,000 for whoever found a mirror. And somebody found that in the campaign, right? So there's a lot of things like that from time to time. And then thirdly, there's also a raffle. So if you're able to get to like level 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 95, there are different prizes that you can win.
Khan got gifted 25 subs to stay a main racer. Yeah, so Khan was gonna do a bounty to basically waste 10 hours of his time. And somebody actually said, I will just pay you the bounty to stop doing this bounty. Which, honestly, I appreciate that because Khan could actually win this gauntlet. I know he's not necessarily pushing for that, but he got gifted 5/8 of a Mage Blood. So if he manages to farm those remaining cards, he could theoretically pivot to an insane Mage Blood build. And he is the top contender, so I mean, I think he should go for it, honestly.
Yeah, Karn has been ranked 2 in the Gauntlet several times.
You can low all you want. You gotta remember, Khan plus Mage Blood is still very potent.
Really?
I talked with Karn before the Gauntlet, and he was quite down. Yeah, I was sad about it. Yeah, I mean, it does suck, because imagine you're consistently getting ranked 2 in an event, and people still shit on you. Like, I would be upset too. I would be upset too. What bounty was Karn going for? I can read it out. Like, yeah, like you're like literally better than 99.99% of players, and you're getting shit on by people that can't kill Hillock in an event. I'd be furious. So the bounty that Karn was going for, is Wimpy's Flash Bounty. First player to provide proof of owning 10 Gem Cutter incubators will win $150. So that's just a quick $150 that you can pick up. Quick $150. Why is it 10 hours? So these only drop during the campaign. And the only Legion exists in like Dread Lake and in Ledge. So it involves making a new character, because you can only get this once, and then you have to make a new character. You get to Ledge, sorry, the climb, get to climb, do the Legion, hope that you get a gem incubator, and if you don't, well, I mean, actually, whether you do or not, you have to make a new character and do it again, and again, and again. Roughly take like 10 hours. I wonder if you can Delirium swap them to gem incubators. No, wait, there's no incubator swap, is there? There's only Delirium Orb swap.
Nah. Correct, yeah. It's as cancer as it sounds, basically.
Now I can go for the bounty without competing against Karn. He paid $150 to have a better chance at winning $150.
That makes sense to me.
Alright. Wait, Lily. Wait, it says Lily is online.
Only if it's opposite day. It said the stream was on 3 minutes ago, so maybe she was actually.
Maybe she misclicked.
Oh, I know what this was then. Yeah. Torchlight Infinite.
Where TLI at? I know, they're messaging me again. They wanna sponsor me. Lily on vacation? Yeah, but Torchlight has so much money. Like, for example, I've turned down like close to $200,000 now. It's they throw a lot of money. I got level 90 now. I can go die. Oh, nice! Congratulations. That's awesome. Captain Lance, the build the bait streamer. True. The currency furnace. You know, if they turn down the pay to win, I'd play it again. It has a lot of good things in it. They have a lot of good things. It's too predatory right now. I really like
What's this
Soul's
say?
build.
Oh, the Scorching Ray thing?
Yeah.
I haven't really seen too much gameplay, actually.
I like Soul Cancer from Upping.
Yeah, because the totems don't aim like the screen. They aim at one mob.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Any thoughts on Crystal Fall coming out today? It's a NFT crypto game. You already know my opinion on it. You should. Yeah, me and Steel played No Rest for the Wicked. That was really fun.
Yeah, that was great. Honestly, in co-op, I don't know if it's just because this is a god gamer or if our combination was OP. Maybe a combination of everything because you were playing bows and it was really strong. But we kind of crushed it, honestly.
We had a really good combo. I mean, we always do that when we play together. We try to like make something synergistic. Steel very often plays support when we play together.
Well, it's because this is genuinely no meme. He's very good at video games. Like, not just PUE, but like, he plays a new game. He's genuinely very good, like, very quick. So if I play support, it's like a more multiplier to Scissorin. So it just makes sense mathematically in my head.
You're super
And in
good
game,
at games too.
well, there's no, but okay, even from a logical point of view, supports are OP because they have to be OP because no one will play support if it wasn't better than playing like two separate characters. Yeah. So it's just logically, it just makes sense.
I love when you play
And I'm a
support.
bottom, yeah. And I'm a bottom.
What's a crypto NFT game? It's those like play to earn games. They like convince you to buy stuff, but they totally convince you can make more money later. Project Z. And Ziz likes to be the carry. Do you know, actually I'm the opposite of Steel. I hate playing support. I've healed a few times in games, but I don't know. I'm not very good at playing support.
Yeah, my name is Steel Mage, and he plays Mage in World of Warcraft. He refuses to heal. Oh, it's fucking
I would play healer. I have supported a few times in PoE. In Affliction, I was Steel support. That was actually pretty fun.
That's true. And that was like an insane league for me. You should play support for me more often.
Yeah. I mean, I will play support for you. This is the only person I'll play support for.
Holy.
Why is rank 1 ARPG on the market? Do you know, if it ever lines up good again with like an OnlyFans, I would be giga keen if there's no ARPG stuff happening to go super hard on WoW again. That was like peak gaming for me when me and Steel were like AoE farming on WoW Hardcore.
That was great.
Then we died to a DC. We pulled like 30 Murlocs. I was like, oh, let's do a giga pull. Server shuts down. Oh, okay. Steel freaking out over this ripping Grace is one of the funniest clips of all time. If we can get that clip, I'll play it. It is definitely one of the best clips of all time. I'm surprised so many people didn't crop rotation.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say the extra Mirage stuff adds juice too. So, isn't mathematically speaking, isn't it better to run on crop rotation now?
I mean, I needed the Rancor, so I always did.
Well, ignore the Rancor for a second. Those Rancor mobs also drop more life force.
They drop a lot, up to like 500.
Yeah. So I'm surprised crop rotation is being used in the Gauntlet, but I guess it's all about target farming. It's like what Ben was saying earlier, right? Like, you want what you want. You don't need
That
what you don't
is
need.
true. With the Rancors, you will get a lot of different ones.
Yeah, so you just get what you need. Like, if you need purple juice, farm purple juice. What, you don't care about blue or yellow if you only want...
It does make sense if you don't need the others. If you need all of them, then I feel like non-crop rotation makes a lot of sense. Especially because you can just run in. If they're not there, you don't have to do it. Like, I would very often do that where I would not kill when there was only one teal monster. Like the ones that actually dropped like at least 150. Yeah, I believe the damage from the totem stack, right? I'm not 100% sure. I haven't played this myself. But it apparently has very high single target. Honestly,
I have no idea if they stack.
it has shockingly good clear for how Cancer looks. Like,
I think it has okay clear. Like,
it's just, it looks like something that should have half of this clear.
I guess the damage makes up for it, I suppose.
Yeah. They do stack, it's really great. Surprised he's not using the Shaper Beam MTX. It's definitely
Given
the
that
nicest
Soul,
one.
who has a Mage Blood, and Lance is also popping it, maybe we should like spend a little bit of time to learn this skill. Like just look up the damage effectiveness and everything.
Sure.
Because I don't understand it either. I'll do that while you yap if you want.
Yeah, go for it. And it looks like something that people played before Ascendancies came out. Yeah, I mean, I've played Scorching Ray before. I would play it a lot for Righteous Fire. It's really interesting. We're seeing so much build diversity in the Gauntlet. Like, we have, like, the Business, Immortality, Divine Shrine build. We have, like, these, like, Scorching Ray builds. We have, like, Absolution. Like, there is, unironically, like, 15 plus builds people are gonna boss on. You want Souls BOB. Comfy Window has explanations.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be
love
sick.
you. My boy! I'm gonna open it in Path of Building.
That's better.
Uh, 19 million damage against Pinnacle.
Yeah, the DPS is disgusting, but the tank is not quite as high, actually.
This is very squishy, but it is using a cord belt with Inveterate.
Well, I wouldn't say it's squishy. It has block and suppression. I'm just curious about, like, I mean, the max hit is on the low end, especially because how much damage did the Ubers do? 100% more damage?
I would say this is shockingly low max hits. For example, my Ellie hit that died to Exarch had 140 Ellie max hit and 60 fixed max hit and same Chaos max hit. And I died to Exarch with 140. That was a little greedy, to be fair. Didn't have spell block. 63k Ellie is shockingly low. That is without fuss though. Oh, maybe it's missing clusters? No, there's no clusters. There's this one.
I guess the idea behind this is you've got very high damage uptime, 19 million DPS, and you're not squishy. Like, it is still like almost 200k EHP. You have capped block, suppression, good life pool and everything. I think with that damage, you're just hoping to burst through it.
Yeah.
So. Maybe, by the way, maybe this right here is why Lance is playing ES. That low max hit probably is why, right?
You know, we have never seen anyone use the suppression mastery of per hit suppress recently, right? And go for like 140 suppression?
Yeah, you mean like acrobatics or?
No. Prevent 1% of suppressed spell damage per hit suppress recently.
Oh.
We've never seen for somebody go for like 40-50% overcap and then take that. Because like, for example, imagine against Annihilation. You get hit 10 times and then suddenly like you're just taking less damage each hit.
To be fair, they did nerf suppression. So, I mean, maybe stacking suppressed damage amount isn't really like that potent. Because it's kind of like, if you could suppress like 80% of spell damage like we used to be able to do on Trickster, that makes a lot of sense. But it's going from 40% to like, well, 43?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going from 43 to 53. So it's kind of like just going to pre-nerf values of suppression. It's not as impactful.
Yeah, alright. Oh! I'm gonna show this clip. It's just so good.
This.
Farewell.
Oh, he was in Grace. Oh. Ziz, 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 ziz. Not the first time I've shouted your name like that.
I was about to make that joke. No.
Joke?
Yeah, joke. I was also gonna make that. That's a true friend right there. Now, if you're a new player and you don't know what happened there, it's basically, I have done a lot of Exarch boss runs. Maybe more than Steel? I'm not sure. Wait, what is happening
Cyrus.
here?
He doesn't know the boss's name, but it's Cyrus.
What's happening on Lance's screen?
TLI ad.
Oh my god. Am I the only one not taking this? God damn it.
I didn't take it.
That's fair. High five.
I probably should have taken it though.
High five. It is a lot of money. It is a lot of money.
Ugh.
Oh my god!
What?
I went to Gauntlet and he was doing it too.
Okay. You know what? Maybe, I think we're just dumb, dude.
I think we are just dumb.
Yeah.
Chat, would you take hundreds of thousands of dollars to promote TLI? Me, dude.
That's not the real question, because chat will say yes. The real question is, let me ask you this question, chat. Would you take like $100,000 to literally be a hypocrite and to break your morals?
I hate that
Yes,
the answer
yes,
is no for
no.
me.
I don't. I like that about you.
If they make it better, I'll do it. Not in the current state. It's too bad.
Well, it's very easy to justify for me because the way ads work, right? Not specifically ads, but ad companies. They pay you because they're going to make more money from you, right? That's the point, right? So you're basically saying to your audience, your viewers, give me this amount of money, right? And so the question is, what are you selling to them?
Yep.
So, like, for me personally, I don't want to sell that. And that's simple enough.
Do they let you shit on their pay-to-win systems? They do, actually. There's no non-disparagement agreement. The first time, because I did take one early on before I'd play the game ever, and I made a video basically saying, don't play this is really bad pay-to-win. So they do let you say whatever.
Choose what you wish.
This plate is already selling your soul? Ow, this plate is just a product. You get exactly what you pay for. Get exactly what you pay for. You want posters for your wall? You get posters for your wall. Did this shorten the Gauntlet because of Jagex though? No, I wouldn't even be able to play leagues myself. Won't really have time. Like 3 days after the Gauntlet ends, I'm going really hard on an Albion event. Karn ended stream.
Good night, Khan.
Good night.
You know what that means? You know what that means is we don't have to talk about Khan being awake for 44 hours anymore.
True. True.
Good night, Khan.
Did Karn die?
Yeah, day one over. Well, Khan, maybe Khan's stream ended because he collapsed on his keyboard. I don't know.
It's day 2. Well, he hasn't slept yet, so it is still day 1. It is still day 1. But somebody did bring up a good point. Speaking of display, Steel, you like display, right?
I love display.
Let's play an
I have
ad.
to eat them as well.
You love to eat them? You can't eat them. If you're enjoying watching this Gauntlet, don't eat a display, but buy one to decorate your walls. Make your room really stand out and pick up either a Gauntlet display or anything else. Loads of things are for sale on the display website, so go over, check it out, and pick up a way to decorate your room today. Use code Zizarin and support the Gauntlet at the same time. And as you can see, Display really has something for everyone. Head on over to Display, use code Zizarin to pick up this amazing display. There's a lot of different really cool displays that can really spice up your walls, and it's a great way to just make it look very But display is really good. As you can see in the background, I have a lot of displays. Oh, thank you. A lot of awesome displays. It really is something for everyone. So head on over. It's a great way to support the Gauntlet. Thanks so much for watching, participating, and we love seeing what you do in the Gauntlet. And a huge thank you to Display. So try to die less than I do. There you have it, chat. There you have it. It's a great way to support. And remember, for those of you that like crafting, Display does have some crafting bounties in the Gauntlet. It is the highest armor, evasion, and energy shield chests. Gets $333 each. And you can pick up a Gauntlet. And there's a discount. I think it's like 36% or 34%. Can't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up. With code Zizrun on 36% on 3 displays or more with code Zizrun. This ad feels like Display saying, hey folks, we'll print anything, and we mean anything. It's very tasteful. Very tasteful. I'm gonna play Twitch House real quick, running you a drink if you want to get.
No problem.
Me shaman hacking? What is that window?
Cool story though. If you see like something that doesn't look normal, immediately the brain goes like, that's cheating. Like, I remember the logout macro, right? When you pressed a key, a bar would come up, like a timer. Immediately people are like, that's cheating. But obviously that's just, you press a key and it just shows a graphic. That's it. So it's like totally ethical. It doesn't even necessarily show the flask being up because you could press the key twice and it wouldn't refresh if you don't have the flask charged. But yeah.
Greetings.
But yes, Misham is probably hacking though, that being said. Looks very sus. Why are you guys not playing the Gauntlet like Jung or Ben? So, obviously, number one, we're casting, but number two, Ziz runs the Gauntlet, and by doing so, he has inside knowledge. Not just inside knowledge, but he also gets to determine the modifiers, right?
Yes.
So because of that, that has two consequences. Number one, he has an unfair advantage, and number two, it also feels weird for him to play his own event. I'm sure if he was here, he would explain this as well. For me, personally, genuinely, no meme, I'm just fucking washed. I'm gonna be real with you boys. I won the Gauntlet 5 years ago, and I was like, I'm done. Aware chat, aware. But now, technically, if you think about it, I really won, because now I get paid to cast, and I don't have to torture myself. Because the Gauntlet's fucking, you know, it's brutal. I'm gonna be real with you, like, playing the Gauntlet is one thing. Trying to beat Ben is fucking brutal. So, yeah. I have no complaints being on the bench casting here. No complaints whatsoever. It's a win-win for me. Past 30, you were out of the game, lol. Did you know Khan is, I mean, hey, Khan's no spring chicken either, chat. I'm just saying. And that motherfucker can stay awake for 45 hours in the Gauntlet. I don't think age is what prohibits you from playing the Gauntlet. I think it really is a combination of motivation and willpower. Well, same thing, really. But it's really, you need the willpower to go that hard, practice that much, and be willing to lose. You can do it, make a comeback. Maybe one day. Meme. Maybe for PoE 2. Do you think this should do a PoE 2 Gauntlet, chat? I know this wants to.
She is pleased.
Like, maybe when it's more fleshed out. Yeah, I think a PoE 2 Gauntlet could be very interesting. Not in its current state. Well, it's literally like unironic early access, right? So.
Hello.
Hello. Have you been thinking about a PoE 2 Gauntlet, sis?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Whenever the campaign is
Would it be-
finished.
Okay, so post 1.0 release then.
Be at peace.
Yeah, maybe like a league or so after release.
But they can't give up on the bounty, so no meme, and I love this by the way, but somebody paid the bounty, like prize money, to Khan to stop doing the bounty. Because it's my opinion, Khan was literally inting and wasting time when he could literally be farming and going for like a rank 1 dub.
Yeah.
So I feel like they kind of saved his Gauntlet a little bit there.
A little bit. Why is Ben watching TLI? So they throw very large amounts of money on streamers. Very large amounts. Can you check Soulscraft? Yeah, I'm looking at it. We can full screen it. He's recoming right now. Everyone's watching it? Yeah, it's just me and Steel are pretty much the only ones declining it.
Marilyn is ready.
I'm starting to feel really stupid, but hey, anyway. Lamau.
Fire gem recipe. If you don't know, if you sell gems tagged with fire with a total of 40 quality, it makes +1 fire.
Honestly, I forgot about this recipe.
Nice, he hit tier 1 dot multi and tier +1. And now he's trying to recombine that with +1 gems. He's probably gonna do +1 gems with dot multi maybe? Or maybe he's settling.
Well, we can see his PUB. We got it linked to us. He is trying to get for +1 then.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, it's just
Maybe this.
modding.
Yeah, so I guess this is an interim scepter, and he'll go for the recom +1 later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't need to get your GG Gauntlet bossing gear now. You can like go for Citadel gear for now and farm up better gear later.
Doesn't need ignite chance.
Nah, because it's just like a dot, right?
Nice, that's a very large upgrade for him.
Till next time.
I will have
shall
more
we
yes
keep?
at some point too. One green socket.
The
Nice.
problem is if we invited somebody to talk right now, they'd be talking about Torchlight Infinite probably. So
High five, Steel. Alright, that's a big beefy upgrade. Big beefy upgrade.
was it they got a Mage Blood? The guy you're looking at on the screen right now. This guy. So you might be wondering why he's not wearing the Mage Blood. It's because he doesn't know what Mage Blood does. Maybe someone should tell him. No, but
Yeah,
you
you got a
don't
Mage
want
Blood
to
again.
put a yeah, you don't want to put a Mage Blood on without having like a fully juiced up character, because obviously it's a lot easier to get to this point on this character than it is to farm another Mage Blood, and you really don't want to rip and lose it while doing like, you know, maybe like mapping and you die to some random bullshit because your character's not fully fleshed out.
Just looking
Because
pretty solid.
yeah, because there's a real chance that he dies to like some random shit, right?
Yeah, he's not super tanky. To be fair, his POB did not expect a Mage Blood. So we have had several competitors say if they got a Mage Blood, they're not using it because there's a lot of people going for the Cord Belt too.
Oh, wait, is this what dumb? So you know how we were saying he's not that squishy? Like, he's sorry, he's kind of squishy.
Yeah.
Well, he's not squishy now. He's got a fucking Mage Blood. I mean, that will literally double his max Ellie hit. So.
That's true.
Yeah. So
As
actually,
long-
and it'll make gearing so much easier.
As long as he
too.
can find
Wow.
somewhere else to get, because he doesn't want to inveterate. Maybe he's getting rid of Disciple of the Unyielding.
No, he can just get a Quartz Flask if he needs to.
Oh, true.
He's got a Mage Blood. He's got a Mage Blood, dude.
What if he
He's
can't
got a Mage
divine it for
Blood.
4 though? What if he needs 5 flat
he-
steel?
No, but look at his tree real quick.
Joking.
You don't have to show chat. He actually passed to max res and unwavering. This saves him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 passive points on his existing tree. His build's literally going to be more than twice as good with the Mage Blood.
It is a huge build to get Mage Blood on.
Yeah.
I think that PoE guy also have one. I don't think so. We were talking about Soul. He dropped a Mage Blood, and Karn has 5 out of 10 cards, or is it 5 out of 8?
8. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get a Mage Blood
You
so
just got
fast in
lucky.
SSF? No. So if you kill monsters, they drop loot, and one of the loots can be a Mage Blood.
没有电影讲的话，我都不理解。
can't believe that the altar.
Make a block.
Like the ending of the clip just fucking sends me. It's like the pause before saying it just makes it so much better. Just staring at it and going Mega Blood. It's just so fucking good. Oh, it's fucking amazing. Oh,
I'm not sure if you did a certain area level. You probably do that. Probably 75 would be my guess. Kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, 73 buff and then a rare would do it.
Well, it comes from a unique, so I guess, yeah, I guess 73 then.
What is Aeroplane's build? So he's playing Stormburst Totem. We're seeing a lot of cool builds actually on that. Wait, is Darth playing this time? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Either. Oh, what's that game, Ziz?
Just dumb it. Everything. Everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Ah.
What is your desire?
GLI
Torchlight
landmines.
Infinite landmines.
Did Dan ever win in a gauntlet? No, Dan's not a huge gauntlet fan. He likes trade. How much do they pay in sponsors? The offers I've been getting per season have been like roughly like 40k per season. But I've been declining. I get that it's hard to decline.
Yeah, we're privileged enough to be able to pick and choose, I guess.
It's a lot of money for me. I remember reading in someone's chat, they were like talking about spending, and one guy said he was gonna try not to spend a lot of money this season, like the last one. He was only gonna spend $800. He was budgeting really hard. And then I felt very vindicated in my decision not to like play it. Is that game actually bad? I think the monetization is very predatory. Like everyone, all my friends that like play spend at least 3,000 per session, per season, not session. No, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I mean, Steel tried it free to play and raged out.
Yeah. It's because like you can't really farm mechanics properly without the fucking loot pets.
Yeah.
It's like trying to farm Legion without a passive tree chat. It's like fucking stupid. Anyway, we should probably talk about Gauntlet though.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Gauntlet is ethical though. Gauntlet is free to play. You don't even need stash ups. Don't even need stash ups. There are people playing with none. Kind of crazy. Can we see a ladder of least played classes? Yeah, sure. I was so happy we got the Peewee Ninja.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lifesaver.
Yeah. We wouldn't have been able to do Gauntlet without this. 100%. Right.
Yeah, so someone is doing the unattended, so I guess this will show in a minute here.
Yeah,
but
let's
you can
look
see
at my 90 plus, and the least played, there's one guy on Duelist, unascended. So he is going for, he's playing so actively. He is going for the first level 100 unascended. How much money is that? Like, what's that bounty? Waza died.
Again?
No, I don't know if he's gone again. Yeah, he can check the X now.
Greetings.
Let's see. Unascended. It's $250 unascended. So it's actually like, in terms of like the time it would take, I wouldn't actually say it's worth doing. But I guess it's a personal challenge and a goal, and having $250 tacked on, why the hell not?
Yeah.
Because yeah, it is gonna take him it is gonna take him like probably the whole week to reach 100
Yeah.
at this pace.
And then at level 90 plus, we have one guy playing Occultist, two dudes playing Trickster, 2.5 playing Pathfinder. It's 3. It was interesting that it went from 0.8 to 1%. I guess it rounds down. 3 dudes playing Pathfinder. How many is this? 4 people. How does this percentage work? Playing Saboteur, 4 on Ascendant, 4 on Warden, 4 on Chieftain. Oh no, okay. They just like rounds down a little bit. But yeah, 2% Reliquarian, 3% Necro. The Witch is pretty competitive though, because there are people doing really good on Witch. We could look at the different class ranks right now. So I guess the lowest class ranks is Ranger or Scion?
Shadow, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Shadow. Shadow is the least
Is
competitive.
it Sarge?
Sarge
Sarge
is
is going for that,
re-rolling
right?
Shadow and has an ephemeral edge,
Yeah.
so Shadow will be extremely competitive. He is
Unless he
really
dies
good.
randomly to some freak
really good.
accident.
Dude, imagine if Sarge gets a Mage Blood.
Oh, well then yeah, that's a fucking insane build.
I want to live in that timeline. If Sarge gets a Mage Blood, Mage Blood and Ephemeral Edge, 2 tier 0s. Yeah, it'll be a lot.
But the PB Ninja guy want to come on for an interview? Probably not, but I guess you would must have talked to him, right?
Yeah. I don't know if he'd be done. But I'm so thankful that he designed it.
Yeah, obviously this event would not be possible without tools like this, like the casting tool, PoE Ninja, obviously PoE Racing in the past. But we wouldn't be able to spectate the Gauntlet properly, so yeah, huge thank you to the tool makers.
Yep. Rasmus made a video recently. I'm not sure if Gauntlet was included. Oh, cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good features. So you can check out like the bounties. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's really cool. I love it. You can also list by prices for bounty. So right now, you can see that Waza has picked up first to kill Act 8 Dodri while singing Don't Stop Me Now, Outoli the Blind, Krogal the Black-Blooded, and first to kill Mervale with special conditions. So he's picked up 1,968. Lance has picked up 950 from killing every Act Boss 6 to 10 with 0 ruin. And then Karn has picked up 334 for killing Owl. I did not know Karn delved. We should watch that kill. This is so streamlined. Look at that.
Yeah, so I did hear from Khan that he was trying to actually hunt for bounties this Gauntlet. Obviously, he did not manage to beat Waza to the first 2 delve bosses. Waza then ripped, giving Khan free reign over the final delve boss. Obviously, all is the hardest of the 3 to find.
Wow, that's scary.
Would you say he's also the hardest to kill? Yeah. Well.
Yes, I would, but I would say Owl is incredibly telegraphed. And I would say he's more telegraphed than the Lich. And I've died more to the Lich than I died to Owl.
Yeah, obviously, Khan almost actually tanking the multi-swipe. So he does a sweeping arc and fires a bunch of projectiles that actually, I think it can shotgun, right? Or it can hit multi-hit at least.
Mm-hmm.
It does a lot of damage either way. So you want to be very careful with that.
Yeah. I don't know.
The
like,
other big mechanic.
the beam at the Lich is so fucked.
Yeah. You don't get ruin stacks. So you don't get ruin stacks if you blocked, but there is no block specifically on all. Ruin is on very... Yeah, Ruin is on very specific bosses in the Gauntlet. It's not on like every single unique enemy.
Yeah. It's also very build specific. Like some builds will find the Lich easier, some builds will find Al easier. The laser, if you don't know exactly where it hits, is like a very clean one shot. The laser at the Lich is just like. I don't remember. I think I've only died once, either 0 or 1 time to Al, and I think I've died 3 times to the Lich. Except for in the campaign where every pixel in the boss arena and vice versa. That's not true.
Well, they're probably talking about Act 2 boss because it's true in the Act 2 boss.
It's
That's
the
probably
race
the
finished.
only boss. Yeah, I'd say that's the only boss we saw in the campaign where Ruin was like completely fucked.
Yeah.
I'm glad we had at least one boss in the campaign that was like the Ruin boss. You know what I mean? Yeah, Brian King as well was definitely nasty with the waves and the auto attack. The fact that his auto attack fucking inflicts Ruin is hilarious.
Yeah, I really don't know what I'm going to play later. So after the cast today, I'm going to be sending a Templar of some sort. And I'll either be doing Absolution or Stormburst. Or Fusillade. Oh, that's Slayer call, dude. Okay. Yeah, so it's very easy. You can just click on any bounty you want to see people doing. It's pretty cool that way. Let's see, what am I doing with my life? Alright. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's see. You can tell us you want to ruin the trade market this week. Can you check unclaimed bounties inside? Yeah. Oops, open PoE wiki. And then today we're going to be casting roughly another 30 minutes. And then in 30 minutes, I am going to do a gauntlet run myself. Just to prove to you guys how fucking easy it is.
Yeah, so if you want to see Ziz die to Act 2 boss, you can see that soon.
If I die, I'll give 10 steel. I'll give 10 subs to steel. If I die to Act 2.
Pog? Remember, you don't get Val Absolution that early, probably. Or Lab.
It's fine. So the unclaimed ones is first to unlock all bloodline ascendancies. First to kill any Uber with a 5 link. This is basically free, dude. This is just kill an Uber. 12-point boss as an elementalist. Act 10 Kitava with conditions. So CIEB. This might not be done. This is really hard. I do like the idea of going for this though. So this is a one-hit Kitava. This is a one-hit Kitava. The main issue here is player cannot exceed zone level. And then we have the display gauntlets. These don't get claimed until the very end. Usually it helps a lot to be lucky here and get 28 quality or 30 quality bases. These are really fucked.
Honestly.
There are several of these. There's like 3 or 4 of these. First, Marauder to survive Exarch Ballface with conditions. Must have Rat's Nest and must have 6 stacks of Ruin prior to completing a full Ballface. See, this is sort of like recursive failure. Cannot destroy balls in any way, but when you hit the ball gets destroyed. Oh, actually, never mind. You would die anyway. So it's fine. This is fine. I'm done. Ignore that part. I'm pissed there isn't one for Duelist. I would have done it with my quest. That's so sketch though. Yeah, why aren't you sleeping? First to kill Act 5 Kitava with CIEB. First to chance a unique during a boss. First to kill quest Incarnation of Dread. So no one has done this yet. Even on the quest one. Highest individual unique count. So this is a RuneScape one. Cloggers. And then obviously not everybody is maybe registered for the challenge. You know, honestly, in hindsight, we should have to register at the start. But rank 1 right now registered is Karn Darak.
Oh shit! Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, Khan, it was from the start, I believe, planning to go for bounties. So yeah, he's getting the uniques up there.
Yep. First, he
Very
gets
good,
7 stack of Ruin during Act in Kitava with Dark Pact of Trethys. First person to have a glowing fishing rod. This is very rare. You need to have a fishing rod, the unique one, and you need to spawn zones for forever. First player to kill Searing Exarch with conditions. Maven with conditions. So this one is fucked. First player to kill Searing Exarch with conditions is must play Connect 4 with another player. Now it would be, I'm really praying and hoping that Exarch is killed by Ben and Exile at the same time with them playing Connect 4 with each other. That would be cinema. So like you play Connect 4 in your inventory and you have to play it with somebody else. So that would be really cool. Yeah, Connect 4. You use Scouring and Chaos Orbs.
You can show the image if you want.
I can't. It's on Imgur. Somebody would have to send it to me manually again.
Lamal, I forgot about that.
I'm getting
I don't have to deal
UK'd.
with that. I don't have to deal with that anymore.
I know the caster sent it to me at some point. I'm getting freedomed.
Holy.
Can't find it. And first player to kill Maven with conditions must achieve a score of 11 or higher on this game while actively fighting the Maven. You have to do this while fighting the Maven.
Yeah, this one seems fucked actually.
What? This is free. Uh-oh. Oh god. Ah! I did it!
Hey.
How long can I go? Woo. No!
Well, now just imagine doing that while fighting Maven in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, you
Good
have to
luck.
do that while fighting Maven. You have to show the game and that you're playing the game. It must be extremely obvious that you are playing the game, and you cannot be in the first phase of Maven. Discord for Connect 4? Yeah, so you have to play Connect 4 while doing Exarch like this. And you have to be doing, when do you have to do it? Need a partner, must then kill. Can you just do it at the start? Because that's pretty easy then.
If you, yeah, honestly, actually very achievable. I think we'll see Ben and Exile go for this.
Yeah. And then we have first player to have all unique maps in inventory. Another old school RuneScape Demonic Pact bounty. Pluggers. So I suggested a lot of the bounties for RuneScape. Obviously they have like, we were like spitballing because half of their team play PoE as well. And then I suggested this one as a RuneScape bounty and they were like, no, we don't want people to hate us. So I was like, I'll just do it myself. I like this bounty. First to kill 1 million monsters without unlocking or completing a single tier 2 map. You're only allowed to do tier 1 maps. And you have to kill 1 million monsters. For $100. It was initially my first iteration of this bounty was kill 100,000 monsters without having done breaking some eggs. And then Viro was like, we have too many campaign bounties, fuck off. So that was my initial bounty. Can you explain this? When you can use any tier in the slot. Oh, sure. You're just not allowed to unlock tier 2 maps.
Wait. Oh, or higher. Yeah,
So you
or
just
higher.
can't kill the boss in any of these maps. Yeah, if you kill the axe boss, you unlock the tier 2. You can do tier 1 maps, just can't kill the boss. Nice. Like, you could 3-to-1 maps, but, you know, it's pretty hard. It doesn't say higher. How are you getting higher unlocked? You can't go past them.
Cannot unlock or complete a tier 2 or higher map. It says there, right? On the
It's very
on the
clear.
variables.
Just don't kill the tier 1 map bosses. Yeah, it does actually say or higher. First unascended level 100. First to kill Maven with the conditions. Dude, whoever comes up with these bounties are fucking psychos. Gain 6 stacks of ruin. Do 0 damage after gaining 6 stacks of ruins for 5 minutes and then kill the boss. That's
actually
you?
quite nasty.
First to kill Eater. Gain 6 stacks of ruin. Do 0 damage after gaining 6 stacks of ruin for 5 minutes and then kill the boss. Non-quest. Yeah, these are fucked. Deal first to kill Aziri with conditions. Yeah, I threw in a bunch of money for bounties. I was like, fuck it, dude. I want to torture people. First to kill Aziri with conditions. Use direct damage skill. 0 reflective avoidance. Cannot do chaos damage. So you have to very carefully, first off, not do enough damage that the like 2% reflect kills you. And you have to very carefully play around the mirror. What is a direct damage skill? So like, not totems, not mines, no minions. You have to use like, you know, alley hit, spectral throw, something like that.
Yeah.
Adds money for bounties, 0 will collect. All of the ones that I've put bounties up for, I expect to be collected for sure. I think most people in chat do too. They're just difficult. They're not undoable.
And as a reminder, it's okay if they don't get collected. They still go to the main prize pool. This doesn't just run away with the money.
Yep. First to kill Incarnation of Dread with conditions. Gain 6 stacks of ruin. Do 0 damage after gaining 6 stacks of ruins for 3 minutes. So it's only 3 minutes on Dread. How much is the main prize pool? I don't know. It's still increasing. Maybe we can get like a tally of total prize pool, including everything from Lyra.
Yeah, it also changes depending on which bounties don't get claimed. Like if all the bounties weren't to be claimed, it would be much higher prize pool.
What is the main prize? Like money. Zero damage is the hardest part? Yeah. Complete Uberlab with CI and EB. Dude, that was really fucked. Can I use ward? Must be allocated. So, right now in the PayPal pool, and this gets doubled by Shopify, is 6,570 pound. It's not like 40,000 US dollars. Let me see. 6,570 GBP to USD. So nearly 9,000. So we're like 18,000 US dollars or something. Plus we have some bounties that aren't in the pool, obviously. So somewhere like 20 to 25k. Plus then we have like MTX stuff.
Yeah, and like Starforge PC as well.
Including everything, I guess we're over 30k right now. Obviously, we split the pool between like racers, bounties, and raffles, but total is over 30k already, I think. And it's really cool that way because last time, even though Ben won the race, he was not the one that won the most money. Is there a pool sponsored by the crowd? Yeah. So Eximishmer, what's the command for that, buddy? Maybe a Gauntlet. You can You can donate directly to the pool, and anything in the pool gets doubled by Shopify. You pocket the money? No, none of that. What we make, so little bit of Gauntlet lore. In the start, the first times I was running events, I was negative 40,000 US dollars personally, and I don't think it was until the 7th Gauntlet that we broke even. Because I've always been like paying everybody that's involved in helping do the Gauntlet as well. And like the way we make money is like the mouse pads, t-shirts, and merch, like the U2s and stuff. That's how we make money. But it took a while for it to become a profitable event. It took 5 years or so. I got no church arrived today, dude. That's awesome. You should pocket some money. You earned it. No, it is a for-profit event. It just took like 5 years to make any money. Like now, it is worth doing. And we do pay everybody involved in making the Gauntlet, like editors, Yoses, casters. Like Steel gets paid to be here. We do pay everyone. Steel is very expensive. Steel costs $1.2 million per day of casting. So that is where most of the money goes to.
Kids are expensive.
Yeah. Did you pay Devin? I'm never paying Devin for everything. He has too much money. He's a zillionaire. Devin did it just for the love of the game.
You got a raid by Sarkabun, by the way.
Sarkabun! Hi, Zizarin! Thank you for the raid!
Zizarin? Not this Zizarin?
Other bounties are first player to complete Contract the Twins with only using Soul Rend with Celestial Cat. So this is Revenge of the Cat. These are the guys that kill the cat in the high storyline. And you must meow audibly after your kill. So this is Revenge of the Cat. My cat is. Well, she's not in my room anymore. And then Quest Incarnation of Fear has also not been claimed, although we believe somebody has killed it and just refused to collect the bounty. So they're just $84 down for no reason.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
No, you have to actually submit the bounty, so.
Yeah. So it is actually... All of these bounties are, interestingly enough, not about who does them first, but it's about who submits them first. Part of the reason for that is that we don't want it to turn into a streamer event where streamers have an inherent advantage. And we want non-streamers to be able to submit too. And while it does only happen once, that we have actually like had one bounty where we know somebody else did it first, but they weren't the first to submit, so they didn't win it. Like it was that down to the wire.
Didn't you pay them both out just out of your own money because you're a nice guy? I think I remember that.
I did.
Yeah, look at that. I just thought of a like interesting thing. We might have to like stop doing gauntlets. Technically, someone could win the gauntlet without submitting the kills, and then they would have beaten Ben without submitting any boss kills. I don't know. That's kind of like game breaking, isn't it? No more gauntlets, I guess.
That's funny.
It's crazy. It's over, chat. Chat, has anyone already beaten all the gauntlet without just like saying anything?
Yeah.
Is the gauntlet already over and we just don't know?
Don't worry about it.
Crazy.
Are you ever going to do an OSRS Gauntlet once? Who knows these things? Me. It's me, the victim! Me, but I don't care about money or fame.
How's console doing? True, we can do a quick check of the console ladder.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Ziz offered just randomly out of his own pocket. This isn't even a bounty or anything. He just said, "I will buy a computer." He didn't say which computer necessarily. A Starwatch PC, I
Cheap
assume.
one.
But he'll buy a fucking computer for the first console player to beat any of the fragment Ubers. We'll call them. I don't know how Ubers. I don't know what are we calling them now? There's different Ubers.
Everyone knows what we're talking about. One of the 10.
Actual Ubers.
Yeah, so Sony is beating Xbox by 1 level. Rank 1 on Xbox is level 85. Rank 1 on Sony is level 86. I guess the easiest Uber is the memory buses with the beams. Are console buses harder? Yes.
Well, I mean, technically no. I mean, technically no.
Rip and Tool. Oh, nice. So right now there are 4,486 people that have made characters on PlayStation. And there are 2,300 that have made characters on Xbox. Very cool. As opposed to PC, where rank 15,000. Wait, do we not see everything here? Usually we see here. Usually we see here and not on PoE Ninja. Interesting. We have opposite API? This is not normally. Wait, what is happening?
This is the console leaderboard.
Oh, it is.
Oh. This is very old.
I'm tired. I'm tired, chat. Wow. Level 33 for top 15,000. So if you're 32 or below, you don't even show up on the ladder. You don't even exist.
Grima, protect me!
Yeah, that means you made that many people go through Act 2 Battle of the Soul. That's funny.
That's crazy. Some of these might not have killed well over, so yeah, they could be over leveling.
That's true, actually. What level were you guys when you did Battle of the Soul, out of curiosity?
Yeah, did you guys over level a lot?
I'm imagining 25 is what people normally do Battle of the Soul in the Gauntlet, but 25, 28, 28, 29, 30. Wow.
41.
41? Nah, fucking shot.
No,
45.
I believe it. I believe it. There genuinely is people that have done like almost level 40 for Weaver.
Jesus. Saul's not doing Blade Bone Zone, so that's his fault actually.
Yeah.
So Ziz wanted an anti-face tank gauntlet, hence the ruin. So no face tanking. So Saul's actually going for like going for like a full damage setup now. I believe this POB for this build we got to peek at it was 20 million DPS. So actually probably just gonna burst through the gauntlet boss phases. Which makes sense because what do you call it? The ruin kind of turns it into a damage gauntlet.
Yep. Yeah, so literally Business's strategy is he's actually playing Guardian. And Guardian has the shrines, and one of the shrines you can get is literally Divine Shrine. That is a thing that can happen. So that means you're immortal for I believe 40 seconds. And he will then try to get for like 100 million plus damage and burst the Ubers down in the immortality window. That is his play. He should be able to kill like 8, maybe 9 Ubers with that strategy if he pops off. Kinda cool. Kinda based.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is streaming. Is he live right now? He's offline. He's snoozing right now.
Yeah. Worth pointing out, I actually think the most difficult thing about the strategy is the fact that you can't really map on that character anymore. Like once you've done this, you are basically resigned to bossing. Yep. So we won't actually get to see this build until like it's ready. And then he'll literally just go in and do
it like
Ubers.
caustic concoction or something now. And it does like floor degen. But all of the
Yeah, the multi-proj.
There's a bun too.
There's a bun 3 tomorrow.
just the chain screeches, they're like all projectile monsters. I saw it was a little bit sketchy. I should have just walked away.
Should have walked away, but you didn't. Rip, that is Sarkaban. Yeah, she plays with one hand. It's very impressive. She has a second hand, she just doesn't use it. She has like nerve damage or something. What is Soul playing? Scorching Ray.
Scorching Ray totems, by the way, which is like...
It's kind of crazy. No walking away, we got balls of steel, repeatedly getting them crushed though. I hope you're all enjoying this gauntlet. If you are, one way to support the gauntlet is to pick up one of these desk mats. Which one do I play? This one. No! These are not for eating! These are desk pads! These, like, you place mice on them. Head on over to Epic Desk, pick up one of our brand new designs before the entire stuff is eaten! Yeah, so there are lots of different designs there, and these are almost anti-AI. There's no AI involved in these, 100% human-made. Not made from human skin, but they are made by my editor, Skya, who hates AI. So, artist actually made this. Keeping her hungry, for real.
Are there previous mouse pads for sale? I know you
No.
mentioned the mirrored disc plates, but oh really? Wow.
you can
Yes,
only
they
get
are
them-
limited edition then, I guess.
Yeah. I know, like, Karn is really sad about it because he really wants the mousepad I have. I'm not giving him mine. So you can only
Yeah.
get them there. Like, for example, what we do with the t-shirts on shop.scissoring.com, I had the idea because I know a lot of people were asking, can we get old gauntlets? Because I missed one that I really want, and we don't. We only sell, like, the proper normal design during the gauntlet. But what I decided to do, because so many people were asking about it, is that we have a mirrored design. So it's flipped the other way around, and it comes with the text mirrored if you aren't able to pick one up during the league.
Which I think is a really smart way of preserving the collective feeling to it.
Yeah.
While allowing people to, you know, buy the design if they really, really, really want it.
Is
Yeah, it's very
there
smart.
an affiliate link for the mats? No. So this is not like a thing that we're like sponsored to sell these. These are literally like, I want to sell them so that we make money. Like these are, we have no discount or something. We want the money from selling the pet.
Yeah, this is like I like that product and I like Ziz doing Gauntlet. And I want to give Ziz you know, a bit of money and get something in return. So.
Yep. Crangled would have been a better message. We have a Crangled Gauntlet, so that would work. Anybody switch to bossing build? No, we're at least a day out from that. So generally we do see some people go in at like late day 3, early day 4. Most people do wait until the last day to boss, so usually there's an onslaught of deaths the absolute last day.
Yeah, at this stage in the Gauntlet, you're mostly seeing progression, gear progression, atlas progression, maybe a little bit of boss progression, you know, watchstones, that kind of thing. We do tend to see bossing at the earliest coming from Ben. He does kind of set the pace. We talked about this earlier with Jung, but he does kind of set the pace. And I believe he's going for a 50, 60 hour played Gauntlet, which for him is maybe day 4, I want to say. So, or maybe day 5 even. We'll see. I mean, he's already level 100. And the list of things he has to get is getting shorter and shorter, so...
Definitely think we are going to be seeing people doing Dread soon, because there is that Starforge bounty, and it's by the end of day 5 you want to kill Dread. So if somebody kills Dread with full gear, then that's still the first person. That person will still win the PC if nobody's able to do it with 9. And then if somebody does it with 9, somebody has to beat with 8, etc. until you're down to 0 pieces of gear. So you can lock in a kill quite early.
Someone explain what Sol is doing? You mean what he's farming? I mean, at the moment...
Reach?
He's just, yeah. Rage Betrayal. If you mean the build, so... Yeah, this is... I'll actually explain as well. We've explained it a few times, but I'll explain it again, because it is kind of weird. He's playing Scorching Ray Immolation Totems. So apparently this is just mathematically a very strong single target skill. I don't think the mapping on it is anything too impressive.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but it's not anything too impressive. But the single target apparently is really, 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 really high.
Yeah.
We actually saw his POB earlier, or a POB of this build earlier, and it was rocking about 20 million DPS. And that was a non-Mage Blood POB, which Sol actually managed to somehow get another Mage Blood in
It's
this
very
gauntlet.
suspicious.
So
How does he do
yeah,
it?
it's his second Gauntlet with a Mage Blood, by the way, chat.
In a row.
So yeah. Yeah, which is insane.
It is very cool. It is very
So what's
cool.
Ben's boss build? Well, we're guessing it's more of mischief, but it might not be. According to Ventura, there's a secret build. So we'll have to see when he swaps to it.
I also have a secondary theory that he's going to do full respecs. So I think he's going to have a lot of regret orbs and do literal full respecs. I think he'll have two different builds. I think he'll have a different build for the feared. Like, still on the same character, so you can't use multiple characters in the gauntlet for points. But I think he's going to do a full respec for the feared. I think he'll do some sort of DD thing for the feared, and I think he's going to do different stuff for other bosses. So, we'll see. And somebody asked, why is Dread so hard this gauntlet? Why has nobody gone for it? So, there are a few reasons. There's no reason to. There's a bug this gauntlet where you get the Void Stone by killing Exarch. That is just a bug. It's unfortunate, but we're keeping that in so that you don't get ahead by, you know, that like we fix it later and only some people get to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want that to be the case. So when something's bugged, we're just leaving it for everybody. So you don't necessarily need to. There's no that crazy benefit to it. And a lot of people are so scared of the ruin abilities of the Dread that they want to have crazy damage to make the fight as fast and easy as possible. Every projectile, every little bullet hell thing in Dread inflicts ruin.
Yeah, funnily enough, by the way, the guy, Jin, I believe his name was, who did attempt Dread and died to him, he did mention he didn't get any ruin, I believe. And he died in phase 3, so...
Ben just framed a belt.
Maybe... excuse me?
Ben's doing barriers.
Oh! I thought he said this was time waste.
Mm-hmm.
Is this him being cocky as fuck?
No. So, I didn't want to say anything at the time, but... regardless of the belts, getting the maps are really good.
Okay.
He's
so
getting
it's not time waste. He can farm like crazy Mirage maps for juice. Right. And if he gets a belt, I mean, holy shit, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be such a Ben thing to do to just get like a resistance, like, resonance belt or some shit like that?
Oh, I would. This is also a really good way to get dust, by the way. Yeah, see, I'm just here for the maps.
Yeah.
What I thought. So yeah, no, it's good for dust, good for maps, and obviously that is like the only downside to having an Oasis maps is that day 2 to 4, etc. can be a little bit boring because people are so focused on farming their gear. But obviously, all in all, this is obviously the way to go because all of us want to see people die to bosses. None of us wants to see the competitors with an uber ready build fall over to a stupid stone golem or cannibals. They're not very fun deaths, right? It's so much more entertaining to watch people do and die to bosses. So
yeah.
Definitely really enjoying this. That being said, that is where we're going to end the cast for today. And I am going to be doing my own Gauntlet run. So you can just stay tuned, and I'm going to show you how fucking easy the Gauntlet actually is.
Yeah, we figured it's a good time because, you know, it's a farming stage of the Gauntlet, so this is a much better time for Aziz to start his run. So if you want to watch him not die to the Gauntlet, he's not going to die. It's easy. It's fine. You guys
I haven't
exaggerate.
died in like a year, too.
Yeah. So yeah, good luck, my friend.
Thank you. So huge shout out to all our sponsors, especially Shopify. Nothing really to promote. They're not selling anything. I don't know if they're hiring right now either, but Shopify, literally the only reason why we're able to do events in Path of Exile. I don't think there would be any events in PoE without Shopify, so huge thank you to Shopify. And obviously, huge thank you to Starforge, Display, RuneScape as well. They are our headliner sponsors. And then, I don't want to butcher their name. I like double checking. Where are they? Oh. The one with Lady and Sir God. Oh.
Dead West? Dark West.
Dark West. Yeah, the Dark West also had some really cool bounties. And it's an upcoming ARPG. And yeah, RuneScape as well, and Starforge with Intel. So thank you guys so much to all our sponsors. And yeah, I am going to be doing my Gauntlet run right now. So I'm going to ditch Steel Mage, and I'll see you guys later. So, thanks, Steel.
Bye.
Bye, Felicia. Alright. There you had it, boys. Alright. How fucking hard can this be? Turn on the logout macro. I need one. I'm gonna use one though. I do need one. Die to Hillick? I might. There's a very big chance I die to Hillick, actually. But outside of Hillick, I don't think I'll die. This is very easy. We can do a prediction if I'll die to Hillick. That's definitely the only place I'm likely to die. Isn't it super shit? Isn't this worse than Marauder?
Let's get it done. Cover me.
Fuck is Hallow support? It's worth. A Glacial used to be really nice in my opinion. Don't underestimate the. Yeah, I won't. Fuck is this shit?
Be gone, please. Get them off me. I can do this. Destroy them all.
To be fair, I made the event. It would be bad if I was bad at it. You're using a ranged skill, bro. I'm not. I'm using Holy Strike. I was in melee the entire time. Anyway, I did do it last Gauntlet on Marauder just to prove how easy it was. In my defense.
I refuse to die.
What do you do early?
I'll handle it from here.
Man, I don't remember how to play this game. Triple blue. Why did he leave? Okay, I lied. I wasn't in melee the entire time. What do you want from me? Blue Blade Rain.
Stay sharp out there.
Hello.
I think I will pick this up for the blue.
Farewell.
Right. I'm very worried about the... I don't know what build to go. I don't know whether I'm doing Absolution or Totems.
My nightmares, they were prophecy.
I like the sound. I'm also terrified. I'm most likely to die to Ultimatum. The hardest is the start. Drummer's Totems are really nice. I know. You should play your own build. I made a build? What build? Gauntlet? The Gladiator? I don't like Gladiator. It is good though. I don't want to play Slams. I don't want to play Slams. Definitely not play EA.
Make your wish.
And the start is so toxic. And you know, this is so much easier than something back in the day called Blamped. Blamped used to be so hard in the start. You would get 1 shot or 2 shot by monsters. At least here you get like 3 or 4 shot. My boy! The start is very toxic. My boy. Especially with the ultimatum monsters. So as you can see, the reason, if you're wondering why I'm playing like such a bitch, I have a rule that if you don't feel strong, you aren't strong. And you need to be a bitch. Progress when you feel strong. And I don't feel strong right now, so as you can see, I'm playing very carefully. It's actually the biggest flaw softcore players have, is that they feel like it's a chore and that they're in a rush. Widescreen is very OP for Gauntlet, by the way, but I don't like widescreen. I'm leaning towards Absolution. Although totems are really nice because it doesn't need a Val skill. And totems gets endurance charges. What's... I would say totems are probably tankier, huh? Totems are probably tankier. Don't you think? Need 1 more gold. I think I might go Hyro. Does Tatantiel have a POB? Also, I need to play ads. Have you guys been enjoying the cringe ads that I made? I hope you guys like them more than like regular ads. We try to make them pretty fun. Very awesome. It was very, we had like a wholesome moment. It was very cute. So we were like, I was just like bringing her a bunch of stuff, and I brought her like a lot of different choices. We were like, we were gonna watch something, and I brought her like a choice of snacks, a choice of food, and a choice of drinks. I brought her like multiple different drinks. She hadn't like asked for anything. I just brought her a bunch of stuff, and she started crying, and she was just so happy that I brought her a bunch of like choices. So obviously like the kids can be like pretty ungrateful, right? As other parents will know. It's like you don't really, like kids aren't really thoughtful. So it was just very, it was just very happy. You got like a lot of different choices. Very cute. Make me sick being a good husband. Kids are evil demons, but only for 20 to 25 years. And what are you rolling? I'm probably gonna do Stormburst totems. Why not do gold found in the Gauntlet? Don't tempt me. I fucking will. That'd be kind of sick, actually. Yo, that'd be... I might. I'll do the same build, even. Probably not, though. It's too hard to do as a bounty. And impossible to kill Helic without a skill? Yeah, I mean you could like have like that you start once you get to town. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's why does that get like night botted? All he wrote was it's impossible to kill Hillock without a skill, and it got like night botted. Is Hillock a slur? Bro, brother. It's just Hillock doesn't get. I don't know. Maybe it's kill Hillock. There it is. It's kill Hillock. Wait, but what about kill Hailrake? No, this guy wrote, why would Hillock be a slur? What about kill Hailrake? No, then nobody cares about Hailrake. Weird. What about kill Bill? I wonder why Hillock. I have it on the lightest moderation setting too. It is pretty much just there to like prevent slurs. Not blocked on the settings, I checked. Yeah, I don't know. Also, after I do this, I have to play Twitch ads. Yeah, hopefully the ads haven't been too, ooh, hello. Hopefully the ads haven't been too intrusive. Obviously, like, we don't want to be a pain, but obviously we do have, like, we do take, like, have contractual obligations from sponsors. That's how we get the prize pools and stuff like that. So hopefully you guys understand. Try to not be too annoying about it. I haven't seen many people complaining. It's turbo. No, we're talking about like the hard-coded ones, like the ads that I play. And finally see you play RuneScape. I should load up RuneScape, but it's really hard for me to do amethyst mining. It's hard for me to do amethyst mining. It's a little bit too active for Gauntlet. Normal game, I think I could do it. I finally unlocked amethyst. I'm so proud of my RuneScape progress. It's been so fun, dude. I've heard this might be the last Gauntlet. Is that true? Why would this be the last Gauntlet? No, not as far as I'm aware. Friendly. Do I not get Holy Flame Totem? Oh, that's from breaking some eggs, isn't it? What? Insane.
While we live, we are blessed.
Well, I need to survive the next zone, to be fair. Did I play ads? Nah, that's fun. Let me play ads.
This time, it'll be you begging for your life.
Finally, a brawl.
You died to Merveil? Ooh. Sorry, dude.
See? Even nightmares.
As well.
This one's going to hurt, isn't it?
Event owner client? True. What's this though?
Go on.
Absolutely. Death. Should have given. You're a smart one, Exile.
Yeah, I didn't get anything. You wanna shot me? Yeah.
I need more mana.
One white stun? One white stun's pretty doable. The army arm decks, yeah, once you get level 2, you get the Mirage Gauntlet. Then you have to wear them and level up. So cool that we have actual like MTX in the game now. So cool, dude. And they start tracking. Are the others like Dragon Hunter MTX at level 95? No, we don't have that amount of money. We don't like give everybody like level 95 like a $60 MTX set. I can't afford that. I'm sorry. We're not quite there yet. It's just the mystery box. It is guaranteed, and the what do you call it? Widescreen must be so easy here. Same with Albion Online. So many people use widescreen. Personally, I hate that widescreen is supported for any video game. I know I'm a hater, but I can't help it. I think it looks so ugly. I think it looks so ugly on streams. How much does this event cost you, if you don't mind me asking? So it doesn't cost me anymore. It's something we run for profit for me and Vyro now. In the start, like the first 5 years, I was personally down over $40,000. And then, because we really struggled on getting sponsors. We really struggled on getting sponsors. We didn't really have any big company that would help support. So I just would, in the start, we also paid for like the private league slots from GGG. And all the prizes was something I came up with personally. But it took over like 5 years of running Gauntlet and selling merch and companies getting involved until we could start not like losing money on each Gauntlet. But now it is like for profit. It's not the main reason I do it though. Like transparently compared to like sponsors, like game sponsors and stuff, it is a lot more work for less money. But we do pay everybody involved, like Raya for editing, Yosis for voiceovers, people working behind the scenes. Like we do. And we've been doing that. I've been doing that from the start. So everybody that's been involved on the Gauntlet always got paid. But in the start, I would just pay them personally.
What is your desire?
Your shields. Wait until I get totems before I start doing Mirage, and then I think I'll farm Mirage for uniques. See if I can get a unique body armor like 1,000 ribbons earlier would be huge. Yeah, it does not actively cost me money anymore, and GGD has gotten more and more supportive over time. So we don't have to pay for like the server slots and stuff. I think 30 positive chaos risk goes a long way. Does Helena also get paid? No. Although she does handle all the merch. Yeah, does anyone have... Tantiel has a guide for Stormburst, right? Does he have a specific Gauntlet Stormburst?
Enemy.
As you can see, I'm really taking my time. There's no point to rush. I cannot be fucked making multiple characters. I do choose to die in the Gauntlet. From past league. Does nobody have an up-to-date Stormburst? Maybe I should just look. Who's the rank 1 Stormburst player we're live right now? It's Arrow, right? Maybe I should just load up Arrow's POV. Aeroplane's the rank 1 Stormburst, right? What applies Rune in the X10 fight? I don't remember. The like the red shockwave does. Maybe the beam. Why Stormers and not kinetic fusillade totems? Isn't kinetic fusillade totems more difficult to pull off in the Gauntlet? Don't you need a lot of stuff to do that? Isn't that like pretty bad early? And take the jacket off. Above Ben? He's not. Dennis, rank 1. Just a display bug if he's displayed above. Not displayed above. This totem you need the ring? Right.
Yes?
No kinetic first load until 40? Right. With that.
Take care.
Okay. Okay. No playlist today. What do you mean? I'm listening to music right now. I'm literally listening to music right now. It's pretty quiet. Oh. I didn't know. Sorry. I didn't know. Unaware. My bad.
What is your desire? Make your wish.
All right. Now it's louder than you. How's that? Nice transfer. Yeah, you want it, especially in the start, you want to be a bitch chat. You want to be a bitch. There's so many benefits to being a bitch early on. It doesn't matter. Don't stop me now. I wanna have a good time. I'm having a ball.
My mana is spent.
Oh. That was my favorite Bundy. It was pretty cool. You know, it would be sick to just have like somebody who like was accidentally just like fucking S tier at singing. Just fucking belted out the song. Killed Marvel, yo guts.
Keep your life to your own.
Gauntlet's got talent. Huge. It wasn't S tier. It was good. It was good. It was really good. I love that Nick just sent it, even though I didn't need to.
Enter. Yes, just like that.
Who thinks I will die during the gauntlet?
Be at peace.
I've not died in like the last
The Genesis tree set.
I can't remember the last time I've died in a gauntlet. Favorite gauntlet bounty I've seen? Oof, I don't know. One sec. I need to focus here because this is like giga. If I get 1,000 ribbons here, it's like omega win. It would actually be like really suspicious. I just hope I don't get a tabula because it's not really that big. Tabula is like okay, but you really just want tank and you want the damage and the resist. So like you really want 1,000 ribbons. Fuck. It did not say armor? Why the fuck did I get a shield? What in the fuck? It said armor! I thought it meant body armor. Not equals defense, but that's the thing. 1,000 ribbons is infinitely more. And it's infinitely more damage from 1,000 ribbons than the tabula. And tabula gives you mana issues. Tabula is like a big noob trap. I haven't used tabula in like years. And it'll say body armor. Let's have this little fella inflicted ruin. Be cool for next time. Normal monsters inflict ruin. Is of greed. Boots on a premise.
What are we shipping? I'd consider that
Oh,
okay.
nice. Okay. There. Honor home is better than a tabula. I agree.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Totally agree.
God hasn't abandoned us. Yes?
Anyone see my message? Yeah. No, that's this huge early. What is the Gauntlet? It's an event put on by me and Vyro. With like a pretty big price pool. Usually, obviously, like people can still grow the price pool. I'm not 100% sure what it's at right now. But it's between like $30,000 to $50,000 total price pool. And it's basically the hardest version of Path of Exile. Where there's loads of like custom modifiers and just, yeah, it's hardcore solo self-fun only. Bosses are a lot harder than normal. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nice. I need red, red, blue. Very cool. As you can see, like I'm level 8 in Submerged Passage. Ooh, I'm trying not to die. It's very hard. Generally, you want to be like 10 levels over zone level very often. Is Swarashta? Oh, it's up there. Okay, it is the hardest event ever created. Oh, you know, unless you consider Blamp. Blamp was so hard that you really didn't get through the campaign. How many tries on Hilly? You mean like on average for most people or for me? For me, first try easy, but most people die a lot on Hilly. I haven't died in the Gauntlet in like years. I usually play up to like pinnacle bosses and stuff. Haven't done Ubers in a while. Play under playing. Now I'm a caster now. You have to pay attention though.
Let's fix what's broken.
Why isn't the Gauntlet on Ruthless? Because it's too RNG. And what is, in my opinion, a really good thing about the Gauntlet is that in a game that you would think is as RNG as Path of Exile, it is incredibly skill-based. That's my favorite thing. What is your goal with percentage completion of a Gauntlet? Oh, ideally we don't want a single person to complete the Gauntlet. Peak would be 5 Ubers being killed and multiple people killing different Ubers. So maybe between 2 or 3 people, all the Ubers being killed, but different builds. Like people are like, fuck, I can't do Maven, but at least I can do Eater. But yeah, ideally we don't want anyone to complete Uber. What are you gonna do? Stormburst. So there's been 3 or 4 gauntlets that have not been completed so far out of the 11 or 12 we've done. Something like that. Okay, Stormburst totems. A lot of people. Arrow is rank 1 right now in Stormburst. Should there be modifiers for increased currency drops to speed up farming? Absolutely not. What's the secret in here again? Like, what do you get from the goats? I can't actually remember. I thought Arrow died. Yeah, that was Arrow, not Aeroplane. Aeroplane is rank 1. What do you get from this? I don't actually remember.
Choose
Rare
what you
boots.
want. Good boots win wars. Remember that.
XP. This pack size? Oh, okay. Oh, this is scary. By the way, totems get infused only, right? Do I have to be the one casting it? Fire and ignite resist all. Video. Rare boots.
I am no beast of burden.
Where the fuck are the chains? Here. Being up as Hitler on Tumblr? Yeah, I'm Tumblr. You can watch my video from a few minutes ago. I did it first try. I would just recommend doing that. I would just recommend doing that, to be honest. Saves a lot of time instead of dying. Ideally. I've done it wrong 10 times? Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. You really don't want to die?
Fight another day.
I like 3rd time. Funny. Yeah, deal this is a lot easier. Garbage. Keep that. Have an alchemy. Your MS recipe. I have so many quicksilvers.
Greetings.
Farewell.
Hello. Take care.
Fire damage or time multiplier. Ally damage. No actual good scepter. That does suck a lot. That does suck. Okay bases though.
Hello.
In theory, the dot multi is better than mine. Doesn't have 3 blue. The 2 of us is crazy. I'm so scared. It is very rippy. That's for every other time? Yeah. I have an idea actually. I'm gonna do something. Next time I get some gold, I'm gonna make a new ranger and gamble level 2 ones. Way more likely to get a plus M level. 30% cheaper or some shit. They hurt, the little totems. What do you mean by 30% cheaper? Low level characters are cheaper than high level characters for gambling? But it is tied to the progress of your high level character too, to make it not as strong as it otherwise could have been. Pros and cons, pros and cons. Lightning. I have fire right now, but I do actually need lightning. Boom, we got red and lots of damage. Heaps of damage. Big fan of totem playstyle. You want to be a bitch? Totems are so good, man. See what I blinked out of there? Are you kidding me? I can't believe Karn went to bed, dude. Crazy. Only did like 44 hours too. Rare ranged weapons. Oh, flame wall. I will at some point have flame wall, I guess. At some point before Brutus have flame wall. Those totems were good in PoE too, weren't they quite good? Pretty sure Tatantiel did them, they were pretty banging. Just clunky to get up and running. PoE 2 were good. It is. That's so funny. That is extremely funny. That is extremely humorous. I just got a quill rain. Spell damage, fire damage over time. Lack on any of these. Other. Give me shards. The game is literally begging me to go explosive arrow. Did anyone do Wimpy's toxic bounty with the gem things? Gem incubators? Guessing no. My boy. Bro. You ever feel like they went overboard with the whole fire and ignite resistant thing? We need a rare iron ring. It still turns white, right? Died to Abrath in the ranking fight? Yeah, he killed Rex as well. Tough one. Sure. Kill him, Mr. Monster.
I am no beast of burden.
Was level 11, let me wear my lightning ring. I can get cold rest capped soon. Obviously, you want to be cold rest capped before Brutus. My boy! A fire ring, needed that. I think we're gonna go back to town. I want all of that loot. We're just stealing it. We're just copying him because it's adorable. So, what I wanted.
Made any.
Oh. Lightning and life. Red. That's the colors I need. Unless this is good. Good enough. Keep for the colors. Level 12. Do all the raised curses? No, only the thick one. Only thick doddery. Can I use holy strikes? I most certainly do not! Hey, 71 cold rest, so we are basically rest capped already. So cool, the Giant Eggs is sponsoring the Gauntlet. I agree. I think it is very cool. Even messaged DDD first. They're like, do you mind? And they're like, nah, bro. Go for it. Like, half the PoE team plays RuneScape and half the RuneScape team plays PoE. Very cute. Base developers. Uh-oh. Different genres? Yeah, and I mean RuneScape is like perfectly complementary to PoE. Right. Either like so many people play OSRS on the same time as PoE. Is that amount of filters? Yeah, I should delete some. Delete some. Hi, Sai. Yeah, no, I have amethyst now. Also, thank you for the tip. I actually was banking the amethyst. I have been banking it each time, so I guess that was a mistake. Doesn't it autoplay itself 90% of the time? No, so it's kind of the opposite. It's like most things are active in RuneScape, but it has some things that you can AFK. So the things you can AFK is usually like 2 to 10% of the XP of the active thing. As an example, right? The mining I was doing is 15,000 XP per hour, but if I was doing it actively, there's one thing I could do that is 180,000 XP per hour, right? Just let it AFK chisel, yeah. So I didn't know about that. Honestly, then I probably could. I probably can load up RuneScape right now then. 3-tick mining run it, or Sunstone. Isn't that 180? I don't know. It's a lot more, is more the bottom line, right? Really red. Maybe we hit lightning. Get those gloves to make it more AFK. What are the gloves? What do they do? I know what they're called. What do they do? What they do? Make the vein last more. Oh shit! I really want that. Blue on something. Oh.
Farewell.
That X6 fight wasn't very nice. The shot, yeah.
What little help
Okay. Is a main or an iron? I hate the main terminology. I hate main should mean main character. And I only have one main character. I've only played RuneScape once, basically. Like, I did play like 10 hours or whatever as a child. I couldn't sub, so I had like 15 mining. I don't even remember. I thought I played more than I did, but we found my account on RuneScape 3 and I barely played. I am a main. I'm a hardcore group Iron Man. Is my main. And I have never died in RuneScape. The hardest content I've done is while Guthix sleeps. I get a chisel. And I've done TOA. Well, that's not that hard. So it's like these the things these like unidentified minerals is what I need, right?
Yes?
Yeah, while Guthix sleep and TOA is what I've done.
While we live, we are blessed.
This is neither the time
How do you
nor the
cluster
place.
totems? 38. 38. At least my early start is kind of set. If I died there. Exile? Exile without PD. Curious.
You've got to make your wish.
Level 12. Arbor will break him.
Hello.
This is just start his run. Yes, sir. Just started. %, modifier after you have a run cap. You're running baseline 55 if you're capped. Doesn't matter if you have 200. Doesn't help you. I do have that shield.
Choose what you wish.
Rare body armors. I don't have a good one.
Call themselves liberals as a political identifier. It was in Spain.
Damn.
I believe that is why.
So yeah.
I refuse
Yeah,
to
be
believe it's
reassured.
not an American concept.
Why
I'm gonna
Destiny
ignore
missed-
that
Oh.
historical fact.
Okay. Speedrunning these. Gerrymandering saga.
Okay.
This is not a speedrun.
Largest one-year drop.
Shit the Republicans are saying, all of those far lefty people are then going to mutate into the next thing. You know, you bring up all these people on the Progressive Victory panel. One of those people is Nina Turner, who as soon as she started losing her race, started blaming AIPAC and the Jews for funding her campaign opponents anyway. So all of those people now that you worked with, that you were, making deals with the devil with, are now going to become your #1 haters. Just like when Bernie lost the primary to Hillary the first time, they said that it was because the super delegates were rigging it against him, and then when he lost the second time, it's because all of the moderates came together and backstabbed him and worked with Biden. Like, all of these people are going to be the new big enemy you've made. You're not going to get any electoral gains whatsoever. You're going to have turned off moderate voters, and now you're going to be fighting another two-flank war on an election that should be like a steamroll for you to finally put forth a strong, liberal, like center-left platform. I think that's the most likely direction that we're heading right now.
Are about shared values.
Who is
baseline values that make it so that it's possible for you to cooperate, right?
Who
you cannot have a big tent with people who are fundamentally in opposition to democratic processes.
I just really need to know who is you and who is we, and like who, because we streamers, YouTubers,
Sorry, when I say
cannot
we, I mean Democratic
do anything
Party
about
voters.
this.
When I say we,
okay,
I mean
we
this is the
cannot
Democratic
change what the Democratic Party is going to do.
Well, we are. That's what we're
What
all
we
having
can
a
do
conversation
is
about
we
now,
can
right?
decide. We can
influencers
decide.
that.
Okay, listen, please. We can decide whether or not we want to engage with him or not. That's what we can decide. We can decide if we want to engage with him or not. If I wanted to influence the Democratic Party, I would go work at a think tank and go work someplace where they actually pay attention.
Well, no, we're having conversations about like what should the engagement look like. This is the point of like the influencers arguing, the people writing the op-eds, the people that are writing the Substacks, the people that are on Twitter. This is the argument right now: is what do we cooperate with these people like they're our ideological teammates, or are these people adversaries that we need to be doing combat with? That's the big debate right now, right? And everybody's having a little say in like what direction they want to push the party towards.
Yeah, and the disagreement comes from, fundamentally, do you think getting Hassan to help a person like Ro Khanna into Congress does less to help than he's going to hurt the Democratic Party by engaging with him? He's going to do that anyway in the general.
The path that I just laid out was the path that I think is the most likely to happen. If there's some part of that you think is unlikely or unreasonable, then...
I have not seen the data to say that this is potentially going to be the case, and I'm confident enough that
What do you mean
it's
the
going to
data? How
happen.
about
And also, when you
2024?
say
What
like
do you
all
mean?
these unelectable candidates, but a bunch of these guys do get elected.
No,
like,
most
those
of them
people that he
don't.
does platform.
Aren't we currently dealing with the fallout of the last time we ignored fucking progressives?
Yes.
Like, they fucking retconned our entire set of rhetoric. They, like, dragged the entire country into a mire of goddamn identitarian bullshit, and MAGA learned their full set of goddamn tricks from these people. And we're gonna let them do it all over again, is what you're saying.
I don't think it makes any sense to say that MAGA learned their tricks from the far left. I think that that's not
Are you kidding?
accurate.
Tribally snowflake woke, like wolf scolding.
No, I think
absolutely the structure of MAGA is falls directly in line with a lot of the structure
Yeah, but I think the farther.
Well, I'm sorry, and I know we're
to.
supposed to be on the same team here, but I think
are we-
that's,
yeah.
I think that I know that we're supposed to be on the same team here, but no, I think that is removing agency from the neo-fascist Republican Party. I don't think that they learned from the left in terms of implementing their agenda. They have a full-throated, fully developed system where they can do this stuff all on their own. I think it is crazy, actually, to blame the far left for MAGA.
That's fine. I did though.
Okay.
I mean, I would say the far left.
Yeah,
learned
you're
from
wrong.
MAGA
You're
more
wrong,
than-
incredibly wrong.
More than MAGA learned from the far left, but like, do we think?
Well, hold on, let Destiny go first.
Hey, wait, do y'all agree with this? Do you blame the far left for causing MAGA?
I don't blame the far left for causing MAGA,
But I don't think
blame
that's
the
what
far
they're
left for,
saying.
like,
What are you
getting
saying
us-
then?
For getting us used to the kind of like from pathos, from ethos, like bullshit arguments that like
The
no
style
stands,
that the far
nobody
left
stands on a
engaged
chance.
in, MAGA has copied it. I don't know if I agree with this. I think it
No,
was-
I disagree with that entirely. The far right has been a problem in this country for far longer than the far left.
Oh, hold on. You say this, but who was bombing people back in the 60s and the 70s? Was it the far right or the far left?
What are you talking about?
The Weather Underground. Are you
Well,
unfamiliar?
hold on. Well,
Are you
yeah,
unfamiliar with the
what were
KKK?
Yeah, the institutions
Sure.
that
I
existed on the
asked you a
right
direct
and civil rights
question,
and everything.
though. Whether
Wait,
how
no,
many
wait, it's
bombs-
going.
This is
really good.
ridiculous,
Stop,
man.
stop.
I'm
No,
not
wait,
gonna
it's going
sit here.
apart.
I'm not gonna sit here and have y'all say that the far left is the reason that MAGA's a problem. That's ridiculous.
The far left taught MAGA its current rhetoric.
No, that's ridiculous, man. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
I don't agree with this perspective, but if we look at 2024, like, do we feel like the far left flank, do we feel like this was helpful or harmful when it came to the general election?
No, but that's not what I'm vehemently disagreeing with.
No,
here.
I agree. I'm not representing that argument. I'm just bringing it back to the in terms of like courting them again. Do we feel like the far left was helpful or harmful in the 2024 election?
They were harmful because they didn't vote for the Democratic candidate, or at least the ones that didn't vote for the Democratic candidate were harmful. Yeah.
Well, then
Like,
why do we
actively
think?
drove voter
Why do we
apathy,
think? Why do we think it's going to change this time when the election choice in 2024 was the easiest election choice it's probably ever going to be?
It's not. But we're not saying it will. We're saying why not help use them to promote other candidates that we agree are good if they're going to.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that was a disaster in 2024. So why do we think it's going to work? What's going to change this time?
When did we work with the far left to promote candidates we agree on, and it was a disaster?
The far left was part of the left. What do you mean? We were all seen as being on quote unquote the same team.
What do you mean? Like, can you
Bernie
address
Sanders and
specifically-
AOC was on Hassan's stream multiple times. Hassan was out at marches, giving speeches to people or whatever, talking to people. I'm sure there are other far left examples, but there was three of them.
Did what I'm suggesting happened when Hassan promoted a candidate, the liberals also won, and we used that.
The candidate promotion is like one of the least important parts of this entire model. So I don't know why you're fixating on that.
Well, that's the utility that I'm talking about. I mean, I don't know what else you're talking about.
I'm talking about the control of the rhetoric, the thing that was the most important thing, the thing that actually mattered. It feels like the whole anti-Palestinian marches movement and the obsession related to the Israel-Palestine, all of these issues were driven from the left, and all it did was damage the Democratic Party and the ability to...
You don't think Hassan started the Israel-Palestine rhetoric, do you?
I didn't... Yes,
No,
I think
he's a big
Hassan.
reason.
I think Hassan started all of the Israel-Palestine rhetoric. Actually,
No, I know
That
you
is my
didn't, but
point.
like the idea that like the far left was the issue that drove this wedge, and not that people in general were upset with the Israeli policies. Like this is a consequence of the policy, not
No,
hey, like
no.
let's make this bad.
No, it wasn't, because any intelligent, reasonable person that has an intelligent or reasonable view on foreign policy would have known that if you cared about Palestinians, that the easiest option there would be to vote for Kamala. It's not even in question.
Yeah,
that wasn't
far
Hassan's
left is
position
the
or
part
the far
that's
left
driving
position.
the wedge.
Yeah,
but the Israel-Palestine stuff disaffecting voters did not come from Hassan and Israel-Palestine.
No, it did. It
like,
did.
That came from the policy.
No, the Israel-Palestine should have been a mobilizing issue for us on the left. It became a divisive issue for us on the left that the far left used to attack us. That should have been a rallying cry. Kamala Harris calling for a full ceasefire. Kamala, do you think like there's no context, there's no world where you would view Kamala?
Biden, and he said he had red lines, and so the signaling from the Democratic Party is we're not going to stop this, and that's what everyone assumed.
But Biden did. Biden stopped several things from happening. He delayed their encroachment into Rafah for like a week or two until they moved 1 million people
for
out
like
of there.
a week or two, right? But the point is, it wasn't enough. So the Democrats' inability to prevent it was driving the disinformation. It wasn't the fact that the left was like, guys, I know they're good on it, but this is why they're actually bad. It was like, no, people have legitimate criticisms of the way the Democrats.
We literally tried
and they
like
thought it wasn't
fucking
enough.
science fiction in like a floating fucking pier that we brought in from like the ocean. If you were looking at this issue
I'm
and
not
going
saying
like,
it was-
I know, but what I'm telling you is that voters are not being disaffected by the bad Democratic policy. The attachment to hating the Democrats as well as the Republicans over Israel-Palestine, that came from the far left. Absent the far left, the Democrats would have that would have been an energizing issue for our side. Would have been to fight against that. Like if you were somebody who was pro, if you were somebody who
like does not listen to the far left at all or take their talking points, like I was just watching how the Democrats operate. I was like, this is like unacceptable. I'm still going to vote for them, but like this is not enough. Like
what part
this
was
is a very
unacceptable or
common
what wasn't
sentiment.
enough? What do you mean? What would the
fact that they weren't able to prevent Israel from doing the worst things they did?
To prevent them from doing
idea
what?
that like okay,
Wait, prevent
I
them
think
from
they
doing
should
what?
have done more of an embargo. I think they should have leveraged more of our power over Israel. but,
prevent
like,
them from
we
doing
didn't.
prevent them from doing what?
Like starving like the Gaza, like trying to do this like ethnic cleansing of like let's push all these people out. Like that's like kind of the policy that I think is unacceptable, and the fact that America doesn't use this leverage to the extent that which I think we could have. Like maybe there are geopolitical reasons why, but like
Hold on, wait. When
get
did
the far left
Yoav-
talking point?
For Yoav Galan or whatever, when did he get kicked out? When was that starvation plan? Was that under Biden or was that under Trump?
I don't know.
Well, that's kind of important, right? Because I thought this was
I
thought this was after Trump
I
came
do
into
wanna say-
office.
I do want to say that I do have to read super chats so I don't forget.
Sure. Okay. This was
soon.
this was under Trump. Like the idea that Biden, was weak on Israel. Like I feel like the only way the
Was
reason you're
Biden
saying
strong on Israel?
Yeah,
Well, he didn't go into war with
comparatively.
Iran like fucking Benjamin
yes,
Netanyahu
true,
wanted.
I'm not saying
correct.
it
Yeah,
couldn't
that's
be
one huge
worse.
issue.
That's
But
the whole point.
you
The
have
whole point is obviously I'm still going to be someone who says ultimately Kamala is better. This is why we have to vote for them. But
Significantly
I didn't get like the far left didn't tell me, hey, Joe Biden's doing a bad job right now. I looked at the fact that it's like, hey, they keep drawing red lines that Israel clearly is not like.
What are they red lines? I don't understand what the red lines they drew were. One was over the
He literally
Rafah
said
stuff.
Rafah is a red line. As soon as they go into Rafah, that's when we're going to like stop sending them money. And then
The red
didn't.
line
Like,
was
it
making
just,
sure
like,
that they evacuated Rafah. They took like a week off of combat operations to evacuate 1 million people to the north. That wasn't like you can never, ever attack there. The fear was that if they went in when all the refugees were down there, which they were, that they would have killed fucking 100,000 people, which is why they told them to stop and wait to have everybody evacuated, which eventually they did.
I'm sorry. So are we saying that Joe Biden was strong on Israel? He prevented them from doing the worst things they possibly could have, and like the only reason anyone thinks he wasn't good enough is because the far left was.
Yes, I think that if absent the far
Okay,
left,
I
and
think
if you're pro-Palestinian, that's great, but that's because you either don't know anything about the conflict or you have a maximalist position on it, which is not compatible with winning elections. So your voice is irrelevant anyway, right? That's the only. There's no reasonable person that looks between Kamala and Trump and is like, man, it's probably going to be about the same for both. Like this is not possible.
Well, Hassan does, but yeah, unreasonable.
But I'm agreeing with that. point.
Would you
I'm
want the
saying that
United States to go to war with Israel over
But
this?
wait. But what I'm saying is then that this shouldn't have been a mobilizing point against Democrats. It's like saying that
Why
healthcare
not?
should be a mobilizing point against Democrats because we're significantly better than the Republican Party on that point.
No, I know, but if you're seeing the Democrats not stopping a country that we're allies with from doing something abhorrent in a country, and you're saying this isn't good enough, you need to change this, and the far left is saying awful things like they're not going to be different than Trump, so don't worry about it, don't vote for either of these parties. But the liberal Democrats can look at this and say, hey, this isn't good. Like the far left is not the people that are driving the anti-Israel, anti-foreign policy sentiment against the Dems. That's the Dems and the way that they're handling it.
I think on the exit polling for 2024, it was like 6% of people had this as their number one issue. Like Israel. No, but
we're in alignment on like 90% of this.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like if you look at the far left, this is their single unifying issue. This is what Crystal Ball wants to talk to Slotkin about. This is what Hassan, when Ro Khanna stupidly mentioned that Hassan went to the DNC. He went there to join the unaligned or uncommitted Palestinian people who were protesting there to protest against the DNC. Like, this is what he went to the DNC for. This was their singular mono issue. And even if it was your singular mono issue, like if healthcare was, that should encourage you to even harder to vote for the Dems. But it didn't for these people. It was what they used to divide people from Democratic voters.
I'm not in disagreement about this part. I'm just saying that the idea that liberals or anyone else that's not listening to the far left on Israel-Palestine only think that this was bad or were disaffected by it is a ridiculous statement to say that like, oh, the left are the ones who primarily drove this and not, they're looking at the ultimate consequences of what is happening and the way that Joe Biden is incapable of stopping them. Now, don't be wrong, maybe this is Green Lantern theory, maybe he couldn't have done anything, and it doesn't matter whether or not that they would absolutely be better on it than Trump, but ultimately, looking at that and seeing all these people die and say, hey, why aren't we stopping this? That's the part that made people go, hey, I don't think the Democrats have a good policy on this.
The problem.
policy did you want him to have?
I don't know how you solve Israel-Palestine. I think we should have used more of our leverage, but I don't know if that's going to have made it better.
The problem
but
is
whatever they
is
were
that
doing, it sounded
the idea that Biden wasn't doing enough was primarily driven by people in the far left who were trying to leverage things to the non-committal movement and all these things. That was the message that they were putting: is Biden isn't doing enough. Kamala won't do enough. Right? That was pushed by those people, and without that voice, I think that people would have been much more understanding of the limitations that.
Can I just ask,
and
what action would we like people on this stream to take? What action should we either do differently, or stop doing?
I want them to vote down the line blue.
No, not Hassan people. Us, streamers, content creators.
People in neighborhood-based political organizations. You can only reach these people through their social groups. I'm gonna keep saying it till I die.
Go to tomorrow. We're doing a stream for DGG Ground Game. It's basically an organization that is going to do a bunch of on-the-ground stuff. So that would be my thing.
I would say that like the goal, I think your question is like, what do we do in regards to like the far left people, is to understand that like these people are ideologically like they're enemies of the Democratic Party, and any kind of like association or engagement you have with them should just be treated as such. So, like, doesn't mean you have to never engage with them. I'm the guy who debates the fucking radicalists. Like, I think debating Fuentes or going on Joe Rogan, things are fine, but you have to understand that the type of engagement you should have with these people, because otherwise their goal is to just subvert the party. That's literally their goal. Their stated goal. They just want to destroy the Democratic Party.
They're parasites.
I would say that what we as streamers or YouTubers or whatever can do is up to your imagination. I think that a lot of the shit that Hassan is going through right now, and a lot of the reason that he's neutered, and you know, whenever someone appears with him, it's an immediate negative, and they have to start denouncing everything, and they don't have more influence than they do, is because I, as a streamer, or as a YouTuber, have put effort into making sure that that type of stuff is easily accessible for the general public to understand what's going on. And a lot of people do this for people that they don't like. I mean, this has been done to Destiny, it's been done to Hassan, and it's to great effect. So if you're saying you can't have any influence besides hitting the pavement and doing, you know, direct canvassing, that's not true. You can have a fantastic influence on changing policy and on what's being talked about, and even who wins elections and who doesn't win elections as a result of being strategic, working with the correct people, not working with the wrong people, saying the correct things and not saying the correct things. But this means that sometimes you have to sacrifice your pride. It means sometimes that, you know, you might want to go yap about something or give someone a really hard time, but instead, you know, fuck it. You know, this person, they're going to win and I want them to be successful, so I won't. You have to be 100 times more like Roger Stone or Stephen Miller, and 1,000 times less like a soy cuck. How do we do it? So there needs to be a level of scheming, a level of getting shit done that you as a person embraces to have what you view as a more just political democratic system come into fruition.
I think that for me, what I would like to see is that influencers, streamers, etc., speak more honestly about who Hassan is and what he is trying to do. Raise the alarm. Sound the alarm. Tell people in your audiences, tell people that you talk to, say, these people are not just, you know, democratic socialists who have good ideas about universal health care and all these things. No, make it very clear that these people are subversive. They're coming in to overthrow the Democratic Party. They are not our friends. We do not break bread with them in a friendly sense. We can argue with them, we can have them on our faces, but they're not on the team. That's what I would like, a direct action, right? Is that good enough direct action for you?
No, if you do that as an influencer,
And you can't talk to me like this, or I'm not coming back on.
You're going to be harassed by Hassan's audience
Hold on.
fucking hard.
I can't talk to you directly. I have to.
Man, you can't. This is the second time. I don't know what that Weather Underground thing was earlier, but like.
I understand that you don't.
Okay.
You can leave if you like.
Ryan is very well read in history. Like he's not.
Wait, I think you should have a caveat that if you're an influencer and you try to like go against Hassan, you're gonna get harassed. So you should tell people that as well, because his audience is like no other. They are probably some of the meanest people on the internet.
I
Okay.
don't know. I think
Let's
every
do some
archetype's
super
just
chats.
gonna have their snarkers. That's.
I do want to get.
Oh my god, that was a
I
crazy
had one tweet
retarded
yesterday about
statement.
Hassan, and I absolutely got threatened to get doxxed, and people were in there.
Or
being
look at
like,
Sarah Longwell's
hey,
Twitter for the past. Holy sweet.
Yeah,
that
but
was one
like,
of the
and
biggest
again,
sweeps I've ever
this
seen in my
was not
entire life.
exclusive.
It
I know
is exclusive.
Destiny,
It
you
is
had to
exclusive.
change
every
Reddit. You
single
had to
person
change
who
your subreddit
Hassan
rules.
disagrees with.
You had to change
I had
your
to change
subreddit
my
rules to
subreddit
stop
rule.
hate reading.
I had to
Like-
change. No, I had to change my subreddit rules because I don't like it when my audience types mean things about people. Hassan actively encourages his audience to do things that are more or less the equivalent of doxing, swatting, harassment, abuse. He literally read out the full doxes of every single person that was listed on Progressive Victory and showed it on Twitch with that up and that. Nothing even remotely
you can
similar
find
to that.
Destiny's
There
address,
aren't
Asmongold's address.
there aren't right wingers that would mobilize their audience in such a way. The crazy like
Again, I'm
weirdo
not
lefty
saying this is
people.
like a-
No,
this
no,
is-
you swept hard. It's okay, but you did.
No,
You swept
no,
hard.
no,
You
the
said
point
every
is I'm
community has its
saying-
snarkers. Nothing is like
No,
what exists on the Hassan left.
point,
Nothing
the
is even
point I'm
remotely
making is
It
that
was
this
wrong.
is
It was incorrect.
grounds for dismissal because I think that like,
Nobody
if
said it
you-
was grounds for dismissal. Mutin just
if
said
you-
to be aware that when you interact with these people, you are going to receive probably the worst harassment you've ever gotten anywhere on the internet.
Maybe
which
I
is
haven't
true.
got it from the Hassan feed. I gotta
You
shit
haven't
out
gotten
there.
it. Of course you
I
haven't
just
gotten
wanna
it because
get
you
my
sweep.
opinion
You
on
sweep
that.
for them. Why would they harass you? You're one of their strongest like centrist warriors. Of course.
I literally am
You
calling
just
Hassan a
swept.
fucking dipshit tanky terrorist all the time. Like,
That's
I don't
fine.
know.
Yeah, but you're saying that there's like an ideological value here to collaborating with him, and he knows there is because he's using you while you think you're using him. So of course the sweeping is going to be preferential for them.
How is he using me if he's got the platform that's 1,000 times bigger?
Because he's got people like you defending the fact that he's a useful person and are part of the discourse of encouraging all of the other libs to work with him. That's his like biggest campaign right now on the internet is trying to convince the Democratic Party to work with him and to be a part of his project.
Yeah, and do you think I'm the one primarily driving it, or the fact that all the politicians are already doing
No,
this?
I think
Like,
you're
they're clearly
primarily.
okay
I think you're
with
the largest figure driving it. That's what I said. I think.
Do you think I'm even like making a dent in it, or am I like, hey, I think these Democrats actually have like something to gain from this?
Actually, that's a good point. I think if you're not like making a noticeable dent in the public sphere, I think that none of your behavior actually matters whatsoever. So you should basically just do whatever you want. No, you asked a retarded hypothetical where you were obtuse one time.
You have to
and
read
then
super
asked,
chats.
And then you did the second time you were obtuse in the other direction. Like if you're gonna be obtuse, I'm gonna answer obtusely.
I'm not trying to be obtuse.
You
Okay,
are.
sorry.
Wait, do you think that whether or not you're making a measurable dent publicly is like a
You're saying
relevant part?
Hassan is using me. And
Yes,
I'm like,
and people
what?
like you.
Like,
Yes,
you're a
yes,
useful idiot for
yes.
him.
This is, yeah, not, maybe not. But you're not. Might be the person who's moving the needle
Okay,
on a Sunday.
I think this
Okay,
is a good
okay,
time to
okay,
read
okay.
super chats. I
Okay.
think this is a good time to read super chats.
Excellent. Okay. Ooh, I understand. I'll get to it. I promise. Right. Content first. Super chat. Here, $20 from Secular Baron Inc. Opened up YouTube to find Hassan's Watch Live. Thank you, Wick. Yes, I'm gonna click on it. That's what we're talking about. Riz, what the fuck for 20 pounds, I should say. I always appreciate the wide range of views on your show, no matter how controversial they are. But you've crossed the line, platforming Mr. who partakes in elderly abuse against Dan on stream 6 days per week. You said it.
I'll do it 7 days per week.
Damn. Hedonic Samuel for $5. Wick, tell Dan I love him. Hedonic Samuel loves you, Dan.
Oh
We're-
god. All the I love Dan people. Hello. I know all you fuckers are out there watching. Enjoy it. It's fine.
$5 for Word of the Wise. Progressives need to separate themselves from the tankies. Neo-progressives should be a movement away from tankies. We could develop a litmus test. $5 from Javakia. Should pro-Palestine protesters be welcomed under the Dem tent? Sure. Does anyone disagree with it?
Yeah. Listen, the only metric that I allow people in the tent is if they vote blue, no matter who, and they've done it in the last election, no matter the candidate, then yeah, they can come in my tent. Otherwise,
My
fuck off.
experience is that pro-Peli demonstrators don't vote blue, but that might just be my selection bias.
$5 from Word to the Wise. Differentiate our normal prog from tankies. Ask about private property and voting for Dems. Pragmatism, incremental change, etc. to see the test. Fair enough. $5 from Kingler. The most damage Hassan can do besides using his influence to elect illiberal candidates would be to allow MAGA, making Hassan the example of the average Dem.
I do that already.
Fair enough. $5 from Stormwolf. To quote Marlowe, try the far left. Fair enough. $5 from General Grievous. At Soypill. Kat Abu Gazella is a democratic socialist. Hassan and lefties arguing about her is not working with liberals. They support her because of Israel.
point was that a bunch of his audience was ready to completely disavow her because of her comments in Taiwan, and Hassan was having the same internal critique, not the same exact same, but same in the general sense of who do we disavow completely, who do we purity test, and saying no, don't purity test. This is how we gain power. Let's elect people that are mostly aligned with us. So the fact that I was using this as an example to say that obviously this conversation does happen on the left as well.
Sure. £5 from Riz. What the fuck? Republicans going to run ads showcasing Democrats set next to a man saying America deserved 9/11 into eternity. He's radioactive to the electorate. True. $20 from Kingler. Fuentes told his audience to vote Democrat. Hassan said he would vote third party depending on who the candidate is. $20 from the empty one. As someone who has identified as center-right my whole life, I can say I would vote for a Biden over Trump. But if it's between someone who Hassan actually wanted to win, I likely wouldn't vote. Whoever won would be a loss. $5 from Hunger Dude. Reminder for my boy Soyto to make sure to prioritize himself and his mental health. You are a precious good to many people.
I'm not suicidal,
Love
thank you.
Look, we get heated on this panel. We get a little we disagree, right? But we
Nothing
love
that anyone can say on any of these panels is worse than the things that happen to me in real life, alright?
£5 from Riz. What the fuck? Parties have a political philosophy they advance. Is the Democrats a liberal or a tanky one? If the former, you cannot nominate the latter. $5 from Held Pacifist. Can someone please remind Soyto that hiding your power level isn't the moderation we need, then not showing full crazy before being in power, etc.
I thought they're never going to get power because they completely drop out once the general happens, right? Like, they'll support candidates that I want. They will completely subvert the candidates I don't want, or that I do want, like Gavin Newsom or whatever. And it's like, okay, fuck those people. I do hate them, but if I can try to use their power when I can, and they're going to completely abdicate and be allergic to power when it matters, like, okay, like I'm not really worried about them taking over the party,
Why?
especially when Trump's in power right now. So
Can an anchor float?
depends on what the liquid is.
Does an anchor float definitionally?
Depends on what the liquid is.
No, it's there to. pull
You're
you
asking
down.
an engineer, buddy. That's not, in water, probably not.
An engineer, do you make anchors that float? Are those things normally
No,
called
you
anchors?
shouldn't.
Okay.
Wait,
can
what
an
about
anchor
a water anchor?
Can an anchor?
Yes.
Can an anchor sink a ship? Why do you keep saying because they're not interested in political power? I'm not worried about them. Just because they can't get people elected in office doesn't mean they can't do damage to your own party. That's such a weird.
But they're going to do this either way, and I
No,
don't think
but-
they're going to be able to do it more effectively if I use them to promote
Okay.
candidates I agree with.
All right.
That's completely
Okay.
different.
A sea
$2.
anchor floats.
We
It's
got
true.
it. This is D for $2. I appreciate the lady doing sign language for chat. Okay, fair enough. $20 from Secular Baron. Okay, we got it.
Way, and I
No,
don't think
but-
they're going to be able to do it more effectively if I use them to promote
Okay.
candidates I agree with.
All right.
That's completely
Okay.
different.
A sea
$2.
anchor floats.
Okay, we
It's
got
true.
it. This is D for $2. I appreciate the lady doing sign language for chat. Okay, fair enough. $20 from Secular Baron. As insane as you all drive me, I love you all, and thank you for doing what you do. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for $20. $10 from Lawson Harrison. The piker knows that the libs are just trying to out-piker him. What tactics do we think he will change?
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
What does he mean by out-piker? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like, if he's asking if Hassan's trying to bleed off people from us, and then he thinks people like me are trying to bleed off people from him, how does he counter that?
I don't know, man. That's politics, though. Trying to convince people of your worldview. That's the whole game. That's what we do. Ideally.
No, that's not. No. Trying to convince somebody on a two-way street is what we should do. It's not inviting people that they're masking up and they're trying to subvert your movement, and then you work with them like they're equal. That's ideally not what you would want to do.
I think we just disagree on the gettableness of the large part of Hassan's audience, and that's okay.
Sure, that's
okay.
fine. But
We can take different perspectives
Sure.
on it.
I'm curious, just as a broad example, can you think of a time on the right where they play this game, where they do this thing?
What?
Can you think
like,
of any
could you-
time over
sorry.
the past 10 years on the right where they've invited coalitions that they know are trying to destroy their party and aren't willing to support their candidate in the general, but they're willing to make some gamble with them anyway? Can you think of a time over the last decade where the right has done this?
I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm not talking about the politicians.
The media apparatus
I'm talking
as well.
about
The media's fair too.
influencers.
Well, Destiny, as much as I agree with you for the most part of this, I think that that's kind of a bad comparison to make, because they're fundamentally just operating with authoritarianism, and populism, and unfortunately, like the liberal ideals are like is like we're asking people to join us over shared values, not just a candidate, right? And so it's a more nuanced problem when you're quite literally trying to have a cooperative of people who
Sure, I
align
don't necessarily
on-
disagree. I'm just saying that like the strategy here is one that I don't know if I've ever seen this employed before in a successful manner, and I know the right
I'm not
certainly
saying
doesn't
this
do
is
it.
like a counter, and this makes you wrong, but like I feel like Trump didn't he have like Nick Fuentes for like dinner or like Kanye for dinner?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It was with Kanye.
Yep. But what
I
happened?
don't know your argument.
Wait,
Well,
what
sorry,
happened
but-
with those people though? He hosted
Oh,
these
it
people for
didn't work
dinner.
out, right?
Well, and then once they started to become disloyal, what does Trump do? He attacks them. He excises them from the party. Look at how he's treating Marjorie Taylor Greene today. Look at how he's treated everybody that's ever worked for him in the past. His lawyer Cohen. Look at how he's treating.
You just
Massey.
asked for examples again. I'm not trying to say the point was wrong, but that's what I can think of.
Sure.
Well, but wait. But what? No, wait. Those examples are in my ballpark because when they were invited, it was because Fuentes was a supporter of Trump, and it was to try to get Ye to not run for president so that he wouldn't detract from his campaign. It was when these people were seen as friends, as friendly to the movement.
Okay, $10 from Kingler. When Hassan advocates for liberal, quote-unquote, ideas like healthcare and anti-war, he does so framing it against them.
Be ever vigilant.
$5 from Everest. Why is it assumed converting Hassan's audience excludes attacking Hassan? Vids attacking others almost always get more engagement.
She is pleased.
Yeah,
Good
and
question.
I agree with that, and to be clear, I'm again very not opposed to attacking Hassan for all the shitty stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's got a
Fine.
lot of bad politics. Like
Sure. $5 from John Lee Castle. Wick, nobody but YouTube weirdos gives a F about
She will
these niche
soon.
topics like Hassan, or the proprietary internet definitions of things like communism. I mean, I do shows that I want to do. If you don't like the show, you don't have to come watch. But thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. $5 from Zach Engler. We all understand what the word influencer means. Yes?
No.
I don't know actually. What what do we think? What do we think the job of a political influencer is? Because like, I don't mean this in a gotcha way. Whenever I've started making political videos, and this is, what I've said before in many other circumstances. This is the reason I got into making videos is because I have a certain idea of what liberalism ought to be, and I want to expose that to a wider audience. I mean, that's why I got into this. I don't conceive of myself as primarily trying to get the Democrats to adopt strategy A or strategy B. And, that can be something that other people focus on, perfectly valid thing to do. But whenever I think of what I'm trying to do as an influencer, I'm trying to get my ideas to as many people as possible to try and get them to believe something closer to what I believe.
So
I'm trying to
that's-
get APAC money, but it hasn't worked yet.
you're trying to get them to believe what you believe so that
So, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you to
Yeah.
complete that sentence.
I'm trying to get them to believe what I believe, so they can vote for better people.
So that your goals can be accomplished, right?
Yeah.
Winning is winning here, right?
But that's a different part of the game. You understand? There's communications people, and then there's strategy people. Like on a campaign, you've got people that are concerned with, where should we be going? Who should we be talking to? And then there's people that are concerned with the message. Whenever I'm thinking about what I'm trying to do on the internet, whenever I'm talking about politics, is I'm trying to articulate a better vision of liberalism, from my perspective. And
so that ideally it can take power and take hold.
Yeah, but I'm not I just don't conceive of what I'm trying to do primarily as convincing the Democrats to adopt a particular electoral strategy. That's just not what I conceive of myself doing. I'm trying to convince people to believe a certain thing, and I think these are two different.
Why?
These are two different things.
I think to shortcut this, I think different people can have different roles along like any particular pipeline. Like people who work at a think tank aren't necessarily trying to get people to vote a certain way, or people that are activists might not be trying to get people to support a particular candidate or party. Like everybody can have a different thing. It might be that you envision yourself as being somebody who just argues along ideological lines or argues, in favor of a particular political, line of thought. That's fine. I don't think everybody's goal at the end of the day has to be like I'm trying to get people to vote for somebody, right? I think that's okay.
The Bulwark, the media outlet, this is a different example, but they are basically a replacement for like cable news. right? The framing that they use, the types of titles they use, the fact that they cover like breaking news,
so
multiple
slow.
videos a day. They're basically a replacement for cable news. That's fine. That's not the kind of content that I want to make.
Yes, open
Right?
a
That's not
return.
the role that I see myself being as
Wonderful.
valuable in, and so I don't do that. And it's the same when it comes to like talking about electoral strategy. Frankly, I don't have the information that a DNC operative with, paid internal polling has to make these kinds of assessments. And so what I'm trying to do whenever I'm being a political influencer, as pretentious as that sounds, is to put out a certain vision of what I think liberalism should be like and get people to adopt it. And I feel like that involves talking to as wide an audience as possible.
And I'll say this, Hassan Piker, if you're listening, platforming Ryan Getty on your stream will piss off Destiny and Dan and Mr. Boone and every other liberal, and they would really hate it if you came on, so don't do it.
$10 from Fellrunner. Hypothetical. Dems
Wait, hold on. Wait,
select-
real quick. Sorry, but you acknowledge Hassan would never platform Ryan Getty, right?
No, I know he won't. That's
okay. Just making sure you understand.
Dems select a candidate that is not sufficiently anti-Zionist enough for Hassan in 2028. Does he take his viewers to a third party? What if that ensures the MAGA win?
I don't think he'll say that, but I don't think he'll give support for the candidate that he doesn't like, and he'll just be like, well, I don't know, you guys can do what you want.
$5 from Audacity. Mamdani took Hassan's influence and then dipped after he won. Why can't you guys figure out how to replicate?
That's what I said. I think that's what I said was the optimal strategy for dealing with him for a politician. I think if you're a lefty politician that feels like you need to go on his side.
I think it would be like brown and like attractive to deal with Hassan and not get steamrolled.
I think for Mamdani it helps that one, he had a strong set of positive policy positions in and of himself. He was already running an incredibly strong campaign. Number one, number two, his association with Hassan was very, very, very loose. There was
I
not
agree
a
with
strong
both those
association.
points.
Yeah. And then three, one of the most important points is that he was running in a very, 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 very blue place. We're talking mayor of New York City, and then his opponent was fucking Cuomo, and some crazy dude who apparently got stabbed at one time in a taxi by a mob boss.
There's a lot of cats, though.
I will say, I think it's worth pointing out that the Democrats in that specific election did the thing that lefties do often, which is instead of endorsing blue no matter who, they ran independently. And I think Cuomo did not get nearly enough shit. Because imagine if Bernie Sanders decided to stay in the race and fucking run as an independent in 2016 or something. I think that's pretty reprehensible.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, it's a mayoral race, and I think lefties were looking around the country, and they were expecting senators and people to start endorsing people in the primary for the New York City race, which was kind of weird. But lefties just think that everybody has to get behind them all the time, no matter what.
Well, yeah, asking at the
Cuomo
national
running as an
stage
independent
to endorse it for New York City, but I'm talking about Cuomo saying, fuck you, I don't care that I lost the Democratic primary, I'm going to try to bleed off votes.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but Cuomo, Cuomo's reputation was torched, right? Wasn't Cuomo almost bending fucking pro-Republican or something at the end of that? I think Cuomo's reputation in the Democratic Party is fucking torched. I
think he was maybe the Republican vote.
Thank God. Thank God. I think they ought to have endorsed Mamdani, and most of them did, to be fair. I think people are a little too hard on this. The national chair of the DNC endorsed Mamdani after he won the primary, which is what everyone ought to have done. And I criticize the people in New York City, especially, that did not. I think that's pretty silly. But I think people give the Democrats a little bit too hard of a time on that one. The national chair of the DNC did endorse Mamdani immediately after he won the primary.
Okay. $5 from General Grievous. Soy Pill, don't be disingenuous. For Zeka's progressive victory put Dylan on the ass end of their stream. You didn't platform him in any main channel. He got garbage time. Yeah.
I don't think that was the intention to just stick him in the end and no one was watching. I think they literally gave him an exclusive panel, but I mean, if you know some internal stuff about actually they did that so no one would watch, maybe. I don't think so. Yeah, he was supposed to be on with
It's just one of the most fucking retarded things I've ever heard in my entire life. I love it.
No, I'm serious. My understanding of the reason that they did this, Destiny, was that it was hey, this is the guy who's super knowledgeable about this, and we're gonna have him do the Ukraine panel, and that's why I was moved off of that. But maybe I don't know. Maybe you know something I don't.
idea. 5 pounds from Riz. What the fuck? Marlo is right about tankies only being movable on social issues. They absolutely are not movable on foreign policy. Haven't been since all.
Wait, no, I need to say one more thing about that. Like the idea that
It was
like,
just the
wow,
most
we
retarded
need
thing
to
I've ever heard
stick
in my
'em-
life.
We need
Like,
to stick
do you
them
want
at
to
the
be on
end
stage
so that no one watches.
with
Why would they
Kanye
have them
West
on at
and
all?
Michael
This is
Jackson?
ridiculous.
Like, yes, I do. No. We're gonna let you be on stage on your own
No,
exclusively. Why would you want to share a
Destiny,
stage with them?
If they wanted to subvert Ukraine at all and say like, why are we letting this guy on? Why did they have him on the panel?
Because it was a bid for cheap liberal,
token-
whatever.
the
Yeah, it was a
token
token
Ukraine
thing.
lover.
I might agree with you. I might agree with you if their stream would have been the main stream for viewership, but it wasn't. Everybody was still streaming on their own. The PV stream had like 200 or 300 people. All the main viewership was gone because Hassan and everybody else fucking dipped, and then they threw him on with the Josie whatever person for a 40-minute thing. Yeah, they did, right? They did. Wait. They did throw him on at the end with no other large people, right? That is what happened, right? He was at the very end,
Dylan
and it was
is
with
the
no
large person at the Ukraine part. That's the.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like
It is
it's like
funny.
yeah, they want us to subvert the Ukraine movement, but they also want to lend credence to it. But also they threw him on at the end, but also they had him on at all. Like it seems ridiculous.
Someone's gonna have to explain the PV lore to me sometime. I feel like I don't know what is happening.
It's basically a microcosm of everything that we're talking about now, believe it or not. But, yeah.
It's a good example, but that's another day. $10 from It's Fishing. The viewers Ryan is talking about are not essential compared to swing voters, who we can make them blue voters. We have the chance to get swing voters and show that the Dem Party has their back. I don't know if you want to talk to that.
I think you can do both. I don't think that there's anything mutually exclusive about influencers trying to win over Hassan viewers with politicians trying to win over swing voters. I think that's the ideal situation, having that kind of separation. Deniability
I mean,
for the
the
politicians.
act of doing that dissuades voters you can get, dissuades seniors, dissuades swing voters. The simple act of trying to do that, any type of placating you do, it's a net negative. There's no winning. It's just a bad. If you care about winning, it's the wrong thing to do.
I just disagree that the influencers trying to win over Hassan voters are what the swing voters care about. The people who are notoriously ideologically incoherent, people who don't pay attention to politics very much, mostly.
You're right. They don't care. All they know is they see on Fox News, hey, this guy's hanging out with a dude who said America deserved 9/11. You're
if
right.
Fox News wants to put me on,
Winning is winning.
make that-
The ends are all that matter. You can't be here like, well, if that happens, I mean, that sucks. That is what's going to happen. Live in
Dan-
the reality we're in. We got to do it. We can't imagine.
I'm sorry, the reality that we're in, the debate I thought was, should liberals engage with Hassan? And then the
Only
debate shifted.
adversarial. Yeah.
And then the debate shifted to, well, actually, we're going to complain about Hassan not platforming liberals for the whole debate. And so there's the reason why I was asking for something actionable is because I don't really know, like if we're in the situation where Hassan is not gonna, platform smaller liberals or whatever, there's nothing we can do about that, and we're kind of just talking about nothing. But
I mean, if Hassan platforms liberals, I could give a fuck.
That's the debate. That's what the debate is.
The debate is on if Hassan should platform liberals.
The debate is on if liberals should engage with Hassan. That was my understanding.
Okay, engage meaning like should we have adversarial?
How should we engage?
Yeah, that's a very different thing. We should not have like friendly like Joe Rogan like, hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, hey man, so fucking what do you think of that that outfit? That was crazy, huh? No, not that. No, but more like holding to account. So hey, like when October 7th happened, you had a lot of parachutes going by in your chat, huh? That was pretty wild. What's going on with that? Those are the types of things. Sure, engage that way.
Okay.
$5 from Soypill's favorite, Talibots. The Hassan Crooked Con panel was only positive because Tim pushed back. Outside of that, it was very bad look to legitimize him in that way. Thank you for
I don't know. I don't know if Tally's going to vote for the Democrat in the general. They might
She's not.
subvert it, and I think you should stop talking to her, unless you're only
Hold on.
opposing her.
$10 from It's Fishy to say, continued, those swing voters will be turned off by Hassan. We need to swing max and expel Hassan to stop him for poisoning a brand at a time when we need to solidify swing voters to our side.
Yep.
$20. $20 from Kingland. Counterpoints isn't looking to supplant the Democratic Party, which is explicitly the the lefty goal.
He is absolutely, isn't he? He's literally part of the Republican coalition. He wants the Democrats to fail. He wants J.D. Vance. He wants John McCain. He wants any Republican to win and then have the Democrats have no power. That's his goal. But I'm willing to work with that person to make anti-Trump stuff, just like the fucking Lincoln people.
$10 from 1980 rules. Your rule. $5 from Soyatl. Does Hassan's deception justify making the DNC undemocratic?
He should be frozen out. I think that the people should just not want him there in the first place.
And also, yeah, if you're gonna go to the DNC, and I think was the plan not to like subvert the DNC at the DNC in a time when they need support, like yeah, that's a completely legitimate reason to cut this person out of the event.
$10 Adam defunded. Seems there's a lack of clarity in the discussion about Hassan. The main issue is whether we're focusing on the liberally or the post-liberal ideas that arose over a century ago. Even $10. $10 from Robert Paulson. Wick TV. You gave a whole evening to Kung Fu Joe, the guy that says it's okay to hit your wife and you don't need consent. Bang her. Your argument for not platforming certain people is a bit ironic, yeah? Once again, it is. My argument isn't don't platform people. My argument is platform them correctly.
So like make them your co-host on a podcast.
Everyone debated him. I brought people on to debate him all night. Right?
Why do you have a co-host that you fundamentally disagree with their political movement who is subverting the Democrats and doesn't want the Democrats to win?
Talk to these people, but I would never say that they
Wait, not adversarially? Just have a friendly conversation about things you agree on?
And it's on, if we're talking about polybots, yes, I think it's okay.
It is okay to have
fundamentally a different thing than Hassan is.
Why is one okay and the other not?
Why is Hassan okay, but Fuente's not?
Why is it okay to have a
because
friendly
they're
conversation
different
about things you
values
agree
and
with?
different people. Your same answer, buddy. Right?
Her values
There's
are I
different
don't want the
values
Democrats to
with
win and I'll
different
vote for
people,
Trump and I'll
there's
vote for
different
anyone that'll
conversation.
make the Democrats lose, right?
I think
By the way,
it's okay.
I think this is okay so long as you make your audience aware of what her actual goals are. Don't let her spread that.
She makes the people aware. The way you know that what her goals are is because she tells you.
Okay. Well, I think
Yeah,
as long
that's
as you're
the-
informing your audience about Hassan, which I agree. With
Again,
the Destiny
I
Advantage
invited
perception is
Hassan
totally
onto
fine.
this panel. Like, you guys keep doing this straw man, and it's kind of annoying, where you say, well, are we talking about Hassan being platformed? No, we're talking about how we engage with him, how we platform him. And yes, one of the options is, should we platform him at all? But I think everyone here agrees that there is some level of acceptable platforming or acceptable engagement that is fine. It's just, what are our lines, where and how, and that's where I think the discussion is that, to me, is okay. I have to reload.
While you're doing that, Destiny, on our last time we talked about this, you said like the majority report people, like they can't be in the line either because they're so vehemently pro, like, hey, Biden's a genocider, Kamala's a genocider, even if they are selling their whole audience. Despite this, you need to vote for them, it's better. Is that still the line, or is it the...
Probably, I would have to go back and look and see if they ever even, like, how ardently they even supported Kamala. Like, so, like, Kyle Kalinske endorsed Bill Stein and didn't really support Kamala in the election, so...
That's, yeah, I think, yeah, but do you think Kyle Kalinske should
Hold on,
be
this is the next super chat, buddy. $50 from Pondering Politics. I've missed most of this and can't pop in at the moment, but Hassan aside, where is the panel, specifically Destiny, on Kyle, Kalinske, and Mehdi at this moment?
Hassan
does he
aside
consider
is,
either of them political allies? And if
Hassan
not, what would it take for him to consider them such?
Mehdi is the outer perimeter. I have a special place in my heart for my wonderful Islamic. I don't know if he still is Muslim or whatever, but like, and I just accept that they will be brain broken on some foreign policy forever. But Mehdi, there is just no question that Mehdi supports the Democratic Party candidate. He's probably the furthest out person that I know. There's just no question. Kyle Kalinske is an easy out. Like, this guy doesn't. He 2024 is just such an easy litmus test. Like, it's just such a. It feels like talking about foreign policy today in the United States. Like when I'm trying to seriously analyze like the 10-point plan from Iran. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say about this. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. This is like Crayola Crayon tier like I would eat Crayola crayons to even begin to get into the mind of whatever is going on with this. And it's the same when it comes to 2024. If there were serious doubts in your mind about supporting Kamala, you're a deeply unserious political actor who's not worth engaging with in any friendly manner, I think.
Okay, I agree with all these criticisms of Kyle, but Kyle is far less radical than Hassan. And do you think that it's possible to platform or work with on the same platform Kyle without being adversarial the whole time?
No, I wouldn't risk it. No.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
$20 from Danimobile, the Bruce. Chorus was a liberal attempt to reach the areas where casual Hassan viewers are, and the leftist media machine came together to destroy it because it was supporting Democrats. Why do we think they will be willing to work with us? $10 from Doom. Isn't Soy Pill Hassan writing then? Coming on Wick panel to get BTFO'd tantamount to subjecting Hassan tanky fans to proxy debates? I think what they're saying is that aren't you like our proxy Hassan, like our strawman Hassan? I don't know. I guess
No, I'm fundamentally opposed to Hassan's politics, so.
Sure. £5 from Riz. What the fuck? Does Soy think his view of Hassan's place among Democrats is conflicted due to largely agreeing with him on Israel, as he said on his show last week?
I don't agree with Hassan's view or characterization of Israel because while I have plenty of very good reasons to dislike the Israeli project, I think the way that Hassan talks about it is unhinged and like he will literally turn any issue into, and this is why it's an Israel-Palestine debate. So this is like hey, you came to the similar conclusions for the completely wrong reason and have dumb prescriptions. Like it's.
But
it's
in general, though, you would say that you pretty much disagree with Hassan and everything. You're not a fan of the Hassan stuff, yeah?
Yeah, like when Hassan and I, like the agreements that I'll talk about where I'm like, oh, we could bleed off the audience, it seems to me that is Hassan moderating or masking on to get to a point in which we would overlap. It's not his actual views.
Understood.
Okay. $10 from Kingler to say Hassan was just shitting on Kamala at his recent event. LOL. They still call her a genocidal monster.
Pretty cringe.
It is. $5 from Talibots. I love when Soy Pill talks about Israel. It's always embarrassing. Thank you for $5. $10 from
I would embarrass to be Tali, who's like a gay person who voted for Trump and has no regrets and is able to like sweep for a person who fundamentally hates them and will dick suck Andrew Wilson while he's telling her she's a degenerate loser.
Fun lore
wait, hold on,
fact.
wait. Am I allowed to say kill yourself on this one?
No.
I would.
Okay, then I won't.
Good.
But I will ask. Hold
$10.
on, wait, just checking real quick. I'm sorry, because my inner Nazi has come out over the past few months. Just curious, is Tali a dual citizen?
Tali, are you a dual? I have no idea. Tali, are you dual citizen? I'll let it be known.
Because if so, I get it all. I understand everything.
Steven?
I understand. I've noticed. I'm a noticer. Check your APAC funding. Get Anna Kasparian out here and get Tally out. That's what I'm saying.
It's funny because the second highest grossing stream I have ever had was Tali and Soy Pill yelling at each other the whole time. And I made I think, almost $2,000. Great night.
Didn't spread the love because now so
$10 from Ben Riley. Pew did a report indicating that even if everyone voted Trump, if everyone voted, Trump would have won by a wider margin. So, doesn't seem like it was the far left, but swing voting.
I can see it. Cool story.
I would love to see that.
Cool spot.
I think that's accurate, but I'm not really sure how to square that with what the debate, I guess.
I don't think that it was the case that like people didn't vote who were far left supporters. Like when it comes to like Bernie Sanders or these far left candidates, I don't remember the numbers, but it's like 90 to 95% of the people that were following them voted for Hillary or Biden in the general. I think the issue is a rhetoric one to where so much time, like Democrats already have problems for a variety of reasons of having their own policy platform that they can positively champion instead of just constantly responding to attacks from the right. So when the little bit of time we have to talk about anything is then taken over by just relentless conversation with Israel Palestine, which is an issue again that I think we should be winning on anyway. It's very frustrating. I think that was the bigger detriment. Like if anything cost the election from the left, it was the constant hijacking of every left conversation and turning it into Israel Palestine and making Democrats a loser on it somehow.
£5 from City Only Fools. Anyone asked or brought up the threat of Hassan ruining the Democrats the same way Tea Party and MAGA ruined the Republicans? This is one of my fears. No.
Sorry, it was laughing.
There was a question to you.
Someone
Wick?
asked me they wanted to see my food. I'm sorry.
Oh,
The question
sure,
was
sure. No,
directed to me.
yes. One of the things that I'm worried about is that what happened to the Republicans, how they were hollowed out basically by MAGA and their extremists, will happen to us. We'll make a deal with the devil and say, hey, we have to kind of give our psychos the mic in order to beat their psychos, and it's like a reciprocal radicalization situation where like each side gets more and more extreme, and it just follows us out into something that I don't want.
So I want to take this concern seriously because it's a real concern. However, I want to say that the organizational structure like in the Tea Party era is just nowhere near what the left has right now. I think the far left has nothing equivalent to like evangelical church communities. I think the far left has nothing equivalent to like gun shows. I think the far left has just a whole. For a lot of reasons, I'm less worried about a truly like, I don't know, communist style Tea Party, I guess. But I take the concern seriously, and I think it's something to worry about. I just don't think that the organizational structure is there.
I largely agree with that, but
It's not about that. It's about the enemies using the extremist fringes that we have, and then seeing like, hey, look, hung out with this guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you guys
that's
love
just
him.
sort
That's
of
a slightly separate question.
$5 from Ove959. Soy pill. So brain broken. Losing issues for Dems the more they talk about trans, genocide, fetishized feminism.
Yeah, I calling me brain broken, but like throwing out the 2016 buzzwords to talk about something that's completely irrelevant to this panel is
$10 from Annan's Spider. Call me Spider. Why is there no onus on Hassan to meet liberals in the middle? His goal is to take over the party, so why invite the vampire into your house?
there should be an onus, and we should be criticized for this. But if you know he's not going to and still think you can have a utility from him, that's my prescription, is to take that utility, if you can. Again, by the way, just to be clear to everyone arguing on this panel, if you can show me, like, this is absolutely more detrimental with, like, a substantial amount of empirical stuff, I'll change my mind.
Why,
Like,
I don't know why you keep saying that when that's literally impossible to demonstrate.
I'm not saying it because I'm like, oh, definitely this is going to happen.
Signal,
I'm trying
right?
to subvert you with a...
Like if I were to ask you, can you show me how they're beneficial, like with absolute stats and anything? You can't show that either, right? You have nothing for that.
If I can show you Hassan got X amount of people from his audience to vote for a candidate that we both agreed with, this would be empirical evidence that he's helping.
No, it wouldn't
If
be. You
can
would have to show
me-
that a higher percentage of his audience voted that wouldn't have otherwise, that voted for in like a general election. You're never going to have.
And
also,
that other
anyway,
people
and
voted
even,
for
even
it.
just the thing, even just the thing that you
if you
said.
can't prove it in the way that would disprove me, how do you know the opposite is true?
Because you look at the broader events, you look at the environment, you look at what was the movement of all of these people prior to the election. It was all anti-Dem. All of it was anti-Dem.
No. I am aware that Hassan is detrimental to the Dems, especially in the general election. My question is, this is going to happen either way, so how do you know that was worse because you platformed him?
I think it was worse because the only reason why these people were so anti-Democrats is because they thought they could get a seat at the Democratic table. That's why they didn't bother protesting the Republicans at all. There were no anti-war, anti-Palestinian genocide protests for Donald Trump, right? Is because they didn't think they would have a seat at the table. I think that if they knew, if the Democratic Party was like, these guys are fucking weirdos, we don't work for these guys, I don't think they would have been anywhere near, well, they might have still tried to do things with the Democratic Party, but they would have had to make actual policy overtures to work with them instead of just trying to corrupt them. The only reason they were able to did as much as they did is because they knew that they were seen as like somehow being on the same team.
Okay, I'm gonna speed run these because I know that
Speed run
these a little bit because there's a lot of them, and I know I want to be cognizant of people's times. $10 from Avistal. Soy Pill says, I'm just saying a lot, and it's setting off fifth column fuckhead alarms big time. $5.
What's fifth column?
I don't know.
Fifth column, like a subversive element, as I understand it. I could be wrong.
I want to reassure anyone who thinks I'm subversive. At worst, I'm stupid, okay?
We all are, to a certain extent. $5 from Grizz. I think Hassan stinks on ice, but how much do you guys think the internet ignorant Democrat is going to vibe with him? Thank you guys for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you for $5. $5 from Alishness.
I want to answer that one actually, real quick.
Sure.
Quick. the fact that my like libtarded mom and she's like these people like my parents have TDS, like actual Trump derangement syndrome, bringing it up in completely inopportune times. TDS, liberal resist, Stephen Colbert watches. Okay, the fact that my mom could be like, why don't you like do what that progressive Hassan does? And I'm like, Mom, how the fuck do you know who that is? Like, I think far more people who don't understand his radical, insane beliefs know about him, and I think far more of those people are winnable. And again, this is just a vibes-based thing, and I'm empirical data for that. But stuff like that leads me to believe that like a vast majority of people that are aware and might hear from him are not people that are fucking commies and anti-Semitic.
If we're going by empirical stuff, the overwhelming, like the polling data shows that Hassan is not popular in the Democratic Party. I mean, if we're going to appeal to that, which would just
that's also true.
Sure. Also, there is no such thing as Trump derangement syndrome. There is no amount of too much hatred you can have for him or the people in the party.
Dan, this is an example I always use. My dad. We're like watching like a movie, and there's
No.
a train in it, and
He
he's
should
like,
be talking
"We'd have
more."
trains like that if Trump wasn't president." I'm just like,
Yeah.
"Fuck, like,
Yeah. There's no amount of hatred that's too little for Trump.
Okay. $5 from Alishness.
I
I was
agree.
on a
That's a
right-wing
good
debate
take.
panel recently, convincing the far-right audience and panelists that we do not associate with Hassan. I get it now. Fuck him. $5 from Rob Red. Soy pilled should now be Hassan pilled. $5 from Soy pill. You are so bad faith. Wherever you are pressed on the issue. 2 questions down. I don't know about that.
How
We
can
love
I get
Soy Pill.
paid to have people shit talk me? This is like, and you're not even getting paid, Slaypill. Are you getting
yeah,
a
I'm
cut of
not.
this?
I'm not. I get 0 of it. I'm helping Wick out. I'm
You
as
should-
little.
love
I'm
you
as little. I've got the ball in my mouth. I'm getting whipped.
Can you guys
and
at
Wick's
least be
jerking
like
off in the
fucking?
corner.
At least Hassan says his podcasts are co-ops. You know, at the very least, I feel you should be
What does
dividing
that
up the
even
revenue.
mean? I saw that. What does that
Oh.
even? How is a
Oh,
podcast a
I'm
co-op?
glad that you asked that question, Steven. Do you want to tell him about our cooperative podcast that we had?
No, but also I'm pretty sure Hassan just like pays people out like rev shares and stuff, and then he calls it a co-op.
That's
Stupid.
exactly what it.
I thought he didn't pay his editor or something like that. That was like
This is
Well, he gave him-
from a long time ago.
Yeah. Also, the merch is union made, but not union owned. Let's be clear on that front.
Dubious Gal for $5 says, I DM'd you the other day, Wick. I replied to Ryan Grimm about Sarah the other day and got insanely harassed for 2 days by the tankies. I had a guy saying that people should kill me, or if they could find my family, kill them. That's what happens when you engage with Hassan. You'll get tons of that. So, just be prepped. $5.
He read my tweet disagreeing with him on stream. I'm not saying this doesn't happen, but it's not inevitable like it happens every time. So you can say it's sweeping. I'm not saying his audience is good and he doesn't sick them after people. It's disgusting behavior, but it's not some inevitability because he read my incredibly critical tweet of him on a stream and I did not get a single Hassan snarker in my Twitter DM. Somehow, I probably just got lucky though.
Most of the time,
$5?
also, I just want to be clear. When I say always and never, I don't actually mean 100.00% of the time on all those things. Usually, I mean most of the timer. So just to be clear on that, right?
My only slight disagreement there was I'm not sure to which. Don't get me wrong. It's worse when he's actively promoting it, and he does. But like, to what extent the level of this like snarkerism?
No, I was agreeing with
is
you.
like
I was agreeing with
unique
you.
to that.
Yeah, I agree. I've driven home drunk like 20 times. I haven't gotten a wreck yet. I don't think it happens every time. Some people exaggerate the fuck out of that, to be honest. I think you drive more carefully when you are drunk because you know you're more prone to get into an accident. Like, I've never driven home 10 miles per hour before unless I'm wasted. So. And I've never gotten into an accident. So.
That's fair.
$5 from Harvey Marvey. Everyone on this panel knows or should know the kind of harassment Destiny does towards and directs at Pixie. Dan knows, Moot knows, Wick knows.
Crazy.
That's great. $5 from Jari. Destiny, my mom watches you on TikTok.
Base. Tell her to DM me.
Okay. $5 from Board to Ready. We lost nothing by working with Liz Cheney. We gave 0 concessions, and Kamala's campaign changed 0%. Hassan's audience demands craziness.
I don't know if that's true. I think there was a portion of the electorate that was not happy with the Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney stuff, but
I don't have any evidence on this, so take this with a big grain of salt. But I knew a lot of like normal liberals who were not fans of this Liz Cheney thing. I mean, I think it's a calculated thing. You might want to create a permission structure for former Republicans to vote Democrat, but I do know it did irritate some libs.
I think this is another issue where I would just argue it's a messaging thing that got captured by the left. Like, Liz Cheney was one of like 3 Republicans who had the actual moral backbone to stand up against an out-of-control and unhinged Trump administration. Between her, Kinzinger, and I would say Pence, like, these are people that, like, when the time came for them to kind of stand up and do the right thing, she joined that J6 committee and she did a really good job on it. But it exclusively got turned into like, we're going to turn into like, warmongers because there's like a one campaign thing with Liz Cheney, which is ridiculous.
I totally agree. If I was in the Harris campaign, I probably would have done the same thing. But because I think that I would have thought that the calculation, I think the calculation, and I think it probably was this way, you get more sort of former Republicans who needed a permission structure to vote Democrat than you lose steadfast liberals who remember the Bush administration. So, like, I don't know.
Snaggy Horse for $10. Sorry, you guys need the further left. Saying they can't be on your team like you guys haven't been a step behind, played out, and have no talent in developing political stars, nothing inspiring? We flipped 30 fucking seats. I don't know what you want from us, man. We are winning almost every across the board election. I just don't understand how you think it could be better. But fair.
Their candidates don't win outside of very safe, like, blue districts.
Yeah. $5 from Ben Riley Spider. What ought be the liberal position on the Israeli government the DNC should run on?
The issue is that I don't think that people care that much about foreign policy. So any concessions that you make here, I think are like they would be because it's good policy. Like I think that the United States, I think everybody agrees with this at this point, needs to dramatically reevaluate its relationship with and the toleration of the insanity that Israel has pulled the entire Middle East and our country into. But I mean, the problem is that like if you say that, that wouldn't be enough. Like again, Kamala calling for like a full
Applied
ceasefire,
hundreds of thousands
to
of
figure out
dollars.
what was going on between Gaza and Israel was
But
not
for
enough
me,
anybody.
like that's
They're
where
never
I draw
winning
the
votes with
line.
the position
I
of
don't judge
Israel
other
Most
people
Americans
because
are
at the end of the day,
fundamentally
you
too
are
selfish to give a fuck about anything related to foreign policy. Israel-Palestine is exclusively a wedge issue pushed by lefties who don't give a fuck about USAID or any of the Yemeni children that have starved or any other 50 million things that happen in the Middle East. It's just this issue because they can push it as a wedge issue.
But you don't think it would have helped in any way? No. Like, I'm not saying she should have done this, but if Kamala said, I will end Israel's campaign in Gaza, you think this would have changed no one's mind?
No.
Okay.
I don't really think that I don't think the election turned on this issue at all.
I don't either.
I think the election turned on inflation, frankly. So, you know, I want the Democratic Party to be less friendly to Israel because I think that would be the correct position to have. But I don't think that the election turned on that issue at all.
Look, I don't think it's the most important thing. It's probably not even the top 5 thing, but I don't know how old anyone here is. You remember a little doohickey called Coney 2012. A lot of people cared, okay? A lot of people were involved, and they rallied.
$5 from Trenkrum. Don't find it prudent for an organizer, quote unquote, to refer to potential voters as, quote, below information, unquote, and the Arlo. Arlo, naughty. $5 from Usurp the Chief, or Usurp the Chef. For soy, at what point would Hassan impose a tax on Dems cross the line for you? If they act the same way this year, will you still work with them?
They've already crossed the line insofar as like this is unacceptable behavior in terms of someone I would ever say this person's good, this person's my ally. But if I'm going to say when can I use them and when can I not, it's all dependent on whether or not I think I get more out of it. Destiny and the crew are convinced that they would lose more, and if that was demonstrated to me, which apparently is unprovable, so I'm not saying that as like a bad faith, like haha, gotcha, you can't prove it's not true, but just like I don't believe or I don't sufficiently see the reason why I couldn't gain more out of it for the people that I care about. But like obviously this person's a piece of shit and it's like sabotaging us in the general, like it's not okay.
$5 from Arthur Eats Cake. Can Ryan repeat a single argument made from anyone other than himself or Soaphill? Or did he wander in off from the street? Bro is so lost, Yi wins.
I wandered in off from the street. That's correct.
Who's Yi? Is Yi a...
Yi is the dinosaur, bro.
It's an Italian dinosaur.
It's called staying on message.
It's a pedophile.
Exactly.
Alishness for $5. Breaking news, Dink Donk Destiny. Docs. It's the first time we're ever hearing of this, ever. Came on Destiny. We're over.
I never heard about this.
But if I did dox them, they definitely deserve it, so.
Don't dox people, kids. It's wrong. $5 from Protest. Is there any proof these lefties being politically radioactive? Actual empirics? Well, I think...
I mean, I would say that the entirety... I mean, if you're having marches and protests literally outside of the DNC, I think that's pretty toxic. And when the entire conversation is being driven by... It feels like Israel-Palestine just captured so much of our democratic discourse over the last election cycle. And that was
you
just...
keep saying this, but you're also saying it didn't change the vote. Like, is it that bad then?
What am I saying?
You keep saying it is toxic, don't be wrong, but your idea that like this Israel-Palestine thing was like propelled way overblown compared to like what voters actually care about.
Why did I make the anchor analogy?
Fundamentally...
Why did I make the anchor analogy?
But are you saying that voters did care because the left told them to, and that's why they didn't
I'm
vote?
saying that the conversation was hijacked and used exclusively on the far left to attack Democrats on Israel-Palestine. So every time the issue was brought up, it was to hurt Democrats, and then we couldn't talk about any of our and then we couldn't talk about what we wanted to do for policy or any of our positions because we were just constantly fighting off attacks on the left and right.
But then this did, to some extent, cost us the election, or no?
To some extent, I don't know how to measure it exactly, but yes, it's damaging when you have to constantly talk about an issue that people on the left are bringing up. It's only detrimental
Sure,
to you.
but then I find that incongruent with the idea that like if they had capitulated to this, but I'm not saying they should have, but like if they did and said, you know what, I'm gonna stop Israel unequivocally, like this wouldn't have helped if it hurt.
No,
if they
because the
didn't.
capitulation would have killed you because you would have lost the majority. You would have lost way more voters than you would have gained on that. Because old people in the U.S. were still at that point, and even largely today, old people just simp like crazy for Israel.
$5 from Ben Riley. New rule: if you don't understand Dedekind piano axiom, you are forbidden from using any STEM metaphors. Okay. $20 from Dunzial. Why are there so many people that are saying debate is bad, and that they wouldn't vote for someone who doesn't support M4A and Ryan's chat? Do you disavow these fans, Ryan?
There's people saying that they in what in my chat?
That they wouldn't vote for someone who doesn't support Medicare for all, and that debate is bad.
I think I think the debate is bad chats might not be so generalized. The Medicare for all chats I have not seen. I've not been
just
paying
to be clear,
too
you
much
do
attention
have
to the chat.
people in your chat who hate Destiny and hate
Based.
me, and they're clipping you and they're posting on Twitter.
Well, let's say those messages actually exist. Do you think that's stupid?
Do I think what's stupid? Not voting for a Democrat
blue?
because they
Yeah.
said, yeah, that's stupid. Yeah,
Okay, good. So they're stupid. Thank you.
$2 from American Analog. 2016 Republicans took in MAGA, and that's at Destiny. Okay, so that's where it's from. Brew Crow, 10 months of membership. Buddy, thank you. Make sure you like the stream and sub if you haven't. Hassan is a Trojan horse. Let him into the party at your own peril. $5 to Soy Pill and Ryan. This is from 100 over Batman Braun. Hassan supports the CCP, Iran, and terrorists. Who are these Hassan viewers you think you can pull off these positions?
I think if you ask the average Hassan viewer if they support Iran, the CCP, and terrorists, that they would say no. And I don't think they'd be lying, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
You should go in there and ask.
Yeah, $5 from Traceless. The lady is wrong. Destiny is based. To his point, it would be like Gavin Newsom campaigning with Erica Kirk, someone that would completely sabotage. Which might give us a good fireworks show. $10 from Captain and the Fireman. For Soy Pill, do you think it's any coincidence that people like that dude with Hassan tattooed on him and other Looney Tunes end up in your chat?
Ogre Boy.
It's not a
Ogre Boy.
coincidence. Ogre Boy has a connection with me because I facilitated people yelling at him on Live and Learn, but I'm also tried to explain him in good faith, even though I disagree with pretty much everything he was saying. But I don't think he watches me for my communist sympathies.
Brew Crow for 5 Wick TV gifted memberships. Thank you. Fancy Tea for $2. Take Jenk. Trump won and he looked right, not left. $5 from Alishness. The thing is, Hassan doesn't care about America. He'll throw a wrench in the political system, laugh at the chaos, and then leave for China. General Grievous, $5. Endorse at a national level for a mayoral candidate when this has never been DNC policy? When Mamdani was uncommitted and refused to endorse Kamala? I don't know if that's last part is true. Is that last part true?
I think that's true, yeah.
$5 from Fallen Skies. Even if we assume all of Hassan's viewers lived in New York and voted, that still wouldn't have been made a meaningful difference in the mayoral race. $5 from Ben Riley.
So I understand there are salient points. I do think Hassan hurts the Democratic Party by subverting them, especially in the general. But it's so weird that people keep bouncing back and forth with like he doesn't make a difference when he endorses, but also he's capable of immense harm. Like I imagine.
I can't believe that you still don't understand this point. This is impossible that you still don't understand this. Is it? I don't know how many other ways I can explain this.
Yeah.
Do you really not
Sorry, one
understand?
more time.
Wait, you can't. You
I
really don't
understand
understand my
that one.
point.
I think that Hassan can get a significant portion of his audience to vote, and this is.
It's not about voting. I'm saying that the rhetoric has been captured by the far left in a way that is only detrimental to the Democrats. It hurts our ability to campaign for ourselves. But that
I'm
doesn't
not
mean that
saying
they're
that's
strong enough to
not
win an election
true.
on their own. It doesn't mean
I'm
that.
also not saying that. I'm not saying he's strong enough to win an election on his own. I'm not saying he doesn't subvert the Democratic Party. I'm saying they always say like he's never able to, like, he never moves the needle. It's barely enough when he endorses someone. Like, I feel like he probably gets a fair amount of people to support someone when he endorses them.
If you
But
endorse,
also,
no, if you can endorse a candidate that is unwinnable and you move them from 5 points to 10 points, you're never making that candidate win. But if you're taking 5 points away from somebody who's in a competitive place, you're making them lose. Do the numbers make sense
Sure.
there for you? Okay, then what don't you understand
perfectly,
about the? So you can add.
Well, yeah, but if he endorses Mamdani, like, and Mamdani
Why are you bringing
is
up
like,
Mamdani? Like this is like it's not
because
anything to do with this race.
Well, because he endorsed him. What do you mean?
He had nothing to do with Mamdani winning in New York City. This is the mayor of New York election, one of the largest elections in the United States of America. He's running against Cuomo and a crazy mobbed up dude.
He had nothing to do with it. He barely swung the needle at all. Why was Mamdani?
I gotta get to this.
Because he was being used to attack him. Because Republicans were using Hassan as an attack
He
point.
could have hurt Mamdani. Mamdani could have won bigger. Possible.
You know, $5 from Elder Boys. Why is Doobie donating to Soy Pill when Destiny is on the stream? I thought he told Rick he wouldn't do that anymore for this channel. I don't know.
I'm refunding all of them.
No, take his money, spend it, get a nice hat. $20.
Why are you saying I don't have a nice hat?
Your hat, you can have a nicer.
Gold-plated.
$20 from Dunzion. By the way, at Destiny, there is a J-Stalk alt in a couple of his Discord members in Getty chat right now, already poisoning the well. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon. You cannot equate Talibot with fucking Hassan Piker. Hassan is a genocide and sexual assault denialist. Talibots is not.
Ask Tali if she thinks Israel's doing genocide.
$5 from 556. Primary votes don't matter if commies don't vote in the general for the same candidate. After their dog shit pick loses, why team up with those people? $20 from Odeshara. Why would you want to work with Hassan? He runs MAGA-style disinformation campaigns. For example, call Gavin Newsom transphobic. After his 21 years of pro-LGBTQ policy and legislation. Straight up slander, no reason. $20 from Shaggy Horse. Why are you guys listening to Destiny on this? He knows the base. No shown talent in political strategy, campaign marketing. I mean, he still wears zip-up hoodies. He hasn't even figured out clothing for himself. Sorry, Destiny.
Sure. Look at this guy. Look at his fucking jacket.
Okay, $20 from Grassroots Hegemon. Soy Pill is criticized in this way by voters. That's why they win so much, fucking nothing ever. Okay, $20 from Smokey. Obviously, those who think Fuentes viewers are more gettable than Hassan viewers are unhinged. But question for the panel, who is more good faith, Hassan or Fuentes?
I actually don't know.
I don't really watch Nick Fuentes.
Zero
I
Fox?
only say that because Hassan has a deliberate mask on policy and Fuentes does not appear to have this.
Fair enough. Zero Fox for 11-month membership. What is Hassan supposed to do? Die? No one wants Hassan to die. Okay.
Approach.
60.
Challenger.
I don't know what those are. What does Soy Pill mean when he says he's against the Israeli project?
The idea that you don't want to hear this, Dan. The idea that like the only way to sustain the state of Israel is to ethnically cleanse perpetually. If that's the only way to sustain it, that's what I'm against.
Okay. $10 from Protest. Mutant is a regard if he thinks the average Hassan viewer is the one who watches the stream. The average watcher isn't in his chat. They watch YouTube videos and never comment. Mutant, you know how to...
I think that's true for most streamers anyway, right? Like most people don't really.
Okay, most people watch me live. No one watches me after.
Well, but that's all you do, Wick, is kind of the point.
True.
Like your whole platform is that. Also, by the way, Wick, I was watching one of your VODs, and I have to tell you, you can clip out the fucking part at the beginning and make it start when everyone starts talking, and it takes about 2 seconds. You're getting all this money, and you're not putting in the work that is required of you. You're being an irresponsible streamer.
Probably true. Probably true. I'll take that criticism. You were probably correct.
And buy YouTube Premium.
Fair enough. $10 from the Shaggy Horse. Wow, Democrats can flip seats during this hideous administration. Wow, what a surprise. Let's act like that just because of how inspiring Democrats have been and how just popular you guys are. Cool. Thank you. That's all.
I agree with that, Chad. I think a lot of the Democratic popularity right now is fundamentally opposition to how awful Trump is, and not because, like, I think Democrat as a party generically is polling worse than Trump, and that's saying a lot because, like, yeah, we're winning seats, but, like, it's not because we have these resounding messages. It's because base sucks so bad that we could pretty much do anything right now, and we need something more. It's good that we're winning, but we need more.
Dems bad. All right, I got it.
Okay.
No, I'm saying Dems not good enough, not Dems bad. I'm still pro-Dem, as much as people like to think otherwise.
Sure.
That's why I'll be on the stream with you tomorrow, promoting Dem.
Okay, I'll be on that stream too. Well, I don't know if it'll be the same form. Okay. Last but not least, and this is $5 from Talibots. No, Israel is not genocide.
There we go.
Okay, gang. Why don't we give final outros? Tell people where they can find you, and I want to thank everyone for spending their time with me today. I'll get seated. Off this. Get on with TV. We're gonna start with well, Dan's not here. We're gonna start with Destiny. I'm gonna let Ryan actually have the last word. So go ahead, Destiny.
Yeah, I think that the Democratic Party needs to find itself. It needs to build a strong center-left, pro-liberal values platform. We need to show that we can do things like supporting trans rights, even when Republicans are fighting against us, but that doesn't mean it has to be the maximalist 52 pronoun whatever position that like crazies on the internet are saying. I think that we can be strong proponents of civil rights across the planet. That means that we can defend Palestinians against unhinged actions of Israel without saying that the entire state needs to be destroyed and abolished. But if we ever want to like make progress on these positions, the center left needs to start having leaders, people like Gavin Newsom or whatever else, and they need to stop constantly trying to attack these leaders with every single person on the far left and a lot of our center left establishment as well. Watching the New York Times write an article calling Gavin Newsom homophobic is just unbelievable to me. So I hope that the moderate left people can find voices and realize that they don't have to extract those from the far left, and I think we'd all be better off for it on the center left.
Marlo, go ahead.
I think that that's absolutely right there, and that if the Democratic Party wants to build an established platform of like classically liberal values, that they should message those values in a granular, hyper-local way. And I really, I'm gonna keep pushing this because tankies are able to be won over. We don't have to offend swing voters and independents in order to bring tankies in, but we don't have to court tankies like it's our fucking job either. They live in our neighborhoods, they work in our coffee shops, they'll vote for our city council members, and they can be brought into the electoral process and convinced that it's worth participating in.
Go with courage.
Okay. If I missed your super chat, I'll get to it. Just retype it. When I refreshed it, apparently it messed up. But I'm sorry if I missed it. Mooten, please.
If you're not willing to vote blue, no matter who, I'm not going to listen to your voice. On Saturday, Steve's going to be doing Israel-Palestine debates, so tune in for that.
Fine. Soyko, please.
Yeah, I don't want to court tankies. I want to court the normal people that I think a lot of which are the people who watch us on that aren't as insane as he is. I'm very open to, not open, I love when people call out all the bullshit that he does. I think he does a lot of shit that harms us. I've beefed with him personally on Twitter about this, and I think that he's actively sabotaging the party. I just don't think it's impossible to sometimes utilize his platform and power to gain power. And if we can, we should, especially if we can make more people aware of his more radical beliefs in doing so. But yeah, I hope the Democrats succeed. Everyone should tune into the stream tomorrow. We're fundraising for more Democratic candidates and canvassing. If you guys want to help out and do things unlike Hassan during the general, please come to that. So.
Oh, and speaking of, apparently one of the super chats I missed was a good on Soy Pill for being a good sport, and everyone should support Digital Ground Game tomorrow. Well, thank you for that. And, well, I guess Dan's not here. Hopefully he gets back, but, Ryan?
I can do it for Dan. Go ahead,
Oh, actually, or am I supposed to go? I can't. Was that a joke?
Yeah, do
or
it.
am I
Just
supposed
do it for Dan real quick.
Oh, okay.
then
Hey,
Ryan
everybody,
can
come
get
over to kick.com/anything else and watch us there. I'm Dan. I need money. So.
$10 from Dan's performance, from Captain the Fireman, says Dan's performance was amazing tonight and he farms W's better than anyone, unmatched really. And then Dan Saltman had a great performance tonight and always farming W's. Thank you. Ryan Getty, last word. Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for having me on, Wick. Thanks so much to everyone for participating. This was a fun time. I really appreciate the opportunity to get some ideas out there. I agree with what Soypill said generally. I think if I was to leave people with one final thought, I think unless we believe that there's a way to get people back from the sort of nihilistic anti-politics that I agree is a problem and that I agree comes from the far left, I mean, we got to believe there's some way to get people back from that, or else there's no hope for liberal democracy. So I encourage people to work to think about how to do that. And again, thank you, Wick, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Look, and I'm gonna be real, like, I will fight you if you're on here if I think you're wrong, but I still think you're great. I still love you, and we're no hard feelings. Okay? Destiny, do you think the average Hassan viewer supports Iran and Hamas? Anyone else on the panel? What do you think?
If we're talking about the live stream viewer, absolutely yes. If you're talking about like casual people that might stumble across Instagram and whatnot, probably not.
Nope.
Okay.
But yeah, his average live stream viewer is insane.
Fair enough. I hope I got everyone. If I didn't, I apologize. With that.
I love you guys too. Have fun.
Good night, Dan.
Till
Bye.
tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Looking at these two chats going are insane. There was a this guy who's spamming the fuck out of both of these. This perpetually canceled dude on all my Destiny bad things. It's unhinged. But I hope they're having fun in their whatever room they're in right now. I'm sure they're coordinating with each other. Do
Make your wish. So be it.
Cool. And yeah, my pleasure. And
hey, hi. Sorry, I was finishing up another panel on the guy to read his donors. I'm here. What's up?
no prob. Happy to have you here, Steven. I hope you're doing well.
Good to meet you.
Yeah,
I've watched a lot of your streams. Always thought you were, one of the best people on the other side. So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh boy. Well, let's see how it goes then. Yeah.
I actually was really happy when you reacted to my Jubilee debate. I was like, oh my goodness, this huge creator Destiny is reacting to my debate.
Yeah. Well, fuck, I've reacted to so many of them. Which person are we debating?
I debated Isaiah Martin. I was the one who was talking about the category of outlaw, and you pointed out that there's actually an argument for sanctuary cities. And in my head, when I went into that debate, I was expecting him to say that, and then I actually wanted to debate sanctuary cities, and we ended up talking past each other because he didn't point out the thing that you did. And I was like, see, this is why Destiny's the guy. He should have been here instead of Isaiah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, guess we'll see how it goes then tonight.
Right, looking forward to it.
It's going to be amazing. And yes, I am pumped. This will be a lot of fun. And just gonna do a quick little test for the connection, and then we'll be off to the races in just a second. So, go live is, I guess it makes sense. Jake will have you go first because you're the affirmative. So, Trump, you're saying Trump is a better pick than Kamala would have been, and then yeah. So basically, the way it goes, I'll go on in just a second. I'll do a cold open where I say, "Hey everybody, today we're debating was Trump a better pick than Kamala," and we're starting right now. And then I'll say, "Whip." Jake's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Jake. The floor is all yours. And once I say that, of course, that's when you would start your opening. You can just
being listed as the chemical interventions for children on the environmental issues. This is probably her most extreme issue, where she
in this community.
Well, if you're gonna talk like Panic, there's probably Jesus. Wouldn't it make more sense if he was a okay, keep going.
Okay. For 200K, Obama, that would be our third canvassing event, and then TTS donations enabled for 1 whole month. And then 250K, Blue Wave. That's the fourth canvassing event, Destiny Dunk Tank, and Dan gets a mohawk. So, cool stuff there.
How long is he gonna have to wear the mohawk for?
We can negotiate that. I don't know what he's agreed to. He can also pop in here.
Didn't Dan also agree to wear a cat suit for like a year or something? For some bet that he did with XQC?
I don't know about that. I have no clue.
Okay.
That's the more I don't know. But and then to go over the individual rewards for $500, a personal thank you video with Destiny. Pretty self-explanatory. $1,000, you get a one-time 10-minute call-in voucher. Destiny cannot remove you from the call for 10 minutes. You can hold the stream hostage. $2,000, you get a 1-year ban shield within reason. No slurs in chat, no nothing. But you won't get banned just for saying Destiny has bad movie takes. For $3,000, group dinner with Destiny at an event. $5,000, a chat emote of your choice for 2 months. After that, if you guys keep it, you can. If not, up to you. And then the largest total donor, you can ghost write 1 Destiny tweet.
What is that? Why? What would that even
Because
be?
it's funny. I mean, it's up to whoever donates the most. It could be anything.
Okay, we'll see about that one.
You keep saying we'll see to all of this crap. You've agreed to all of it, okay?
Yeah, we'll see.
Every
We'll see.
single-
We'll see about this.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see if they can raise enough money for it. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Okay, that's all I have for the opening stuff. So, Mr. Sam, I believe, is going to get in here and kick your butt at a video game.
What video game?
And we'll go from there. I think it was GeoGuessr. Yeah, GeoGuessr.
Is that the one with the music and everything?
No, that's the one where you guess somebody's like location. Have you seen those? Like, have you seen the dude who could like find anybody?
Yeah,
based
they
off
play.
of
It's like the music. It's like do 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 whatever, right?
I don't know. I've never heard of music for GeoGuessr.
There's the music that they play in the background when they're doing GeoGuessr. They got like the song.
You're guessing. There's no need. You're guessing geography. Oh, there he is. Let's go.
I think we're actually pushing that back since we've got just 10 minutes. We've got 5 minutes. We can run it, or we've got 10 minutes, so we can run 5 minutes each of the map pin game. Mr.
Kind of
Steven, if you
confused. I just
wanna-
heard like 12 different minutes. What are we doing?
There's a lot of time.
We're playing the math game.
In 10 minutes, the next segment starts. We've only got 10 minutes to do this one, which is the Satera. So open up Satera and see how many points you can get in 5 minutes, and then whatever you get, I'll crush.
Okay, I haven't practiced for this. You didn't tell me we were doing Satera.
Yeah, I know. Of course, why would I tell you?
Because you've probably been fucking grinding away for the past like 12 years to memorize every
of
fucking.
course. Yeah, I want to. Yeah.
Well, how do I see your screen? How do I know you're not cheating?
Well, here. You do yours, and then I'll do mine, or we can do it at the same time. How do you want to play this?
Well, it should probably be the same time, no? No, you should go first because people know I can't possibly cheat. I would never. I have
Okay.
honor.
Let's go.
Wait,
Fuck it, man.
I gotta. Hold on.
He's gonna chat GPT right now.
I'm gonna try to figure out how do I put you on the screen. Okay, hold on.
Nice stream.
Yeah. Maybe. Shut the fuck up. Dude, he trolled me. Wait. Hey, he was trolling me earlier with the mic. He was trolling me, right?
That. Dude, I actually couldn't believe that.
He was trolling me, right? Are you trolling me?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about. I didn't touch the thing.
You're both trolling me. Okay.
Are we good to go here? We gotta get going here.
No, we really, you know what? We really don't. Hold on. Discussion, Discord, because then this. Oh man. Stop! Stop it! What do you have? You have a fuzz button? What do you have?
haven't touched the thing. Oh, it's done.
Your mic is fucking with us. Okay.
Low key, like he's not a troll. He's
Yeah, high key, high key.
Okay, I'm gonna turn on my virtual camera. You know what? We're just gonna figure this out. Okay, it's showing. Don't dox yourself or anything. Okay.
4309 Negro Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, Mexico.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we already got by Hassan, right? So we're buying that.
Okay, you're on. Go.
Well, are we doing the same time?
Are we?
Japan.
That's what you said.
Kyrgyzstan, Canada, Uruguay.
This is fucked up too, because he's definitely
Palau.
just watching what you're doing.
Oh my God, he is.
What, so what? Like I'm
not
gonna
gonna get any of that.
Namibia.
It's gonna be-
Burkina Faso.
He doesn't know the African country.
Cape Verde, Turkey, Gambia, St. Kitts and Nevis.
It's not opposite.
Yeah, that's like an example. Theoretically, this is something I might say.
Dominica.
Scenario. Obviously, I would not. You know.
It'd be really funny if you lost.
Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, where's that? Where's that?
Seychelles, Barbados.
Yeah.
Libya. Eritrea.
Hey, where's Steven at with
Malawi.
with
He's
his-
just watching. Okay, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Just everything. Two. What'd you change?
Madagascar.
I didn't change
Austria.
anything. The bed just
Bangladesh.
So I decided to end
Papua
it.
New
It's not
Guinea.
because I tried.
Solomon Islands.
Sam, are you still fucking
Zambia.
going? Holy.
He's working on
Ninja,
it.
I told you we should do this. I told you we should move on.
No, I think it's a great. I like it. I enjoy watching it.
Africa got more color since I left, 100%.
True.
Yeah, it's a diverse continent. Do you have a problem with diversity?
East Timor.
I have a problem with racism.
South
We don't have a problem with racism. I saw our racial breakdown of our stats last year. 94% white, and all I could think of was that's 6%. What do we do with them?
Damn it.
Egypt, Trinidad, and
Yeah, I'm actually Hispanic too, so I guess I'm kind of messing that up.
Ivory,
Really, you're Hispanic?
Mongolia.
Yeah.
Really?
My
What's
middle
your...
name is Raul.
Okay. What's your...
My mom's maiden name is... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. My social...
Why should you not say your mom's maiden name? If it's Hispanic, there's probably 50 million other people.
And now that I'm popping off, by the way, we're not talking about it.
Yeah, you're not popping off, okay?
70% on the nose. That's
Fair.
fast.
Oh my god. Yeah, my mom's last name, by the way, guys, is Gonzalez, but I don't want to dox my family, okay? So don't look that one
Yeah,
up.
we wouldn't want that.
Jesus, yeah.
We can just
You're
assume that you wouldn't get anything remotely close
Well,
to that.
70% is basically barely passing, plus you cheated, plus you didn't update the overlay.
Yeah, plus your
Plus you're racist.
I am racist. Sorry, no, nobody asked for that. Yeah,
You're not-
main
oh.
name was Salinas.
Was Selena?
Salinas.
Oh, that's kind of a unique last name, no?
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to say it, but no.
Well, why did you say it then? Why'd you just get
Got all
bullied
the
into
last
it? You need to have a backbone,
Because I'm
dude.
weak.
You need to stand up for
I know.
yourself, just like Langdon told Whitaker to stand up for himself. And he said, good job. It's a good moment.
Sure, that's true.
Who caught the last
I do
episode of
love
The Pit
Langdon.
last night?
I haven't watched it yet. Don't spoil it.
What's up? You can touch your soy pill, Mr. Ryan.
Oh, it's Ryan Getty and Soypel.
That's right.
We're gonna do, wait, did you tell Ryan what we changed the segment to?
Oh yeah, racial tier list now, Ryan, instead of Donald Trump.
It's gonna be, well, no, actually, because you were saying a bunch of crazy stuff yesterday. I wanted to do an hour-long segment about how the Weather Underground was the most destructive terrorist group in the history of all of the United States. I'm just fucking
Wow,
doing
guys,
that.
that is awesome.
Listen, man. If I remember right, that point was about who learned radicalism
I'm
from
just
who.
kidding.
And I'm just saying, if we're talking about
I'm fucking
violence in the
I'm
1960s,
fucking with you. Don't worry. Yeah, that was not a fun activity. So how's life going?
it's going great. I'm really happy to be here. I think that it's great that you guys are doing the canvassing stuff, I totally random, but whenever y'all were doing canvassing in Georgia in what 2020 or 2021, and I was there at the same time, but I was just there on my own. So I have a deep appreciation for this stuff, and I really appreciate what y'all are doing. I think that the Trump. Oh, sorry.
Like you were canvassing alone? Like you just like drove or flew to Georgia and were just knocking on doors, or where you lived?
Yeah, I flew, and they had an out-of-state canvasser program for the runoff at the time, the Georgia Democratic Party, and so I got an Airbnb and I flew out there to Atlanta, and I knocked on doors for like a week.
Well, sick, awesome, and Atlanta too. Okay, cool. Was this for the?
But yeah,
you said this was for the for the same runoffs that we were down there for?
Yeah, for Ossoff and Warnock.
That was a pretty crazy. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. The Georgia has 2 blue senators still.
I know.
They're about to get 3.
Yeah, that we're doing that change. Days?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in favor of that. Are they're supposed to be
I'm
leaders
jealous,
for this?
Ryan. I was living in Germany at the time, so I didn't canvass, but I did vote by mail 5 times.
But yeah, I mean, I think that this stuff is really valuable, and I think that the MAGA movement, the current administration is behaving tyrannically, and I'm really happy to be here to help y'all raise money, and I hope everyone donates, because the most actionable, effective, immediate way that anyone can stop this country that was founded on liberal values from descending into illiberal tyranny is by getting people out to vote in this midterm and cutting this administration short.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Can I, for both of you guys, I think my personality is I'm just like oppositional in nature, so it's easy for me to be motivated for stuff. Like even when it comes to video games, like if there's a game I don't care about, if there's like a ladder, or at least in the past, I'm like, oh, now I care about this. I'm really bored of politics. I have been for like a year. I feel like it's like because there's like no serious opposition party. It's like crazy. Like I don't like. I can't even like the 10-point plan for Iran, right? Like this came out 2 days ago, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't even know what to say about this. This is like the most unserious thing that I've ever seen, literally in my entire life. I don't even know how to talk about it. I don't know what to. There's no way that anybody agreed to it. You know, now Washington is saying that they didn't agree to it, and I don't even know. Like, I don't know. This is just like a personal question more. It's not really what we're supposed to talk about in a second, but like, it just seems like overwhelming how crazy every single thing is every single day, and it's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
you
not
guys
good.
are supposed to hope
What was the question
or
there?
something. I don't know. I'm venting. I'm just venting about how much I hate everything right now. Okay, the political stuff is fucking terrible. God damn.
Well, yeah, after the Trump tweet where he said, I might end a civilization, I unironically went to bed that night. I mean, I have friends in Iraq. I was like, am I going to be nuked tomorrow morning? I felt like my parents did in the 80s when the Cold War was happening. And then, you know, it blew over. But, like, that's not normal. Like, you know, it used to be, like, something...
And it's crazy.
And the fact that it's, like, it's been a couple days, and now everyone's like, oh, what's the new thing?
You just move on
like,
from
I thought
it?
I was going to die on Tuesday. That was the thing.
Or, like, arguing with these... I had this debate last night with this Trump guy, and I'm like, you really think that Kamala would have been going to war with Iran? I'm like, well, I think so. It's like, would Kamala have tweeted out this was going to end a civilization? And they're like, watching these people, like, contort. Like, I'm just trying to imagine a Democrat saying anything even remotely comparable, or even like a Bush-era Republican saying anything remotely comparable to some of these tweets. I almost feel like it should be a rule when conservatives go on these shows that when a conservative is on your like CNN or whatever else, you have an obligation to read out all of Trump's last truth to them and just ask them if they agree with the message, on the hopes that like sometimes they'll show up. And like, did you see that one that was like fucking, I don't know, it was like a 5,000 word thing like 2 days ago about, he's got like all his 4 nickname people. He was I think like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and everybody else. Did you see this one? Are you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Megyn Kelly one where he called him low IQ.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's just insane. How does he have the time to do this?
Because he doesn't do fucking anything, actually. They're all just running it on the background. That's why every executive order he gets, he's like, what is this?
And everybody in the
He
cabinet
dictates them.
They're cutting all
Yeah,
these.
what's even funnier is that, like, imagine that he's not writing any of these, that he's talking to an intern on
He
a
does.
computer.
We did see
He
that
does do that because he's
All right,
illiterate.
now tell them I'm gonna kill them all. Okay.
I mean, we did. I don't remember what it was. It was for an election or something, but it was Trump was in the room. You saw Tulsi on the other side, and he was dictating some of his tweets. Do you remember this? Yeah. So he does for some of it, but yeah.
He doesn't get any of his briefings in writing either. He gets them in video form, and he has to have pictures and
Or I guess he gets
a special app. It's just TikTok for the White House.
At White House GPT summarize this. But it's just
they've got a whole room full of 22-year-old staffers making those hype edits of just blowing random stuff up in Iran. And that's what they show him to.
And by staffers, you mean Netanyahu showing up with 2 Israeli friends on the Israeli version of Twitter to show him the sickest video of what would happen if you were to destroy Iran tomorrow?
Yeah.
Did you see the? I'm sure you guys read that New York Times article, right? For the insane story of how supposedly you kind of got like pulled into the Iran war thing. Did you see this? It came out yesterday or the day before.
You did it.
It was.
I didn't see a new New York Times story about it. No. What's the situation?
Well, just basically that, just like a stupid. Like if you imagine what conservatives accused the political scene of being like 10 years ago, like that's what it is now. Like apparently Netanyahu just flew to D.C. and gave a really compelling 5-minute speech to Trump to convince him to go to war with Iran, and you can see that like Tulsi Gabbard is not being invited to anything. I hate this motherfucker. But like, this is the head of your intelligence community. How is she not being roped in on any of these conversations? Nobody around Trump has the ability to tell him no or stop on anything. There were theories I'd heard before I read the article. There were theories that Vance was actually the person who leaked all of this to the mainstream media, and it's really funny because reading the article, it kind of seems like it, because there's like this whole paragraph where it's like J.D. Vance had been a staunch opponent of the Iran war the entire time and was constantly reminding Trump that this would be a horrible idea to go in, although he would support the president. And it's like, okay, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Just everything about it is just insane right now. Yeah.
The lore is that he or someone close to him has been leaking it to the media, basically trying to cover his tracks for his inevitable 2028 run.
Yeah.
It's
I
our
mean, that
kicker.
wouldn't surprise me. Although again, I'm still of the mind that I just don't think Vance is the guy to capture whatever the MAGA movement was. Although I don't know if that movement can be captured.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
But I bet he thinks he is.
Yeah.
Open up the tier list, Steven, because we're kind of already starting to sort of rate some of these things for this segment. We've got a tier list of the. And oh man, if you, it's going to be a trip down memory lane, like a painful one, of realizing just how much horrible shit has happened in just like the first year or so. I was going through making this tier list, and I was like, oh, there's like 20, maybe 30. There's 70 things on here. And like I'm truncating a lot when I'm doing this. But Steve, if you pull it up and then like stream it in the call so we can see, and yeah.
Oh man, you're asking for a lot of different things right now. Wait, are you talking about the canvassing fundraiser tier list?
So what you want to know? So in the side chat, you want to go to the tier maker link, and that's a website link.
Oh,
so you want to open that up in a web browser.
Yeah, just kidding. Psych.
I recommend Google Chrome for.
I got it. Mr. Microphone, why don't you calm down, buddy?
Yeah, Mr. Microphone. Did you make sure the text is nice and big for you too?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the other old guy in the call.
How old are you guys? Wait, how old are you guys?
11.
Yeah, 13.
Okay, good one. Okay. You guys are fired after this. You guys, wait, how old are you guys?
11.
Yeah, 13.
Okay, good one. Okay. You guys are fired after this. I need new organizers.
By the way, guys, where are my fellow Tombs of Scoria heads? Okay, I put the Tombs of Scoria as a stretch goal because I really want the Tombs of Scoria epilogue. Guys, lock in.
That explains it. That explains
we're
everything.
Halfway there. We're halfway through the hour and we're halfway through the goal. Lock in.
Okay, we have a
All
tier
right.
list. I need to figure out how to do the presentation on stream, but we have a tier list of the second Trump term events tier list maker. Walk us through what this list is going to be about.
It is a tier list of the many, I'm calling them like events in the Trump's second administration. And we're going to rank them based on like how horrible or how crazy of a storyline they were. And there are so many that even I, as like a politics junkie, had forgotten about just like the last like 5 months. Like there are like 3 different Elon ones. Like there's Doge. We also have to remember that whole like month and a half of the Elon salute and other conservative people doing that and being like, it's just a thing we do. And then there's also the whole Elon like leaving the party. Like there are so many arcs.
Also, wait, it's just going to be the last year and 3 months. Like, we're not even doing the first term. That's how many things there are.
Yeah, it's just Trump 2, and yeah, there's 7 days. And I even like left some out that I thought were like, you know, these were like a story for a couple of days, but weren't, you know, noteworthy enough.
Yeah, like us like kidnapping the Venezuelan president. That was like a 24 hour.
What's going on with that? Is he
That
just
one
waiting
made
to
it
stand trial in the United States, I guess?
His trial is happening. You can go to the hearings for it in New York. I think actually we've got a couple members in like our Northeast squad who like go there and like watch it in person.
Crazy.
Yeah, the rapper,
That's so crazy.
rapper 6ix9ine got
Okay.
like an autograph from him on SpongeBob. Really cool.
You mean 6X9?
Yeah, 6ix9ine got an autograph from
All
Maduro.
right. What's my? How long do we have to do this? What's our time limit? What are we looking at?
You got half an hour.
Okay. We have. What? How? Worst timeline is like this is legitimately bad, and then that's bad. What am I supposed to say is like not that bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
what
good,
the-
not no-
okay.
not-
Hold on. I gotta change some of this. It's messed up. I see admin ending Democrat only, but you have that in the middle part. I feel like that should be all the way at the bottom. But I'll keep it in the middle.
True.
I'll keep it in the middle just for purposes.
And
here.
then share your screen in Discord here so we all can see and
You're-
input.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, chop chop.
You don't understand the level of technology that you're demanding from me, okay? But it's
The level
What's
of
your
technology.
Starbucks order? What's your Starbucks order, Steven?
I get a chocolate chip cookie, and then I get a Starbucks hot chocolate with an extra shot of mocha chocolate because they don't always put enough in the normal one.
Let's get it done. Cover
Okay,
me.
can you guys
Is
see
this
it? Does
like
that
a
work?
midlife crisis thing? Like you're trying to feel young? Or...
No, that's why my midlife crisis was hiring my 13-year-old canvas organizer guys. Yeah, they age fast in New Mexico and Spokane. Okay, you can see everything. Are we good?
Oh my god.
Oh,
it's all coming
Jesus
back
Christ.
to me.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
we have the
You forget.
Oh, no.
You forget about all these, don't you?
Don't put a doll in front of me at once.
I
we have
know,
the
this is-
2025 Iran and Israel missile strikes.
Do you remember when this happened, Soyphil?
Yeah, we
We
were at
we were
VidCon.
together.
Yeah,
And I had to go. I was so mad at this. I had to go take it. I had to just go sit in the room for a minute. So, but it turned out to be a nothing burger.
I forgot that I already feared being involved in nuclear inferno once in the past 12 months. It wasn't just a couple days ago.
Wait, I don't understand. Wait, were you guys like in Israel, or what do you mean?
No, I mean, this
We were
was
hanging
when
out in person together.
We were
while
at
this
VidCon
happened.
in LA, and like this was, declared, and it's like, okay, we're absolutely going to war with Iran.
Oh.
What's this? How is this going to escalate? What's this mean for this country?
Mm-hmm.
Like, thank God this blew over, but
Yeah.
it didn't. It just kind of got sidelined till now.
What do you mean by blew over? We bombed the fuck out of the country, or we bombed?
Well, yeah, but we
Planes flew
didn't
over.
put troops on the
Oh.
troops on the ground like a day later, like it.
Compared to the current Iran war,
yeah.
I'm just
But
gonna
there
say
is
for
a-
the
This is the
totality.
Trump framing. Like, it's not that bad. We didn't even invade Iran.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say for the totality of everything, and for the fact that it's hard to evaluate this in a vacuum because, like, I don't know what you guys are, but like, I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. But this is also, I would say, like a self-created.
I think
crisis.
2025 isn't that bad. Yeah, I think that's
for
pretty
2025 standards. But like, also, like, if Trump was the one who tore up the JCPOA, Trump was the one who. I'm so sorry. I have to vent on this again because I run into this argument so many times that Kamala would have gone to war with Iran the same way that Trump did, and I've had so many conservatives argue this point to me. And I'm like, in Trump's first term, we had the Soleimani assassination. That was a big deal. We sniped that dude in an Iraqi airport with a drone. Trump has hated Iran. He tore up the JCPOA for, I don't even know why. Probably because Obama did it, literally. I think that was the only reason. And then now that he's come back, we've got, we bombed them the first time, and now we're at war with them the second time. And when Biden was in office, Iran attacked Israel. They shot, what was it, like 250 drones, missiles, whatever else? And we didn't go to war with Iran. I don't know where this idea comes from that these troubles are like, we would have done it no matter what. And it's like, I don't know. It just drives me insane. I would say it's bad, but what am I supposed to say? Just compared to everything else that's going on, I mean, it was a limited strike. Iran even saw it that way, obviously, and yeah.
I'm finishing up a video on the Daily Wire Plus, and they have a video called "How to End a War in 37 Minutes" explaining this event. And they haven't taken it down yet, so I don't know how bad it looks for them.
It's also super cringe because like they Like in '67, Israel had a big war, and because of the odds and everything, they call it the 6-Day War. And I know that this is called the 12-Day War, like hearkening to that. And it's just like, oh god, fuck, it's just, I hate it all.
Also, explain for maybe this is like a DGG meme. What is Tuesday? Why is Tuesday like second worst?
It's just random, you know.
He just means this
random
is like
day
a
of
random
the
day of
week
the week
for how bad
where-
the Republican, how bad Trump is.
So like,
another Tuesday in a Republican presidency.
But that's worse than disaster and admin ending.
Well, only for Democrats.
Well, for Democrats.
Well, let me- hold on, yeah,
something
let me
something
explain.
that destroys a Democratic administration. Things that are worse than that, that's just Tuesday for
Correct.
Republicans.
So Hunter Biden, for instance, who, let me remind my audience and maybe members of this call if you're not aware, Hunter Biden had no position in the government, was never running for president, was not a special fucking envoy, was not negotiating deals or anything, right? That was like an admin ending obsession for the Republicans. Meanwhile, I would venture a guess that half of MAGA doesn't know who Kushner is. Unironically, I would think that's maybe more. Don't even know who this person is.
Yeah. All right.
Who's, by the way, whose father Trump pardoned, by the way. I don't even know that or not. Like Kushner,
I
his
know
dad
that.
was, Trump pardoned that guy. Just unbelievable. But okay. Sorry. Anyway, number 2. El Salvador and CCOT. I think this is like second tier. This is crazy. I don't know why we were paying another country to take deported people into like one of the craziest. Why? Why?
Yeah, American Gulag Archipelago is definitely. I would put that was one of the worst things for me. I would put that honestly
I was gonna say
higher.
worst timeline, yeah.
But I could see, maybe there's some worse things on this list too.
Yeah,
But American Gulag Archipelago is awful.
It's literally the 2016 resist libs meme. Like, he's gonna put us in concentration camps. It's like, oh yeah.
No, he's gonna put you in concentration camps in
absolutely-
other countries so they can be
yeah,
even worse.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, it's like he's literally putting people in torture camps as I guess an intimidation tactic to as a deterrence, but also as like a trial run. Like, oh, can I start doing this with citizens? And what about Alligator Alcatraz? So I'm kind of with Ryan on this. This is like worst. This is literally the worst that people imagined in 2015 when he's announced his run.
That's true, but
and he
there
was
are
doing
so many things. I'm trying. I
Hey,
agree
we
with
could
you.
there's enough room in there for so many things.
I'll put it up here, but I feel like I could almost have everything that's going to be in this list will be up here. But yeah, I would put up there. Yeah, actually, I am going to move this up here, actually, just because I remember that disgusting fucking video. Remember that fucking video that Christy Gnome took standing in front of, the cages of people behind her when she filmed that? This just, this admin is...
Does this include the Studio Ghibli deportation memes?
Oh
of,
my
people in
god.
chains?
Coming off the planes? Jesus.
Deportation ASMR telling the judges that they couldn't get the people back because it was the El Salvadorian government at that point. It's all in there.
Trump was supposed to stand up to Putin and Xi, all these leaders around the world, like, oh, well, they're in Salvador, they're gone forever. And then the arguments to the Supreme Court of oh, well, the plane was already out of the United States, so we have no jurisdiction, so there's nothing we could do at that point. Sorry. And the fact that he did that order, that they did that I think they did it on a Friday night, and I think, didn't Boasberg come in on a Saturday morning or something, or make a really late ruling because he saw. It was just insane. It's the games. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
One of the things that I feel like people didn't understand that was so bad about this is the rationale that they were using to do this to immigrants. It applied to everyone. If they thought that you were a danger to national security or whatever, they could use the exact same rationale to send you wherever they want, according to their legal arguments.
Yeah.
The whole thing was. I mean, it was tyrannical.
And remember, for a lot of these deportations, it came off the back of the authorization via the Alien Enemies Act, where the claim was that we were at war with Venezuela because Tren de Aragua had penetrated the government and it was working in conjunction with Maduro to do a ground invasion of the United States, authorizing the president to deport Venezuelans with no due process because they were aliens of the... it's just crazy. It's... Okay.
Insane. Okay.
Tucker versus Shapiro at CPAC.
The anti-Semitism rift in the GOP. I think that's disaster, but not admin ending.
Yeah.
Not good.
Well, how do I rate that? I like infighting on the Republican side, so.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah,
I guess
that's objectively good.
Yeah, I guess that's good for Democrats, huh? That
Yeah, we take those, dude.
It's bad. It's bad for the future of the country, I guess, that so many Republicans are groupers.
Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know.
But
All
no,
right.
yeah.
But did it make you feel a little good watching like Ben Shapiro reap the consequences of platforming Candace Owens and then like losing all of his views?
He's so shameless.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah. You know, the NatCon people were so ashamed of having boosted Tucker Carlson at their conventions that they took his speech off their YouTube channel. I tried to
Nice.
find it for a video I was making,
Really?
and they took it off their YouTube channel. Mhm.
And now we're in a world where there's like this coalition of weirdos that are starting to bubble up, and it seems like Tucker is maybe sort of making an aim at 2028. I don't know. I've heard people say this. Obviously he's like getting super critical of Trump now, and he had his whole thing criticizing the Iran stuff, but who knows?
I don't think he
man.
wants that smoke. I don't think he wants the media picking apart every single thing he says as a candidate.
You don't think
compared to being able
America's ready for their first gay president?
Is Tucker gay?
The Jerome Powell
What is
prosecution.
going on? There are demons making me have sex with men. I'm not supposed to enjoy it, but they're making me feel like it's good.
Oh my god! I would want Tucker Carlson to be president just so that I could have Nick Mullen doing fucking daily whatever memes on him.
People never talk about this with Tucker because I guess I don't know if
every single thing he's
with it, but like a good chunk of his channel is actually just about like demons.
Yes.
Like demons controlling the government, demons controlling the Democrats, demons making America, socialist.
Have you heard the
or
story
whatever.
of him when he comes out of the bathroom or he wakes up at night and his wife sees the marks on him and he's like,
It's
oh,
insane.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's delusional insanity, and I can't believe that these people are so influential. That's why we need to vote him out.
That was a legitimate story. I mean, didn't you hear he was in bed?
Real quick
Well, it's
call
only him and his wife and his 4 dogs. How could he possibly have any scratch marks on his body other than demons?
True. What if the dog's name was Demon and it was just a huge subversion, that entire story? What if Tucker just randomly dropped that? Somebody brings it up and he's like, my dog's name is Demon. If you watched the show, you'd know that. Like, it was a joke, obviously. It's all a
You don't know
joke.
the deep Tucker Carlson lore, all right? Get out of here.
True. What do you want, Bryce?
Oh, I was just gonna say we've got roughly it looks like 20 minutes left for the first hour of the
working on it.
fundraiser,
We're
and we
working
are
on it.
$15,000 away.
Okay.
Oh,
thank God. And then I can end
story
stream.
to come
Yes.
back, please.
Oh. Yeah. Fuck. I have one more thing I was going to say. Oh, to Ryan's point, a lot of these people legitimately don't understand how a lot of these alternative media spaces operate. For evidence of that, I think you just have to look at Ted Cruz going on Tucker Carlson. He had no clue what he was walking into. I was shocked because Ted Cruz is, regardless of how much of a Trump loser, obsessive freak he is today, Ted Cruz is very much like a traditional neocon type figure. And yeah, he walked into that Tucker, and I was curious going in because Tucker had already been on his apologia tour for fucking the entire state of Russia or whatever, like all grocery stores and all this stuff. And I'm like, how is this gonna go? Yeah, and then Tucker raked him over the coals on Iran and everything else. It was crazy, not good for Tucker, but funny.
Also, welcome to the call, Wick and Mr. Kafka Esquire. Just
welcome.
Stop in.
Glad to be here. Look, I'm looking at this tier list, and maybe I just don't see it, but I was looking for my #1 issue. Oh, there's more. Okay, maybe it's in there.
Hold on, we gotta wait.
But I
We
was
can't
looking
just
for
call
my
more.
#1
We gotta
issue,
speed
it
through
just
these.
wasn't there.
Okay, hey, I'm moderating you out right now. Calm down. We're going to the next one. Okay. Okay, these are really hard. These are hard. Jerome Powell. Should this say persecution or prosecution? They're trying to prosecute him, but he's also
Both.
persecuted. So yeah,
It's both. We're going persecution.
At least
so we have
ending.
a totally fictitious charge of the Federal Reserve scamming whatever out of money. A project that's already been in the works. Now we've had what I would argue was Jerome Powell formally indicted? I don't remember. No, there were congressional subpoenas.
Subpoenaed, yeah.
You know, I wish this was admin ending Democrat only, but the reality is it's Tuesday. This is Tuesday. They've been doing this to so many people. He's not the first, and he won't be the last.
Yeah, but it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad. It's awful. Yeah.
We've got declining Trump health. So
now we know that's admin ending only for Democrats.
Yes. So the reason why I hate this one so much is because I heard so many times, and I'll be in the minority position, even in this call. Fuck you guys. I know that everybody said Biden was senile. He definitely had a bad debate performance. I'm not going to deny that. But in terms of actually being senile and unfit for office, there is just no evidence of this anywhere besides his really bad debate performance. But you can think that maybe he had it and people were trying to hide it or whatever. But how could you be of that position? And then Donald Trump is walking around looking like a goddamn modern day fucking leper. And we have no idea for the remember, like, the audacity to come out. These guys say, you guys lied about Biden's mental health for years. And then Caroline Leavitt comes out and she's like, the bruises on his hand are because he shakes so many hands. What?
He's just making so many deals. He can't help it.
He's making so many deals.
It's the cover up too.
In
Like
2 weeks,
like
they're all
you
gonna be
mentioned, right?
announced.
It's not just his health, but it's the cover up of his health while the hypocrisy of going after Biden. So yeah, admin ending.
And then we had like the whole.
Well, here's the thing, though. Wait. I mean, you look at videos of Biden in 2008, and he's like so much more like cognizant and verbal. But Trump has always sounded like a blathering drunk retard. So it's almost like your friend who's like high all the time. So you can't really tell that his like mental health is.
I do
declining.
agree
It's
with
like,
you.
He's always
I don't
been
know.
this.
2016 Trump is different.
Ideologically, you're correct, or in terms of like content, he's always sounded like just he doesn't say anything smart. But there is a noticeable difference. You might not notice it, but like if I were to start playing you clips of Trump from 2017, you would immediately you'd be like, oh shit.
Yeah, he's
You'd be
a
like,
lot more low energy.
oh yeah.
I mean, so Phil, it might be just because you're a child and you don't remember, but like the Donald Trump campaign was like in 2016 was legitimately funny. Like, I'm sorry, like I remember that, like fuck all that, but like there was some fucking bits in there that were very funny, that were enjoyable.
but I mean,
Trump is only funny now because he makes Marco Rubio wear shoes that are too big and shit like that. Like it's not the same quality. But I would just say, I think Biden, his senility or whatever, I think he is, so old he can't run a presidential campaign, sure, but he's still competent for president. Trump can't do either, in my opinion. I don't think he's got a brain for either one. It's just that his supporters are so retarded they don't even notice.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like Biden's senility was just more around like, is he charismatic on a TV screen versus
it's also
like, can he
funny
actually
too
run the
because
country?
like if I were to show you two old people and you didn't know either were president, I'm like, what do you think about my grandpas? Here's my mom's dad, here's my dad's dad. And it's like, here's myself and my grandpa, and it's Biden walking around and being kind of senile or whatever. And then it's like, I don't have my other grandfather, Trump, here, but here's what he puts on his Twitter account. I think if you were to watch that, they would say, your grandpa's fucking crazy. This guy seems like he's having a psychotic breakdown on the daily, okay? How is he awake so much to tweet so many crazy things? Yeah, I don't know. And then that week that he was gone from the cameras after bragging so much about being active and everywhere, and I don't know, man. Yeah.
Most transparent administration.
He also hid, by the way. I don't know how many of you guys are aware of this. He was really sick with COVID. He was in a bad place for a couple days. Yeah, where they weren't sure on like how, shit was fucked on that. We'll say admin. No, I got to put that above. I got to put it one more on a Tuesday. It's got to go one higher.
It's a good thing his ear healed really quickly, though. That was kind of cool. like Wolverine in the ear, but everywhere else.
Yeah, he's number one.
I was reading, there was some huge thread, I think it was on Threads, which is funny because nobody uses that platform, and I didn't understand the joke, and it was just like all these, it was like men and women who were just like, I got scratched by my 4-year-old when I was 30, and I still have the scar on my arm, and it was a bunch of people like just like posting messages like that, and I didn't understand, and then somebody said something and it clicked, and I was like, oh, because Trump has nothing on his ear at all. Like
2024 RNC, they're all wearing the patches on the ear in solidarity.
The comically.
Doge. I almost want to make a new category.
Yeah, Doge, worst timeline.
I think the worst timeline, absolutely. I mean, this has set us back decades.
And this is
like we are still going to be hurting from this in like 2060 from the amount of institutional knowledge that we'll never get back.
And I think it's
like, we can
every
rebuild
bad
it, but-
conservative thing rolled into one. Like, not understanding who's competent or not. Elon was not competent here. Grossly overestimating the amount of, like, incompetency and bureaucratic mismanagement and fraud in government. Apparently there was none, because they found nothing. It was the abuse of a program to do something it wasn't supposed to. It was the dismantling, I would say, illegally, because I don't know if it's gone through the courts yet, but I'm pretty sure they weren't allowed to take apart USAID because I think it was exclusively under the State Department and authorized by Congress. I thought that was in there. I don't know if it got ruled on that, but
Some of the programs, yes, some of the programs less clear. But certainly they were cutting things that were appropriated by Congress.
yeah. You had the whole breaking into buildings with security guards to get information. You've had all this weird stuff that's come out from depositions. You have these, like, no offense to the young people out there, but like 20-year-olds that were like auditing our entire fucking government. You had at the end of this, the cap of the whole Doge thing was Elon just having a temper tantrum moment and casually tweeting out, by the way, Trump's in the Epstein file, guys, LOL. Like, nobody cared. Nobody cared that there's a apparently a lot of people believe there's a pedophile sex ring of all the people in the world, and the wealthiest man on the entire planet, who is friends with the most powerful man on the entire planet, who had access to every file in the government, just tweets out that Trump is in the Epstein files, and nobody gave a fuck on the wrong side. I was like, okay.
And not just that.
Everyone knows that Trump is the man inside trying to stop it. Everyone knows.
Mike Johnson. He was actually an FBI informant, guys. You didn't know that?
Yeah. No.
Didn't they leak a bunch of our? Didn't a bunch of people's social security information and stuff get leaked because of how?
Bro,
they
that happens
handled
every day. I don't even know.
It appears that way. The reality is, until we get majorities in the Senate and the House, we can't really open real congressional investigations into them.
Which is why everyone needs to donate. Everyone needs to donate to help make that happen.
Wait, has this term ever been said before? Somebody just said in chat, Trump was a white hat pedophile.
White hat?
Like between white hat and black
like
hat,
a white hat hacker.
like that.
Holy fuck those kids.
Like a white hat hacker who like hacks things to show vulnerabilities so they can get fixed.
Oh my god! I love one of my favorite
had
media
to fuck
moments.
those kids to expose the other kids.
Exactly. One of my favorite media moments, and nobody even covered it, and I didn't even care about the Epstein files, but it was Donald Trump. You want to talk about evidence of senility? It was Donald Trump outside of Air Force One or Helicopter One or whatever the fuck, because half his interviews are this, and he's like, I'm not going to say anything about this particular girl. And then like 30 seconds later, he's like, that particular girl, I remember Epstein recruited her out of it was the one who just killed themselves. He recruited her out of my Mar-a-Lago spa.
Virginia Guff.
Yeah. And he's like, and after that, we'd already warned Epstein once. And then when he did it again for her, we kicked him out. I was like, what, you let him
Gave him a warning.
You took one girl? That was, wait, what is this, Michael Jackson? Like, how many mistakes are you allowed to make? What the fuck? But nobody cared.
On the white hat thing, like imagining Epstein and the coalition being like, all right, you gotta fuck this kid. If you're a cop, you have to tell us. You can't fuck a kid if you're a cop, right?
Trump's the only one who falls for it. Like, there is a pedophile Epstein ring, but it's just Trump because he was the only one stupid enough. It's like a bunch of billionaires. Like, wouldn't it be funny, like, if like this is like some shit that the billionaires did? Yeah. And Trump was like the only one incriminating himself everywhere. And Trump's like, guys, what? Okay, Georgia Hyundai plant.
Last thing on Doge, real quick, you forgot the embarrassing part. You know, whenever at the end of the day, the amount of money they cut was lower than the amount of fraud that Nick Shirley found, so they got beaten out by like some retarded guy. All right, so come on, that's embarrassing.
True,
right?
that's
real.
true.
Why did they hire Elon Musk? Nick Shirley was right there.
Nick Shirley?
Yeah.
Just one man and a camera can do.
Well, it feels bad to make fun of Nick Shirley.
Destiny second row, you should probably just throw the Elon Trump breakup. I think that's Tuesday for Republican, like completely vilifying someone's entire character and then also just getting back together and pretending like it didn't happen. Like somehow in the span of like the same day, tweeting, "This guy's a pedophile, and he only got elected because of me and my help," and like not realizing these things are completely.
Oh, this led to some of the most legendary cope of the entire Trump era. Whenever this happened, do you remember? Oh, it was some guy that was like, liberals just don't realize that this is what alpha males do.
Yeah,
the alpha males.
I was just gonna say we use different language to describe men and women, but oh my god, if these were women, the amount of comments that you would be hearing about female fragility and their emotions are running their brains instead of their intelligence. You can see how emotional they're being about their back and forth. But because it's men, it doesn't even enter the conversation. But like, you have a guy who bought one of the largest news social media platforms in the world to help you win the election, and then you have like an epic crash up breakup, and then you get together the next day. It's just such a gross, weak loser behavior. I hate these people.
Elon's soft like that. Did you see all the Republicans, the Groypers he banned because they were making fun of him? Like, I think that he unfollowed Asmongold. Like, he's the most sensitive Sally that I've ever met. If you criticize him at all, he'll throw a fit. And this is a guy who's the richest man in the world.
Yep.
You think he'd have a little thicker skin.
Elon was literally in Asmongold's DMs about his video title or whatever, right? He was like, "What? Did you?"
What?
Yeah, it's like, bro, what is wrong with you? Somebody actually made the most scathing fucking tweet. It was like a rando on Twitter who was like, if you think of all like the wealthiest people in history, like the amount of money available to them, the things they're doing, even if you think they're vapid or whatever, Jeff Bezos hopped on Blue Atlantic, whatever the fuck, and he went to space and he's got his mega yacht. These people usually are doing something with their lives. Elon is living like a neat virgin in his basement. Like,
have you seen those graphs
day.
of when he tweets versus the time? He like never sleeps.
It's just
he never he sleeps for like 3 hours a day.
And it's
Imagine
all
being
miserable.
So, like,
and the stuff he likes is
controlled by
slop.
what other people think of you, right?
Yeah.
Like, having so much power, but you're like puppeted by just rando people's opinions and letting them drive how you feel. It's insane.
And he
We've got an
nothing.
action update, folks. We've got a bulletin update. We have I think we are just about to cross the 30K line. We are like $7,000 away from our first goal. Guys, Tombs of Scoria, where are my fellow Tombs of Scoria enjoyers? We are just over the hill. We're just almost cresting the hill. That donations. Let's get over the line, check. I need this. I need another D&D stream.
Pump it in, gang.
If we don't get it now, we're not going to get a D&D stream for like 10 years.
Good.
The money you're saving for your kids'
what
college,
confirmed?
fuck it, throw it in. Okay?
Was it
Donate
confirmed
it
that
all.
he made that account that was like his child, and it was like, my dad is good at sex or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
No, wait.
Like
there was an account I thought that had been determined to be Elon Musk. I don't know if it pretended to be his kid though, but wasn't there another account?
I know what you're talking about, Niels. Yeah, he pretended to be his own son on a Twitter
My
account.
dad is such a good dad, and he has sex with lots of fine Asian women or something like that. It's just like-
Wait, do you remember? This is a kind of curveball. Do you guys know Ian Miles Chong?
Yeah,
I know.
He had a fake Asian girlfriend as well, right? Or was that the Quartering? One of these guys also had like a fake Asian girlfriend.
I thought it was both.
The Quartering's wife had a fake Asian boyfriend, I thought. I think he's going to
Quartering had a fake black gay dad. I don't know about an Asian.
How many of these people have fake lovers?
Well, I mean, look at what was it? Was it Kristi Noem's husband? The bimbo stuff or whatever?
Dude, what is going on in the psychosexual imagination of the conservative movement? Something is wrong.
I don't know.
Something's
Grindr
really
breaks
wrong.
down whenever CPAC has a little event or something. They're, yeah, it's crazy.
True. Yeah, I don't know.
The best part about being Democrats is we can open our arms and say, "Bring your big giant fake tits," and we accept you. Like that's what.
Bring 'em in.
About. Bring them in.
Bring the hug.
Bring it in, buddy. Let's have a hug where I can't reach your back.
Yeah. Georgia Hyundai plant immigration raid, guys. Where is this one?
That's probably admin ending. I know that Georgia had a huge, it really hurt Republicans in Georgia, seeing, it caused an international incident as well. It was really bad.
For this admin, I think it's a disaster. Yeah.
I think that's disaster. But I agree with Wick. I feel like for a Democrat, that could very potentially be a bigger deal.
Yeah, it would have been for sure. But for a Republican, this is nothing for them.
Real quick, hey, sorry, I don't have a ton of time. I'm actually at a convention right now. I just wanted to hop in, say, hey, everybody donate. One thing that happened today, actually, that I think is kind of relevant is this is a convention for litigators, and they were talking about, hey, how have juries changed over time? And they're like, oh, well, since around 2016, we've noticed that jurors have stopped trusting institutions they've gotten more conspiratorial, and they even like don't trust judges anymore a lot of the time. And so that's just something that's changing. And it's like, man, I wonder what caused that fucking change, guys. I wonder why now, half of all juries are now out here saying like, well, I can think of a conspiratorial reason why I'm going to go with the person I prefer here rather than looking at the court case. So, just
Maybe
for
it's
me,
time for you. Maybe it's time for you to stop making excuses and to just adapt. Be a good litigator. When you come out and when you're doing closing arguments or whatever, you got to be like, just so you guys know, this judge took $20,000 from APAC last year for his okay, and you got to hit him up with what's relevant, And by the time the jury hears it, what's he gonna do? You can strike it, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna hear it. They're gonna know. Okay, win your cases. Represent your clients.
Are you
exactly?
Are you telling that to Brettler for your case that's coming up?
I am. Yeah, we got the whole. Oh yeah, we got all that shit loaded up. You better fucking believe it. Yep.
Right. Yeah. No. But hey, everybody go out there, donate. I would donate, but these things apparently tend to be used to dox people. So I guess I just have to hold on to my money in this case.
Yeah,
but y'all should definitely put it in.
Ask for my full name, so please don't release the list.
Yeah. No, but hey, everybody get there, donate. This is a really good cause. It's not just us getting new politicians in for the very obvious bills and things like that. There are trickle down effects to so many parts of our society and our culture and in the legal system. It's not even like, oh, they need to make the laws better. It's like we need to get trust back into our institutions, and we can't do that with these freaks in power. So sorry that brought the tone down a bit, but it's important. Donate. I got to get back to it. I love all you guys. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining.
There was a whole series of elections last year. Was it longer than that? When was Spanberger elected?
Spanberger was last year.
Last year. Yeah. There were a series of elections that had to do with that we won like all of them. It's like 14 different elections, and some of these had to do with like the downstream effects would have come down to like redistricting and gerrymandering states, and we ended up winning. Fuck, I wish I could remember exactly. Was this in Virginia just recently, where like as a result of those elections in like last year, like we won these later fights on redistricting and stuff. And
oh my gosh, yes,
it
in
matters.
Virginia, 100%.
Yeah.
This is what happens when Democrats win, people. They redistricted Virginia in opposition to what they're doing in my home state in Texas, where they're trying to redraw all the districts and screw over everyone that is a Democrat in Texas and all the Latino people that live in South Texas especially. In Virginia, that's what happens when Democrats win. She also just raised the minimum wage to $15.
Nice. There you go.
We're still about 5K off from the goal. We're getting close here, guys. I'm just saying. You guys want Tombs of Scoria epilogue.
This isn't just for Tombs of Scoria. This isn't just for the first event. It's also to fundraise Progressive Victory. Look, I know there's been some questions about the bridge there, but listen, we've been taking heat even just for being friendly with them. So all those people who are giving us heat for being even just friendly with them, you guys better be showing up to fucking outrace here.
I just made this pledge to my chat. I recommend every influencer do it. I donated $100, and if we don't meet the match by, I don't know, the end of this segment, I'm just going to ban every third chatter.
Jesus.
Decimation.
Hell yeah.
Locked in.
Like the Romans used to do.
We've got
and don't forget, if you do get banned randomly, you can buy a ban shield if you donate individually.
Yes, and you can unban for the gold card, the soy pill gold card. You can buy your way back in.
Based.
Nice.
One big beautiful bill. Where do we put this at?
Oh my god.
Pretty bad.
Tuesday, I think. Like, this isn't the worst timeline. This is like, typical Republican cut benefits type shit, right? But like, it's devastating to the country of like, oh, let's just remove millions of people from healthcare. Let's like, just gut so many institutions. Like, yeah, like this is like the worst of any like McCain presidency that you could have imagined.
The only reason I would argue to make it less of a tier, right, is it's easier to reverse than some of the other stuff on it, right? Like, this is something that we can fix, and we can fix quick, especially if we win the midterm. And if you donate to Digital Ground Game, that makes it more likely we'll win the midterm. But yeah, that's the only reason I'd argue, because I agree with you on how devastating some of these cuts are, but these are something that we can reverse. And
I agree with Wick that it should be one tier lower, just because I don't like this weird double bell curve thing that we've going on here.
I would actually...
That's fine.
I would fight to keep it at least here, just because of the unfathomable $90 billion for ICE. That's crazy. The amount of funding they fought there for ICE is just insane to me. I don't even know what the funding was before. Was it in the single-digit billions or something? It was just ungodly.
What is it now?
well, they pushed for, I think it was 90 billion over 4 years or something, with like 50 billion for the first. It's just an unbelievable, huge.
Yeah, but I know the Democrats have been fighting to get rid of that and other, like get rid of ICE funding and DHS funding in other battles. I'm just not sure.
Overfunding, well, over the keeping the government open and everything. But I'm pretty sure that huge advance in funding was part of the one big beautiful bill for ICE.
Sure.
I'm gonna keep it up here. I would bump
They're
it down.
they're raising the budget for ICE to be more than the Marines, just to give you an idea of who they are going to be using this to go after.
Yeah, I do.
Well, unless we do put troops on the ground, ICE is going to be involved in more ground engagements with radicals, so maybe they need the money.
Yeah, I hope that yeah, I don't know. Never
Arresting
mind.
more student journalists.
True. Right.
They're very dangerous. Dylan Burns is going to be here later, so.
One student journalist I can think of. Nick Shirley. Right-wing attacks on just kidding. That guy's too stupid for school. Right-wing attacks on judicial. I like how Nick Shirley is an independent journalist. I like how he's an independent journalist, but every video he's with like some fucking Republican operative that doesn't nobody even asks questions about. You ever notice that? There's like some Republican operatives like got a list of shit that they're showing him, and it's like, also, I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Notice that half of Nick Shirley's videos are him going to like office plazas and not understanding what like a management office is. Have you noticed this? Like, you know that there are like management buildings. I have to explain this to my audience. Like, you can go to a building that has like 100 offices. That's not the actual company. Like, you wouldn't walk into like a managerial office for like, I know CVS would have their own probably buildings, but you wouldn't walk into like a CVS managerial office and be like, where's the store? This is a scam. But like for hospice, they're like, where's the hospital? I hate this kid.
My favorite part of that is how he doesn't know what like a medical district is. He's like, why are all these things so close together?
Yeah.
Like,
office plus a district. Yeah. Right-wing attacks on
There's
judicial.
85 businesses here.
Sure.
That's worst timeline. And I don't
Yeah, I think that's
you
worst
can argue
timeline.
Otherwise, worst timeline.
Preliminary
because it's not
injunctions.
just judicial review that he's attacking, right?
Yep.
It's the concept of the judicial system. Every time a judge rules against Trump or what he wants, they go after him, right? They call him an activist judge. They call for his impeachment or her impeachment. They sometimes go after their children, right? It's crazy. So yes, absolutely worst timeline.
Yeah.
Why
it's action alert. We are
This is like
$1,200 away from our first goal. Kind of like a double.
We're divvying up how bad it could be based on that, but it's like, oh well, it's not as bad as the Canada one, you know? Like,
You know why it's this one? Because if a Democrat did this, it would immediately be denounced as like, oh, the warmonger Kamala. The warmonger Kamala is threatening to invade Cuba. But when the Trump administration does it, it's like, oh, he's playing hardball. He's trying to, get rid of the communists in Cuba. So I think that's where that one belongs for sure.
Yeah. It blows my mind that this guy came in as the president of No New Wars, and it's like the most wars ever. It's like.
I went back and I watched like all my street interviews, and almost every single person is like, "No New Wars" is like the primary thing of why they like have voted.
Yeah,
for him. It is insane. Like, and I don't think he lost like half those voters yet.
Yeah. Birthright citizenship battle.
Worst timeline.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Trying to because this is just the first step. People don't understand. This is just the first step. They want to change the 14th Amendment by executive order, to be clear, and. Once they do that, they're going to use that as a wedge to try to denaturalize as many people as they can. I think, what was it? The White House official account tweeted out that they want to deport 100 million people.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Well, that number was not a mistake, by the way. Fuck, it's a dog whistle number that a bunch of weirdo, like, I don't want to say
it's the number of like illegal and legal immigrants. Like combined
I think of
like
Hispanic
this, right?
people,
Yeah.
It's a very specific call out.
I think the 60 million is Hispanic because I know that's the Laura Loomer said that's how many people will send to like Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah. There's the 61, and then there was more. But I thought it was things added together. It was an obvious call out for thing. The 60 million one is a thing that Laura Loomer did tweet out. Yeah, but it's just a crazy.
So you're saying Hispanics? We're at risk.
Yeah. You're not at
just
risk,
real quick.
motherfucker.
Just real quick to the chat, right? If we beat Progressive Victory within the hour, not only will you get all the goals, but I will make a snarky tweet. I will at them.
Oh my goodness! A snarky
that,
tweet from
that was
Wig.
the thing holding him back before. You would never.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do it. But if you beat it,
we're gonna have to.
I
think we're gonna have to change that sentence a little bit, Wick, because it's no longer an if. We have just passed our first goal. Terms of Storia is on. Our first canvassing event is a lock.
Hell
and
yeah.
Steven, if you go ahead and pull up the thermometer graphic,
We're doing
just
it.
wanna
Okay, I'm making the
pull
tweet
it up
now.
on
Shut up.
stream. We are going to our next goal here. Steven, get that graphic
What's
up. I think there's going to be some things people are going to be pretty interested in. Folks, if we can hit our next tier, it's not just going to be a case that every existing donor check.
Oh, okay. He's making all these promises, and I'm like, I don't know what this means. Everyone donate anyway. Our country's at risk.
Wait, real quick, did you send me that link directly?
I can resend the link. It's just it's in the folder that I linked. There's a merchandise.
Can you DM it to me instead of so I don't have to go through?
Yeah.
Just DM it to me. Real quick.
I don't think the birthright citizenship is that bad because, like, if you think about it, the guardrail's hell, so we're fine.
Jesus Christ.
That's okay. I know that's like kind of a meme, but the fact that Alito was like making Trump's lawyer look stupid, I was like, that filled me with so much like I don't know, like the opposite of blackpilling is, where I'm like, holy shit, like if the conservative judge Alito, who had like the upside down flag at one point on his house and like is to my degree like
we've got a correction here. We've got a correction here, folks. The unlimited movie streams is at 250, so we've got a long ways to go. We got to get there a lot sooner if we're gonna get that.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Also, Steven, can you pull up the
guardrails?
I've got
I mean, the fact that conservative judges are pushing back is nice to see. It's just like it's way too late down the line. Like we should have been doing this fucking years ago.
Okay, we have a Pragmatic Papers hoodie.
You're pasting it into paint, really?
Yeah.
It's right here, nice and orange. There's also gonna be a black and orange one
to match the hat.
As in the whole. Yes, correct. So it'll be primarily black, and then like the square will be orange. But we'll have it on the store. But yeah, Pragmatic Papers for everybody who loves that.
We have a. Is this supposed to be a grocery bag?
The tote bag. Okay.
Tote.
Many uses.
What is a tote? What is a tote?
You've never
Tote
heard of a
things with
tote
it.
bag?
No.
You sound like fucking the Arrested Development. Like, how much could it cost? $5 a banana? Like, you've never gone grocery shopping?
Okay, firstly, I called it a grocery bag initially, not a tote bag. That sounds like something a Trader Joe's shopper would say, which is the elite overlord upper class motherfucker.
I'm literally eating
so
Trader Joe's
slow the fuck
carrots
down.
right now.
All right.
Oh god, he got me.
The real meta is going to stores, having them guilt trip you into buying the reusable fucking whatever bag, the tote bag at the checkout, and then you bring it home with you and you forget to take it next time, and you've got like a collection of 200 of these fucking things in your kitchen that you've forgotten.
You'll
to take.
never forget this one. The design is too fire.
True. Okay, and then we have our liberalism.
And this is the big one. We've had a lot of people asking for this shirt. And just to clarify, this is the shirt you get if you donate at least $100 total. You donate $50 and $50. If you donate $30. If you donate at least $100 to the stream.
Wait, I donated 100. How do I get my cool liberalism? This looks like conservative propaganda.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's not like a hidden fucking Nazi dog whistle or some shit here, right? That I'm missing or something.
Folks, there's no hidden Nazi dog whistle in this T-shirt. I can assure you.
No, I meant that in a good way, like the way that like China will make this anti-American propaganda, but it just makes us look so fucking cool. Like this looks like what conservatives would do. Like they're using justice against us. It's like fuck yeah.
This is something my people would have it in hoodie form. Okay.
Maybe someday.
We can get that queued up. Big shout out real quick to Art on the DGG server for whipping up that t-shirt design and the rest of them, and then as well with Mr. Taj for working up the Pragmatic Papers designs. Oh, and Froya for doing the.
We are calling this one the Iberia shirt. So if you want it, you donate at least $100. And hey, if you want it in hoodie form, if you want it on a hat, if you want these kinds of designs, then getting to that 50K, it's not just that we're going to give shirts to anyone who donates us 100. We're going to launch that merch store, and it, along with a whole bunch of other goodies that are in the pipeline, are going to be available to folks. And all proceeds go to defending our democracy.
Wow.
Shout out to the digital ground game design team. Oh my god, those graphics y'all made for everybody, those were so cute. I really appreciate y'all.
Well,
yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Cool. What bullshit were you going to say, Dustin?
Nothing. Wait, I thought, were those AI
Okay.
generated
Alright,
or were
moving
they artist generated?
The graphics that are on the background of the stream, I think Sophie did a combination. She used AI and then.
Oh, combination? Get her out of here. Kick her out. Just kidding. No.
What?
Kick her out. Okay.
What?
Nick
What?
Shirley,
Yeah.
Minnesota, fraud. There's only one place for this.
Oh,
goes.
look, it's Nick Shirley.
Are we tying that
ended up
in?
the
'Cause I
death
know
of
it's
two American citizens, so we're kind of.
Yeah, those 2 American citizens are another item, so I don't know if we want to lump those together.
I think the Nick Shirley. I feel like the Nick Shirley stuff
responsible.
represents every single broken thing, like the perfect encapsulation of where we're at right now. You have a person who is likely 85 IQ or lower, who did a quote-unquote expose of journalism where nothing was exposed, and then the dipshit Republicans were secretly working with him while pretending that he was an independent. This was the same story they tried to sell to the media a year earlier with the same paperwork and the same guy. You had a kid who was pretending to be all the stuff that they say that they did find from the Nick Shirley investigation. Usually these were just rehashes of stuff that the Biden era DOJ had prosecuted, and then you have everybody online believing it, like what is like obvious misinformation is being amplified on a platform bought by Elon Musk, and then it leads to ICE going to Minnesota killing 2 U.S. citizens. Like I feel like everything related to Nick Shirley is the perfect encapsulation of how fucked the conservative movement is in this country right now.
I agree with that. Nick Shirley and all those people like him, all those people who got like sent by the El Salvadorian government to go do puff pieces at Sukkot, are just the worst. They're the worst grifters. You can look at all these people's early channel history too. They just wanted to be content creators. They didn't even want to be in politics. They just are in politics because it's a profitable grift.
Yes.
Like you look at all these people's early channel history, they're doing prank videos. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's always prank videos.
I was close to thinking Andrew it's Andrew, right, from Channel 5? I was kind of disappointed at him because Nick did that thing, and I was like, oh, why would he cut that interview up or whatever? And when Andrew made his response, yikes, Nick Shirley looked like a fucking idiot there. That whole thing was, did you guys see this back and forth?
Yeah.
Just atrocious, whatever.
Also, just heads up for scheduling, folks. We got about 15 minutes left on this segment before our hard out.
Why? Okay,
wow.
Gotcha.
We're just gonna have to start putting them all in there.
Attacks on colleges with pro-Palestine students.
Oh man,
that's bad. Yeah,
that's like,
it's not that
that's
bad.
the worst timeline. That's violate.
So I feel like it depends on
like
how much you take in here.
Detaining people.
Well, there is that. We also had the government of the United States was basically doing visa revocations based on what I would argue are your First Amendment rights to protest a particular side.
That's horrible.
1,000,000%.
One thing that's very annoying is that in the modern era, it used to be that non-state actors were kind of like the terrorist groups, so like Al Qaeda. But you run into this weird world where, for like ISIS or for Hamas, these guys, you can say that they are terrorists, or whatever, and they engage in terrorism. Hopefully, nobody here would disagree with that. But they're also like they control land and they're in regions. So like, if you want to support the Palestinian people in Gaza, to say that like you're going to be automatically deported if you support Hamas, like I feel like any protest that you do in favor of the people in the Gaza Strip in some way can be tied to it. Like that just feels like a super over encroachment on your freedom of speech and your right to support. And even if you wanted to like protest and support like a terrorist group, I think you have the right to do that. That was horrible in my mind. That was crazy.
If we're including the visa revocations, then yes, I agree with you. But if it was just their rhetoric against them, I don't care. Right?
I think if people want, if people want a tangible example of how bad this was to remember, go look up the video of Ramiza Ozturk being arrested by like a bunch of guys in masks.
The 5
surrounding her.
Was she the one that just wrote the article?
Yeah, that ambushed her.
Yes, she just wrote a pro-Palestine article, and they abducted her with like 7 dudes in masks and threw her in the back of a car.
Yeah, they kept her detained for like a month before she won her case as well. It was, yeah, it was the whole thing.
Secret police.
Yeah,
disgusting.
Like enforce it. Yeah, just for having basically like an anti-Israel position. That's crazy. I think that was just insane. 2025 Yemen strikes.
That's bad. What am I supposed to say? Like, if we're talking about all the strikes, like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they did anything especially. I mean, they tried to close.
America kills a lot of people. All right, this isn't unique.
Sure. Invading Canada arc. Can we put this in the middle tier?
No, that can't be on the same tier as Cuba. That's our ally. That's worse.
Yeah, I think that's pretty bad. That like on an international level, it just ruins our credibility pretty hard.
I know, but then you also have to think about the effects, right? Like Canada and the rest of the world is getting fucked up by our shit a little bit, but like Cuba is getting like really fucked up. Like Cuba is having seriously huge fucked up issues for, as far as I can tell, for no reason. I don't know why. I still haven't had it explained to me why the United States has such an unbelievably hostile relationship with Cuba. Yeah. I think it's pretty fucked up.
I mean, Cuba itself is worse. Like what's happening in the country is worse because of that. But like, the future of America, like as an international power and our ability to work with other people, is so weakened by the Canada shit and the Iceland shit and all that.
Yeah. We've got the Comey indictment.
Worst timeline.
Think so? Yeah. Well, Jesus. I mean, I agree. He's literally just like a political opponent. We might be. We might be.
It is actually so real, though. It is actually so much worse than I thought it would be, and I thought it would be bad. It's so much worse than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's worse. Yeah, it's yeah. I'm what am I gonna say? You're right.
Correct. Yeah, it's worse.
Correct.
What do you want me to say?
The great pulling, not good. Or no, I'm sorry. That is good. Fuck yeah, everybody. For Sam and Bryce, is it possible to update the meter, the graphic or whatever? I don't know if you guys are working on it.
I'm working on it.
Sam's working on it in the background.
Elon, salute.
That's got to be Tuesday for Republican, like finding a random Nazi in your like.
I'm not. Maybe I'm going to be disagreeing.
Wick still thinks
I don't think it was
wasn't a
that
Nazi
bad.
salute.
Of all the things that Elon have said and done, of all the things that Elon said and did, right? That was like the weakest thing that you can pin on him. The weakest. He has done
Sieg Heiling at the inauguration is pretty bad.
Unironically, I agree. I agree with Wick here. It was bad, but like compared to buying X and shilling the whole platform for fucking Trump, and then also the guy whose entire companies are built on government contracts and government subsidies. To be the one to go through the government with Doge and a hatchet and everything else is he's one of the most disgusting.
One of the least harmful things Hitler did was Sieg Heil.
True. Yeah. I will say though, it is very funny how many fucking Republicans tried to release like pictures of like Kamala or Cory Booker doing the wave. You got it. The Elon. It's not even the fact that he did it. It was the double tap, and they were strong. They were
he like
strong.
pounded his chest before.
Yes,
he like
they were strong double taps.
Everyone, show us your best Elon salute.
It was like it was like Edward with the hardest bars. Oh shit! When they asked him, somebody said that on a fucking show. What was it? Where they were like, "Oh, what do you think Elon did? If he didn't do a Nazi salute, can you show us?" And the guy wouldn't do it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? What show was that?
Yes, I think it was on Jubilee.
Yeah. Fuck. No, it wasn't. No, I think it was on like Fox or CNN or something. No, it would have been Fox. Yeah. Oh my God.
I agree that it's, materially probably the least harmful thing he did in government, but it's just such a symbol of how backwards and reactionary this whole administration is that didn't take him down.
True. Yeah.
Jerry, admin ending for a Democrat. If a Democrat Sieg Heil, they'd be fucking, Al Franken, like, a fake group someone, right?
It will immediately. It will reset. As soon as next Democrat comes in, we're going to be hearing about how their stepdaughter's best friend in high school, parent, fucking donated $20 to some guy who had a pastor who said he hates America or whatever. That's what we're guaranteed.
Obama chewed gum during a... That was a real criticism. They criticized him for chewing gum.
They criticized... Do you remember the pictures? Dude, if I could spend my whole everything in my life to get on Sean Hannity and just ask him to his face on Fox News on a live show, will you admit that when you showed this picture of Putin riding a bear with his shirt off, and then a picture of Barack Obama it was like on a scooter with a jacket, and you were making fun of Obama because you said he didn't look fit, you will agree that Donald Trump is a disgusting fat fucking slob, and you would never make the same comparison between like him and Obama, right? Like, I cannot believe that was the standard for Obama, who's a good-looking guy. We have like pictures of him shirtless and everything, and now you have Trump.
As soon as you ask that question, it's cut to this car chase. Sorry, there's an important car chase.
Obama
right
or Putin? Which one would you like if you had to? Okay, Obama or Putin?
Which one would I what? What are we talking about?
Have sex with?
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen,
it's Obama.
I gotta interrupt us here because we just crushed our next donation goal already. We have already crushed it.
You know what that means, chat? I promised my chat a thirst trap. So if you go to my chat, I just imagered a
thirst trap coming in hot with a capital H right now. Steven, if you want to go and pull up that shirt design one more time, anyone who has already donated at least $100 or donates $100 cumulatively through the course of this stream is going to get this Iberian liberalism t-shirt.
I refuse to believe this. It's not an American concept.
Listen to him. I have a visceral reaction, and I
Why don't you like listening to me, Wig?
No, it makes me like.
I just want to say that like these guys prove so much of what we thought ideologically separated us. I've been of this mindset for a while that fundamentally most human beings on the planet have like a 95% overlap in values. It just like boils out like in these very applied end stages. And I think that you absolutely see this in people like RFK Jr. or like Fetterman. You have these people who like are either like have brain worms or have like severe whatever issues, but if they're on their team, they'll make like having all of these like cucked progressives like don't make fun of black people, don't make fun of women, blah blah blah, like conservatives would roast us forever. To see how protective Joe Rogan got when that one comedian made fun of RFK's voice for like 2 seconds and Joe Rogan was like, don't do that, we don't do that here. I'm like,
oh yeah, that's right.
Oh shit, yeah.
I thought comedy was legal.
We're all the same, bro. Yeah, we're all the same at the end of the day, okay? The idea that this was special to one side or the other, like, I can't believe how much on a limb these guys go out for all these people. It's crazy, yeah. Yeah, and I agree, the defunding and the undermining of our health and everything, for real, yeah, not good. Carney wins in Canada. What?
I don't.
How is that woke?
It's amazing.
That's fine.
Amazing.
It felt like distinct enough from the separate Canada threats and also the Canada invasion stuff and the tariffs. It seems like a pretty direct result of.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Domestic military deployment. This is a thing that I think ended up being like a disaster. It could have been worse timeline. I really do think Trump is just super incompetent. I feel like that could have been so much worse, but they just don't know what the fuck to do with anything. So they end up deploying these people. They sit in a giant room and do nothing.
I so disagree though.
Yeah.
That would have been admin-ending if a Democrat did that. Do you remember Jade Helm and the Obama administration? That was like a freak out over a military exercise. They weren't even deploying the military, and Greg Abbott in Texas was out there talking about how we needed to get ready to protect the Walmarts because the American army was going to come down and start occupying Texas.
Yeah,
yeah.
That was a huge thing.
Ryan, you know this probably best of any of us. Think about how they talk about Waco still, and like this is a completely legitimate like operation from the ATF.
Yeah.
If fucking Kamala Harris put the military like anywhere in a conservative state, they would fucking kill them.
Yeah.
They would like second amendment.
Dude, for that Abbott stuff, we were talking for a bit about like, are we about to have? Because didn't other governors in Republican states pledge their National Guards to Abbott to fight the Biden border enforcement? Yeah, Jesus.
Yes.
The only reason I'm putting it here for admin ending, this is like a meme term to describe like on the scales of bad. If it was actually admin ending, every single thing here would go under admin ending.
No, yeah. If a Democrat did that though.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure.
Right. We got 7 minutes on this piece.
We're going. White House ballroom construction.
Disaster.
This is fucking stupid.
Well, now, so I read conspiracies because I didn't believe it much because it sounded stupid or whatever. But apparently now it's true that they're building a giant, massive fucking military server room under the ballroom. Why? Nobody knows, but that's like confirmed now. They just said as much.
No idea.
I don't. What?
I don't think they know.
I'm going to put this a little bit higher also because like I do think as cringe as it is, somebody said this to me. I don't remember if it was is Lickman the Keys guys? I don't remember if it was him or somebody else, but somebody said like a thing that Democrats need to do when we come back into office is like when we're gonna put money towards projects, we have to build a thing because as dumb as it is, people like to see a thing. Like it's just nice to see a thing.
No, they hated the Obama library, right?
Well, yeah, but
Should we tear down the ballroom next time a Democrat's in office?
That was an idea that.
Can we get a tear it down? Tear it down.
Destroy the White House.
Absolutely.
Donate $1 if you think we should tear it down.
Every single thing with Trump's name on it needs to go. Everything that everything that he put his name on has to get torn down 100%.
Yeah. Well, okay, but wait, what if he puts his name on Iran?
Oh, good one.
Checkmate.
I was going to give that idea for like, if you truly cared about Arabs in the Middle East, we should just encourage Israel to do the Greater Israel Project, because if Israel takes over the whole Middle East, America will never bomb it again. There's peace, right?
I joke about that, like, oh, that's
there you go.
Like Looney Tunes. But if the new Ayatollah literally gave Trump like a fucking golden statue, I think he'd stop.
Unironically, yeah.
It would literally.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying that you could tell Ukrainians Zelensky doesn't care about his country because if he did, he would just start building a whole bunch of Trump statues like on the borders, so that if anything gets bombed, imagine a video of a Trump statue getting bombed by a Shahed drone coming from Russia, and it would be over. What?
I believe it. He's happy to balance straight to those Gulf monarchies, those reactionary. Oh, anyway.
Well, what was one of the tariffs? Didn't we cut tariffs on Switzerland like after they gave them a nice fucking watch? Does anybody remember this?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
The South Koreans wore like to make Korea great again. Yeah.
Yeah, CBS
Folks,
takeover.
we've got 5
This is
minutes
worse
to the next
timeline.
segment.
This is like annihilation of our independent media. It's annihilation of this like separation of government and being able to like disseminate information to the public. Like this is fucking insane. This is what Republicans think NPR
Democrats are
is.
doing.
They think NPR is like a fucking propaganda from the government.
Crazy.
We've got to start having people sign off here. We can keep, Destiny's lightning around this, but we're gonna have our amazing guests, Wick, Ryan, Soypill, will return. Will come back on the stream. Cannot thank them enough. If you guys want to sign off and make one final push to get our amazing community here to fundraise, and then we're gonna start transitioning to our next panel with
Y'all
some
need to
exciting
wick
guests.
out, put your money where your mouth is. You talk a good game, you make your tweets, doesn't matter. We need funds so we can flip the Senate, so we can flip the House, and the margins matter. We need a blue wave like they've never seen before. Give money to digital ground game, or you're a pussy bitch. Okay, bye.
Put your wick on the table.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, in looking over.
table.
I know we mentioned this in the beginning, but just in looking over this, like a
Let them
year.
sign off.
Like a year.
For every
year? 1
goal
year?
short, I will buy that many Hassan tier 5 whatever fucking subs on Twitch. Okay, that's because I'm such a Hassan dick suck. So if you don't meet the goals, that's all that money is going to subverting American democracy.
You
so
heard him.
don't let that happen. Okay.
You heard him.
That's a threat.
Okay. Wait.
We need
Do I
to
need
bring
to?
some R/Life energy here, gang.
Does he have to leave?
Everyone donate. Everyone donate. If you care about the future of liberal democracy in America and frankly the world, you'll help Democrats win back Congress in the midterms. Goodbye.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I have to remove myself.
Yeah. Be careful.
Oh, I can kick you. That's fine. Oh, never
Nice.
mind.
You got him. Took him out,
All right.
dude. Wrecked him.
I'm heading out too. Sam said he wanted Montclair all to himself, so I'm gonna let that happen. But I will be back after this segment. So you boys have fun.
Gotta
Be
change
careful.
my cloud. Then it was 2. I think they're gonna come in here once they're ready. If you wanna lightning round a couple more of these.
Well, it's depressing to talk about my own.
Well, then you gotta do it quick. Get it over with. Warplant signal chat leak. This was insane memes. Not actually that bad at the end of the day. Just shows incompetence. But
I mean, it's also
oh my
bad because we
God.
know that they're operating a signal chat, and now there's military stuff that's being deleted
True,
that we're never gonna have
actually.
access
Oh yeah,
to.
sorry, I forget. Yeah,
Yeah.
remember email servers? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'll put that on the second worst. No kings. That's good, right? The TikTok takeover. I guess I'll put it here in the middle. He wanted it gone, and then he brought it back because it was nice towards him. Was stupid. MTG.
Also,
leaving-
he just unilaterally wasn't enforcing a law that was passed. Seemingly, that's the thing you can do now.
Yeah. MTG leaving the Republican Party. I think this is really bad. If your loudest spokesperson, I mean, it's good for us, but like if your loudest spokesperson were to leave, abandon your political party, could you imagine if like AOC were to denounce the Democratic Party and like storm out like MTG did? But again, they don't care. They're release everything. So, yeah. Okay, wait.
What's up?
Hi, what's up? What do we do in this segment?
Something about liberalism. But dude, the entire party is in fractures. It kind of feels like everybody's jumping ship. Like Megyn Kelly jumping ship after defending Trump for 10 years. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Now, after he threatens to nuke Iran, she's really pissed off. I mean, I'll take it, but...
Well, wait,
it
careful.
seems like-
It was over something else, right? Because I thought, didn't Megyn Kelly, explicitly, didn't she literally say Trump could drop a nuke and I wouldn't care?
It's weird. She said that, but I think she said that, but then when he like actually threatened, she was like sick to her stomach about it. But then she said explicitly, yeah, that he could drop a nuke and she would still vote. So I actually don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I think, so, I mean, like, anybody should have been able to see the writing on the wall for a while, that MAGA doesn't really continue absent Trump. So as we approach the midterms, it is obviously people want to hedge a little bit earlier because you don't want to be the last person on the train. Like, people are going to start to jump ship because Trump's political power is the worst it's ever been. I don't know when was the last time we've had like as significant like a House turnover? Like how many seats have already been lost? Isn't it like 30, 40 seats already that have been flipped?
I was a Trump supporter until Sneeko was. When Sneeko flipped, I flipped too. I was like, that's too far.
That was too much.
Yo, Samuel, what's up? I haven't seen you since like Ohio.
Oh yeah, it's been a long time. I don't know if folks know the lore, but Adam was at our first canvassing event in 2024 before he blew up. I mean, rightfully so. I think.
Well, no, it was good. It was really good. I really appreciate the work you guys are doing and the work the digital ground game that everybody's continuing to push. So, well, yeah.
I will say on the on that whole like Trump's people abandoning him. It's very odd to watch, like, continually more and more extreme people, like, jump off the ship, because this has been happening for as long as Trump has existed. You know, Republicans have been jumping off, and it's just like every time it's just a little bit more, and now you're to the point where, like, your Tucker Carlsons and your Sneakos, you're outright white nationalists.
Alex Jones,
are
like
still,
Fuentes.
yeah. Well, yeah, that big post of him attacking Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens, and like who's left at this point is the question.
Yeah, there's
So,
you've got this huge issue of
Justin, before we jump into the discussion, I know not everyone is as versed on the lore. Adam, Jeremiah, if you guys want to introduce yourselves, talk to us about why you're here, how important this cause is. Destiny, if you want to stop streaming the tier list, and this segment sort of we're already getting to the meat of it, but really talking about, you know, we are in the midst of, you know, what feels like the craziest era of politics yet, although it seems like we say that every couple of years. But it feels like we on the left, you know, liberals, progressives, moderates, whatever we want to call ourselves, we have a bit of an identity crisis. And the lead to this stream, I mean, right now our fundraising goal is to lap TV. You know, I think that really the question for us is, you know, what is the vision for the party? How do we as a party, as a movement, navigate this? And yeah, I'd love to see you guys do that, but let's get some introductions first, go around.
I'm Stephen
Jeremiah.
Bonnell. I'm Dustin. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. My name is Jeremiah Johnson. I am one of the founders of the Center for New Liberalism. We are a center-left organizing group. We've got chapters in around 60 to 70 cities in America. We've got about 8 to 10 countries at this point. And we believe in kind of a moderate center-left vision for the Democratic Party. We want Democrats to win elections, and we want them to govern well. We want a good life for everybody. What does everybody want? We want a politics that's focused on material abundance, that, you know, people can live richer lives with, you know, more affordable groceries, affordable rent, you know, good jobs, good salaries. This is the things that everybody wants, and I'm sure we're going to get into this, but it's harder and harder to see that happening because of the way our politics is going, and we've got to fix it.
Yeah, my name is Adam Mockler. I run a YouTube channel, and I've been spent the past few months and years, I guess, building a team of young, motivated people around me so we can distribute news and clips all day, every day. So I've been doing a lot of debates lately, and then I have multiple editors, one in the UK, one in Mexico, and we just are constantly distributing clips all around the internet, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, just trying to build the infrastructure, just like I know Steven is as well, of having a strong liberal center-left voice online, pushing for values and pushing the party in the way that we want. And that's what I'm working towards. And I think that there's a lot of room for the Democratic Party to grow, and there's a lot of room for us to, you know, morph it in the direction that we want in our own image. We have a lot of power there. And yeah, that's why digital ground games work is so important, and I'm glad we're doing this.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'd love to just go around and get each person to sort of expound upon sort of your view of what the Democratic Party or the left wing broadly should look like, and how we can sell it, especially from the perspective of everyone here, not just involved in sort of the punditry, but really, as Adam mentioned, the infrastructure. You know, whether it's digital ground game, whether it's Center for New Liberalism, whether it's, you know, infrastructure of content creators, you know, how can we as individuals and as communities try to push towards what we want the party and the movement to look like?
I welcome you.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I guess there's the messaging perspective and the ideological perspective. My team and I, who we have like Micah Irfan working with us too, just helping form policy and kind of think these things through. We've got a few prongs that we want to push for. One is sort of Trump-proofing the system, but then there's another that's a more affirmative vision of how the party should be beyond anti-Trump stuff. So the Trump-proofing would be like fixing a lot of the deep corruption in our institutions, banning Congress members from trading stock, banning senior staffers and Congress members from becoming high-up lobbyists who are able to further their own interests. And I think that we need to just continue to Trump-proof the system in a way that we haven't before. Limit the tariff authority of presidents. There are all these random laws from the 80s that Trump is now citing that we can just repeal and try to limit their authority there. from a messaging perspective, I think we need a really, really strong ecosystem, just constantly pumping out volume and constantly, I guess, flooding the zone with our own messaging. It feels like we're fighting an uphill battle every time I open open Twitter and see Elon Musk just constantly tweeting with 8 to 10 million views. It's like every morning it's like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill and then it restarts every morning. Liberals are just fighting an uphill battle trying to fight back in this messaging ecosystem. Like if I open Elon Musk's Twitter right now, he's probably spreading some misinformation about immigrants, and it probably has 8 to 10 million views. So we have to build our own infrastructure, our own voice, and push back that way. Yeah.
Yeah, agree with all of that, although I'll take this in a slightly different direction because I love the idea of an anti-corruption push. Really, really important. Someone like John Ossoff has been focusing on that message a lot, and I think it's why people respond to him. I love the idea of having a better coordinated messaging apparatus. All of that is good, but I do think that sometimes we get so focused on messaging that we forget about the message itself, that we forget about actually delivering results. And I'm a policy guy. I'm a nerd. I like to think about this stuff, and I've just been, for the last year, just laser focused on how do we make life more affordable for regular people. And too often, I think both parties engage in something that I would call like affordability theater, where they actually make the problem worse. Trump will tariff a bunch of goods, make your life more expensive, and then he's going to offer, oh, but we're going to do a tariff rebate check. I'll pay you off with a check. You see this in farm policy where farms are struggling because they can't access their export markets. But he's going to do a bailout. Or he starts a war in the Middle East and gas prices go up, but hey, let's just cut the gas tax. And the thing that all the kind of moves have in common is they're basically trying to pay you off without fixing the problem itself. It's a check, it's a bailout, it's a payoff. And people eventually notice those moves are popular. Nobody's going to ever say no to like free money, right? Voters are always going to cheer for that. But they're going to notice a year later when life is still really expensive and you haven't fixed the problem. And Democrats engage in this kind of shit too. Like there's Democrats who are saying, nobody under, $100,000 a year should ever pay any income tax of any kind. Like, yeah, that's going to be popular, but have you fixed the problem? Is that going to contribute to inflation? Are we actually building enough housing in our Democratic-run cities? Or are we just messaging around how high the rent is without actually doing anything about it? So when I think about this, I think about, the Democratic Party has to be a party that actually accomplishes things. It has to make life more affordable for people, more than just cutting them a check.
Like a fucking loser, so that people like Joe Rogan and everybody else gets disinterested in politics again, because there are way too many people that are looking at the political world, and it is causing our conversations to be severely degraded. That's my perspective.
Are we going to have the Joe Rogan of the left conversation again?
No, we just need I think that one of the things that there are so many things that are very difficult to message on because they're just mean. But like a few of these things are that, and nobody likes to hear this, but a lot of how we feel about the country really does come down to what the media tells us to feel about it. There are very few things that have a tangible, like massive impact in our daily life that we can really directly see. One of those few things is gas prices, right? Another of those things might be your 401k portfolio, kind of. You see the number go up and down if you have a 401k. But for a lot of issues that are mobilizing voters, you really have no fucking idea. Is 1% of the country trans? Is 25% of the country trans? Like, I don't know. I don't know the number is, but Republicans at one point thought that it was 1/5 of the country. And that's a mobilizing issue for these people. Or were 30 million illegals really let in under Biden? Or was it 5 million? Or was it 1 million? Was it 100 million? Like, who knows? Like, these are things that voters just don't know at the end of the day, and it will inform and shape their view of the country. And then I also think sometimes that people's view of the country can be shaped based on, with the same set of events, based on who's in office. Like, you see these YouGov polls where it will flip of like, how do you feel about the economic outlook of your life? And it completely flips by like 50 points depending on who's in office. And, like, there's a particular story I bring up a lot, but, like, if you talk to a person, you can frame events of your life as being good or bad, sometimes just based on your age, and then sometimes just based on your perspective. and not to attack any young people or anything else, but like you'll hear, you know, a lot of kids in college or a lot of kids who are freshly out of college, like, I got a ton of debt, I'm not making very much money, like I can't afford a house, and it's like this is every 22-year-old ever. Like, you know, yeah, you're in the worst earning point in your life. You're at the most pulled back of the slingshot of your entire earning career. You've just graduated school with the most amount of debt you'll ever have, and then you're just getting into your career. So yeah, this always sucks, like for every single person.
And they're like, you know, viewing not other 22-year-olds who are like them. Like in the 1980s, they would have just seen a lot of people like them.
Yeah.
Now they go on Instagram and they're seeing, you know, the digital hyper rich. Everybody you see is living their perfect life, and the kind of dissonance between what you're experiencing and what you see in the media, I think right now because of social media is larger than it's ever been.
100%. There was a Trumple I was arguing with, and he was saying something. I think he was 22. Was arguing about how like he was ready to buy a house, and then Biden got elected, and now he wasn't sure what his future was. Like, 20, you're gonna buy a house at 22? Like, bro, you're so far out of the norm here.
There's something, Stephen, in there's a Gen Z poll of like they ask different what do you call it, different generations, like how much money do you need to be successful? And I forget the exact number.
It was like $680K or something.
Yeah, I need to be making $600,000 a year before I'm successful. I'm like,
that is the not.
Bro.
Is that the baseline of where we're all supposed to be? 680K.
Yeah.
Hope not.
But no, I mean to kind of combine these things. So the messaging show that Stephen was saying, I think that's really true. And then to go back to Jeremiah's point about the actual tangible results, I think they kind of have to be connected because like gas prices are in your face and your 401k is in your face, but also blue states are losing a lot of people. I believe due to the housing problem in blue states, we're going to be fucked when the next reapportionment comes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's going in the wrong direction it's supposed to be going.
Yeah.
So we need to build more housing. We need to deregulate some of these states, and I think that we actually need to deliver these results. I know Zoran is obviously a bit more progressive economically, but his messaging strategy is really good. Have you guys seen the meme where somebody on Instagram tagged him and said, "Can you please fix this pothole in New York City?" And he's like, wait until I get inaugurated. Then he actually went to that pothole, fixed it, made it a PR stunt, and tagged that person back, and it got like hundreds of thousands of likes. It's like connecting the results to people's vote at the end of the day, and Democrats.
And I'm in New York. I see this a lot. I was not a big fan of Zoran during the campaign, but I'm cautiously optimistic about him right now as a New Yorker, because the thing is, number one, he is very good at messaging. He's got a great social media team. His game is on point. His videos are incredibly well produced. But also the things that he talks about, he's good at social media without focusing on social media topics, if that makes sense. He focuses on real world shit. All of his videos are about filling potholes. When we had that big storm up here, it was about like, we're mobilizing teams to get snow off the streets. We're fixing the sidewalk shed issue. Like it's very meat and potatoes stuff.
A lot of it is abundance in all the name.
So you've got to meet people where they are. Again, people can kind of tell. You can have the best messaging in the world, but you can't fool people forever. They will notice if there are problems in their life, like you know, the snow is piled up and it hasn't been cleared, if the potholes are everywhere, and they appreciate kind of the little things. And I just wish Democrats focused more on basic competency in that sense.
A little bit, yeah. Although I feel like we run into this condition a lot as Democrats, where we're like, we're going to focus on meat and potato stuff, and we're going to get away from the culture war stuff. But the culture war stuff, and I know sometimes people think these are just luxury beliefs or just luxury issues. There are a lot of working class people that can be really driven by certain culture war topics, like abortion. I don't know if you could say that culture one. I think I kind of would. That could be a really mobilizing issue for voters on both sides of the equation. Or as stupid as it feels, like the trans stuff can be like a really mobilizing thing. So I do agree. You have to figure out how to like actually deliver, because we have to govern the goddamn country. We need to govern places. But then figuring out on how to do the messaging on the culture war stuff is important too. I wish that something that was said earlier is, I blame the Republicans for this largely, but we've lost the ability to have realistic conversations about policy, and it makes it so all of our policy conversations are so boring and stupid, where because Republicans don't engage in governance anymore, and there's no like counterbalance to any other faction in the Democratic Party, like if we're talking about like healthcare, like anything below, like I would say that most Americans today probably believe that we have the resources to deliver top tier healthcare to every single person in the country. When I say top tier, I mean like what's available to the most expensive stuff. Which is like, it's like impossible. There's no way. Or that if we just had like enough rent control, every single person could live in the largest city in the United States. Or if we just gave enough cash or whatever, every person could buy a house or whatever. And like these are huge problems that have a lot of like competing, forces pushing from the top and bottom of it. And we just don't have the ability to have real conversations about it. And then, like what was said earlier by Jeremiah, is that sometimes you run into this issue where the fixes that people are suggesting, they're either moving the problem from one thing to the other, or they're giving a false, impression about what's causing the problem, or they're making the problem worse in the long run by not even really addressing the underlying thing, and they're just giving a band-aid that's just going to blow up later on. And that's very, very, very frustrating.
Yeah, and I mean, all of this is important on the margin. We're kind of like presenting different viewpoints here, but all of it matters. The messaging matters, the policy accomplishments matter. You're trying to move things on the margin a little bit at a time, a percentage point at a time, one voter at a time. And you know what else matters on the margin? It's your donation to DGG. So donate now.
Absolutely.
I was asked to throw that in there. So it really does matter. This money is important. I saw Kirktown in the chat on YouTube just donated 100. Thank you, Kirktown. Also, that's a very funny name. I could talk for hours about the Kirkification of the Kirkification of America.
We're just a little over $1,000 from our next donation target, folks. We are super, super close. Just as a reminder for those who might have forgotten, our next donation goal, we are going to be getting that rap battle rematch and return to the blue coat at the next event. And at the end of the day, those are the rewards, but all of this money, what it really goes to is helping us defend our democracy, helping us move our party and our country in the direction we want to go.
What's the donation portal? What's the website? Just Digital Ground Game?
It's an Act Blue. I can just DM it to you directly, Adam.
Yeah. I'll help us get to the rap battle goal.
What a horrible time. I feel like sometimes people just get lucky or unlucky in history, depending on when things happen. What a horrible time for Charlie Kirk to die. I feel like in terms of the AI stuff, it was just, Jesus Christ.
I find that to be all surreal when I think back at it. Like, he got publicly executed, essentially, for doing debate stuff. I don't know if I talked about this much, but he had a Jubilee Part 2 surrounded for 10 days after that. I was going to debate him, so I was literally prepping for it the night before. I had the Charlie Kirk debate prep up. And, I remember seeing the initial video from far away, and it was just a surreal-ass moment. Now thinking back at it, it's just, I don't know. We are all.
There's things we can laugh about. Because
the last question, the gentleman who was talking to Charlie the last question is from our community. He's been at many of our events. It's just a crazy world.
Well, and look, there's things about this that are obviously human. Like, you watch some of these AI videos, and it's hard not to laugh when you see Charlie Kirk doing the Congo with Jeffrey Epstein or whatever.
That was real. You're in Tel Aviv.
I really do worry about it sucks, and I don't want to underplay that public figures are getting assassinated for speaking out, and Charlie was an asshole, but this kind of thing, it's really worrying. I really worry about the slide away from just liberal values in general. That
he wasn't even close to the biggest asshole on the right, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how to say that, but...
to me, liberalism at its core is like a piece of social technology. It says you can disagree with each other without having to kill each other. Because liberalism arose out of the European wars of religion, where Catholics and Protestants were just brutally murdering each other for several hundred years after Martin Luther nailed his theses to the door, right? And eventually they kind of reached this peace where they said, okay, you can do your thing and I'll do my thing, and we actually don't have to murder each other. And any kind of backsliding away from that actually does worry me quite a lot.
Yeah, I don't like this. The media environment we live in is just so quick and so fast that stories that used to carry for weeks or months now end in literally days. And we really are in a time period where political figures are just kind of being assassinated with troubling regularity. Not every day, but the fact that when Trump was asked about the Minnesota lawmakers and he just pretended not to know or genuinely forgot, it is very troubling. Again, I point to the conservative side on this because they have every incentive to downplay it as much as possible when they feel like it's the other side, so we never really get to have a conversation about this. I'm just so like it affects me. It's also annoying too because people will say that on the left, or even for me personally, like, oh, like you're pro assassination, you're pro murder. It's like I'm running out doing these events. Like Jesus, I don't want to get killed at one of these events. And when Donald Trump got shot at, you had Biden literally, telling the whole country that violence wasn't acceptable, increasing Secret Service availability for Trump. And when Iran supposedly tried to assassinate him, increasing Secret Service availability. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is like refusing to call his side to be less violent, strip Secret Service protection from anybody that he can. It's just very, very, very upsetting, I think. It's very unbecoming behavior of the President of the United States.
One thing that seems to be kind of on the periphery in a lot of these discussions is, talking about the way in which we need to catch up to the right wing, the information machine, the attention span Abby mentioned earlier. I'm curious what y'all's thoughts, especially as people who are immersed in the sort of new media world, are in terms of like treading the line between like we want to catch up, but also, there's a reason why, we think we are correct and they aren't. A lot of it feels like the edge that the right has in these online spaces comes from the disinformation, the shamelessness. How do we navigate, wanting to be competitive while also still keeping our principles?
I mean, part of this I think has to come from people outside this space, and like not to get into the Joe Rogan thing again, but it's a topic I've been obsessed with for like a year because everybody talked about it and I feel like everybody misunderstood it. We're all like political sickos here. The people who tune into, Adam and Destiny Online, or the people who attend events for CNL, my organization, these are all like real political sickos. We love to talk about politics and policy, and we're like immersed in this. But the power of Joe Rogan is that he mostly doesn't talk about politics, and you're reaching people who are, just want to hear celebrities or want to hear comedians or want to talk about mixed martial arts or whatever. You've got to reach out into these non-political spaces. It's not enough to just have a political ecosystem. You've got to have, non-political Instagram influencers who talk about beauty products and celebrity gossip. Frankly, if there's going to be a liberal Joe Rogan, number one, it's going to be a woman. Number two, she's going to be on Instagram talking about beauty most of the time. And then she's going to bring people into politics a little bit at a time. I think part of it is you've got to reach out into those non-political spaces and not just segregate yourself into your little bubble where, it feels a lot of times like we've got our little ideological bubble that's very small and we're trying to grow that ideological bubble when we really need to be like leaving it and going into other people's bubbles that are not political.
I've seen a lot of my Gen Z friends, like younger people, fall down that exact same pipeline where you go from, a sort of cultural influencer down to politics. And you can see it on Instagram, because if you follow people on Instagram, you can see the type of reels they like. I can't tell you how many of my friends are into working out, and then by the end of the month, they're looking at like RFK Jr. reels and these far-right Andrew Tate reels. Or like some friends that get their heart broken, they start to look up red pill websites. It's just a natural end conclusion. I think a lot of young mothers are falling down this anti-vaccine pipeline, unfortunately. These young mothers are trying to look up health information on Instagram reels. A big one is my vaguely Christian friends, who I just remember like their family was kind of Christian. They didn't like politics. They all got really into Charlie Kirk after he died because he had all these Christian reels. And then I saw those same people liking Nick Fuentes reels. So you can kind of track the pipeline. And what we need to do is, just have more affable figures. It's always nice when I see my friends liking like a Destiny reel or a reel of somebody on the left debating. So we just need more stuff like that out there, more debate clips out there. And yeah, we just don't have that right now. And then also the results, of course, the results that leaders can actually deliver, I think, just combining those things.
Have you written anything on this, Jeremiah? You said that you're obsessed with the Joe Rogan of the left idea.
Yeah, not to like promote my own Substack, but I wrote about it a while back when, like last year, when the topic was really hot after the election.
Mm-hmm. My perspective on a lot of this is that I feel like one of the things that the Republicans do so well that the Democrats don't do at all is the Republicans are very good at creating like synergy within the institutions that they have direct control of. So like they'll have their ideological think tanks that are constantly working on their ideas and iterating their things like their Project 2025 or whatever. But then they also have like their lawmakers and their mainstream media figures are all also lockstep in messaging. So if Donald Trump says a thing, you better fucking believe every cabinet member is going to repeat that thing. You better fucking believe that Comer and Jim Jordan are about to open an investigation about that thing, and every congressional person is going to be saying the same thing. Every mainstream media person is going to be bringing on all these same people to say that thing. The message is is always, it's like forged over here, and it comes out the exact same from every single person. I think that when you have that type of messaging apparatus, people are looking at Joe Rogan like he was a thing that was created in a Republican laboratory, rather than a person who stumbled into like a Republican laboratory and started drinking stuff like just because it was already there and it was so digestible and so concise. Like, I think that because the Republican messaging was so good, like Joe Rogan just happened to consume it and then started to fall into it like so many other people have, and then became like an unwitting kind of like amplifier for all of it. And the Democrats just don't have anywhere near that type of lockstep unity on anything. And there are a variety of reasons, some good, some bad for this. Like, good is that we're not necessarily sycophantically obsessed with our leaders like a cult, which is going to have really bad impacts on the, obviously, the whole Republican Party coming up right now, right, and soon in the midterms. But then also for some bad reasons, in that I think sometimes we just we're too quick to let the other side like dictate the terms of the battle and kind of like Darvo us into like gaslighting ourselves and not understanding like what's even happening. We let the Republicans do that too often, and then like I feel like after 2020, like there were a lot of people, me included, who were like kind of scared of the Trump derangement syndrome thing. It was like, okay, fuck, am I being too harsh on this guy? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm getting a little too unhinged. And you end up being so self-critical. Meanwhile, Hannity and all the rest of these guys are shameless. These are the most shameless motherfuckers in the universe, and they never play by their own rule book, but by the ones that they always prescribe the left. So I feel like we need to figure out, we either have to make it illegal to do whatever they're doing, right? Like the Dominion, Fox News, all these like interactions. We have to make all of that illegal, but we have to find a way to synergize a bit more on our messaging. And then once that messaging is synergized, everything else just kind of, I think, like flows out naturally. Yes, go ahead.
I think that there's truth to what you're saying, but there's nuance there as well, in that kind of, you know, universalizing everybody in lockstep message, it works to some extent, but it only works if you're doing things that the public is actually receptive to. And I'll say, like, you know, George Bush had this for a little while with like the Iraq War, but then everybody realized that the war sucked and it was a quagmire and it got really, really unpopular. And all of a sudden that thing doesn't work anymore. Like, to me, Donald Trump's great innovation in Republican politics, beyond just his shamelessness, beyond the obvious stuff, was that he found the issue that people actually wanted to talk about. You know, after 2012, you know, there was this, when Mitt Romney lost, there was a, what do you call it, a post-mortem. It was like, wow, we're losing with Hispanics, and we've got to do more outreach to Hispanics. We've got to become a softer, kinder Republican Party. And Donald Trump said, no, what we need to do is go even further anti-immigration, anti-trade, nativist, protectionist. But I'm going to say, well, but I won't, slash your Medicare. I'm not going to slash your Social Security. He was the only Republican candidate in 2016 who was like, at least saying that he wanted to protect Social Security and Medicare. And so, like, I think the message still does matter, even though, Democrats need a better apparatus for, like, spreading that message. Picking the right message does matter, and I think one of the things that's happened is that Republicans have staked easily defensible ground in some fights, whereas the Democrats kind of got out over their skis on certain culture war issues that, we kind of assumed, like, one of my great theories is that gay marriage ruined Democratic politics to some extent, because it was such an easy victory that we assumed, like, oh, we just take the morally correct stance, and 6 years later, everyone's going to magically agree with us. Because in the case of gay marriage, somehow that actually worked. We took a stand on an unpopular issue, and then, like, within 6 years, it had flipped like 50 points in the polls, and we just got rewarded for it. And we were kind of like, oh, that's how every issue is going to work. That's how racial politics is going to work. That's how LGBTQ stuff, like trans stuff, is going to work. And it turns out that's not true. I think not every issue is going to flip 50 points if you just take a heroic stand.
So there's a world where I would agree with you when both sides are playing by the same rule book, but I feel like, and I'm curious what your response is. I actually completely disagree now. I think you can message on whatever. On a personal anecdote, when I'm debating people in the past, one kind of weird thing that I notice is that if I have uncertainty around a thing, I'm usually generally I'm pretty honest about my uncertainty around a topic. But if I express any amount of uncertainty and I'm debating somebody who operates with absolute certainty, even if they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, people are like, oh shit, that guy's probably right. He seems really confident in what he's saying. And I'm like, well, I'm not entirely sure, blah, blah, blah. I think that one of the things that Donald Trump has figured out isn't to message on issues that are winning issues. It's that if you continue to message on it, and if you just say, fuck reality, I think that Donald Trump, with his base and with where the Republican Party where they've evolved to, I think you can just make people eventually feel a way about a thing. And if you just keep messaging on it, especially if you have no attachment to reality and you're willing to make shit up, I think you can push on it as much as you want. I think that if Republicans felt like if Republicans defended trans people, then every single day, they would be having stories about Democratic dick diddlers that are standing outside your little girl's bathroom, checking every single child's genitals to make sure they're not trans. That would be the messaging they would run every single day. They would have a Catholic priest, they would have a public school teacher, and they would show, these are what the Democrats want to do. They're attacking our trans kids every single, and they would be relentless. And then you would have some person who actually did do it, and you'd have a new bill called the anti, whatever, they would name it after the teacher that did it, who was trying to check a kid's genitals going to the bathroom. And then we would have trans rights for the entire United States, because the Republicans message on it so much. And my examples for this there are two huge things. One is Trump came in as the president of No New Wars, and arguably it was a fairly popular part of his platform. And this guy is sold to the Republican Party that we need to go to war with literally everybody, even our allies. And then also Trump came in as the guy of we're going to cut all the taxes or whatever, and we almost have a value-added tax. He tariffed the whole world, and I'm and somehow all the Republicans are on board with it. And I think it's just the total.
He was very honest about wanting to add more tariffs.
Yeah, he was honest about it, but it was a lot. But he's bragging about. Can you imagine Obama bragging about raising?
He wasn't honest about who paid the tariff, though.
Yeah, he lied about it. And here Trump is I raised $300 billion off of tariffs, and it's geez.
He says 18 trillion. Try 18 trillion.
Well, for investments in the U.S., yeah. But meanwhile, because also remember, all of these guys know they're lying. Because if Obama were to come out and say a thing oh, well, what about income tax and we're going to tax corporations? All of a sudden, it's, well, we know that cost is going to get passed on to consumers eventually, so we don't accept that this tax. If Democrats were doing the tariffs, Republicans would be on message about what we're saying.
Really
about
quickly,
tariffs. Yeah.
I think that the Republicans benefit from having a central figure pushing messaging and narratives in a way that the Democrats don't have and haven't had since Obama. Even under Biden, he wasn't out there giving affirmative messages and narratives on immigration. We kind of lost the narrative on immigration on a lot of these issues. Trump has been dictating the policy in a top-down manner for so long. Now it's kind of biting them all in the ass because he's going to war, doing all this crazy shit. But the Democrats have lacked a sort of authority in our party.
Yeah, there's two things I would say to that general argument, Stephen. Number one is that I do think this underrates a little bit how Trump picks and chooses, and there's issues that he just doesn't want to touch because he knows they would be unpopular. He knows that he couldn't make reality bend on certain issues. That's why he has not gone after Social Security. It's why, for instance, he doesn't talk about abortion at all. He's happy to make the conservatives happy. He appoints Amy Coney Barrett so that she'll overturn Roe v. Wade. But other than that, he just doesn't talk. He refuses to talk about abortion
they won the war on it,
because he
right?
doesn't want to get sucked into it. But the second thing I would say is that if this is really your vision of how politics works, then frankly all the blue sky people are correct. We should all just become hyper partisan, blue sky, rabid, scream at anybody whoever disagrees with us ever. The moderates should be cast out of the party. We just need screaming progressivism, and shun the non-believer. And I think blue sky style politics seems like they're going to fail, and I don't want to go down that route. So.
I agree with what you're saying, but I think they're right if we can't mess up what's going on the right. That's why I'm saying we have to make it illegal if we're not going to duplicate what they're doing, because their model can't be competed with. I don't think that, because they're so detached from reality on everything. Trump can just come out and lie about every single thing. And you have, I saw.
It does catch up with him, though. I mean, you brought up the war, and yeah, there's a lot of Republicans who are now in favor of bombing Iran. But I go out and talk to people, and I know people who are conservative who are really disgusted by this. A lot of them, and I think he's losing a lot of support.
Yeah, I know. I
there's
understand.
a reason his support keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah, but I would argue that we've normalized way too much. When you say he's been held accountable, I mean, the IDF gets held accountable if they war crime a Palestinian because they send the soldier to jail for 6 months. That's the accountability, right? If we say Trump's been held accountable, in my mind, I remember this was the argument that I made a lot in the last election, was that if Kamala wins all 7 swing states, I still feel like this country has utterly failed. That election needed to be a 49-50 state landslide, or else what are we doing? That Donald Trump, a guy who tried to coup the government, among the 50 million other things, manages to still scrape out an election win. That's just, it's insane to me that there are consequences, but they're not really that great, especially given all the big wins they've had. Pointing to what Adam said, we don't have a cheerleader to carry us through from election to election. Republicans do have that in the form of their think tanks, your Heritage Foundation, the people that are working on Project 2025, your Federalist Society, where were, I think, 5 of our Supreme Court judges were members of, contention with Roberts, I think he's a guest or whatever, but like members of the Federalist Society who are constantly working on ideology and constantly iterating. So even when they get like an empty vessel like Trump to come into office, they can move all of their policy through him, even though he doesn't know anything about it. You know, I think that Republicans have so much structural advantages here, and yeah, their ability to just lie. I agree with you. I don't like the idea of like blue sky style politics, but trying to do real governance against the Republicans on the messaging thing, I think you just lose, because how do you beat a guy who's willing to lie so many times and still get reelected? And now we've got a 6-3 court for how long, and we've ruined our relationships around the world for how long? USA, the Department of Education, these things aren't coming back. Yeah.
I do want to we've got about 10 minutes left in this segment, so I just want to make sure everyone knows we're coming to a close. And after that, Steve, if we can go back to that ad reel scene and mute the stream and just thank Adam and Jeremiah for their time. And then we've got another panel coming up, but just letting y'all know, winding down here.
I made a donation to push us towards the rap battle. I very much so hope to see that, and I hope everybody else can make a donation if you have the means and help us win back democracy. I mean, listen, the Democrats are going to have a good midterms. We're slated to have a good midterms either way, but the entire impetus of this conversation is because the Republicans suck, not because Democrats have figured their shit out. But it seems like we're going to have a pretty good playing field heading into the primary and one of the first ideological battles we've had in decades. I saw somebody explain, like, listen, in 2000, 2004, the primaries weren't like real ideological battles for the Democratic Party.
I'm 7 fire res without anything, so. Yeah, just reading the mod. Wait, there's no Trail Master. It's none of the mods. Well, maybe he just shows up anyway. I can probably change it. No, being in push to talk is like gonna be really bad for this.
Oh.
I'll just set it up now. You said 1 again? Inventory, fuck.
Wait, do you have to keep it open all the time?
Yeah, you do. You said 1 again? I wasn't paying attention.
1.
Okay. 2.
1.
1? I don't want to, like, cheat it.
2.
3. I don't know if you heard me, but I said 3.
Yeah, I'm just dodging. 1 sec.
Okay. all good, all good.
4. Wait.
3. 3 anyway. I've done stack some stuff. Wait! Oh!
4.
Wait! Oh, fuck! That's an outcome now. Yeah, you won. I was too distracted. I was actually just fucking... Wait, do we have to keep the inventory open for the whole boss fight?
There's no way. I closed it.
Okay, I'm closing and fucking playing the game. Oh my god. Okay, everyone's gonna think I threw, but I genuinely just didn't see it because I was focused on dodging. I feel like usually people are...
Keep your life to your own.
Party. In 2008, it was Obama versus Hillary in the primary, kind of the same ideology. 2012, it was Obama. 2016, it was Hillary again. 2020, it was Obama's vice president. 2024, it was Kamala. So now we're actually having a legit ideological battle. Are we going to go towards this populism strain? What candidates do you guys have your eyes on? I like Ossoff, like we mentioned earlier. Buttigieg had a really viral clip today. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he had a really viral clip on CNBC, but he hasn't really been in the limelight a lot. Newsom's obviously the de facto favorite in all the betting markets, but that's because he's done a good job of capturing attention. He obviously has some electability problems, but...
Yeah, Newsom is an interesting case here because Newsom is a guy who essentially his selling point is that he just really fucking hates Republicans a lot. He's not particularly of the left wing, but he's also not particularly a moderate. I am hesitant about Newsom just because I feel like other than being a white man, he is essentially Kamala Harris. Like, he's a California politician who's never had to do anything outside of California and does not have a particularly great governance record and is going to get hit with a lot of obvious attacks. The difference is that he is more willing to fight in the mud, maybe in the Destiny style that he's advocating for. Like you, I'm intrigued by John Ossoff. I'm intrigued by Pete Buttigieg. But yeah, I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
One thing I will say, as a person who lived in California, I understood that if you lived in California, everybody has to hate Newsom, even the liberals, for whatever reason. I do think it's good to be critical of our own, but I think it's one thing that's very frustrating. It's very sad. I don't know how you do this without sounding like a loser. Remember in 2016 when Trump was doing the Make America Great Again thing, and Hillary was saying, "Well, America's already great." Hillary was right, but obviously when you say that, you sound like you don't want to change anything. You're just fighting for the status quo. But
Yeah.
the status quo in America is like one of the best in the world. Like, we definitely have problems, but to pretend like the country is this failing, horrible place all the time, and that you have to be coming from that populist perspective that the whole country is dog shit and terrible and failing, it makes it very difficult, I guess, to run in future elections when you've been part of the establishment upkeep for things. Like, one question that I remember when I was debating Owen Schroyer, I brought this up. People bring this up over and over again. It's so expensive to live in California. It's unaffordable everywhere there. And it's like, okay, sure. Why though? Why do you think it's so expensive to live in California? And it's like, well, bad policies and it's the greedy whatever. Okay, no, it's because the people that live there make a ton of money and because a lot of people want to live there. Okay, you don't have people flooding to Mississippi, not any particular state, but the fact that Republicans somehow get away with attacking blue states on affordability and stuff when their states are net recipients of federal aid and are, to be quite frank, being carried into the 21st, 22nd century or whatever, by a lot of these blue states. Sometimes I think we don't give ourselves enough credit for the things that we do well.
Yeah, well, and I do think we need to build more housing. Housing is way too expensive in virtually every blue area of the country, and we are losing population to Georgia and North Carolina and Texas. And these are not states that are struggling. These are states that are growing really fast economically and population, and there's cool, interesting things happening in those states now. But I agree with your general point. California, the fact that prices are high in California signals there's a lot of demand to live there. This is the whole nobody goes there, it's too crowded kind of thing. So
I will say this gets more policy oriented, but housing is hard. If Trump could do any authoritarian thing, I would pray that he would do it, although he won't. I think the biggest issue with housing is people don't realize that most people live in owned homes. It's like 70% of people are in a home where the owner has a mortgage. And if you want to bring down the cost of housing, you have to hurt those people. And these are your strongest voter base. It's why on the broad level, if you think about it, if you look at a particular sector or a particular geographic district and the housing is unaffordable, who are the people that are hurt the most? It's people that can't even move there, so they're never voting, right? And who are the people that are helped the most? It's usually the people that live there in homes with their families who are your strongest voters. That's a really hard thing to combat. I wish we had a more, I know it sounds bad, a more I don't know, state level or federal government level authoritarian style of you need to build these homes, we're going to come in and blow everything up or something, because it's a really hard thing to push against.
This is the Japanese model, right?
Yeah,
Japan has zoning at a national level, so
Yeah, being in Southern California and seeing, I was so shocked when I lived there that there are no buildings that are more than 5 stories. I'm like, why am I living in an apartment building, paying $3,000 a month for a studio apartment? Every single apartment complex here is 5 stories tall. We can't build taller or whatever. It's like, I know downtown they can. I don't know. That's crazy to me. But I understand the reason why. It's because your strongest voters are all your homeowners that don't want to see their houses decrease in value.
Look, the one thing, if I have a closing message, because I know we're coming up on time here, with this whole conversation, and to everybody listening, it's easy to get down. It's easy to think like this problem is insolvable, but it's not. Like, the people doing the work can solve problems. Whether that's you donating a little bit of money here, whether that's you actually participating later down the line, going out and knocking doors as part of this organization, things can flip faster than you realize. If you had gone back to 2015, you know, the Republicans would have been saying things like, look how disorganized the Republican Party is. Look what a mess we are. Democrats are super popular. Democrats have won 5 out of the last 6 popular votes. They've got guys like Bill Clinton and Obama, and they just fart out generational politicians who are so charismatic. And who do we have? We have, you know, the Jeb Bush. Like, what kind of nonsense are we putting out there? It really would have felt like that to a Republican in 2015, and then things like flip like that. So things can change in politics fast, but they only change if we actually do the work, if you actually put the effort in, if we actually take this seriously. And that's like the closing pitch is, don't actually lose hope. Don't feel like this is all in vain. Just do the work.
Yeah, we've got a midterm coming up that's looking really good for the Democrats. I mean, the Republicans are blowing it so much that some of the prediction markets are showing the Senate at a 50-50 now, which a year ago was almost unthinkable. We'll see what happens, but at the rate that gas prices are spiking, I heard we might have some delayed supply shock in the sense that a lot of the ships that had passed through the Strait of Hormuz are still heading to the U.S. and they're about to start cutting off soon, so it might get worse. And that's awful. Donald Trump ran on no new wars and affordability, and he blew it for on both of those things. So yeah, the Democrats have a lot of room to grow. We've got a lot of candidates to workshop and run. I really like James Tallarico lately in Texas. He's really good. Of course, Asaf, Andy Bashir is great. We've got a lot of good candidates.
Harry Peltola, baby. Fish, freedom, and family, baby. We're gonna win Alaska. We're gonna have a Democratic senator from Alaska. It's gonna
Spanberger's great. Cheryl's great. It's interesting. There's a type of, I think they call it supermajority thinking. It says that you can have Zohran Mamdani in New York City, but Zohran Mamdani couldn't win Andy Bashir's seat, and Andy Bashir needs to be the guy for that seat. And you can have a coalition across the country that isn't exclusive or Puritan, but it's a coalition that has people with flexible views and can win the party. That's a supermajority that allows you to have real, actual change rather than just this thin majority. And, you know, I mean, the unfortunate reality is Trump was closer to reaching that with his podcast tour and everything than Democrats have been for a while.
True. Although they made a lot of deals with the devil, and we can see that exploding and imploding right now. The only issue is that, like, when Republicans implode, Democrats always have to pick up the pieces, you know? Like, we're very much the adult here, and if the Democratic Party were to implode, like, this country would be going to hell, just like Trump said it was, and you know, Jesus, yeah.
I like that thought tree where everything leads back to it's the Democrats' fault. That's the reality that we're in right now, and we need better messaging to subvert that. Our president is literally a dementia-addled, like he's making fun of people's deaths every single week, dancing on the grave of Rob Reiner and Mueller, threatening to end civilizations. What did he do yesterday that pissed me off? He posted some video of like a woman just getting beaten to death with a hammer, and I accidentally watched it.
Truth. Jesus.
Yeah, I watched it before I realized what it was, and I was like, dude, why did the president?
Are you against truth? Are you against him truthing the truth? I think the final nail that we need to nail in here is all of this is leading to share more Adam Mockler videos with your friends.
True. Yeah, no, all of us. I mean, listen, we're all a bunch of like-minded individuals pushing for a better America, a better. It's the team that I built around me is a lot of people that have worked with you, Jeremiah. We've worked together and built
I know
it.
Micah very well. Yeah.
Yeah, and we pulled people from your org, and we're trying to build towards. I don't know. I need to deepen my policy so my messaging can be more snappy and intuitive. So we've got a lot of work to do. I'm excited.
We're better together, and that's how we're going to win the midterms. Adam, Jeremiah, I can't thank y'all enough. Happy to announce we have reached our next fundraising goal. That rap battlefield is going to be happening, Adam. We couldn't have done it without you. We've actually surpassed the goal, and we're actually in striking distance of our next one, $100,000, and we'll be able to do another of our house canvassing fellowship programs. Amazing program, really awesome way to train up organizers from our communities and help build the kind of party we want to see, not just talk about it. Steve, if we can transition back to the ad roll, we're going to take a short break. In about 5 minutes, we're going to come back to the panel talking about the midterms and specific races in the midterms we're interested in. We've got some exciting guests for that. Z, Ryan will be coming back, some others as well.
We're going to do that. Wait, real quick, though, and I have to do this while Adam is here, because I need him to have my back on this, and I'll have his back on this, okay? listen, because I see a few people complaining. Have you had people complaining about the YouTube titles that you do, Adam?
Yeah, of course.
Listen, I've complained to my YouTube people about the titles. I'm like, do we can't put this guy's name here? Do we need to do this? You can A/B test all the titles on YouTube. You motherfuckers like the clickbait. You click them, those are the video titles that get the views. That's how it always works. So if you didn't like them, you don't vote with your clicks, okay? Is that true or is that not true, Adam?
People say don't clickbait, then when you don't bait, they don't click.
Exactly.
This is the thing every single time. Here's the reality. Like on a serious note, it's a moral dilemma that most creators go through, whether you want to maximize your reach or maximize the way that you title your stuff. So I've tried to tone it down. Brian Tyler Cohen, who's a good friend, he has 2 separate channels.
Yep.
One channel, his secondary channel, is normal titles. You can see the visible difference in performance between these titles. So if we want to maximize our reach, then we got to title it like this. Listen, Trump doesn't deserve serious titles about him anyways. Like, he's brought this level of unseriousness in politics. I'm sorry if I say Trump looks like a sickly, dementia-addled 80-year-old. Yeah, he's not a serious actor anyways. I don't give a shit. So it's the playing field that we have to be on.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's a serious moral dilemma I just laid out there, but yeah, we'll keep on.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Yeah. And then
Thank you, Steven. That was great. Donate to Digital Ground Game. See you guys.
Peace out. Okay. You want me to bring up the
just go to the ad real segment.
The intermission video scene, right? Oh, we just fuck you. I'm loading up art. Just go back. Especially IRI.
That the thing.
We're just gonna go over the races. I know the ones we're targeting, but if there's any like specifics that you guys want to talk about real quick, let's get to it.
Make your wish.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fuck Grand Commander and me. Go ahead.
Ryan, Texas boy. What are our odds with Colorado?
Okay, one of the things
are we?
One of the things that y'all need to understand about Paxton specifically, I mean, if he ends up being the Republican nominee, I guess, is that he is hated even by a lot of Republicans. He was impeached in the Texas House, and he was very nearly convicted in the Texas Senate. In an informal vote in the Texas Senate, it was 1 vote away, and it was only 1 vote away because his wife was a member of the Texas Senate. Jesus. And so, I'm not even kidding, it was totally corrupt. Anyway, the Republicans, of course, control both chambers of the state legislature in Texas. So the fact that he got impeached at all is a crazy thing. I mean, he was using money for things he shouldn't have been using it for. It was bad. So a lot of Republicans hate him already. And Talarico's a good candidate. I mean, what else can I say about that we haven't heard a million times before? He's a good candidate. I think if it's a blue wave year, I think if enough people donate to help us knock doors and get Democrats out to vote, there's a chance.
Wow. Okay. Do you think that the?
My bad.
I've heard this conversation a lot. IRI and Ryan, maybe especially IRI. I've heard this said a lot that the redistricting in Texas could have moved Texas into a very scary spot for the upcoming elections. Do you think that's true? Is that looking to be panning out anywhere, or will we even know until an election happens? Or
Well, yeah, they had to water down some of the districts in order to gain more. So I think they're kind of sweating bullets now because Democrats have shifted the electorate about 13 points to the left. We saw that on Tuesday in Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district, which I believe has the most Hispanic voters in one of the counties, Whitfield County, I think it is, near Dalton, like the carpet capital of Georgia or something like that. But anyways, we've seen a huge shift from Hispanic voters to the left, and Republicans were counting on Hispanics to stay with them through the midterms and through 2028, but that seems to not be the case. So I think they're in a lot of trouble.
That's true. Also, I think your Discord is set to use your other mic, unless that's intentional.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I think that's exactly right. I think that they, of course, the way that gerrymandering works, they have to water down safe districts in order to sort of spread it out and hopefully create districts that are marginally less safe but still safe enough that they can count on them. And in South Texas, in the districts that they gerrymandered in South Texas to try and give them a Republican edge, they were counting on things staying at least somewhat like they were in 2024 with Hispanic voters, and it's just looking like that's not the case at all.
Is it better?
Yeah, much better. Do you know why? I feel like of all the Democrats I've seen in the party right now, it feels like Slot Kid is doing this like more national tour, trying to be on podcasts, you know, doing commentary in places. Do you know why she is over anyone else, or has she explicitly stated why, or?
She wants to run
2028, bro.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
This far in advance, early, that people would start like staking out their positions on it.
Like Shapiro and Newsom already have books out.
Sure. Well, yeah, I feel like everybody does.
This thing's already going.
Ro Khanna was doing the South Carolina tour, and he said, he hasn't announced yet, but it's like, why are you here, dude? Why are you talking about like HBCUs? Like, you're from fucking Silicon Valley. It's because he's gonna run. Absolutely.
Yeah, she's one of these sort of moderate centrists, and she won in a state that was very difficult, and so I think she's setting herself up for a 2028 run for sure.
Got a good resume, undeniable. I mean,
where
the
do you
fact
like rank her among?
She hates Hassan, so she's got my vote.
Good one.
One of the biggest issues with the Texas redistricting, though, is that they focused on Latino districts, which is not looking good for them. So we actually don't know if those 5 seats will actually flip or if they're saved. Yeah. So all the ones they targeted, pretty much every single one is, like heavy Latino districts, which are all turning away from Trump right now, especially in the popularity poll.
Could someone tell me, because I remember when we first had this redistricting fight, there was a kind of projection that OZ, we're echoing on your side, I think a little bit.
Sorry.
It's fine. There was a redistricting projection of if this spirals down and every state starts doing this, the Republicans are gonna get more seats, and that completely collapsed. Why was that? Was it because they backed down and they were scared, or was it because they weren't able to redistrict in the way those projections kind of shot off?
It's crazy. Like in Indiana, they were under a lot of pressure to redistrict, and they chose not to. And I kept looking into it. Why? It just came down to principle. They said it wasn't fair. And so there are Republicans out there who still have principles, believe it or not. So some of it failed because of that. Others saw what happened in Texas and how it caused California to go crazy with Prop 50 and said, we don't want any more of that smoke. We're going to lose this. But you're right. That was Trump's way of cheating in the midterms. That was his plan, the mid-decade redistricting. It's unheard of, and it failed miserably.
Do we know what they're cooking up for all these voter rolls that they're seizing? I think Trump tried to do, was it an executive order banning or trying to limit mail-in ballots? Did you guys see this?
Pretty sure it was.
Yeah.
Is anybody
Or
talking
to put them under national control?
Yeah, I know. It's hard to focus on any one thing because there's world-ending events happening on the daily now. But yeah,
he wants the Postal Service to have to coordinate with the states and have a barcode on all the envelopes, but it's just ridiculously unconstitutional, and it's not going to go into effect.
Yeah.
One thing that I mean, obviously, restricting people's ability to vote is bad in principle, but I always wondered if this is would this actually help Republicans? Outside of a COVID year where, of course, there were other factors at play in who was using mail-in voting. The normal voters who use mail-in voting are, military, old people, disabled people who are mostly old people.
I think there's a couple things. So one is, you're right. Prior to COVID, all of the research that I saw, I think I'm parroting a bit of a Nate Silver article, but it either was a wash or it slightly favored conservatives when it came to mail-in votes. However, maybe after COVID, since so many people got ballots, like me being one of them, that's really nice to get a mail-in ballot and just mail it. So there might be more people of a certain political persuasion that'd be likely to vote or not vote. But I don't know if that would favor one side or the other. I do think that Trump lost 2020 because of his stance on mail-in ballots. Because he's not like he convinced any Democrats not to mail-in ballot, but I bet he turned away enough of his party that he might have been able to win that had he not been so adamantly against them and opposed to them.
I know. I just wonder, is this yet another example of Trump being a brain-broken, deranged person? He's got this conspiracy theory in his head about how this was how he was cheated in 2020, and now, outside of the circumstances where a lot of liberals are mailing in, he's just so in his own, like there's no one around him telling him. Yet another example of no one being around Trump
To say
telling
no.
him that his ideas are stupid.
Yeah, that could be the case. I thought it was a stunning revelation among all of the other icy stuff that came out with the Tulsi Gabbard hearing, that she told Congress that Trump called her the morning of to go to Fulton County, the morning of, with the implication being that she wasn't involved in any of the intelligence work or anything related to that. Like, she was just showing up there to be a face or a figurehead for it. So, yeah, I don't know what Trump is cooking up or what they're trying to do with these ballot lists or the voter rolls or what, or yeah, these executive orders or anything. Yeah, I think there's really incompetent. I think they're really stupid.
Because it was the first term, but you just made me realize, Ryan, like how many old people did Trump kill by telling them not to mail in votes during COVID? Like, definitely a non-zero amount.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Like half the ICE agency, apparently, according to that one death thing.
Oh, that's
Destiny was reading on
right.
stream.
Jesus. I forgot all their deaths were from COVID.
His big gambit was the Save America Act, and he was demanding that Congress pass it or he won't sign anything. He seems to have backed off that now, but the Wall Street Journal came out with an editorial that said it's actually hurt Republicans more than Democrats because Democrats are more likely to have the documentation needed to prove their citizenship than Republicans, and plus the gutting of mail-in voting is going to hurt a lot of Republicans, and the entire state of Utah votes by mail, so I think his plan has failed miserably. He's left with just his ICE army, maybe to send them to intimidate a couple of minorities at the polling places, but it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think, you know, for all we've said about the Trump admin, the one thing that never fails is their incompetency. They are just so grossly incompetent. I can't believe he fired Bondi. I really didn't think he would, because I feel like she carried so much water for him and all the crazy stuff that he tries to get her to do. I don't know if he fired her. Does anybody know why he fired her? Does he really think there's somebody that can do all the crazy shit that he's demanding? Or
I bet he just felt like he was taking too much heat from Epstein and he was blaming her for it.
yeah, but I feel like she was a good sponge to soak up the hate to some
I
extent
agree.
for it.
I think he's a stupid, irrational guy, though. I
Yeah.
think that's what.
You saw, I think it was an hour ago or 30 minutes ago, that apparently Trump has just been announcing that he's pardoning every single person, he said, within 200 feet of the Oval.
Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, I think.
Wait, do you mean like literally? Like he's like, if you're like like Jesus, like I'll heal you if you come to me? Or,
Well,
like,
no,
if
not
you're
literally, but like
within-
just anybody that's been near. I think apparently the quote was, "I'll pardon everyone who has come within 200 feet of the Oval." Trump said in a recent meeting to laughs. Probably just anybody that's been working with his administration or anything. So yeah.
Good, healthy democracy right there.
The firing of these cabinet secretaries is another sign of Trump's demise, because he wouldn't get rid of them now if he thought he could get people put in those positions in the next Congress. So to me, it's a sign that he thinks he's possibly going to lose the Senate as well. He's got to get these people replaced now.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just surprised at the choices they made. I understand Kristi Noem going as person. I don't know how they would, whatever. Yeah, but Pam Bondi surprised me. I've heard there's like murmurings of Kash Patel going, but I don't know if that'll happen or not.
Well, the people supposedly on the chopping block are the Commerce Secretary, Howard
I've heard
Lutnick, or Nutlick, as I like to call him, who lied about his associations with Epstein. The Labor Secretary, Lori something, her husband's a total creeper who was sexually harassing people in the office. And there was one more. I think Cash was also on the list, too, yeah.
How bad do you think Iran has to go for Hegseth to be fired?
I don't know how Haran is going. I'm not sure. I hear every other day that everything has been blown up there, but then planes get shot down, and then I hear we got a 10-point plan, but then I hear it was a 15-point plan, and then I hear that Lebanon is in a ceasefire, but then Israel says it's not, and then Trump is truthing out for people to stop shooting. I don't know what it's.
I'm just glad the great diplomats in Pakistan were able to work out a peace deal.
Yeah,
So happy
true.
about it.
So read the transcript from Trump's statement on it. There's like a contradictory statement, I think, every 2 minutes. It's like, the Strait was never a problem. Also, it's still closed. I'm mad at Iran, but we won the war, but we're still at war, but we need to open it. I don't know if like how bad it could go. Like, you could just make up a new thing every 3 minutes about what's going on.
It's unhinged. It's crazy. Yeah.
Do
Do
we
we think there's a realistic chance of Trump getting impeached, or of like really crazy stuff happening with the incoming House and Senate? So I feel like you're seeing this more and more. Republicans keep jumping off the ship hoping that there's going to be like an island close by, but there's not. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously was a big one. You've got your Never Trumpers, you've got like your Masseys and everything, but like especially if the midterms are a bloodbath, do you expect this to be like a Republican Congress that's hostile, or the Republicans in Congress, are they going to be hostile to the administration to some extent,
Oh,
or?
Yeah. Well, because no legislation's getting done,
Of
so they're
course.
going to have time to do oversight and impeachments. That's what they're going to have time to do. It's going to be hauling a lot of people before Congress, and it's going to be impeaching Trump. I hope they impeach him every week. I hope they impeach him 50 times. I'm not even kidding. I hope they do.
What I'm
I
hearing,
wish that we
Ryan,
could
is
get,
that
like,
if I
one-
donate right now, it's almost like paying money to get Trump impeached. Is that what you're telling me?
That's true. To get to 51.
Yeah. I might go donate again right now.
I wish we could just
Let's
call
do
up
it.
anybody relevant in front of Congress to answer questions. Like, I want to see a real deposition of, obviously, of Donald Trump. But if
absolutely.
any of the people in his immediate vicinity, I would just love to see it.
Yeah.
So what states do you guys think? Because like when we're canvassing, it's really like a 2% like effect you can have. It's really like on the margins. And I'm expecting a blue wave as well. What would like with that 1 to 2%? Where do you guys think like the most impact we can have would be, in your opinion?
The places that the DCCC aren't targeting. So anything that's like a plus.
Wait, your thing, Rob.
Not
Anything
Texas.
that's...
You muted. Yeah. We can't
You have
hear
more
you.
to say, Z? I would, while she's figuring that out, I say not Texas, man. Like, we need help in Ohio, where like Sherrod Brown is running for try to get his old seat back from John Husted. I would say Alaska. I don't know what door knocking is like in Alaska, but Mary Patola could use some help. I mean, these less sexy races that will actually determine who controls the Senate.
I want to do Alaska, but I got called a retard the other day for suggesting it.
Trump was just tripping out about it. I think we heard you, Z, yeah.
You hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, Alaska's a really good bet, actually. And also, Iowa 1, 2, and 3 are all really close races. Like, they're like +1 to +2 races, and usually the D-Trip doesn't do those races because they're very spread out races. Those ones are all good.
Okay. Yeah, Texas was on the list because we might have had like a special thing to do there. But really, I think the consensus right now is that for us, we're targeting Michigan, Georgia, Iowa, and Ohio. And I think Michigan, Georgia, and Ohio are really the top three. I think Iowa's a little bit out right now.
How's the North Carolina race looking? Has anyone been following the North Carolina race with Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper's looking good.
Yeah. There's some congressionals in North Carolina that are looking good.
Yeah, we've got Blair, who was in North Carolina for the last for the 24 canvassing program, and I think the North Carolina Supreme Court seat was won by like less than 100 votes. So like, if we want to point to like actual impacts that DGG's already done, that's a big one. I know like in Nevada as well, Jackie Rosen and Susie Lee were both within like door knocking margins on that. So like I said, it's 1 to 2%, but it really affects the local elections, and that 1 to 2% that could get us over the edge for 51 senators. So donate. Thank you.
I wanted to ask Bryce. You said after the first milestone was hit, the first canvassing event was locked in. Where is the first canvassing event?
We're still figuring that out. Basically, the things that we're going to use to target is based off of like how many organizations in the area are willing to work with us, how much money is being poured into the area. We don't want to go into places that a lot of money are being poured into. So like Michigan and Georgia, that's where they're kind of below Ohio on that. Also volunteers, just the amount of people that can travel. We had Alaska on our sign-up list, but Alaska is definitely a lot harder of a get. We probably have to pay for flights out there. But yeah, it's a variety of different things. Probably the biggest weighted ones are how many organizations are out there, if they're willing to give us money, and then how many volunteers basically can travel to those states.
That makes
You
sense.
guys need help in Alaska. Oh, sorry, guys.
No, go ahead, Z.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, if you guys need help in Alaska, we've got
Hell yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
Peltola's killing it.
wait,
I really
your mic
wanna
cut off
do it.
again.
Just-
You said we've got connections in, and then and then they stop working again. It's a good troll, though. Good troll.
Wouldn't be a Destiny stream without audio issues.
I have to say, the fact that you guys are thinking about this is really important. I mean, the fact that, people that donate can be assured that y'all are going to use the money effectively, that you're not just going to dump it into some flight of fancy.
Sure.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah, one of the things that really bugged us about the 24 program was when we spent $100,000 in New York. Sorry, I think you're echoing now.
Now you're echoing.
Yeah, we spent $100,000 in New York for Jamal Bowman, who I think was like 17 points down at the time. So not a good race. I didn't go to that one. You can roast the rest of PV for that. But yeah, now that we have control.
Yeah, that was not.
What was that, Zeus?
That was not digital ground game, right?
Jamal Bowman's race.
That was not digital ground game. That was progressive victory. But yes, they did canvas for Jamal Bowman's race.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it makes that progressive victory makes sense. Okay, I was gonna be like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a pretty. Yeah. Okay.
I interrupted you earlier, Steven. Did you have something to say whenever I sort of cut you off?
Me? For what were we talking about?
Hello.
Oh, just
Oh,
I
it was a dumb
accidentally
question.
cut you off whenever. Oh.
I was just curious how far away Alaska is. I'm not actually sure. I was really shocked when I went to Hawaii from California. I thought it was gonna be like an hour flight, like it was like Cuba and the Keys or whatever. I didn't realize it was like a fucking 5.5 hour flight to Hawaii from LA or whatever. How far? What is the flight from like Seattle to? Where is what is it? Anchorage? What is it in Alaska? What do you fly to? Is that a real city?
Anchorage.
Oh my god.
They just gotta drop you off randomly.
Is that like a 2-hour flight or is that like a?
It's like a 3.5
So
hour.
it's like 3
flight.
hours or so. It's not bad.
Yeah, still
Pretty
hard to-
far. I mean, you got to go over all of British Columbia. So
That'd be pretty crazy. If, like one of my fans got eaten by like a polar bear or something while canvassing, though. That'd be a crazy story.
Well, I also want to get you ice fishing out there. You might get eaten by a polar bear.
Ice fishing?
Now that's a donation goal.
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
Absolutely not. Definitely
Destiny in the arena with a polar bear.
Yeah.
For the gold Democratic Fund.
$1 million.
You want to get all the haters. Mobilize the hater.
What do you think for these upcoming midterms? I don't know like how strong the campaigning has been so far. Wait, I'm super echoing.
Sorry.
You're good.
Am I fucked again? Oh my god.
Do you think that Republicans are most of them? Do you think going to be messaging on like MAGA? Like, what do you even message on as a Republican right now? Like all the old MAGA points are kind of gone, right? It can't be like wars or affordability or like I don't even like what do you even talk about?
They just kind of do the Brendan Fraser meme where they look at you with tears in their eyes.
Please vote for us or not the Democrats.
Wait, yeah,
Good
guy,
old
like,
France
what,
people.
You're in on the you're battling out with these MAGA cards every day. What is like the narrative now? Because like many of these people are having trouble defending the war. They're having trouble defending the economy and the tariffs. Like, what are they? Is there any hope within their party? Of
They
like,
won't.
Oh, but we're moving this way, and that's what we're gonna run.
They
on.
don't
Like,
debate. They haven't debated Trump for years. I mean, I don't know if you've been involved in these talks. You might know this, but like if you try to challenge any of these people in debates, I remember this was the case for Andrew Wilson. It was a case for Myron. It was a case for everybody that they tried to set me up with for James for Modern Day Debate and even for Pangburn. Because Constantine wouldn't even really argue this either. Nobody will defend Trump anymore. All these motherfuckers were like, you gotta save civilization, fucking gotta vote for Trump, gotta. And now they're like, well, I don't want to really debate. I'm not debating Trump. I'm not here to defend Trump. You know, and it's like, really? Because all you guys were shamelessly plugging him for the election. So yeah,
that's literally happening to me right now. I Modern Day reached out, and Andrew Wilson's like, "Do you want to debate is Trump a fascist?" I'm like, "No, because you're just going to be pedantic about the definition. Why don't we defend Trump's record?" And I have yet to hear back, so I'm assuming that's going to happen.
and then apparently you angled that to IRI. Sorry, I misheard you. I didn't know you were asking.
No, you're good. But yeah, guy like the Trump TikTokers, like your average median Trump voter. What are they looking forward to? Do they have hope in their eyes?
Not really, but they're pointing to the same old men and women's sports, and the Democrats are crazy. Their big gambit was fatter tax returns. They were convinced that the one big beautiful bill's tax provisions would give people more money, and they would appreciate that all through the midterms. But unfortunately, we have the data. The average tax return's up about 11%. The average tax return's like $3,600, so it's about $350. Well, that's getting eaten up right now by gas and health insurance increases and groceries, so that's not going anywhere. So they're fucked. They're totally fucked.
What do we think about in some of these other areas where there's like tighter races? Like I know Maine is a big one where I don't like Graham Blanchard, but he has a lot of Oppo research, and obviously I want him to win over Susan Collins. Where do we think that they're just gonna like constantly pound that line, or?
Dude, we're in a brave new world right now. I have no idea what works and what hurts him anymore. I thought he was finished. Clearly, I was wrong. So I have no idea what to think anymore about Graham Bladner. He's got the fight agency people working with him. Are you guys familiar with those people?
They're like the mafia.
Yeah.
Like, who's the main guy? He's a young guy. He just started out. Yeah, Morris Katz. It's weird because
There are 2 people with the last name Katz in that organization of 5 people, but they are not related. No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's Rebecca Katz is one of them, and then Morris Katz is the other one. Morris Katz is the one that did the ads for Mondani's campaign.
They're talented. They're talented. They've worked with a lot of those kinds of like populist-y figures, and they are good at what they do. They win a lot of races.
Yeah, that's.
I'll also say, when I talk to Trump supporters now, they tell me it's coming. Just wait. You'll see. These special elections don't mean anything. The general electorate doesn't come out for special races. The polls show you guys still suck. And they think Trump's just going to pull out a miracle. I don't know. They really don't seem to understand how midterms work.
I mean, historically, Trump has always had really dog shit performance for his midterms, right? His voters are very, like, sycophantically, cultishly obsessed with him. Like, he has a really hard time turning people out when he's not on the ballot.
Yeah, it's like even when he accuses us of voter fraud, it would be like, all right, like, yeah, sure, you frauded the general, but then you didn't fraud all the down ballot races for some reason. But like, yeah, it turns out that like MAGA doesn't really need down ballot races. Period.
Well, because he's calling people rhinos. He's shitting on down ballot candidates nonstop. He doesn't support any of these guys, so it's tough for Republicans down ballot. Poor guys.
Do you think they just have to? Sorry, go ahead, Z.
I was gonna say Graham Planner's raised twice the amount that Susan Collins has raised, which is actually crazy. Considering that he started nothing. He started with no fundraising list likely. He's never run for any position before. That's pretty impressive.
I'm not convinced he's going to win that. I know the polls say otherwise, and he's more popular. But I mean, Janet Mills is a solid candidate. I see some shitting on her in the media, but this is somebody who's been governor, who's won statewide. It's an old state. The electorate there is old as shit, and she's old. So I think people are overlooking her a little bit.
What are the polls saying right now?
I think isn't it like 20-point difference at this point? I thought it was pretty bad for Mills.
I don't like state polls. I never think much of state polls, though. That may be cope, but I just think they're dog shit. They're like 400 people, and they're never accurate in any way.
I criticize polls all the time. I'm right there with you.
I mean, he's got on her though in some of these 10 points, 11 points.
Yeah, I'm seeing 27.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I think
people are saying Mills is skipping events and everything now. Is that true?
I know she hasn't been holding as many events, but you know, I don't know what that actually means. I don't know if she's skipping them or if she just isn't scheduling as many.
I mean, she's like old as shit, so maybe she's just like tired. Maybe she just like don't want.
Hold on, what does old as shit mean? We're in a new political world. Does that mean in her 60s or 80s?
She's got to be older than 60. Much older than
well, because like 61, 62.
She's 78.
You're a whippersnapper.
Yes.
Okay, 78 is, I would say that qualifies for old as shit. Okay, 78 is old as shit.
Yeah. She's not as old as Bernie. She didn't see the fall of the Reich, but she is now battling an SF tattoo.
Well, what are your opinions on this? Hutch wanted to debate me on this, and I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
The tattoo?
On the tattoo situation.
Oh, he's lying 100%. I sort of give him the benefit of the doubt about the story of how he got, whatever. I can't prove or disprove it. You don't go 15 years having that on you without knowing what it is.
What is he saying? What was his excuse for it?
He got it while drunk in Croatia or something in the military.
He knew it when he was getting it.
I don't know if he knew what it was whenever he says he didn't know what it was when I have no idea.
But somebody would have pointed it out or something,
story.
right? That's just a long time to.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part that I think is a lie. The 15 years having it on your body, and you never.
And he's like
movie.
a history and war buff. Like,
Yeah,
you
this
should
guy
know
was
that.
in the
That's a pretty
army. What do you
popular-
mean? Like, or the military, right? This guy. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of.
No, it strains plausibility. That's for sure. The 15 years. Even if I give him the pass on the story, I think he's lying about that.
But you know what, guys? As a Jew, I'm voting for the Nazi tattoo over Collins, and I think her concernometer should be very high right now.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Whoever wins has my support. I think Janet Mills is a better candidate.
Oh, sure, yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying, I'm trying not to not too much lib divide here, because no matter what happens, we gotta beat the Republicans.
That's true.
For sure, for sure. I just think Collins is a tough out. Yeah.
too, right? Like a lot of them quit, but the fight agency people stayed, which is interesting because they're like super progressives. Those guys.
Yeah, and they've got a good track record. I mean, I think leading up to 2028, looking at who they decide to back is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they don't want, like loser fucking candidates that are like in the deep blue seats.
They made a bad bet with Fetterman, but you know, we'll overlook it.
Yeah, well, Fetterman is surprised. I don't know. Fetterman was a great candidate at one point. Yeah.
What were you saying? What were you saying, IRA?
I was just curious if Z thought like the celebrity factor played any role in that organization staying involved, because you know he's got a lot of attention on him and he's raising a lot of money, so why wouldn't you want to attach your train to that, you know, hook your train to that?
Oh, like if there's no way out of that lie, that's a pretty, because they're, I mean, what they do is comms, right? So like I would get it more so if they were doing like field or something, but how do you recreate that narrative that's already out there? I don't know. You got to be good at your job.
Well, I don't think anti-Semitism is detrimental to your campaign if you're further left, but I do think lying is, and I don't know how people are giving him a pass on that bullshit excuse that nobody ever brought it up to him. Hey man, that looks like your tattoo, or you would notice that on your chest over the years, like, man, that looks like what I have on my chest.
I mean, I feel like people, if you don't,
Simpsons with Sideshow Bob, and it's like, does it not say "Die Bart Die" tattooed on your chest? It's like, no, that's German for "Die Bart D." Like,
I feel like as long as you just don't pay much attention, you just keep carrying on, eventually people will stop bringing it up. I think that's the strategy. For better or for worse, it's more or less, I think, what the media environment of the West. Yeah, basically, is going. It's how Farage survived so much stuff in the UK. It's how Trump has made it through so much stuff. All the ridiculous stuff with this administration, of all the cabinet level people. Like, how do you, like, imagine it, again, I hate this, imagine if a Democrat, but like, imagine a Bongino type character, Cash Patel, screaming on podcasts, I got a guy in the fucking CIA who called me, the Epstein files, they told me they've seen all the rape videos, and Christy Nome with the binders handing it to everybody, and then nothing. It evaporates in a year. But like, no, just don't pay attention to it, whatever, keep moving through it, who cares, right? It just seems crazy to me that there's no accountability, but it's because they just don't pay any attention to it, right? Like Trump is literally saying, like, oh, I don't care about any of the Epstein files, whatever. He just like moves on. It's like, okay, yeah.
I think if you start off your career not giving a fuck, then you can continue to do that. But if you like ever capitulate at any point, it makes you look worse.
100%, yeah. That's why you got to keep posting through it, yeah.
True.
I think
Flatner's probably going to win that race. I think he's probably going to win the primary, and I think he's probably going to win the race. I think, I don't know. Clearly they like him. And I think I have faith. I have faith in the blue wave this year.
Do you think Mills can hinge more of her campaign on like her standing up to Trump? I know that's kind of what Crockett did in Texas. Like, she made it like very, very like I'm going after him. But like the fact that Mills defended like the trans like community just to his face, just like I'll fucking see you in court, dude. Like good luck. Like that really inspired me in a way. And you know, if a 78-year-old could do that, I think more people need to be talking to him like that.
She deserves a massive amount of credit for that.
I think it's just that she's a tested product. You know, they know what they're getting with her. Where with you guys brought up Fetterman, like I don't think people want another repeat of Fetterman, and Plattner seems risky. So I think a lot of people will just go with what they know, and she's solid and she delivered for them, and so that's why I think it has more to do with that than anything else.
So guys, we are 5K away from 100,000. Holy shit! Nice.
5K.
Do people?
See, you're a bona fide political operative. I'm curious, like, what does like $100,000 look like? Or maybe this is a question for Steven or someone else. But like $100,000 is a lot of money. What kind of stuff? Is that a lot of money? Like, what does that look like for a political organization? I guess you're a bona fide political operative.
$100,000 is probably more than the candidate has raised her whole race that you guys are working for potentially. So it's a lot.
Texas 23, yeah.
Yeah, in Texas 23, I mean, I don't even think she's raised $100,000 the whole race. So it's a huge amount. It's fucking awesome. Probably hit like, I mean, if you guys are just doing like a standard canvassing operation, you'd be able to hit like probably like 20,000 plus doors with that, right?
So our numbers are usually closer to $1 per door. Like in the 24 campaign, I think the total canvassing cost was $360,000, and we got like 350,000 doors. Like we're really efficient when it comes watch
Okay,
that.
but Bryce, what if you take the pizzas you use and you slice them like the teachers slice them back in 4th grade, where you
Double
just get like
thin.
the little sliver, and so like
We
everyone gets
basically did that for the Vegas event. We ran the Vegas event for like less than $500, and it was Costco pizzas and then Dr. K, not even the good like 2
Dr.
liters.
K,
from
Mr.
Smith's.
Pibb, let's go. We'll take all the
Yeah,
off-brand
right.
stuff in the
Strongest
name of
goal.
the Democrats.
I'm
I was
curious.
gonna
Name
say-
brand soda is another donation goal.
As a
Oh,
quick
yeah.
thing, when it comes to raising money, it really depends on the level of the race too. Like there are like certain towns or whatever, like where your city council races can be in like the thousands of dollars, or maybe $10,000 or $20,000 or whatever. Obviously, like DC is going to be a lot larger, or like New York City is going to be fucking huge. But for that, it's one number. State races can, I think I've seen as low as like $50,000 for like a whole state assembly race, and then that can go really high depending on the state. And then once you get into the congressional or governor things, I think you're in the millions of dollars that are raised usually for those races.
It's all depending on your win number. So, like, if you have a low win number, the thing is, if you took $100,000 and you put that into one state, you could probably take over every city council seat in that whole state if it was small enough. So you could make a massive impact with that. But if you bring that into like a U.S. Senate race, I mean, it's gonna, it's a blip.
I'm actually curious, you guys probably know this better than I, but like, what is the strength of a dollar in like a TV ad? Off-brand
Right.
stuff in the name of the Democrats.
I'm
I was
curious.
gonna
Name brand soda is another donation goal.
You should be spending anywhere between like $5 and $8 per vote.
Yes.
That's the standard.
Just
If
like
you
that.
run like a shitty campaign, you're spending like usually between like $10 and $15 per vote. If you do a really good campaign, like I've seen people do it for like $1. That's pretty rare though.
Yeah, because like when you're watching TV, everyone knows when the commercials come on, that's when you really lock in and pay attention to what's on the screen, right?
Well, the good thing is like on CTV is really cool because we can see like everything. It's kind of fucking creepy. Like I know if I like look up your account, like there are certain systems now I can like take your email, look up your account. I can see everything that you're watching at the exact time that you're watching it. So if I want to target you as a voter, I can make sure I know that you're going to be watching Jeopardy at 7 p.m. I can make sure I'm targeting you at that time. And I can see like whether you've skipped through the ad or not. So the only way you can do it really without that is like ad block, right? But I can also see if you have ad block. So CTV is like super effective. It's way more effective than these like, free to air, the old school broadcasts that they used to do where they just, you give them $200,000 and you fucking just hope for the best.
Shotgun it out. Yeah.
If they even do that, that's part of the problem too, right? Because like a lot of consultants get away with just not putting out ads at all, and there's no way to track it properly. But with CTV now, you can track everything, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, you could see a lot on people. So if you think your shit is private, it's not. Like we can see literally, like unless you have ad blocker, we can see fucking everything that you're.
I just Google things I don't like just to throw them off, Anytime you see a weird search, it's because I'm trying to break the big data algorithm.
True.
I mean, there's so many things now too. I mean, even with like social media ads, like 15 years ago, like social media ads were, it was pretty much the same as like broadcast TV. But now with social media, we can see everything, and so we can like really deeply target people that we want. Which means that you're going to spend less money per vote, right? It's like if I know that I have to talk with you, it's going to cost me way less than if I'm just like talking to everybody in your zip code.
I don't know. Maybe we need a law against that. That sounds creepy.
Listen, it's made our lives as Democrats so much easier.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Had this for so long. Like every time we come out with a new app, right? Like for example, like let's just say like GPS like canvassing softwares, right?
Yeah.
Republicans had these for like 15 plus years, and Democrats are just now doing it. So they're all like with all the CTV stuff, they've been doing this for years, and we've only just caught on the last 2 years. And we do this with everything. It's like why we're so fucking terrible at flipping elections that we should win, because consultants they're not like on the cutting edge of softwares and stuff like that.
Now, the Republicans were really ahead of Democrats for a while in terms of trying to take over state legislatures, right? With like Project Red Map and stuff like that to try and control redistricting. Are Democrats making any progress on pushing back on that sort of thing?
They're not. Like that's the other thing too, is like these large organizations, they have like full ballot chasing initiatives that we don't ever do that. Like it was funny because yesterday, like I live in a very red town, right, in Nevada. We're like outside of Vegas, like 45 minutes outside of Vegas. And we pretty much every seat in our town is red. I think we have one person that just flipped a seat. But everything else is red. And TPUSA has been handing out like those ballot chasing initiative papers. So they're already stocking up to get people out here to start ballot chasing way before we even have our primary.
Wow.
And Democrats, and the thing is, like, we're like decently flippable. I mean, we're probably like a plus. It depends on the seat, but like somewhere between like a +6 and probably a +9 at the most. And like we have no ballot chasing initiatives out here at all. In fact, it's hard for us even to find Democrats that are willing to run against Republicans out here.
Speaking of numbers, plus 100,000 in the donations. Fucking
Yep,
good job,
correct.
everyone.
I was just about to bring that up. We just eclipsed the 100,000 mark. So let's
When
go. Good job, guys.
Destiny have
What's
to
up?
dye hair blue?
At
When is-
100,000.
No way do we put that on
Oh,
there.
Moon's dyeing his hair
Moon's
blue at
dyeing
100,000. So we got.
You didn't know? You didn't know? You didn't know that?
I'm too old. I'm pretty sure if I dye my hair, it'll all fall out. I gotta stay fresher than Hassan, at least on my facial hair. Jesus, okay? I can't let him pass me up there.
Let's go to Turkey. Get the
Okay.
the hair plugs.
Yeah.
The bald. So really quick, we got to start transitioning to the next segment. So everybody do their sign-offs. I really appreciate y'all being here. I really appreciate for everybody for watching. If you haven't already, donate at the link down below or hit the QR code on the screen. Recurring donations also help us out a ton. But yeah, hand it off to you guys for sign-offs.
Let's start with
okay.
Guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, thank you guys for putting this together. I think it's great to give people something to get involved in. And look, to everybody out there, if you're not getting involved in this, just sign up for knocking doors in your neighborhood. Just do one shift. Don't think you have to dedicate every weekend. Just go do one shift. You're going to be around some excited people who are motivated. And hey, you might meet a hottie too, so you never know.
At one of these
guy.
I think it's like the second time guys like, hey, you know where you can meet girls? Like political
We're trying to
events.
appeal to
That's
young
not true.
guys here, okay? What do young guys care about?
You go through shared adversity together. You know, that's a real test of the relationship.
And when you door knock, you do technically get a lot of girls' numbers. I'm just saying. I mean,
Maybe knocking on their door. I don't know. Like, isn't your community like 90% dudes, 95% dudes?
Yeah. Also, I feel like generally the people that answer doors are a little bit older, like 40s, 50s plus. So.
I didn't say how old they were. I just said
I'm
they were
not-
girls. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're gonna meet women at their door, okay? That's weird. I'm talking about the other volunteers.
And it's fun to
Well, you
socialize
know
in
where they
general,
live
right?
already.
It's good.
You
It's
can
always
pick
good
them up
to
for
be
the
in
day.
real life and to have like social experiences with people because these are exceedingly rare apparently now. So yeah.
Touching grass is always good.
Yeah.
There's never a bad time to touch grass, ever. Never, ever, ever. I'm going to go do it after I get off this panel. And speaking of that, thanks so much for having me on. I really appreciate
Thank
it. You guys are doing such great work here. I'm so happy to be part of it. Steven, you know, thank you for lending your platform to this. Digital Ground Game, you guys are putting in the work. Thanks so much for having me on for the second time.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, same message, and I'm always struggling, like, people in my community, me, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? This is material funneling, will and power, same stuff with, like, Z and UFA. Like, here's what you do. You go out, you put your time, you put your money in, and you're going to see change. You're going to see change in November. You're going to see that you made a material difference. And, like, if you've ever worked on a project and felt like, oh my God, like I see the fruits of my labor. This is how you do it in politics. Every time you get upset about what's happening, this is how you say, well, I can change this. One person can change this. So put your time if you can't put in money, put money if you can't put in time. And just thank you guys for putting this together. I appreciate it. Go donate.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah. And Z.
Yeah. I want to see you guys get to 250K today because I think that would be sick as hell. So do that. Love DGG community. You guys are like family to the NGG community. We even have names that are similar. So want to see you guys raise a bunch of money, and anything we can do to support, please let us know.
Yeah, 100%. In the same way.
Cool.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to move on to the next segment. And yeah.
Awesome. Good luck, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
We still live still?
Yeah. Why do you want me to not be live? Do you want to put me on the?
No, I want you to be live. And I
Okay.
want you to pull up right now the thermometer graphic.
It's up.
For our new total that we are at and our next goal. Let me know. Actually, I'm behind on stream.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen,
wait, hold on. Is this like
I'm holding
logarithmic or something, or what?
What do you mean?
What am I looking at?
You can see. Are you asking me to answer like, is the difference between 72 and 100 more than the difference between 100 and 150? Is this
Why does it say 100 and then 150 and then 150 and then 200?
Because the 72 because those are different goals. The reason why it isn't even 50K is because 36 and 72 is beating PV and then lapping PV. Okay.
No, but I'm saying like why we made it to 100K. What's our next goal?
Our next goal is $150,000.
Yeah, and then what's the goal after that?
After
200.
200.
No, it's 150 again. Am I blind? Am I crazy? Is he trolling me?
You're looking at an old version of the graphic. There was an error on the graphic.
Oh my goodness. What's going on here?
You got to go to the new one. The point is, listen, the little scale on the left, all right, there was a misinput on the graphic on the left. But it was
Even the one you have on stream is correct. Can you just not read?
What?
No, it's on the left. Instead of 200 and 250, it's 150 again and 200.
You've trolled enough today, Bryce. Stop trolling. You troll too much. You troll too much.
You're a goddamn troller, Bryce.
You're a goddamn
I've
troller.
had enough of your shit. Folks, we are going to get into an exciting segment here with Dylan and Anna. But before I hand it off to those amazing people, I'm just going to make one final push here. We've got Mr. Mooten dyeing his hair blue. We've got a house program that's going to be happening, knocking doors for 4, 5, 6 months at a time, doing real deep organizing. But the question is, are we going to have 2 events? Is there going to be a live anything else episode at one of these events? And are we going to get Destiny to do a stream with the Burnt Peanut VTuber model and doing all the big eye anime reactions? That's the remaining question. Every little bit helps, and especially I got to shout out, if you can't afford $50, even a recurring donation of $1 or $2 is a huge difference. The ability for us to know, hey, we've got a roughly $300 coming in every month, allowing us to pay for little things like emails, like the website. It makes a huge difference. So if you are strapped, if you can only do a couple bucks a month, that is incredibly valuable, and please don't hesitate. Without further ado, I'll hand it off.
Hello, Dylan and Anna.
Hi.
You guys
Hi, it's been a while.
wanted to talk about Ukraine. We got about 2 minutes for it, and then we got to kick you. No, I'm just kidding. What's up? How's it going? How's it going?
Typical. That's what we get usually. Thank you.
It's going good. I just got back to Ukraine this morning. Went by bus, 17 hours of dread.
Ew.
Just my head bumping against the window, sweating through all my clothing.
Where are you
Terrible.
busing from?
So I flew to Estonia. I stayed in Tallinn for a bit, just wanted to see the sights, see Russia's next target. And then I went to Poland, and I took a bus from Warsaw all the way to Kiev.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can I ask can you pass through, Belarus, or is that, a no-no? How does that work?
No, I'd like to keep
No.
my fingers.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Nah, don't do that.
Gotcha.
Wait, what's up with Belarus? I'm not familiar with that. They steal your
Let's
fingers?
just stay that way. No, I mean, it's
Okay,
just
cool.
they're literally basically Russia, in all intents and
Oh.
purposes. So they
Okay, fair enough,
get
fair enough.
bombed from there. We get all sorts of shit. Initial in 22 attack on Kiev region, for example, was primarily from there. So it's
Really?
best
Okay.
not to go there if you're of any notoriety. If you're known in any way, no, you will get arrested and thrown into some
Okay,
funny
cool. So I'm
gulag.
safe.
There have been
Yeah.
airplanes. There was a scandal a while ago where an airplane over Belarusian airspace was diverted so they could actually take people off of the plane because of their critique of the Russian government. So, I mean, they are definitely an extension of Russia's long arm.
Yep.
Yeah, not good. Jesus. Okay, cool. Well, I'll let you guys get into it. Sorry.
Yeah, not good, not good. What do you want me to say? It's bad. Well, how is it going? Yeah, man, it's real bad for you guys. Man, it's a pretty kind of gloomy day. I think all the sanctions have been lifted on every single Russian ally, and everything is they're making oil money and everything else. So, what do you got for us today? Yeah.
What we got is that administration and the year of Trump was complete fuckery. We all have been extremely obviously felt very dreadful when he won, specifically because I was worried about many people were worried about the pressure that they will enact on us to capitulate, which they tried to do, basically presenting us with like list of Russian wishes and telling us do that, or else we will cut off that, or else we cut off that, or else you're screwed basically. You have no cards, infamously, and that was what they did. But I also was worried about our own people, obviously being under that immense pressure of fighting the country 30 times our size, sponsored as well by Iran, China, North Korea, all sorts of shit, right? And also now having to deal with this, I was worried that maybe our representatives will just cave under that pressure. Thankfully, they didn't. Thankfully, yes, they didn't. They actually tried to, defend their interest, and I appreciate that. But also the recent events have been Iran shit that ended up being good only for Russia, I guess, and Iran, because they now, will control, have money for that straight up Hormuz, and even have even more political control of the other people in the region. So your allies got bombed, I guess, as well, like Saudi Arabia and United Arab, Kuwait, all sorts of shit. And we now have to deal with Russia earning billions over oil. I think it was like their crude grew like twice the sales they're doing. So all that money would be redirected into bombing us. So we're trying real hard, okay, to destroy their oil refineries, to destroy their factories, like to chip away at their like economy with our own stuff, our own drones and things like that. And now United States, allegedly, that is like our ally, if you can call it that now, helped them big time to basically give them like this, don't die, Russian economy, don't die. And that's what happened, and it will be a fucking terrible thing now for us. There's nothing to be happy about, to be honest. Like, this European Union relations with the United States are horrible. We didn't get any aid whatsoever in 25 from United States, and US aid has been catastrophic for us because we depend on it. Our coordination centers depend on it. Our generators, our energy sector that Russia destroyed, bombed on it. We had people freezing to death this winter, which is pretty horrible by all accounts. People lived through minus 20 Celsius weather without any heating for months. And all of that is because we have a person that basically put the leash of Russia. They're no longer worried about any repercussions, because with Biden, as much as people, for example, shit on him or not doing enough, every time Russia did something extremely gross, there would be some sort of repercussions. They will give us more, they will lift more of the help us out with more military aid and things like that, and pressure Russia more. And with Trump, there's nothing. He green lights basically everything they do, and then they shit in his throat every time he says, Putin told me they're not gonna bomb Ukraine, and the next day the biggest bombing since 22. And nobody cares about what he says. Nobody says about the United States. What they say is not treated seriously. Even this fucking thing with the whole we will destroy the civilization. I'm not for it. I didn't want him to do it, but what did he do? You can't dish out threats like that and then do nothing and expect to be treated seriously, especially by people like Putin and Russia, who only understand basically the language of power. And you're not projecting power, you project stupidity and lunacy and indecisiveness. So yeah, guys, really, really need to have Democrats back, because that is something that is, it directly affected my life and the life of Ukrainian people, but it also directed the life of people in the European Union. It directed the lives in the people of the Middle East now as well, and it's all because of this absolutely unhinged administration. So, yeah.
Yeah, I will say on a slightly more positive note, it's understanding that you guys are obviously there. So, I mean, I'm sure it sucks for sure, but it is kind of fascinating to think about. Fascinating is a dark way to say it, but Russia's kind of had almost everything they could have possibly dreamed of since Trump was elected, in terms of the United States basically completely pulling support. The European Union is still kind of struggling to find its feet. Iran has been helping Russia as much as they can, and they still are obviously struggling to accomplish any of the ends that they really wanted to with Ukraine. So, I mean, it is pretty amazing given how many different ways Ukraine has gotten fucked over the past few years, that Russia is still fighting over the same small bits and pieces of land Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to the tenacity, I guess, of your country and the. Yeah, I mean, it's good to. Yeah, it's a thing to be admired, I would think. Yeah, because I mean, everything Putin has gotten like so many handouts from Trump and so much goodwill from Trump and everything else, and like despite all of that, like they're still stuck.
Yeah, I mean, but that's mostly just because now, for example, we produce a lot of our own stuff, thankfully, which wasn't the case, for example, in 22 and 23, and even in 24 as much as it is now. So we can sort of like a little bit depend on ourselves somewhat, but still the lack of that aid is very much felt. And if Europe like ups their game, it would be like, I guess, sort of like easier, but it's just pretty, as much as I want to like brag about my people being awesome and fighting off that immense power with everything we have, it's also quite difficult, to put it mildly,
For sure.
right?
And I mean, look at how backwards the world is, how stupid it is that Iran, this country that has been sanctioned literally forever, is still managing to help Russia out with drones. Meanwhile, the United States of America, which we spend an ungodly amount on our military, and all these other countries are going to Ukraine and asking for help, like intercepting drones in the Middle East. Like it's just an insane asymmetry on both sides. It's just so stupid. Yeah. Like it should be the other way around, that Iran should be begging Russia for some kind of help, and that Ukraine should be flush with assistance and everything else from the West. But yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so backwards how everything is right now.
Yeah, it is. But we at least got some sweet deals with Middle Eastern countries for like 10-year contracts of providing them with anti-drone and drone defense, and that's like at least somewhat good that happened like because of this. But yeah, I don't know if that overweighs the damage, so to speak. And let's give it to Dylan probably.
Man, for me the last year, I mean, I was filled with so much dread on election night. And because I could just map out the next year in my head, and I could map out the next few years in my head. I knew that the demands that the Russians would make would be too unreasonable in every way, whether it's the evacuations of hundreds of thousands of people from their land, the disarming of the Ukrainian state, and what would likely be setups for the next invasions, the pressuring of Kharkiv or further strikes into the Dnipro region, the Zaporizhia region. And so I knew that those demands would not be accepted. I knew there would not be 24-hour peace deals, and when the peace deal inevitably failed, who would be the people whispering in Donald Trump's ear? It'd be people like Tulsi Gabbard. And I remember on election night having Republicans come on my stream telling me, they're not going to pick Tulsi Gabbard. That's ridiculous, Dylan. Now that he's won, he's going to pick mainstream suits. The idea that we're going to get here names that we've never heard before, and instead we got the guy on Fox News that nearly beheaded somebody with an axe, and we got Tulsi Gabbard, and we got a whole other list of chuckle fucks who don't know what they're doing. And for the last year, not only have we seen the United States tamper down its support to just be basically a few thousand artillery shells a month, intelligence support, and ATACMS support, which is, I will say, notable and important support that only the United States can provide. Only the United States can provide ballistic missile support. There is no other country on the planet that has the tools to help intercept the Russian ballistic missile arsenal. Only what we have in our arsenal can do that. And so we are still doing that, but now in limited margins, because the President of the United States, the anti-war candidate, is starting other wars of choice. We've seen more anti-air interceptors used in the Middle East over the last month than we have seen used over Ukraine over the entirety of the Russian invasion. To give you an idea of the expense of American munitions over this short period. Mind you, the Elbridge Colby Donald Trump model was, we're going to pivot from Ukraine, we're going to pivot from the Middle East, and we're going to use it to face down the Chinese. What instead we've gotten is another war in the Middle East that seems to be going nowhere. We've now proven that the Iranians can tamp down on the Strait of Hormuz, mess with international transit security, and then demand $2 million a pop for the trouble. All while the Iranians are making more money now from energy than they were before the war. And the Russians, they're unsanctioned. At the same time that they are picking up their air attacks, they aren't stopping their atrocities. I hear daily reports of civilians being targeted in Kherson.
I've talked about this before, but I've talked to ambulance drivers who have had degloving head injuries. I've seen my good friend Eugene like about 2 weeks ago when he was trying to evacuate an 83-year-old woman and a 64-year-old woman. They were both splattered and killed in the back of the van as they were trying to leave Konstantinivka, which right now is a hunting ground. And each time we see these attacks ramp up, not only is there a less of a response from the American government, there is no response from the American government. The best example of this would be the Bucha anniversary. Originally, and the anniversary of Bucha, you would see all of these visits from state dignitaries, people going to look at the mass grave, as many, and myself included, have gone and seen. It's very hallowed ground. Then you would see a second post maybe the next year. But since Trump came in office, the first year, they said something on the anniversary, something mild. This year, they didn't say anything at all. When they talk about Russia trafficking children, they don't say they're trafficking children. They say, oh, we got 5 children back that were rehoused. They have desanitized the language to help, through their own terminology, justify Russia's actions. Every time J.D. Vance talks about it, like, oh, it's a territorial dispute. Oh, they're just fighting over a few villages. We're talking about the homes of hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, we're talking about, like, the state, enough people to fill up, like, the state of Utah. Would we just, oh, that's just the state of Utah.
Real quick, something that's annoying that you just brought up is even the dignitary visits to Ukraine, people on, I saw people on both sides doing this, were spinning these as like anti-Western propaganda. Because I remember people saying that the only reason why Ukraine is still trapped in this war is because Boris Johnson would go down there and he would give advice to Ukrainians to keep fighting forever and not accept like the really good peace offerings from Putin and stuff so that the West could keep fighting with Russia. And it's like, where are all of these conspiracy theorists now that the West is not supporting Ukraine? Like, shouldn't that have been, like, shouldn't that be the whole case? If we wanted to destroy Russia, wouldn't we be supporting? Like, it's just, oh God, it's so fucking annoying.
There's only 2 war guys are silent now. Okay?
Yeah, Jesus.
I don't hear anything from these motherfuckers. They're
Yeah.
never to be seen. Yeah.
You can't call it naive at a certain point because they've had 4 years to learn. I like to think for some of them it's naive and a lack of knowledge because people checked in at the start of the war, right, which a lot of people didn't think was going to happen in the first place. Then they didn't reevaluate what led them to dismiss the fact that Russia invading was a possibility, and then immediately just grabbed for what other justification so they could fit into their prescribed worldview. When it comes to the Boris Johnson situation, people don't know what was being demanded. People just say, oh, there was this avenue for peace, and if you just entered in the fucking Contra Code of diplomacy, we could have avoided the whole thing altogether. The Russians were demanding, after they failed to take Kiev, that Ukraine disarm itself. They said, we believe if you get rid of the tanks, get rid of the artillery, get rid of the infantry, get rid of the territorial defense forces, get rid of all the things that stopped us from taking you the first time. And if you know anything about Russian history, whether it be Russian subjugation of Estonia, when they went into Estonia without a shot being fired and they had to be welcomed in because their force was so overwhelming. Within a year, there was no more Estonia. All of the civil society was being deported to the east to work in gulags. And I'm just saying that it's very clear that that is a setup for another invasion. That was not an option. That was the sticking point. At the same time, mass graves were being uncovered. Bucha is one name. Bucha was the name that the press grabbed onto. Bucha was just one example of hundreds and hundreds of examples that happened just that year alone. And since then, there have been many, many more. The Russians are conducting raids into Sumy right now, grabbing civilians and then deporting them across the border. That's happening right now. When you're talking about the rehousing of civilians, these are the circumstances we're describing. That isn't rehousing, that is human kidnapping, that is trafficking, and the fact our administration can't even call it what it is shows that they are looking to profit with the government. They're looking to set up businesses. Those reports that indicated that Jared Kushner wants to be on the ground floor for the reopening of Russia, it's not just a question about whether or not this is good for the United States and this is a diplomatic disagreement. The United States government, those who maintain positions of power in it, want to directly profit from the reopening. They are putting their own personal profit over the interests of the country and over a people having its people pushed east.
Yay,
Yeah.
Dylan, you go.
Don't disagree.
I
That's pretty.
love-
It's pretty.
I love to fucking hear this, okay? Because he can be as more angry than me, because he's American. So I'm yes, you go. Because everything you said is true, and it's very, it's very difficult to, because Ukrainians try not to be ungrateful, try not to be too, angry about it, and sometimes you feel like you need a spokesperson, and I would like everyone to say that Dylan is that guy. We really appreciate him and what he's done. So, yeah, thanks, buddy.
I mean, Yeah,
I think
mean,
my
especially
ward
the amount of
tourism
polls.
is mild. I don't think it's that good.
It is good. Like on Progressive Victory, I was screaming when you were here. I was screaming. And I had a friend, by the way, who's Jewish Ukrainian, and she was also listening to this with me, and she was like, that was a wild panel. Not once we were brought up until you appeared, and yeah, it's just
I really
it was
fucking
a Jew session.
I really hate
Yeah.
the position of like I'm trying to have my one day where I'm not fighting with leftists all the time, but like I really want to correct people. Have you ever seen the Scott Pilgrim movie?
Yeah.
Do you remember how the girl keeps bringing up her 7 deadly exes, and the guy would say, "Oh, your 7 ex-boyfriends," and she'd always correct him to say 7 exes because there was the
Yeah.
one girl she dated. Every time these guys say they're anti-war, 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 I always wish somebody would just go, "You're anti the war against Gaza, please," because you don't fucking say anything about Ukraine. Nobody talks about this conflict at all, and it's such a black and white issue compared to. For whatever you want to say on Israel, and there's no shortage of criticism that you can have for Israel or for Hamas. Like that issue is so much more back and forth bullshit than the Ukraine-Russia stuff, which is like so obviously one-sided. But I just never hear. Well, I say I never hear anybody talk about it, but they also, when you dig into it, they still do believe a lot of weird conspiratorial nonsense about why Ukraine and Russia are fighting as well, which they don't bring out as much. But
I wish, to be honest, they didn't talk about it. It would be an improvement if people
Maybe, yeah.
if people how they called crystal ball thing.
Yeah.
Breaking point.
Breaking points?
Something. Yeah. I wish they didn't talk at all, okay, about Ukraine. Like that would be better. That would be an improvement because what they're doing is they're straight up paddling the false narratives about this whole being the fault of the NATO, of United States, of Boris Johnson, of whatever the hell it is, and they quite literally call our actions terrorist acts. So I would, for example, bombing of the bridge, and which is a valid military target because they quite literally moved their equipment through that bridge, and they said no. So I would really have nothing good to say about those people, and we need someone with consistency on that. I feel like because when you hear Dylan, for example, speak on that panel, you hear a person who's morally consistent and who is anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist in all senses, right? Not just as a means to attack basically America and United States and the West, and then ignore or even whitewash every single thing that China or Russia do. Yeah, it's just quite sad to look at, and I'm glad to see that there are people who don't do it, but a lot of very big people, majority, big channels that, for example, people watch on a daily basis do that in the left sphere and stuff. So yeah, that's great.
I want to be a little blunt because I think this is what the conversation requires. Now, first off, I want to say Oliver, who was one of the people that the PV campaign was raising funds for, his message on his site for Ukraine seemed perfectly fine. In fact, the fact that he had a section surprised me, and I want to give him credit for that. And that's somebody that I think people could have a good reason to donate to. But the fact that any progressive could be invited to a campaign event where you're going to be fundraising for people who will not take an affirmative for Ukraine aid, is against Ukraine aid, has the same position functionally as Donald Trump. In fact, a worse position currently than the Trump administration, which still allows artillery shells to be sent. I mean, there is no other source for ballistic missile defense in the world than the United States. We ask Ukraine to give up their atomic weapons. We tell them we will starve you. We will not give you food aid as your children are taking drugs on the street, as you're facing some of the worst inflation, literally the worst inflation human beings had ever seen in the history of humanity after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And we're going to use that moment of vulnerability to say, give us the nukes or Russia will invade you, but we'll give you security assurances. And then we use the word assurances to snake out of our responsibilities in 2014. Barack Obama failed the Ukrainian people in 2014, and Joe Biden somewhat delivered on a promise made after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But now, as Donald Trump is trying to cut off aid, to have any progressive asking anyone to fundraise any money whatsoever for candidates who have the same position of inaction as J.D. Vance, as Elbridge Colby, and any of these other people that would slit the throat of the entire nation in a heartbeat if it made them a dime, that's a problem to me. That's non-progressive, and ultimately, functionally, it's allied with a fascist imperialist state. And people have to realize that that should come with consequences in progressive circles, that that should be a mark on your record, something that follows you around. Maybe people follow you and email you on your campaign website and ask you, why do you want to do nothing when cities are burnt down? Will we start a drum circle? Will we start a big parade, a reading group? That's not what Ukrainians need. They need action. And I want to see the same for the viciousness and anger and outrage about the tens of thousands of Americans that die every year without health care, for the tens of thousands to millions of people that we would be dooming to occupation, a denial of the civil rights, or possibly death. Occupied territory is hell. Kherson is a hunting ground, a drum circle.
And people who were like slightly more sympathetic to Russia, for example, right? They saw what they did. For example, in Izum, it's like 2-hour drive from where I live. I saw bodies with cut off genitals, arms and legs being put out of those graves. Civilians that they killed in a mass grave. Okay, the biggest mass grave since whoever knows what even. Mariupol alone is a huge. Is how many people from the satellites we can see being just thrown in mass graves, and people never speak of this at all in the Western world. It feels like, and no offense to anyone, but like, how can you pretend that you care about human rights, about self-determination, about people's all over the world that stop wars, and you give zero fucks about this? Like, it just tells me all I need to know about you, because if you did care, you would actually have some consistency in that. Yeah, it's just it's quite difficult to even like listen to this, because the level of passion, as you say here, is appropriate. The level of passion you hear everywhere else is none.
The UNESCO World Heritage List is being used like a target list. I mean, the majority of the corpses I've seen are not soldiers. They're elderly women. That's the majority of the corpses that I've seen, because the majority of the civilians that are being killed on the front line are the elderly that have nothing else and therefore do not want to leave their homes. That's the case in Kherson. That was the case for the failed evacuations that I've been on, which are terrible to witness. And that's the case during the majority of the civilian evacuations where I'm talking to people. To not have a position on the most violent war currently happening on the planet, which is more deadly than any other war, where we have a direct impact on, to not have a public position, especially if you think foreign policy is a strong suit of your campaign, especially if you consider yourself an anti-war candidate, that is a moral failing.
Yeah, and a war in Europe nonetheless. It's not even like the Uyghurs in China, or it's something in Africa, or something that we have no attachment to or anything. Like, they should have been the easiest values test, I would say, of all time. But yeah, the United States position right now is incomprehensible.
It's one thing if there's a war somewhere where we should do something because it's our fellow human beings and therefore something should be done. It's another thing when it's a nation state that founded its security on our promises, giving up its atomic arsenal that we chose to keep.
Yeah, there was a recent poll in Ukraine, very recent, like a couple days ago, I think. Would do you trust any security guarantees from United States that Russia will not attack? And I think a good 80% said no shit, no. So this is like how little trust there is right now, and it should be even less, to be for real with you, than it should be 100%. But 80% of the people don't trust any guarantees, specifically because we've already been on that path, and now we are also demonized for that, which annoys me, because we are defending our interests for once. We're not saying, okay, like, all right, do what you want. Yeah, we're not doing that. Zelensky went out there in that cursed Oval Office meeting, and he said, no, we need security guarantees, otherwise there is no point in any of this, because we want to protect ourselves in the future from yet another invasion, which is what Russians do, which is what they did in Chechnya, exactly. They, made this agreement that they're no longer going to attack, and then they came in again and they destroyed those people, like absolutely destroyed them. And we know this, and we will not be fooled again. And people demonize us as warmongers, as people who want to continue this war, while Russians, Trump said how many times in his messages and in his public speeches that Zelensky is more difficult than Putin. Putin wants peace, and he wants and how it's insane to say that. The country that is, one country is an invader, an occupier, and the other country is defending itself, and we are being paraded around as the evil warmongers who don't want to stop the... Yeah, that's just all of it has been horrible. It's been worse than anything I thought it would be. It
Where-
was worse than. Yeah.
Sorry, go continue. I don't want to
Yeah,
step on you.
no, it's I'm about to go in the zone of being very angry. That's your zone.
Okay, I'll be angry. I love to be angry. Where's the progressive response? Like, legitimately, the Trump administration abandons Ukraine, tries to throw Zelensky under the bus in front of the whole world. Where's the progressive response? There should be a larger. There are progressives that support Ukraine. I talk to them all the time. There are progressives in PV that support Ukraine. There are progressives in organizations all across the country that support Ukraine. But I've had conversations with Ukrainian candidates. I've had conversations with Ukrainians who have been elected to public office that have told me, progressives in progressive communities, in DSA circles, that tell me they have to turn down their Ukrainianness. They have to turn it down in these conversations because talking about their real experience and stuff like that, they're going to get raised eyebrows because these are people who have either been touched by Russophilia to the point that they don't understand that there are other colonial powers outside of the United States, or that they have such Soviet nostalgia for a country they'd never even seen in the first place that they're willing to ignore modern war crimes. Which that's a type of rose-tinted glasses that isn't tinted with roses, that's tinted with blood. You're ignoring what's happening now because of this idyllic dream that isn't even real that you hold in your head. It's extremely annoying. And mind you, these are people running in what party is it? As last time I checked, this is the Democrat Party. This is the party that thinks that Russia appointed Donald Trump, okay? This is the party that sees that the Russians did try to interfere in our election. This is the party where Americans in the Democratic Party don't agree with the social values that Russia tries to institute there, as both Putin and Donald Trump endorse who? Viktor Orban. They have a political alliance in supporting the same people. Netanyahu supports the same person. All of the worst human beings on the planet coming together for this kind of complete clusterfuck.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000,000%. Like, I wish that people would just look sometimes to what the way that other people act can signal, like, you know, who is actually wanting what. Like, people are like, oh, both sides would have been the exact same when it comes to like Israel-Palestine, and it's like, who was Netanyahu gunning for to wanting to win the presidency, right? It was obviously it was Donald Trump, right? And he said as much. And when it came to, you know, Russia-Ukraine and all of the Russian interference or whatever, like, people are always like, oh, Donald Trump would be such a huge adversary to Putin, and they'll fear him. And it's like, Putin feared Hillary Clinton. That's who he didn't want to be, you know, in D.C. And I don't know if you're bringing up Orban now just because we're obsessed with every dictator. Did you see was this a truth like 30 minutes ago? Did you see this?
No, I didn't see the 30 minutes ago. I know they've endorsed Orban like 20 times over.
Yeah, it's just, this is just.
Yeah, JD Vance was out there.
It's so cringe. This was literally.
He was like. Sorry, yeah.
Well, this is 30 minutes ago from Trump. My administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy, as we have done for our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Viktor Orban and the Hungarian people ever need it, we are excited to invest in the future prosperity that will be generated by Orban's continued leadership. President Donald J. Trump is like, it's the worst constellation of people. Jesus. My God.
That's desperate at this point, you know. I think they know the guy's gonna lose, but it just was so cringe. Like all Europeans I know talked about this. That they were like, you were interfering. Ukraine was interfering in the elections. They said, which no proof whatsoever, except Orban's word, by the way. And they was like, we are not gonna allow this. And he came once to literally interfere in the election. He came to there in person to say while they will be all, I don't know, attacked by brown people and migrants, and how the European civilization will die if they don't vote for Orban. And you're like, and also, by the way, why you all need to donate and support Democrats as well, because they're cancerous to everyone. They support every fascist, Russian, corrupt, oligarchical asshole they can find. Like, whether it's Moldova, whether it's AFD, fucking Nazis in Germany.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson and the UK and all the weird white houses. Yeah, every single bad.
Every Le Pen was literally bought by Russia. Is no longer even a conspiracy. It was like proven. It's just every demonic evil shit they can find now.
Googly or whatever for El Salvador and the CCOT and everything, and yeah, it's just ugh.
And we also, like, you know, trying like our best, I guess, over here, because so far none of them won, which we call it the curse of ones now. That he went to the Pope and the Pope died, you know, all that. We were like kind of making memes that he should visit more people because, you know, maybe that will work some charm over there. But yeah, it's just that it's quite like they are exerting that influence that they say they are not. Like, right, other people like interfered in the election. They're actively interference. You have Elon Musk, who was like simping on Twitter to millions of people for every far-right government he could possibly find in Europe, saying that it will be the end of the civilization and, you know, the end of white toys. I don't know what he was talking about that. Like that everyone will just, you know, collapse if you don't vote for the most egregious pro-Russian, horrendous, corrupt oligarchs you can find. And that's like, it's not normal in any sense of the world to do that. Like, was there ever a time, by the way, when Vice President from the United States just dropped by to like help the local dictator in some small country? Like, did that happen? Because I don't remember that.
No, our VP behavior, all of our behavior has been insane. I mean, you guys all saw the Munich Vance speech, what, a year ago, and then just Rubio's speech recently, or a month ago. Like our interaction with other dictators around the world has just been crazy. Like the idea that the American president even, I think this is from Trump's first term, I think, or it might have been a year and a half ago, when Trump is saying things like, I'm jealous of the way Kim Jong-un's military treats them. I wish my military treated me like it's just like,
yes.
It's just insane.
I mean, he likes his dictators, okay? He wants to be one. That's not difficult to see why.
Yeah,
and,
but the thing that I hate the most about all of these people, and this is always the thing I make fun of like fascists for, right? Is that like fascists are like, they're kind of the ultimate losers, because you had people who believed in like the racially pure militant societies that were going to conquer the world that die in the first generation. All of them are gone immediately, right? And it's like the worst project ever. And then meanwhile, you think of like, who are the most successful, powerful countries on the planet? Well, you've got obviously got the U.S. president, but then you've got like Russia, like not really, no. You've got like Hungary with Orban, like no. You've got North Korea, no. You look at like the political parties that's voting, like they're all like losers. And there's this weird thing where you have this like feeling that I guess like all of the left people and all the liberals are all like cucked, weak idiots, but the really powerful people are all like these right militant authoritarians. But like they're not. These are all the biggest losers on the planet. They all suck at everything they do, but somehow they have this reputation of being so good. I don't understand where this comes from. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about like what sort of countries dominate the world and what kind of countries you want to be like, you rarely think of Hungary. No offense.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, not to throw shade, but you know, they're like absolutely as well collapsed. Like in terms of like the economy, their freedom of speech index dropped to fucking shitters with Orban, the press, you know, all of it, and also like no offense again, but like listening to Vance in Munich being like, you people, you like European fucking Europoors, as they say, have like the audacity, you know, to attack freedom of speech, and you're like, bro, you're like lower on the freedom of speech index than any people you speak with here.
This guy's president is suing media outlets for saying things about him that he doesn't like. And the fact too is that like Vance's talking points, I don't know how much Western social media guys consume, but these talking points are just because like people can't say the N-word on Twitter, which isn't even true because they can now on Twitter. So or it's like people can't say certain things because they see a story about in the United Kingdom about like misgendering somebody, and they're living in like all of these people are living in 2016 social media time. Like it's taken over their brains. There was a picture on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was the funniest thing in the world, and it's like understanding politics for the last decade is understanding how these two things are directly connected. And on the left is a picture of Zoe Quinn, I think, and on the right is a picture of the Strait of Hormuz. And it's like, it's so true. For like, it's just the dumbest social issues ever, like lead to the most insane political revolutions in the West right now. And like NATO is like, I don't know if you follow like Rute or if you see any speeches like Rute's talking like Trump is telling him he's leaving NATO. It's like fucking over. And it's like, what the fuck? Why? It's so stupid.
I mean, he's mad that we didn't support him in his stupid war. I don't know how else to like describe it, but this is as stupid as it gets, really. And yeah, it's just just was a lot of things like that, to be honest. Like people, like I remember some guy, a friend of mine, showed me a meme where it was like this person froze to death in their apartment in Kiev, and he was like the reason why it happened, and there was like Anita Sarkeesian. I don't know, because
I understand.
Yeah, because the connection of like this woman frozen to death in Kiev because people voted for Trump, because like this and that, and it all leads to gamers being mad about not having big booba girls in games, although you still have those. I don't know. I see them, you know.
Yeah.
Why they don't see them is the question. Yeah, but it's like, it's stupid, but it's also like our lives, you know. You know, the person, the woman who was frozen, like it was an elderly lady who was survived like German war. Okay, she was that old, right? And it's just we have like what Dylan brought up about the UNESCO. We're losing our like cultural, cultural monuments, and we are losing our people, our country, our cities are burning down. There are so many people who lost everything, their homes, their jobs, and everything. And it's all funny memes on one end. You have to laugh, otherwise you will be crying. So every time you see someone post things, you just have to like meme about this. But like I told you on stream, but it's the last thing I will say about this is that when Trump posted this like boom boom missile, boom boom, like fire fire boom, like. And we are sitting in the corridor looking at this. It was posted on like Ukrainian Telegram channels, this speech of his. And everyone is like sitting in the corridor, and we had insane Shahed attack that evening. So like in the background you see the buzzing of death, it's getting closer and it's exploding and everything is like shaking and everyone is in the corridor, like and in our minds we're like boom boom fire boom Trump. Like it's insanity is what it is, okay? So yeah, guys, please donate and please fix this shit, okay? Fix it.
Thank you, 100%. We do have to get to the next segment, so I want to give everybody a chance to give their final thoughts and everything, and then we'll move forward, okay?
I do just quickly want to say that Trump, as president of the United States, he's seen as a representative of the United States, right? So there were Ukrainians I knew that kind of hoped Trump would win under the idea that, well, maybe he'll actually bring peace in 24 hours, that have seen so much damage. There are people displaced in the Donetsk region. They're just like, I want this to be over. Maybe one day I'll go home. Who knows? And all those people felt burnt, not just by Trump, but burnt by the United States, that they had been promised nirvana, like this miracle cure that was never going to come. And now the United States looks weaker for it. And Trump, when it comes to Orban, he has been coming to CPAC conferences for some time. And so I do want to say, when you look at Orban going out there saying, oh, these candidates withdrew in the middle of the night, even though those opposition candidates didn't withdraw in the middle of the night. And you see all these little election tricks. You watch, Trump might try to repeat some of those same tactics come either 2026 or 2028. It is not beneath him, and we need to be vigilant when it comes to these things. Lastly, I just want to say that American inaction will only make the situation worse. The Russians will hunt people in here so hard, regardless of if we send Ukrainians aid or not, okay? Vladimir Putin's beliefs about Ukraine was not dependent on the United States' existence. Russia had expanded and engaged in colonialism before the United States existed, and if the United States disappeared tomorrow, they would just think, well, won't it be easier to do it tomorrow? So I think that there's many, many, many good reasons to make sure that Republicans feel the pain for becoming such a Russophilic party.
Yeah, I would also say on a self-interested part, although this is pointless to say because the people that need to hear this won't listen. If you are worried about like other nations being a threat to the United States or whatever, like Donald Trump, we're lucky that Russia is as impotent as they are, that Iran is not as powerful as it could be, because oh my God, Trump has managed to botch literally fucking everything. I can't imagine if there were legitimate military threats to the United States, how unfathomably fucked we would be. But like, for all the attacking of NATO and calling Europeans freeloaders and all of this, and it's a mean comment, but like, the reason why NATO all stuff kind of benefited the United States is that, like, you guys are the front lines. Like, yeah, we've got bases there, and yeah, we do a lot of military defense and everything, but, like, we don't get invaded. It's, like, you guys that get invaded first. And the idea that starts to happen, and then the United States is like, oh, well, fuck that. Like, I don't want to be involved. Like, we've run this game so many times, this whole, like, capitulation game to, conquering powers and everything, and yeah, it never ends well. But I guess we just have to relearn this lesson every couple decades or something, yeah.
I thought we learned that lesson, to be honest, but apparently not with Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And I don't find any offense like with what you just said. We all know we are the meat shield, okay? We are not dumb. We understand we are the meat shield, but like at least sponsor your goddamn meat shield.
Yeah.
Like sponsor it. If you don't want like NATO countries and other people being throwing your own people to fight, like you have the Poles of like in Western Europe that nobody wants to fight if their country is attacked. You have like truly the man of the century, like 10% or like something saying they want to fight in the war to defend their own country. And we have like Poles, Ukrainians, Estonians and Finnish people like, yes, we will fight, So sponsor the people, okay, who are your meat shield. And don't throw us under the bus every fucking time, like in every war. It's just, I don't know. Like, I think we all need to understand that this time in history is extremely perilous. And it will like lead to all sorts of more horrible things down the line, and all the people who were like so afraid of World War III are the people who should be sponsoring us the most. Are the people who should be saying, yeah, these guys, they're like our, you know, they are defenders essentially, right? They're stopping the hordes, quote unquote. And we don't see any of that. So yeah, it's just yeah, overall, I think we just need some people who are reasonable, who are sensible, back at the wheel in the United States, so the whole world can kind of, I don't know. Although I will be honest, I don't think people will be forgetting this, and neither should they.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you can trust someone to be the leader of the world who is so bipolar and unhinged.
Yeah, true.
And I don't know how that reputation can be saved. But the very least you can do is try to, you know, show the world that the people are not entirely nuts. Although voting 2 times for this guy probably, you know,
Hurts.
puts you a little bit in the nuts category in the minds of most people. But you can fix it still. I believe in you, and please do, please do it for the rest of the world.
One last thing I wanted to say before we get the boot is Democrats, if they take back the House, they have real influence. Republicans held aid hostage over immigration. There is no reason why, if Democrats take back the House, we cannot hold a Republican or Trump priority hostage over the issue of getting aid to Ukraine after clearly demonstrating just through his own failures that the 24-hour peace deal is not coming, and it's clear as day it's not coming. And so this shouldn't just be a question for people in the primary, but in the general. And when we take back the House, which we will do, over $100,000 gathered, I don't know where the clock is now, we need to have a plan to act and not a plan to send flowers.
Yes.
We're at $130,000 roughly. Sorry, go ahead.
Hell yeah! We've been told. I've been told by the guys in the green room thingy, or like waiting room thingy, that you earned more than progressive victory. So that's the only thing I
Yes,
care
we
about.
have lapped them by almost
Yes.
100,000 right now, actually.
Yes! I'm so happy about this. Yeah, mug them.
Let's do a joint
As-
event.
as
Let's all
kids
come
say.
together, and let's all come together, get a joint event, and I'll marry you all. We'll all get together, kiss, and play a big drum. Come on,
yeah.
let's win. Let's win. That's what
We
politics
tweeted
is about.
nicely at Progressive
Winning.
Victory yesterday, and I had a hate
Good
thread
job.
on Reddit in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see about that. We're not going to support any candidates who
Yeah.
don't support Ukraine.
I'm gonna be
but
honest.
If we can't do it, we will.
Listen, I want to work with everybody, of course, but man, dude, I think I stayed up like 3 or 4 hours getting triggered as fuck by that fucking by that Mehdi Hassan tweet. That kind of sent me. Like, dude, I would if I was Zelensky, I would have killed myself so long ago. Like, imagine going to the White House and fucking fat boy couch fucker Vance is like roasting you on not apologizing, and then you're tweeting like the most like innocuous shit in the world. Like, hey, shouldn't the UN Security Council be doing something to like make sure like Straits of Suez aren't closed, that we're not like all getting fucked on energy prices? And then like out from the shadows, it's like, don't you know that Iran and
Mehdi
Ukraine are
Hassan.
both victims? Are you crazy? So it's like, Jesus Christ, man, like, what the fuck? Calm the fuck down. Like, how? And also,
Yeah.
do you understand the well, you understand. You guys understand the ungodly levels of like adherence to strict rule of law and worldly order for a single Ukrainian to have fucking sympathy for Iran? Like, I'm sorry, like, Jesus fucking Christ, come on, guys, it's unreal. Yeah.
We gotta be angels, I guess. We gotta.
Mind
be
you, the air
perfect-
defense is for Gulf states. It's not like they're bombing Iran. And the comments about like the Strait of Hormuz. Look, all these people need to have conversations with Ukrainians. Iran sponsored over 500,000 kamikaze attacks against Ukrainians that have killed men, women, and children. Ukraine defending Gulf states from kamikaze attacks, doing the same thing, not as effectively as the Russians, mind you. I mean, that didn't deserve that response. It didn't.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, he lost or what he said. He said we lost all credibility or some shit. Like, you know, we're so horrified by this horrible judgment from Mehdi Hassan, okay? That we lost all credibility because we are not very hyped on the regime that sponsors daily terror of our people. I guess, you know, my bad. Like, I haven't slept for years because of this fucking shit. Like,
Mind you,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I got the power in me. Mind you, these Gulf states have capital. If the United States isn't going to invest in the Ukrainian drone industry, how are they going to defend themselves? They're in a war of survival, and people treat it like it's, I don't know, they're playing fucking patty cake.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Well,
sorry, I think I keep going over time. Sorry, yeah, go for it.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just gotta
We're
get to
gonna
the
go.
next summit. This shit's great. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for stopping by.
Thank you for having us. Bye bye. Good luck.
Of course,
Remember to
anytime.
donate.
Yeah, donate, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're
And
putting
then I think
ourselves
we're
out.
going
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well.
3 wells?
Oh,
hello.
3 wells.
Well.
We've got a secret guest.
Mr. Steven, I need you to pull up the thermometer graphic.
The one with the...
Go with the money, idiot.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Stupid.
Well,
Everyone,
the one
one
with
in
the...
chat if he's dumb, by the way.
Your weird monies. Hold on. Okay. The 150K. There you go.
Folks, we are $18,000 for our next goal. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I'm just going to be straight. I didn't think we were going to get anywhere close to 150K, and you've proven me completely wrong. And we are so close to getting that. If we can get to 150K, it's not just a live anything else episode. It's not just an amazing VTuber stream that Destiny is going to regret and we're going to farm clips from and use to make fun of him for years and years. But that second canvassing event, everything we've been talking about, it is so important. Anything you can donate, if you can only afford a couple bucks, a recurring donation of $2 makes a huge difference, giving us the stability to predict. And don't forget, Steven, can you pull up the Iberian t-shirt design? Because if you donate at least $100 total, you donated $20 before, you up and you donate another $80 now. If you donated $50 before, you donate another $50 now, you will get no additional cost in exchange for your donation, this Iberian t-shirt design. I'm hoping it's up on stream.
It's about
now.
to be up on stream. I gotta put
It's about
it
to
into
be up
paint.
on stream
It's going
right
into
now.
the paint thing right now. I'm
It's
pasting
going
it.
to paint right now.
Hold on. There it is. Wait.
This is only his job. Wait.
There it is.
Waiting.
There it is. There it is,
Wait.
right there. Oh
Wait.
my god. Wait. There you go. Right
Look at
there.
that, Iberia.
Look at
Ready?
that Iberia.
Look at how
My
thick
goodness.
this shirt is. Can you imagine how embarrassing it's going to be when you show up to our canvassing events and you're the only one without the shirt?
It's gonna
Can
be
you
bad.
imagine
You're gonna get bullied.
how insanely swag it's going to be when you go to No Kings and you're wearing a shirt like this? People are going to walk up to you and be like, "Where'd you get this shirt?" And you're going to tell them about Digital Ground Game. You're going to go to your local dem meetings, your protests, your everything, and people are going to want to know about this shirt, and it's going to help us build the cause even more. So any amount you can you can give, guys. If it's a small amount and it's recurring, if you can get up to 100K, we really are going to be, I know it was mentioned earlier in the Z panel, the money we spend here, like we are legitimately 10xing in terms of the output of our dollars. If you look at traditional campaigns, if you look at ad buys, the efficacy of the money you guys give us here, I cannot overemphasize, it's like 10, 20K.
And it helps build the future of media and young organizers, right?
That's right.
True. That's absolutely correct.
Yep.
You're right.
Keeps the pipeline going.
Keeps the pipeline going.
Yep. All right.
So what are we doing
What's our
here,
next
Mr.
segment?
Ryan?
All right, I will introduce the segment. Hello, DGG and everyone. Steven, this is your official lunch break. If you plan on eating today, you are free to peace out to do that. And we are going to be doing a Q&A with the chat and with these streamers who are joining us. Ryan Getty and the Soy Pill are curious about mobilizing their audience, about what they can do to help, and that'll help reveal exciting information about how Digital Ground Game has come this far and how we have managed to organize this community, build up this project, and really carve a path to new media. So they're going to be asking us some questions about that. This is also an opportunity for our customers, our clients, our lifeblood, the chat, to make sure that they are 100% confident in what we're doing and who we are and where we come from and what our long-term plans are. And we want you guys to feel part of this project. You guys are part of this project. We want to make sure that you guys are 100% on the same page as us. So if anyone has questions, we will be answering them. I'm looking at the DGG chat because I'm a patriotic DGGer, and I will never stand for the misjustice that YouTube has treated us to. So
I've got the YouTube chat. I've got YouTube chat.
Okay.
I'm in the YouTube chat.
For any defectors, for any vile, evil villains who hate DGG and hate everything we're doing here, you guys are welcome to use the YouTube chat. But the true patriots, I will be handling your
Or in
questions.
the kick chat. True.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, who's on kick duty?
I got it.
Okay.
I'm watching it.
Okay, awesome, thanks. So let's.
I got a
actually-
question.
Yes, kick it off.
All right. Which places is on your short list of places that you're looking to do your first canvassing events in, or to station the canvas house? I know you guys haven't chosen the place, but I think that could be cool for chat to hear about like where you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think first and foremost, just talking about the philosophy is we're really focused on the Senate race. We really believe that that is going to be like the closest, most important thing. And so for us, Ohio, Michigan, Georgia, and Alaska are the 4 Senate races that we think are most prime for engagement, both in terms of the impact that we can make there, the idea of, you know, how much money is there versus how much money can we bring to the table. You know, North Carolina is a race that a lot of people are looking at, but there's so much money there. We really believe those 4 states are the states where we can have the biggest impact and make the biggest difference.
Yeah. And let me speak to this as well, is that one of the next deciding factors to talk about Senate race is where our people are is a big deciding factor for what states we go to. Call to action, one of the most helpful things you guys can do for us right now, loyal DGGers, get this link into the chats, is on the Reddit, there's a form you can fill out to help sign up to become a canvasser, to attend an event, and it'll give us a sense for where people are at so we can plan better to support you guys. So we can make decisions around that. Do that now. Loyal DGGers, get these links in the chat. All right. Any other thoughts, Bryce, on targeting stuff?
We hate Republicans, so we're going to go where we can beat Republicans the best.
That's a big one. That's got to be.
I promise you, Ohioans can be convinced. We're not all retarded, okay?
Yeah.
Just most of us.
We have good history in Ohio. We love Cincinnati, so we spent some time there.
Yeah, would it be Cleveland this time? Are we going to LeBron?
Cincinnati's so fire.
Columbus has got a lot of students that could be convinced.
True.
No.
Well, I've got a question. If you got, so you've organized canvassing events in the past. I want to know what was the most challenging thing. What was the most challenging part of it that you didn't know about going in? Something that you either had to fix on the fly, or something that just ended up being harder than expected, or anything like that? Because I'm sure you have a
Well, you could talk about Ohio last year if you want.
Ohio? What challenges? I feel like we're too good at organizing. We fucking picked this shit up. Steven was like, there's no way this event's gonna be good. Who are these guys? PV, these guys are
The biggest
suspicious.
challenge I would say is it's a boring answer, but honestly, it's just the venue and the hotels. Like, like the reality is, especially when we're talking about like you want to rent a venue space on an election year in an area that is like a contested race, like it becomes a short list really quickly.
Yeah.
And especially like, you know, just to be upfront, like, you know, traditional campaigns or like big, like, you know, traditional super PACs, they can really go to like a hotel and be like, how much for you to like bump your previous booking, you know, like. So honestly, that is the toughest thing. Like,
yeah,
I know the Vegas event from last year was a part of the reason we had such a huge success there is because Bryce here was literally on the ground in Vegas all of 2024, him and his team in the Vegas canvassing house, and they were networking just with local business owners that like support our democracy, and they found a gay bar who said you can use the bar for free if you are out and your stuff is packed up by 8 p.m. each night. And we said bet. And let me tell you, we were out, it was like with literally, I think it was 2 minutes to spare on Sunday night after the award ceremony. We got in and we got out. But yeah, it's really just the most difficult thing. It's finding that venue and doing those logistics, because you just need someone full time to be like talking to hotels, looking through price sheets, and the ability to be like, oh, we can buy this. Let's lock it down now. Send them the money.
Okay, I've got a great challenge as well, is what is our goal and what is the main thing stopping us from achieving that goal, right? My main goal, I want to be the biggest, most successful, most impactful grassroots organization in the country. And what is stopping us from getting there tomorrow is that we have 200,000 people who are watching content every single day. I've talked to this about Secretary of Education Cardona. I talked about this with politicians. We have 200,000 people who are sitting every single day watching content for an hour and not getting onto the server and not donating. So my thoughts on this is that we do have a huge amount of loyal DGGers who are contributing so much, but it's only like realistically 1 to 10% of the community. If we can leverage more people and get more people into this pipeline, then we become in one day the largest grassroots organization in the country. So that's just my quick take there. I do want to speak, if nobody else has a crazy point, on how we're doing this and how we're making it easy as possible to get involved, but does anyone else want to go before I do that?
Just to speak super quick about like organizing like an event or anything like that, like what Sam said and what Ryan said is true. Like securing a venue is a lot of times the most difficult part, but that's also the first part. One of the things I've had the most difficulty with is when you have to rely on other people for things, like other organizations. So like for the Vegas event, we had a lot of funding coming in from other areas, but like you have to consistently bug these people to get things done. And then specifically what I was referring to in the Ohio event of last year is that we purchased data at the start of January and we didn't get it till like 2 or 3 nights before the event. So we spent literally all night, like 24 hours straight, just cutting lists for canvassing. Like 6 of us in a house for, what did we wind up knocking, like 40,000 doors or something like that? Like, yeah. It's just, when you have more moving parts, you're going to start running into other organizations, and dealing with those people and making sure that those things are taken care of is, in my opinion, the hardest thing. But yeah.
Yeah, it was the night before. We were up all night with 6 Red Bulls each. But I want to speak more to, it was Monsters, not Red Bulls. I got this very wrong. I want to speak.
Right?
I don't know. they were good monsters.
We love white monsters here.
But I want to speak more to how we're getting these volunteers involved and how we're making it easy as possible for you, the chat, the stream, our lifeblood, to get involved and get into this pipeline. And what I think about is I think about taking the first step and taking the next step. That's all we can ever do. One of the big problems that young organizers run into is that they show up to an event, they sit for a meeting, they listen for a little bit, and they say, you know what, I didn't dethrone any Republican congressman today. Maybe my work wasn't super effective, right? So I want to talk about taking the first step and how that cascades in ways that's hard to notice, right? If someone talks to me, I don't think that the first 2020 Omaha project was effective, or whenever we DGG started. It's like, oh, maybe it wasn't effective, we didn't get the mayor elected. I don't think the 2022 Savannah event was effective. Okay, maybe, we knocked every door in Savannah twice, but maybe it didn't make the margin. I don't think that the 24 canvassing program was effective. Okay, you're a little crazy, but like now we're getting into every single time we run one of these programs, we're able to grow it by an order of magnitude, and the only reason we're able to take these big next steps is because for the past really 6 years, right, we've been taking the next step and the next step and the next step and the next step, and then we get where we are. So the first 10 steps you take, think of it as school, think of it as learning. You're not going to dethrone any Congress people your first 10 steps, but you're going to be building community, building network, building the skills, and it's a lot easier than you would expect if you just show up and you just do what you need to do. I'll do one last point on this, is we do a weekly CTA, call to action, and the goal for this is to make it as easy as possible for you guys to come in, do something politically effective, talk to some of the guys, and then log out and do that for an hour a week, and you will become integrated. You will build up these skills, and you will become a great organizer. We have people in DC shaking hands with Congress people, shaking hands with all sorts of people, and you get there quicker than you'd expect. Like, think about Bryce, right? Executive director and no skills to speak of, right? So anyone can do it.
Actually,
I'm a loser.
Spit aside.
So,
Sorry, you go. Sorry.
For the capacity of like how people can help, obviously, like you just need manpower for door knocking, for organizing, maybe a little charisma. People who have touched grass, and if you don't, this is good practice. Someone in my chat asked, hey, I'm maybe a data analytics person. Like, do you have capacities or slots for people who have specialities?
Yes. If you have skills, if you want to help the cause of our democracy but you, for whatever reason, can't or don't want to go do physical canvassing, we have a whole section in our Discord dedicated to skill-based teams. We have a dev team that have coded all of our tools, our website, a lot of things you guys are seeing on screen right now. We have a media team who came up with the designs for these merchandise. We have a research team. When I gave those answers earlier about what states we're looking at, a lot of that is based on like real research, like really in the weeds research by research professionals who donate their time to us and work together in order to make this stuff happen. If you have skills, or if you want to get those skills, come to our Discord, discord.gg/visual ground game. We will find a way for you to help. It doesn't matter where you are, how much time you can invest, where you're based. We will find a way for you to make a difference. So for folks who might not be able to donate, or we understand times are tough, join the Discord. If you can even give us an hour a week, we will find a way to put that hour to good use.
I understand a lot of people, whenever they hear like canvassing, door knocking, that's something that's probably sounds like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to go knock on people's doors. That's scary. That's, maybe you're shy or you just have, some sort of social anxiety. You don't want to do that. I'm sure you've had situations with people like that in the past and you've helped them get over it. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the camaraderie that comes from attending events like this, the community, and how it's really not as scary as you might think.
Has anyone met a cute honey and gotten married because of it?
Not married, but I know people, more than one, who have gotten dates from canvassing, unironically. I've knocked thousands of doors, and truthfully, I think I've had 2 negative interactions ever. I've had 2 people be like, who are you? Go away, or stuff like that. The reality is, think about it. Who actually is going to talk shit to your face? Almost no one. They're going to be like, oh, I'm not interested, or oh, well, I'm a Republican, so you probably don't want to talk to me. And again, when you go at canvassing, you're not knocking random doors. Whoever you're canvassing with is going to have data for targeting which houses they want to go to. The reality is that door knocking is almost entirely on the left wing, driven by volunteers. If it was the case that it was like a really negative experience, it was tough, then there wouldn't be anyone to do it. But instead, every time you go to a door knocking event, there's a flood of people who are like, I didn't realize this was going to be so much fun. I didn't realize this was going to be so meaningful. And the camaraderie, especially when you do it as part of a community like this, when you have people going door to door. I remember in 2024, my boy Brandon was out knocking with John, and he was talking to this Tim Pool viewer who, who ended up on their list for whatever reason. And he literally looks past the guy and sees Stellaris open on his computer. On his computer, and they literally like nerded about Stellaris for 20 minutes, and then used that sort of like that bridge building to then talk about issues.
That's
and, like,
awesome.
try to bring him back to the light. It is. it is nowhere near as scary as you think it is, and it's way more fun than you're expecting.
I want to speak viscerally to something that people feel at the door. Is you're looking down the barrel at your first door, and you need to walk onto someone's property and knock on that door and talk to a stranger. A lot of people, myself, I literally sat there. My canvassing buddy, shout out Canvas Family from the 22 Savannah event. We were staring at this door for like a minute, like, you're gonna do this or what? But once you do your first couple doors, the way that this works, think about it. You don't feel it the 1000th door you do, right? And you're working towards that. And after your first couple doors, you're not gonna feel it anymore. It's gonna be chill. You're like, okay, cool, this is cool. Most of our lists are cut for Democrats. For people who are inexperienced canvassers, get out the vote with Democrat is much easier than trying to persuade someone. So if you're coming to an event, you're usually gonna be talking to Democrats anyway. They're usually gonna be friends. And it makes you stronger, right? Like, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but like you do this 100 times. I don't feel that I can walk over to any door if I need to. I know we have some. This is more a thing in the Vosh community, but like people can't pick up the phone. But like if I need to talk to someone, it genuinely built up that skill. That anxiety doesn't really exist anymore, right? For talking to strangers or having to make a hard ask or pitch someone on something, you just do it, right? Because it's like I've done it 1,000 times. It's like it's not a big deal. You're giving people. This is the last thing I want to say. You're giving people the opportunity. This is something we say in the training. Is like you're presenting them with an option, and they can take it or they can leave it, and it's helpful for them. Very often these kind of experiences are memorable, right? But yeah.
Yeah, and if you're too scared to go out there, you can just donate money and know that someone's doing it for you. It's almost like door dashing because you don't want to walk to the store, right? And I want to say I was at the Shoykot canvassing event in February, and I think the worst thing that ever happened, because you are targeting people that are already going to vote Democrat. The worst thing that happens is you knock on the door and they're like, "Oh, I'm already voting for the other Democrat," and you can rest easy knowing that both of these options are still probably pretty decent. And it's not like some Republican going to scream at you. You're not going to like get if you're trans, oh God, get these fucking crazy LGBTQ off my fucking lawn. It's not going to happen. You don't have to be scared of that. But yeah, you're going to be.
Just quick note: events are all going to be general, so it's not going to be Democrat versus Democrat. It's all going to be versus Republicans for the events you guys are paying for. Yeah.
But you are door knocking, like prospective independent and Democrat voters. Or are you door knocking Republican voters too?
Oh, sorry, I misheard. 4 events, we're going to be knocking Democrat doors. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so.
Someone asked, how do they get involved if they don't want to like physically knock doors? Do you guys do like telethons or whatever they're called?
Yeah. Join the Digital Ground Game Discord, discord.gg/digital ground game. It's also for folks that are wondering about how am I going to get the shirt if you have merch questions. Please try to direct them to our Discord, not the official Destiny Discord. But yeah, if you want to get involved, we will find a way to help you get involved, whether that's remotely, whether that's 10 hours a week or 1 hour a week or 1 hour a month. You join that Discord, we will find a way for you to get engaged. And I think before anyone else has another question, I think we are coming up on time here for our next panel with the incredible Mr. Beat. If folks want to give a final push for donations, and then we're going to bring in the man, the myth, the legend.
Mr. Beat, seriously?
150.
We're going to get millions of dollars in donos, right?
Well, you say that Mr. Beat and Mr. Beast actually just did a YouTube collab video of like
that dropped like an hour ago. Yeah. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, what if Mr. Beast hops in?
I'll do one last call to action before I peace out for my bit. Is one of the reasons that supporting programs like this is so important is because there has been a hollowing out of the organizer class as money flows to advertisements that are mercenary companies that are making ads for Democrats and Republicans, as they flow away from organizing, as the older generation grows up, as we deflate from the Obama era when we were super excited and all those kind of.
And you're probably watching this on your phone right now, probably on YouTube. But how did this all even get started in 2004? When I was 6 years old, a guy named Jawed Karim couldn't find 2 videos online. Jenny them had a history video. They bought the domain that night. Funny enough, Panic was style, but clearly pan out.
And all the donations are tremendously appreciated.
What are you doing?
We are going far. Thank you guys so much. All right.
At the ground floor.
I'm making a history video about YouTube.
But this is my channel. I'm
Goodbye,
Mr.
everyone.
Beast.
This is the
You're
last time you'll
Mr.
have to see
Beast.
me.
Remember?
Donate some money.
The difference is
Donate
only
some
an
money.
S. Like, are we gonna act like that's the big deal?
I appreciate that.
I just got pulled on. I got pulled on to this one
but
last
I'm
minute.
The
but
American
this was
history
not
guy.
scheduled.
I can handle it.
Go to one of these canvassing events and you let them meet.
Yeah, yeah. That could be a donation goal. That could be a donation goal. Okay. Oh my gosh. No. I phrased that wrong. Okay, actually though, goodbye. Donate some money. Bye.
Yeah, donate, or I'll be upset. I'll be sad. I'll cry.
Don't want Soyfield crying.
Or do we? Mr. B.
Oh, true.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
I've got a game.
A game? Uh-oh.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
it's me,
Jeopardy.
Dan Saltman, here on stream.
Really?
Dan,
On
he's
time,
not here?
as always. What do you mean? Wait, you guys don't see here.
Uh-oh. Dan's gonna come after you for that for the next 6 months now. Oh wait.
All right, I'm our honorary Dan Saltman until he arrives. So.
Oh no.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
I wasn't ready for this. I didn't prepare for this. I don't do history.
You're good, Steven.
I don't either.
Half the fun is you getting the answers wrong. So.
Okay. Just know that every answer I give, there's 50-50 I'm trolling, okay?
All right, if Steven gets one right, then Pepe gives money. If Steven gets one wrong, he gives money. All right, now you guys have something fun to do.
What was Mr.
Apparently
Davis
this is from, these answers are from my videos. Full disclosure, I did not make this Jeopardy template. Your team, the Digital Ground Game folks made it. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know what the answers are either, but we'll see.
I, Dan Saltman, have heard that those guys are crazy confident, super cool, so I think it's gonna be great.
Okay.
I'm ready.
We're ready.
Okay.
How do we buzz in?
So, all right. So, hello everyone. My name is Mr. B, and please support Digital Ground Game. They're doing great work. This is a fundraiser. Donate money to them. There's freaking rewards. Do it. So yeah, we're playing a game. I'm a game show host now, apparently, just like Mr. Beast, who, by the way, Destiny, I don't know if you knew this, but I collaborated with him today. A video just came out.
Wow.
Awesome.
Mixed
Very
me
cool.
up
Very cool.
with him all the time, and yeah, so I figured I'd help a small YouTuber out. And anyway, so we're going to see how much we know about civics and a little bit of history. We have 5 categories here, Jeopardy style. This is actually a free website anyone can use called Jeopardy Labs. I used to actually use it for my students when I was teaching in the classroom. But yeah, so the 5 categories are voting and civil rights.
Wait, real quick. Are we supposed to be able to buzz in, or how do we do it?
Oh yeah, there's no buzzer, is there?
I assume you yell, yeah.
All right, we'll start with
whoever yells.
Whoever. All right, I, Dan Saltman, I built Tiny Chat, which makes me willing to go first. I'll go first since I'm a great Tiny Chat app developer. Okay.
Yeah, that's the way I do it with my students. Is we just take turns. You just take turns. You can choose any on the board.
Okay.
But yeah, so times they are changing. I assume is a history category. Presidential Minecraft. It's all presidents trivia. All knowers. I have no idea what that category is about. Presidential decisions seems self-explanatory. So yeah, we'll have. Ryan, are you going to go first
Dan.
then?
Dan Saltman, yes, I will go first.
Or on behalf of Dan. Okay.
Yeah. I'll take times they are changing for 100. Yeah.
Times they are changed for 100. Okay. And,
yeah, I'm a coward. I'm a known coward, so I'll take the low numbers first.
This generation was named for the massive spike in birth rates that occurred after soldiers returned home from World War II.
This would have to be the Clancyville generation. Would that be correct, Mr. B?
Clancyville generation?
Yes. I'm sorry. I mostly think about Hassan Piker, Twitch, Tiny Chat. I have very low scope of knowledge at my arsenal.
Oh no, I thought you were like this is something that is like. No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's
Can I beep in? How do we beep in? I'm ready to beep in.
All right. Beep in.
Oh, yeah. Can we?
Just go beep beep beep.
Just take turns. Steven,
okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Destiny.
Who are the baby boomers?
Ding, 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 ding. That is correct. Who are the baby boomers? You said Clancy, and I was for some reason thinking Tom Clancy, and it's like, oh yeah, he was a boomer, and that really threw me off. But anyway, okay, yeah. Destiny's on the board.
I just think baby boomers. I think Dan Clancy is my go-to.
I'm sorry, Mr. B. He's making a ton of jokes about the Dan guy. So if you're not understanding what he's saying, it's because he's making fun of Dan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sound schizophrenic to you the entire stream. Don't worry about it.
Just ignore him. Yeah.
Just ignore him. Okay.
I touched grass too much.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, let's go with. Yeah.
Do I get to choose, or Mood does? Okay.
Yeah, I think Destiny gets to choose.
No, yeah, we'll go in turns. It makes more sense.
Oh yeah, you got it right. So you get it.
Okay,
good. I'm just trying to be fair.
No, that's okay. We'll go in turns, and then people can shout the answer if they don't, or to go after if the person messes it up. Who's going?
Presidential Minecraft. 100.
Okay. It goes for presidential Minecraft or 100. Here we go. These were JFK's final words spoken in response to the comment, Mr. President, you can't say Dallas doesn't love you.
I don't know.
Oh, how do you not know?
I don't know anything about JFK. I know he got shot.
Wow.
That's the best I got.
I hate
What did he say right before it?
That was JFK's death rattle. It's like,
No,
don't let
it
the Sun
wasn't.
Piker be the largest.
I don't think anyone's gonna get this.
This is with a $100 question.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Isn't it no you can't? Or something like that? No you can't say that?
Yeah, that's correct. No, you certainly can't.
No, you certainly can't.
Okay.
But you're not playing.
And then his head blew up.
Jesus.
But you are on the
Bryce
board.
now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bryce, you're on the board. Good job. And you'll go ahead and pick next.
Okay. Let's go ball knowers only for 100.
Okay. Bryce, here's your question. Invented by James Naismith in 1891, the first, quote, hoops used for basketball were actually these fruit harvesting containers.
I'm gonna guess apples.
That is incorrect, but that's a good guess. Anyone else think they know it?
I want to guess. What are banana baskets?
Not bananas. Anyone else want to give it a try?
What are plum baskets?
Plum? That's no, that's not right.
Dan will pass
Ryan?
this one.
Dan, I mean. Okay, the correct answer is peach.
Damn it.
Peach baskets.
What's the difference between a peach basket and any other type of basket?
It has peaches in it.
Thanks, Bryce. Okay.
Peach baskets are
all right, my turn.
Peachy.
Wait, we've just received word from some of our top soldiers. Destiny, would you like to pull up the graphic for the stream donos? We've received 150. I'm just taking charge. I know I'm not part
Good
of the
job.
ground
150K.
game,
Good job, guys. Okay. Do it after my
Okay,
turn.
do it.
I would like to take presidential decisions for $500.
Decision points. Okay. 500. Okay. Presidential decisions for 500. Here we go. This president delivered a largely incoherent speech at his 1865 inauguration ceremony after reportedly consuming too much alcohol before the event.
So it was Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Fuck,
That's
I
a really
don't
good
know.
guess.
That's literally the only name I would know around the
It's
notebook.
not Grant.
Who is McKinsey?
Shut up.
No. Bryce, you have a guess? Or
Andrew Jackson. Wait, no, that's too early.
The only president I know is George Washington, so I'll throw that one in there.
It's not good. It's not a good showing
one
for
to know.
those.
Well, Destiny was the closest. It's Andrew Johnson.
Oh shit! I went to he was in my class in 2nd grade.
Good one. It's an old damn joke. Oh, okay. Next. Wait, do we lose points if we're wrong? Are we doing that?
Nah, just keep it moving.
Okay.
I don't play that way. I never did with my students.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm a nice guy.
I think it's back to Dan.
Dan, you're up.
All right, I will do presidential Minecraft for 500.
Presidential Minecraft for, you said 500.
500. Let's do it. Let's let it ride.
Be
First
bold.
500.
While he was initially recovering from an assassin's bullet, this president actually died of septic shock caused by doctors using unsterilized instruments.
Reagan, but in a different timeline.
Good one.
A year into his term.
Who's this one?
Okay, yeah, it's related, but that's not the answer.
Cooked. Can I guess?
Do it.
Yeah.
No one else is saying
Go
anything.
ahead.
Oh, what is it? Redlining.
Redlining is correct.
Good job, Steven.
Thanks.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
man.
You might be able to
This is
argue
like a
redlining is
Kim
part of like Jim
Jong-un
Crow, maybe. I
style.
don't know.
Like, yeah, let's just let the glorious leader go again.
Yeah, true.
Give him another turn.
Shut up.
Bryce, you get a pick.
We'll go ball knowers only for 200.
Ball knowers only for 200. Here you go. The first ever basketball game ended with this final score.
Ooh.
1-0.
That's correct.
What?
Wow.
Good job. Did you know that? Did you really? Was that a guess?
No, I know that. I actually do like basketball. I got it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I made a history of basketball video. That was such a fun video to make.
Wait. What's
realizing
the
now-
story behind that? What was the story? Why?
So in the early days of basketball, they really didn't know what. It was a much different game, and like if you did make a basket, it was really hard, and if you made it, actually there was no bottom, and so you had to go up and climb up and get it, and it was a pain in the butt. So yeah.
Oh, well, damn.
Yeah,
Basketball,
can get it.
Basketball has changed a lot
Okay.
over the years.
Yep.
Okay. I believe it's now Dan's turn to pick.
All right, Dan's turn. I'll choose Hassan Piker for 100.
Good one.
I will choose voting and civil rights for 500.
Voting and civil rights for 500. Okay. This 1970 Supreme Court case officially upheld the ban on literacy tests. For this.
Nope.
Who is the best player in the NBA today? That's subjective.
Who is my boy, Steph Curry?
I mean, it's a completely subjective question, so I'll give it to you.
No, there's no way that's Steph Curry.
I mean, you could have a debate about this.
It's got to be SGA right now.
SGA has the highest scoring average.
Oh, so that's all we're saying. Highest scoring. If you play shit teams and you've got a ton of people playing defense for you all the time, you magically get considered.
True.
Okay, yeah.
I wish I
had a schedule so that I could run up the scoreboard on
Jokic,
bad
yeah,
teams. Okay.
he's good.
Yeah.
What's
Somebody
the
who can
answer on
pass,
this?
defend.
I don't know about
Somebody
this
who has
question.
the ball.
Yeah, what
I
is
think
the
I'm going
answer
to give
to
everybody points on this one. Jason Tatum. I mean, Tatum's good, but come on. Everybody gets points for this one.
Greatest,
He's the best.
greatest
Whoever made
basketball
this
player all
is the
time,
best.
Dan Solomon.
Said Matt Beat was the best NBA player right
Dan
now.
is
But
going to
anyway,
be so pumped when he gets in. He's tied with Moody. He's going to be like, Ryan, you did a great job.
Man.
Whatever you're doing, you got a lot of points for me.
Moot, you get to
Alright.
pick next.
I'll go ball knowers for 400.
All right, sticking with the B-ball. The ABA, launched in 1967, it introduced this scoring feature that wouldn't be adopted by the NBA until 1979.
What is the three-pointer?
Oh, that is correct.
He cheated.
Okay.
Kobe.
Boot knows ball.
Let's fucking go. Now I got some points in there.
Here we go. Now it's getting
Get fucked, Bryce.
Whoa.
much more competitive.
Calm down.
Yeah, talking trash. Okay. Oh, is it Bryce's turn? I'm sorry.
It is.
Remember.
I think it is Bryce. We'll finish jump the balls with 300.
All right, more balls. Finish the balls. On March 2nd, 1962, this legendary center scored 100 points in a single game that was famously never televised.
That's got to be Bam Adebayo.
Bah.
Oof.
Am I buzzed in?
Slap down.
No, that's
Buzz,
not correct.
buzz it in, Moot.
It's
buzz
Wilt
it in.
Chamberlain.
Ah, Moot got it. That's correct.
A bit of a ball knower.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wilt Chamberlain, who went to my alma mater of the University of Kansas.
This game probably never happened.
Actually, the first coach of the University of Kansas basketball team was the guy who invented it, and the only University of Kansas coach to have a losing record. The guy who invented the sport. That's a fun fact. Okay. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. All
No,
right.
I care. That's
I care. That's a good fact.
We'll remember that forever.
Hey, lots of fun facts.
He made a sport that he's the loser at.
Yeah, in fact, he thought that basketball did not need to be coached. He's like, why do you need a coach? You just play. Why would you coach it?
Put the fucking ball. Shut up.
True.
Hey, you just do it. Okay, let's see here. I believe it's Dan would pick.
Dan, I will take times they are changing for 500. Let's knock this out of the wood. I gotta come back here. Keep Dan in.
Okay, here you go. Here's your opportunity.
Let's do this.
This landmark 1937 Supreme Court case involving a hotel housekeeper effectively ended the Lochner era and upheld minimum wage laws.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
Yikes.
Sorry, Dan. I
Tough
tried
one.
for this one, but should have gone for 300.
I've got no
I'm gonna go Oregon versus Mitchell.
Wasn't that another answer? Okay, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
Maybe it was a
actually
big
you're in the
case.
right part of the country. You're the right part of the country.
Oh, Oregon v. James.
Not Oregon v. James.
Washington v. Mitchell.
I love it,
James
just like
v.
my
Mitchell.
students used to do.
Idaho
No,
v.
it's West
Smith.
Coast
Oh.
Hotel v. Parish.
This is my second guess.
Hmm.
I had
right
it.
there.
Pretty freaking important Supreme Court case. You need to watch my video on that, everyone. Everyone.
Come on, guys.
West
Extra
Coast
credit if you
v.
did.
Parish.
Okay.
True. If we
Yeah,
watched
no.
your videos, actually, we'd have a lot of these answers
Yep.
correct. It's that.
You would, maybe, if I was actually an effective teacher. Destiny, you get a pick next.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say presidential decisions for 400.
I knew you liked this category. This 1819 economic crisis was caused by the national bank printing too much currency and then suddenly tightening lending. I sing about this crisis in one of my songs.
Give us a bar.
I'm gonna say.
If I do, I'll give it away.
I'm gonna say. What is the Dust Bowl? I don't know.
That was 1930s.
I don't know.
Anyone else want to give a?
What is the national bank crisis?
It's a pretty reasonable guess, but no.
Wasn't the Dust Bowl caused by dust?
And wind and dry.
All right, I need the boost. Give me the bar and see if I can get it from the bar. Let's do this.
It's my James Monroe song. That doesn't help.
It's got to be the James Monroe crisis.
No.
Not that
I
one.
love that though.
I thought
the
for
Panic
sure.
of 1819. The Panic of 1819.
Oh, come on, guys.
And the Missouri. Okay, that's really dorky what I'm just doing now. No one gets it. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Mooch gets to pick next.
I will go times they are changing for 300.
Okay. This micro-generation, born roughly between 1977 and 1983, sits on the cusp of Generation X and Millennials.
What are... what is the greatest generation?
Well, yeah, but
No. I got it. Can I guess?
Destiny, go.
What is Generation Y?
Oh, that's the same thing as Millennials, actually.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
you
that is not
fool.
correct. Anyone else want to give a guess?
What is Generation W?
No.
It's
Come on, Bryce.
Zillennial.
Xenials is it. Well,
Xenials.
yeah, close enough. Xenials. That's the great.
I
That
have
is the
never
greatest
heard this
generation.
term my entire life. I'm not believing this one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm calling cap
also
on this
called
one.
the Oregon Trail generation.
Jesus.
It's fascinating. Yeah.
This question
Because
was planted. Just,
It's from a Mr. Beat
They all
video.
were planted.
I mean, they're all from Mr. Beat videos. So, okay.
I watched every Mr. Beat video, and I don't remember any of this. I did have Rust on my second monitor, so I was mostly focused on that, so I might have missed something.
Wow.
Dang it. I need to get better at making videos. Okay. Whose turn? I think it's Bryce. It's your turn.
It's Bryce. Okay, we'll go with Presidential Minecraft for 200.
Heck yeah. This single word was the final utterance of Union General and 18th President Ulysses S. Grant.
Obama.
What is fuck?
No. No.
What is goodbye?
What is
No. Hey, what'd you say, Ryan?
I just said youch.
No. No.
I was hoping.
All right. I don't think anyone's gonna get this. His last word was water.
Oh, I actually fucking have heard of that before.
I actually knew this one.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, now y'all know it.
As soon as it's over with.
It's not like Xennials where it's like fake, you know, this question's not real. It's like, oh, I actually heard that before.
Xennials is real. Thank you.
Right now, Sydney still has the lead, but it's close second with Moot and Bryce at 1100 and Dan
All right.
at 500. Come on, Dan.
I deserve a phone a friend for Dan's sake, okay?
What's Jeopardy? But okay.
Well, you do get a pick next.
All right, I'll do Presidential Minecraft, and the friend I phone is the real Dan Saltman. So let's read the question and see if he picks up.
Okay. You said for 300?
Let's do both. I deserve it. Let's get both of these one after the other.
Okay,
First
300.
hit, come back around.
We're just making up rules now. In a remarkable historical coincidence, these two rivals and founding fathers both died on the exact same day, July 4th, 1826.
It is Jefferson and Adams.
Very good. Here, let's go.
Dan Saltman
See,
did
you
not
don't
pick
need
up,
a
by
phone
the way.
friend.
That was Ryan McPartland, okay? Dan Saltman phoned a friend. It was Ryan McPartland. He knew. Yes! Yes, the greatest. All right, let's get Dan back in this. No, I can't take a second turn. I can't take a second turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep it
fair.
Keep it moving.
I think Destiny gets to pick next. Right?
No, wouldn't it be Bryce? Or do we
Or-
ever go the other way?
no, it's you.
Oh, it's me. Okay. I'm gonna
Destiny,
go
then
for
Moose, then Bryce.
I'll go for voting civil rights as a civil rights perspective. Voting civil rights for 400.
Okay. A famous visual trick in the Louisiana literacy test asked test takers to read a triangle containing this phrase where the word "the" was repeated.
This is the ballot. That's my guess. I don't know.
I don't think that's. I'm double checking this actually because I. Oh no, that's not it.
Okay.
Anyone else want to take a stab at it?
Wow, guys.
It sounds like no.
This was a very difficult one. That's okay. Paris in the spring.
Oh.
Paris in the spring.
Never heard of that.
That's why it was 400. I feel like they get harder as you go on.
Yeah,
At the point.
I think they do.
Yeah. Moot gets to pick.
Presidential decisions, 200.
Ooh.
Okay.
Bring me to the lead.
This 1807 Act by Thomas Jefferson was intended to protect American interests, but instead cost the country tens of millions of dollars and thousands of jobs.
What is the Foreign Affairs Act? I don't know.
No, that's a. I can see a law being called that, though. Anyone else want to try this?
No.
What is the Ban Foreign Trade Act?
It's so close, actually. You're describing it, but it's not.
What is the ban? What is the Importation Cancellation Act? What is the Import Controls Act? What is the Tariffs Embargo Act? What is the Shipping Restrictions Act? What is the...
Okay, hold on. You said it accidentally there, but I want you to say it again. I'm not going to give you any more hints.
It was the 1807 Tariffs Act.
The 1807 Embargo Act.
Embargo Act.
Oh,
Dan Saltzman! And I did not do a fake answer before that, so I'm counting that shit for me. Let's go. Dan Saltzman.
Okay. Does anybody have any problem with that? I don't want to like get everybody all riled up.
It's all good.
Oh, we'll fight afterwards. Don't worry.
Okay, we got a competitive game now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting exciting. I wasn't expecting this kind
put
of
my disco ball
drama.
on to celebrate that win. This is what Dan is known
He's
for.
got the disco ball.
His famous Dan disco ball.
I'm not that famous. I never knew about it. Okay,
famous
so
game. You
I believe Bryce is next.
Let's go with times they are a changing to 400.
Okay. This 1820 legislation eased tensions by admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state.
Is it the Missouri Act? Is that what it's called?
Not the Missouri Act, but the Missouri
Bill.
I'll take this
Law.
one. This guy doesn't have it. This guy ain't got it. What is the Missouri Compromise?
I don't have it.
It's the Missouri Compromise. It's the Missouri Compromise. Yeah, I sing about that too. I was like, the Panic of 1819 and the Missouri Compromise. Clearly, none of you are fans of my James Monroe song. And I'm
Way to go, guys.
I will watch
I'm
your
offended
videos
by
after
that.
this. I'm excited. You have a new viewer.
Destiny gets the points. He has a commanding lead now.
I do.
Okay, it's like Smash, guys. We got to beat up on it.
Yeah, you got to gang up on him. So we've got, I believe Dan gets to pick.
Yes, Dan will bring it in for second place. We'll take Presidential Minecraft.
Presidential Minecraft for 400. Okay.
We threw a couple easy ones, but we're bringing it back for Dan.
He is the only U.S. president to be buried with a Confederate flag instead of an American one. Douchebag.
It's got to be, I want to say Abraham Lincoln.
Maybe.
Obviously.
That's what he's known for.
Yeah,
He took it to the
Not
grave.
Abraham.
He's like, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me, and he fucking took the flag, jumped into the grave with it.
I can see that logic, but no, that's not correct. Anyone else want to give a guess?
James Taylor?
You're thinking Zachary Taylor. That's a good guess, but
That's what
no.
I was thinking, yeah.
Idiot.
John
What
Taylor?
about, who said that? Bryce?
I did, yeah.
Okay, no.
I'm gonna
Destiny,
guess
you wanna
Andrew
give it a
Jackson.
try? Wasn't Andrew Jackson? No.
Okay.
It was
John
just the last
Tyler.
night before. No.
See, I think.
Well,
yeah,
I
I was
thought
gonna say
we were only
Bryce got the
listing
first name right, but the
presidents.
last name is the more important.
We had a President Tyler. I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, he looked cool too.
No shot.
But he
That's a
was
real
racist, so-
president? John Tyler? He sounds like
Yeah.
a time traveler
And
from
he had-
Terminator. I'm not buying this one.
I got another fun fact for you. John Tyler's grandson was still alive until a couple years ago because he had that many kids.
Jesus.
Yeah. All right. No points awarded on that. And we are one more time around, or almost one. Okay, so I believe Destiny gets to pick.
Voting and civil rights for 300.
Voting and civil rights 300. These were fees required to vote, which disproportionately hurt African Americans and poor voters during the Jim Crow era.
What were voter fees?
Okay. What were
anyone else?
Polling fees?
You were closer. Poll what? Go ahead. Poll.
When the government charges you with
a poll tax.
Yes, poll tax. There we go. Woo!
Hey.
Do it. Moot gets it. Making it more competitive here till the end. I love it. I love it. And you get to pick the next one.
Times they are changing for 200.
Okay.
This is for the tie.
For the tie. In 1893, American and European businessmen overthrew Queen Liliuokalani to protect their profits in this future island state.
Hawaii?
Hawaii is correct. Eyes up with Destiny.
Oh my God.
The plot thickens.
Easiest questions. Who could Queen Liliuokalani have been from? Oh my God. You should just call her Queen Hula Hoop.
I can never say her name properly. Okay, Bryce gets to pick.
Let's take presidential decisions for 300.
Okay, getting rid of the last 300. Approximately 60,000 people from 5 Native American nations were forcibly displaced during this tragic event under Andrew Jackson's administration.
What is the Trail of Tears?
That's it. Trail of Tears.
Damn it.
Good job. So yeah, you're right there as well, but you only have 2 questions left. And which 100 is it going to be, Dan?
All right. Octuple Jeopardy is still on the board, right? We haven't hit Octuple Jeopardy yet. Okay, I'm gonna go Presidential Decisions 100.
Okay.
Oh, I really needed Octuple Jeopardy to get back in this one.
Bill Clinton later admitted that this 1994 legislation was his, quote, biggest mistake as president.
It's gotta be the intern discrepancy, Monica Lewinsky Under the Desk Act.
Congress had nothing to do with that one.
Damn.
Can I guess?
No. Yeah, Dustin, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Moon said before me, I think. What were you gonna
I
guess?
was gonna say, like, what is his what is a rifle ban? Did you go for that?
That's not what it was called, no. But
Okay.
What is the '94 crime bill?
Crime bill. That's it. So we might have to come up with because like that gives you the lead, but we still have 100 points on the board, and I was actually gonna leave this out for anybody. I don't know how we want to do this. Do we have a plan?
Whose turn is it supposed to be next?
Is there a final Jeopardy question, or is this the last one?
I think there was an odd number. That's
the
why I was like, yeah, this is the last question.
Hold up.
Let's
I'm
just-
gonna go to your YouTube, Destiny. If you guys answer this question, if it ties, I'll take a question from the chat. How's that?
Let's
Okay.
go.
Good luck.
So let's just have because Destiny and Moot are the first and second place. Let's just have it be between you two. Whoever shouts it out
Okay.
first.
You're done, Moon.
Gets
You're done.
it. Okay.
You're done.
All right, here we go. Passed in 1965, this landmark legislation banned the use of literacy
What is
tests
the
as a
Civil Rights
requirement
Act?
for voting. Isn't the Civil Rights
God,
Act?
I don't know. Fuck, bro. I don't know. Jesus.
You may not know it.
He
I don't
doesn't.
know it
He
yet.
doesn't know it.
No, I don't know it.
Is it fucking Hawaii? Jesus. Some of these 100-point questions are
I
much
don't know it,
harder.
yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Wait,
This is
isn't
not a
this the
hard one.
Equal
You should
Voting
know
Rights
this
Act or
one.
something like
It's
that?
the Voting Rights Act. I'm fucking stupid.
Oh,
What
that's
is the
actually
Civil Rights
okay.
Act?
This is actually
Trolled, got
they
him.
It's the Voting Rights Act is what was the correct, but that doesn't matter. Destiny wins.
True. It doesn't.
Rigged.
You're right. It doesn't matter.
Rigged.
Yeah.
Great segment, guys. We did it.
That was fun.
Perfect questions. Whoever got those, awesome work from you. Just really glad to.
How was that?
Come down to visit Little Guys after doing your Mr. Beast collab that just dropped. Thank you so much
having
for
me,
joining us and being our quiz host for our insufferable
Thank you so
behavior.
much.
Yeah. We really appreciate it.
Glad to do this anytime.
Especially if you come down to visit Little Guys after doing your Mr. Beast collab that just dropped on your channel a couple hours ago. So.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Beast, he's.
How was that?
It was crazy. Yeah, it really was. Like, for those who don't know, he's a bit controversial, but he's also the biggest YouTuber in the world, and we just happen to coincidentally have similar names. My legal name is Matt B. My students call me Mr. B in the classroom, and I started my YouTube channel before he did. And later on, he somehow found out about my channel, and he reached out to me recently and said it'd be funny if we did a collab. And
that's funny.
Yeah, so.
That's awesome. We have a few minutes to kill before the next segment. Bryce, cut me off if you want to switch it over, but I will throw this in. I was a competitor on the Mr. Beat Twins competition, so good times.
What was the Twins competition?
Wow.
Did you win?
No, we got eliminated because it was bullshit. We had to stack this pyramid thing, okay? And there was a fan blowing over us, and it's a foam pyramid, and we're in the only cube that has the fan blowing directly overhead. And I fucking called them. I'm like, hey, can you guys cut the fan? We're gonna lose this shit for sure. And, okay, you guys, this is gonna secondhand piss you guys off, is we were up against the goal. You have a platter where one guy holds the platter with blindfold, the other guy stacks things on top of it, and the people we were up against, it's 1v1s, was a waiter, okay, full-time waiter, and then the second guy was like a fucking, I think he's like a basketball player or something, he's like an athlete, so he lifts the cube, and it's like an 8-foot tall thing, and he just fucking plops them on top, and it was just completely cooked. We would have won against like 90% of the other matchups, but it is what it is. It was a good time though. They stuck us in this hotel for like 4 days with all the contestants, and because there were schedule issues. Good time. They bought us shit. It's like, hey, can we get Magic the Gathering cards? We're like, yeah, sure. It's like, they're pretty cool. Like, they were just buying stuff for the hotel. Like, you just ask. They're like, yeah, sure, go for it. But fun little story. All right, Bryce, how are we doing on schedule?
Schedule-wise, we're good. I wanted to shout out just a couple things really quick. Number one, we are at, it looks like 157K. So fantastic work, everybody. We're pushing to the 200K, which is a third canvassing event, and TTS donations enabled for 1 month. And then 250K, fourth canvassing event. Destiny gets to go in a dunk tank, and Dan gets a mohawk. Right. Both Dans, the fake one and the real one.
Listen, I gotta say, we've been doing great all day. That segment, we did not raise a lot. If you guys love Mr. Beat, I want 160 before we switch over, okay? And we're doing a VTuber for the next segment if we don't do that, okay? We're switching over to VTuber right now.
Don't people like VTubers in my community?
They love it. DGG, that's true. DGGers love VTubers. I've heard that before.
Jader.
Yeah, I've heard they love all you VTubers, so let's get some fucking donos going. Listen, we don't have to split hairs, okay? I was actually still Dan Saltman. Whenever I said something incorrect, I'm still doing my Dan Saltman impression. If I say something correct, it's main sound, just so you know for the future.
Okay. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, you can say as much as you want.
Of course.
Destiny, what's your opinion on uncapping the house? Have you thought about this issue very much?
I actually think it's a really dumb idea. I actually really like all of the structural advantages that the conservatives have in the United States. I like the fact that we have never changed our apportionment of representatives in the House, because I think the Senate and the Electoral College are not enough for conservatives. And I actually really like the goofy, wacky districts that we have to draw on states in order to cram them into the arbitrary number of representatives we have. So I think it's a really bad idea, and I campaign viciously and voraciously against you every time I see you bring it up.
Well, okay, I appreciate that, but I do want to say, like, Digital Ground Game has supported many candidates I've endorsed who have committed to uncapping the House. So this has been a great collaboration, and I'm actually going to a campaign event tomorrow. I'm driving up to Iowa to support Travis Terrell, who's running in the 2nd District of Iowa. So he is fully committed to uncapping the House and many other reforms that all of us agree on, that the establishment candidates in both parties, frankly, have neglected for decades at this point. So it's just it's inspiring to like see so many people out in the real world doing things. And yeah, that's, I guess, my final thoughts on. I really appreciate what you all are doing, because you are. You can see already the effects it's having. More and more people are showing up to events, and I think part of it is we just kind of, it's our own mental health that we need to take care of when you're just like in your little echo chambers online and never meet up in person. It can be drive you a little mad during these times. But yeah, please, I encourage you, if you're listening right now, watching, attend a local event, especially if you're in Eastern Iowa. Come meet me tomorrow in Iowa City at the Green Room. at, I believe it starts at 5 p.m. Central, so I wanted to plug that. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks a lot for joining.
Hell yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thank you. The uncap the house idea, very good.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Donate to make sure that happens. Thank you so much, Mr. Beat, for stopping by. You're always awesome when it comes to helping out political organizations who are trying to, get something going, especially in online spaces. It's fantastic. We really appreciate it.
I'm gonna participate in history instead of just teach history. Yeah.
Yeah, although I think I'm good on living through historical moments. I think for my lifetime, we can probably chill on some of those. But
we've done a few
no, I
too
know,
many.
Yeah, but yeah, cool. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next segment. Looks like the real Dan is on the other one as well.
The real Dan.
Really quick, Destiny, can you just go ahead and flash that shirt one more time so people can see what they get for $100? For $100 with a total donation, that means if you donated $1 before, you just need to donate 99 more times in order to be able to get it. Really cool stuff. We're almost at 160K. Just absolutely destroying PvE, absolutely blowing shit out of the water. Really cool to see.
There it is.
Also, don't forget, if you got a little bit of cash every month, to do recurring donations. It really helps us out with stability. One of the things that Digital Ground Game, one of the reasons we got started is because we want to have some continuity between when, like Destiny's community does things in election years, so DGG can actually get credit and actually start taking those steps, because we don't want to go one step forward and two steps back. So recurring donations help us out with that past 2026 and 2027 and 2028.
Agreed.
How do you feel like the stream's going, Des?
Going good. You guys are doing a good job. Brought a lot of people in. Have our segments. Good job on the Jeopardy stuff. Yeah, been fun chatting with people.
Okay, cool. Do you want my audio issues back, or should I?
No, you're good. You don't want to go back to the USB interface with the mic that definitely wasn't trolling the fuck out of me over and over again?
I was not trolling you at all. It was not intentional, I'll be real.
Okay.
It just seemed that way.
Okay. That's good. Good effects.
Let me grab whoever else is still in here. Give me one second.
Alright, let me swap back over to my... Wait a second. Where's the thermometer? What are we up to? Why are we still at 156K? There's a rich software engineer in here who hates VTubers, alright? And your ass is putting $2,000 in right now, okay? You're showing up to work, you got 500K in the bank, you're 26, and you're thinking every day, oh, I'm gonna remodel my bathroom. You got some money to throw around, okay? Let's get some software engineer bucks going.
Damn.
Alright, sorry, I'm just doing a quick troll. You guys keep it moving.
Well, I'm just trying to see. Everybody's in the waiting room right now, so we get a little bit of time. Destiny, are you gonna keep streaming all day?
What do you mean?
I think he's retiring after this stream. This is the last one.
Well, yeah.
This is the last one.
Wait, how much longer? How long are we scheduled to go for this?
It's a subathon.
To go to
the more people
9.
donate, the more you can go.
Well, if it's scheduled to go to 9, then I'd be done after 9, right?
9:35 p.m. Eastern is what the schedule says. I think the
You
question
wish.
Bryce might be asking is, how much do we got to raise to keep you chained here a little bit longer?
We'll see. We'll see when we get there, okay?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
It sounds
when we
like
get
he
there.
kind of needs to be convinced, chat. Kind of sounds like he needs to be impressed. I don't know about anyone else. I'm looking here. By the way, I don't know if we've mentioned this explicitly. Guys, the next goal is TTS donos. TTS donos were literally the greatest era of stream, like probably ever. Like the Duke Nukem, the Obama, like come on, like if you're a knower, you know. Like if we get, it would have been one thing if we weren't even close. If we fall short of the TTS when we're this close, like I'm never gonna forgive myself. So like lock in, like I want the L's back. I know everyone else does. Just
Did
for a couple
Obama
months,
come
it would
from
be so
TTS donos? I don't know if I can believe you.
I don't think it came from it, but it was like used in all the time. Like every TTS dono said like Obama, like the Trump saying Obama. I don't think it came from it.
That sounds freaking epic, bro. That's just epic. Okay.
Yeah, okay, whatever, bro.
Welcome back, Dan. Good to have you.
Yeah, good to be here.
Anyways, donate.
I didn't know you're so stupid when it came to history. That was crazy.
Well, I only have a GED, so you kind of should have figured that out.
Ooh.
Rip. Damn. All right. It looks like our next panel is going. Bryce, do you want me to introduce this next one, or?
Yeah, go right ahead. Sorry, I'm looking.
Before I do, Roan, first time you're on the stream, do you want to talk for a minute about your thoughts on what we're doing today?
God.
And get in.
This is my kitten. She currently has a suit because she just got spayed last week.
Aww.
All right. And Roan, we're doing it live. How public are you about your latest venture? Is it top secret or are you?
Still on the secret side. We're going to be more public with it
Okay.
at some point soon.
So-
but yeah, it's
So your
still
role
cooking.
in this panel, because we're doing the business panel right now, is an aspiring secret project enjoyer, okay? And you're just going to give your perspective.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. All right. And Dan, anything you want to say before we hop
Wait,
into it?
what is the secret project related to? Can we get a hint?
Top secret.
Why would you ask him that publicly and then we don't even get a hint? You have to,
What do you
have to
mean?
give a hint. You have
It's
to give a
called
hint.
intrigue, Steven. It's called intrigue. Now people are like, ooh, I wonder.
We're not
why
even
Roman's
intrigued. I
on
don't know what
the
I'm supposed to be
panel.
intrigued about because I don't even have a hint of what it is.
Well, it sounds like your emotions. You were like this. Look, Steven was like this. And then
I'm wiping it from my mind. I'm wiping it from my mind. I'm wiping it from my. I don't even know who this guy is. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, keep going. Dan, before we hop in. Oh, sorry, Rowan. Anything you want to say to the stream about what we're doing, about online organizing, before we hop in?
Sure. I just think that we've all seen the evils of the Trump administration. We've seen a terrible history of foreign policy here. We've seen him line his pockets with money in a corrupt way that is unprecedented. And I, for one, am totally sick of it. And you, the viewers, can help by giving money to DGG in order to canvass. And we can take the Senate back in the midterms. There's a lot of really key elections that are coming up. And I'm very excited to help raise money for that and also come out and do canvassing myself.
Dan, any words before we hop in?
About what?
About what? All right, let's go. What are we doing today?
Thanks.
What time, Dan? Quick question. This is for the panel. It's when did Dan wake up style panel. What time did you wake up today?